Tehran, Iran. Time is a currency you can't earn back once it's spent. That lesson from his father had stuck with Jack Ryan Jr., which was surprising considering how little he'd cared about anything beyond girls and football when he first heard it. Funny how things change. Now, waiting for a chronically late lunch companion, Jack passed the minutes with a mental exercise John Clark had taught him, spotting the spotters. His venue, the Shy Bar Cafe tucked in the garden of a restored villa on a calm side street, offered a decent challenge. Wrought iron tables were scattered among potted plants beneath a canopy of branches that filtered the sunlight into shifting patterns. The air hummed with conversations in Persian and Arabic, punctuated by the occasional phrase in French. The game's rules were straightforward. He was here on business for Hendley Associates, publicly a financial firm, but privately known as the Campus. He was being watched. That was a given. But by whom? In a culture where the rhythms of casual interaction were foreign to him. How do you pick out the one person whose gaze lingers a beat too long, or whose relaxed posture feels just a bit too rehearsed? Jack scanned the room, studying clusters of friends and couples, listening to the easy flow of their talk. No one stood out. In practical terms, that was reassuring. For the purposes of his little game, it was almost disappointing. If the campus were merely what it appeared to be, a private arbitrage shop, this would all be a pointless daydream. But its real mission existed in the shadows, an unacknowledged intelligence outfit reporting solely to the American president, where traditional agencies were sledgehammers, the campus was a scalpel. "Excuse me, sir, more coffee." Jack looked up. The waitress was young, slight, with dark-framed glasses and her hair concealed under a pale blue headscarf. Her English was careful, formal. The fact she wasn't wearing a full-face veil suggested that President Kamran Farahani's moderate policies might be more than just talk. A year ago, a place like this could have been shuttered by the morality police for encouraging rebellious ideas. Jack glanced at his empty cup. The brew here was so potent it made the darkest Starbucks roast taste like dishwater. No, thanks. 2 is my limit. I'm hoping my friend will. Right on schedule. Over her shoulder, Jack spotted a familiar head of unruly black curls entering the courtyard, the man's eyes sweeping the space, unmistakable. "Actually, here he is now," Jack said, lifting a hand in a wave. "We'll need a moment." "Of course." The man wove through the tables. Jack stood, his chair grating against the old stones as he pushed it back. They shook hands, followed by a brief, backslapping hug before sitting. "My apologies, Jack. Traffic was a nightmare. Wouldn't be a proper meal with you if you were on time, Seth." It was a tradition dating back to their school days. If you wanted Seth Gregory somewhere by 8, you told him 7:30. "Hey, it's my one flaw, and if you buy that, how's the rocket fuel they serve here? It tried to fight me. I won, but barely." Builds character. Seth picked up the menu. "So, how are things?" compared to a sharp stick in the eye. "Fantastic." Jack grinned. That was Seth's go-to answer. It meant life was treating him well enough. "Good to know I've eaten here, getting the ashe goje farangi. It's a spiced tomato stew with lamb and peas. You won't regret it." He scanned the menu again, a mock-serious expression on his face. "Still no wine list, I see. Some reforms take time. Farahani has to walk a fine line. Can't move so fast he gives the hardliners a heart attack." The waitress returned, and they both ordered the stew. Seth leaned forward, his elbows planted firmly on the table. "And let's get a basket of that barberry bread, too," he added. As the waitress took their menus and walked away, Seth reached over and gave Jack's hand a few playful taps. "Jack, you're looking sharp." "I've really missed you." "How are things?" "Couldn't be better." "I have to admit I was pretty surprised when you called." "I figured we'd grab lunch next time you were back in the States," Jack replied. "I had no clue you were already in town." Seth gave a casual shrug and a wave of his hand. "So how's everyone back home, Olivia? And the big boss man, What's his nickname again? They're all good. Everyone's fine. Jack couldn't help but smile. It wasn't just because Seth was one of the rare people who insisted on using Sally's actual name and who deliberately mangled the respectful title for Jack's father. This whirlwind of enthusiastic, rapid-fire questions was simply Seth, being Seth. His friend wasn't just a natural people person, he was also someone who lived with ADHD, with a heavy emphasis on the hyperactivity. School had been a constant struggle for him, and Jack had often stepped in as an unofficial tutor. Over the years, Jack had always sensed a layer of melancholy tucked just beneath Seth's outwardly cheerful and sociable exterior. Even though they'd been friends since their days at St. Matthew's Academy, Jack felt there was a part of Seth he kept locked away, not just from the world, but from Jack too. Jack hadn't had many friends back at St. Matthew's. Most of his classmates had either avoided him, pegging him as the arrogant golden child of a high-ranking CIA official, or they were intimidated by the seemingly exclusive, powerful circles they assumed Spyboy moved in. The truth, of course, was neither of those things, and Jack had spent much of his first year trying unsuccessfully to prove it. But Seth had accepted him without any agenda. Just another awkward teenager trying to figure things out. Looking back, Jack knew Seth had been the one who kept him from retreating completely into himself. Seth genuinely didn't care who Jack's father was, where he lived, or which diplomats and dignitaries he might have met. In fact, Seth's only consistent question about any formal event was whether there had been any attractive women there, and if Jack had managed to sneak off with one to some classified corner of a government building. Jack had always regretted never telling Seth just how much that steadfast friendship had meant. Maybe now was the moment before he could find the words. Seth launched into his next question. Keeping up with a conversation with him sometimes felt like standing in the center of a talking hurricane. "What's Olivia up to these days, Sally?" Jack answered. "You haven't heard the news? She's training to be an astronaut." "What? Oh, very funny, Jack. You're a regular laugh riot?" Jack chuckled. "Are you still using that line? It wasn't even funny when we were 15. It was hilarious, and you know it was," Seth retorted, grinning. "Seriously, though, Sally, she just wrapped up her medical residency at Johns Hopkins." "Such a slacker, that one," Seth said with a smirk. "And you? Still at that, what was it? That finance firm, Hendley Associates." Right, raking in the cash." "Getting by," Jack said. The honest answer was yes. While the investment arm of Hendley Associates served as a front for the campus, he and his colleagues had genuinely made fortunes in the global markets. Only a small portion of those profits went to their salaries. The rest funded their covert intelligence operations. Seth opened his mouth to ask another question, but Jack laughed and held up his hands in surrender. "Okay, enough about me, Seth. You're exhausting. Your turn. What's your story?" "Still doing consulting work. I've been on an 18-month contract with Shell. They had me based in Baku for a while, then transferred me here about 8 months ago. After high school, Seth had earned a prestigious engineering scholarship to the University of Illinois. Now he was clearly turning that education into a lucrative career. Tehran's grown on me, honestly. My apartment is just a short walk from here. It's a great spot." "What's your focus?" Jack asked. "Mostly inspecting drilling rigs and refinery operations." "It's a good gig," Seth said. He paused for a moment, his normally frenetic energy softening. "You know, it's funny being here. Sometimes I'll be walking through the Grand Bazaar, surrounded by all that noise and history, and it hits me how far we've come from those hallways at St. Matthew's. Makes you think." "I spend the majority of my time working in Central Asia these days," Seth explained. "Tough regions," Jack replied, his mind drifting to the 2 volatile stands that had produced the Emir Saif Rahman Yassin. Helping to capture that monster had been incredibly gratifying, marking Jack's own initial plunge into field operations. "We receive excellent training and have solid security when necessary, mostly contractors, former U.S. Special Forces guys. Good people. You wouldn't want to cross them, that's for sure." Seth continued. Most criminals probably feel the same way after an encounter with a SEAL team, Jack mused internally. Any hot stock tips for me? Jack asked lightly. Nope. And you wouldn't follow them if I did, Seth said with a knowing grin. You're by the book, Jack. Always have been. Jack gave a casual shrug. Can't argue. I also have a profound respect for the SEC and its paperwork. Their meals arrived. Jack mimicked Seth, tearing pieces from the flat barberry bread and blending them into the rich tomato-based stew. It was hearty and flavorful. I was really sorry to hear about your father, Jack said after a moment. Yeah, I got your note. Thanks. I should have responded. How is your mother holding up? It's been 3 years. To see her, you'd think it happened last Tuesday. Seth's father, Paul, had passed from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage discovered by Seth's mother in his home office. She hadn't been the same since. Honestly, I feel helpless about it, Seth admitted. My sister Bethany, you remember her? Lives up near Atlanta. About an hour from Mom. She got her to a doctor who prescribed something. Lamotrigine, I believe. That's a mood stabilizer, often for depression. Jack noted, somewhat surprised by Seth's openness. This wasn't his usual style. How long has she been taking it? Just a few weeks. If it's going to be effective, you should start noticing changes soon. A faint smile touched Seth's lips. Perk of having 2 doctors in the family, I guess? Something like that. Knowledge by osmosis. Seth dunked another piece of bread thoughtfully. So, what brings you all the way to Tehran, just taking in the sights? Market reconnaissance. Things are starting to shift here. If President Farahani stays his course, there could be a significant economic opening. Hendley Associates needs to be positioned. This was factually accurate, but it was merely the cover story. The core of this trip was intelligence gathering. Reading new Iranian publications was useful, but it was no replacement for what John Clark, their new operations director, termed a boots-on-the-ground assessment. Clark, a former Navy man, insisted there was no better tool than simply walking the streets and talking to people. So far, Jack had seen nothing to contradict the image of Farahani as the first genuine moderate since the revolution. His longevity, however, was a complete unknown. Jack turned the question to Seth. You've had a front row seat. What's your read on the situation? Honestly, Jack, your guess is as good as mine. I first arrived just after the election. What I can say is people have been uniformly courteous. I get the occasional stern look from some of the older, more traditional gentlemen, but that's the extent of it. Nobody shouted, "Great Satan," at me yet, if that means anything. It meant a great deal, Jack thought, in the previous administration. An American like Seth would have had a government minder shadowing his every move outside his door. On a good day. The absence of overt SAVAK-style repression and the fact Seth could move freely suggested a public largely receptive to Farahani's changes. Small miracles, he reflected. They talked for another hour, sharing several small glasses of mint tea from a polished samovar, before Seth checked his watch. Damn, I have to run, Jack. Apologies. They both stood. Jack offered his hand. Seth took it and uncharacteristically held Jack's gaze for a long moment. It was really good to see you, man. I mean it, Jack insisted. You too, Seth. Jack paused, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Everything all right on your end? Sure, why wouldn't it be? Listen, my place is maybe 15 minutes from here. Seth rattled off the address. It's just off Neavaran Park. If you're ever back in the city and need a spot to stay, it's open. Just use the key. There are steaks in the freezer. Thanks, man, I really. Travel safe, Jack. Seth turned and walked off, vanishing through an archway tangled with ivy. Key? What key? Jack thought, sinking back into his chair. He reached for his teacup and saw it sitting there on the saucer, a single, tarnished bronze key. What on earth was that all about? He whispered to the empty air. Edinburgh, Scotland, Having been the only one on her team with any prior experience in the United Kingdom, Helen wasn't the least bit startled by the assault of flashing neon and the roar of voices spilling into the van. Yegor slammed on the brakes, jerking them to a halt as a clearly drunken couple wobbled past the front bumper. The woman shot 2 fingers at Yegor and yelled, "Toss her." Helen watched Yegor's jaw tighten, but he stayed silent, waiting for them to pass before nudging the van forward. On both sides of the street, equally inebriated young people stumbled along the sidewalks. Outside Helen's window, a pub door flew open, releasing a wave of bodies and a thumping bass line. "What is a tosser?" Yegor asked flatly. "Someone who could use a good date," Helen thought with private amusement. "I'll tell you later," she said. "This is incredible. What are all these buildings?" "Pubs," Helen answered. "All of them." "Pretty much. This is just one district. This is Rose Street," Helen explained. "It's the most popular pub crawl for students." "All these people are university students? Most of them? How do they manage in the morning?" Yegor wondered. Ever practical. "Don't they have classes?" Helen smiled. Yegor wasn't bothered by the perceived immorality, just the impact on academic performance. "Coffee," she replied, "and probably a few other things." In the back, Roma and Oleg had their faces practically glued to the windows, eyes wide where they came from. Such public behavior would mean jail time, or something far worse, of course. Helen reminded herself Roma and Oleg were men and sheltered ones. A good portion of their shock likely came from the sheer amount of exposed female skin and the casual physical intimacy between couples on the street, snogging, as it was called here. At home, such things were confined to a married couple's bedroom. Oleg leaned over the center console, and this is a respected university, you say? "One of the most prestigious in the world," Helen confirmed. There was a heavy pause. "And what, precisely," Oleg asked, "are the entry requirements?" Helen couldn't help but laugh, and Yegor snorted, saying, "Get a grip, Oleg?" Roma, however, muttered under his breath, "Whores. Every last one. They should be flogged." The comment didn't surprise Helen. Of the 3 men, Roma, a last-minute addition, had been the only one bristling under her command. He was a zealot, pure and simple, and their work required cold detachment, a concept that seemed lost on him. He was a problem she would need to address, and soon they drove on for a few more minutes before turning onto Castle Street. Here, the pubs and restaurants were more subdued, catering to students who preferred to avoid what she recalled were called meat markets. Was that still the term? She'd have to verify. Blending in was essential. "My contact says her preferred meeting place is called the Stable," Helen said. "Like for horses?" Oleg asked. "Like for university students," Helen corrected. "There it is, Yegor, just ahead on the left." "I see it." Oleg and Roma scanned the area for her vehicle. "It's a red Mini Cooper with white stripes on the hood." Roma questioned, "How does she manage a car like that?" Helen thought to herself it was likely a present from her father, but kept that to herself. Just focus on finding it. Yegor reduced the van's speed, prompting a chorus of impatient horns from the cars behind them. "Pick up the pace a little, Yegor," Helen instructed, and he complied, knowing a traffic stop was the last thing they needed. Oleg suddenly pointed. "Hold on. I think we just saw it on the right side." Helen checked her mirror and confirmed, "That's the one, keep driving." Yegor accelerated, made a left onto Frederick Street, and found a parking spot about a block from a gas station. He shifted into park, turned off the engine, and glanced at his watch. "What's the plan now?" "Now we wait," Helen answered, settling in to observe the predictable rhythms of their target's day. Persian Hotel Azadi, Tehran. Jack jolted awake in his bed, scanning the room. It's just someone at the door. Jack, take a breath, as thrilling as field work could be, with its surges of adrenaline. It also wired you to react instantly to any disturbance. He let out a long breath, working the tension from his shoulders and neck. Hotel pillows never seemed to suit him. Another knock came, polite yet persistent. Jack looked at the clock on the nightstand, 6 in the morning. He got up, pulled on his terry cloth robe, and moved to the door. "Who's there?" No verbal reply, just another knock. I said, "Who is it?" Jack repeated, his tone firmer. The lack of a peephole struck him as odd, definitely not up to code back home. A man's voice with a British accent came through the door. "Mr. Jack Ryan, my name is Raymond Wellesley. Might I have a word? Concerning what? Mr. Wellesley? Your associate, Seth Gregory." That caught Jack's attention. Wellesley added, "It's a subject better discussed in private, I should think." Jack told himself to relax. If some overnight upheaval had brought the Shah's old security forces back to power, he was already in trouble, and that sort of visitor wouldn't bother knocking. He unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door to find a neatly dressed, middle-aged man of modest height with thinning brown hair. His suit was a sharp, dark blue cut in a distinctly British style, Savile Row, Jack guessed. "Mr. Jack Ryan, I presume?" said Raymond Wellesley. "Yes, come in." Wellesley entered and walked directly to the sitting area near the balcony windows, where he meticulously took a seat in one of the club chairs, his eyes briefly appraising the room. Jack closed the door and joined him. "My apologies for the early call," Wellesley said. "Urgent business, I'm afraid." "Goodness, how rude of me. Would you like to see some identification?" "Please," Jack replied, already expecting a plain business card. He was correct. The card read, "Raymond L. Wellesley, Foreign and Commonwealth Office, King Charles Street, London, SW1A 2AH Gindum," followed by contact details. Even though the British Embassy wasn't scheduled to reopen in Tehran for months, Jack had a feeling Raymond Wellesley wasn't the type to have a local address anyway. The card revealed little, only deepening Jack's suspicion that the man wasn't truly an FCO employee. Jack tucked the card into his robe pocket. "You brought up Seth Gregory? Is he all right?" An interesting word, all right. It can mean so many different things, can't it? Jack noted that Wellesley's accent wasn't merely British. It was the polished, non-regional received pronunciation, the kind often heard from BBC announcers or high-ranking officials. He realized he'd picked up on these nuances from the parade of British diplomats who had visited the White House during his father's first term. This clipped, precise speech was a hallmark of the upper echelons in certain circles, a tradition that seemed untouched by time. Wellesley replied, "Whether Mr. Gregory is all right is actually what I was hoping you could clarify for me." Jack felt a subtle pulse of adrenaline. What in the world is this about? "Answer my question, Mr. Wellesley," Jack insisted. "From our current information, your friend is safe and sound. You met him for lunch yesterday, correct?" "I did." "Are you aware of his present location?" "No, I am not." "What was the topic of your conversation over that meal?" "How delightful it would be to receive a visit from the Foreign Office before sunrise. And yet, here you are." "I strongly advise you to treat my inquiries with the gravity they deserve, Mr. Ryan. We are extending a courtesy that is not typically granted." The implication was unmistakable, or so it seemed to Jack. If he weren't who he was, this conversation would have a decidedly different tone. Jack moved past the armchair and settled into the seat facing Wellesley. "Can I offer you some coffee?" "No, thank you. My time is limited, Mr. Wellesley. Seth is an old friend. We go all the way back to high school. I'm in town on business and simply wanted to reconnect over a meal." "What did you talk about?" "Our families, shared history, the new political situation in Iran, and a little shop talk." "What is his profession?" "He's an engineer for Shell." "Is that what he said to you?" "Yes, that's what he said. Do you have information suggesting otherwise?" "I'm not at liberty to say." "Then why are you trying to locate him?" "I cannot discuss that either. However, if you could assist us in finding him, we would be appreciative." "I'd trade appreciation for transparency," Jack countered. "Give me a clearer picture of the situation, and I'll consider what I can do." Raymond Wellesley pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting to the middle distance for a long moment. Very well, but not here. Are you available this afternoon? Is he implying my room is under surveillance? Jack wondered. It seemed far-fetched, but his training had taught him never to confuse what was probable with what was possible. I can make myself available. Wellesley rose and retrieved another business card from his suit jacket. With a silver pen, he wrote on the back and handed it to Jack. Meet me there at 2 o'clock. Following the ingrained habit taught to him by Ding Chavez, Hendley's top operations man, Jack took a taxi and arrived a full hour early. He spent that time walking the neighborhood, getting a feel for the upscale Zafaraniya district in northern Tehran where the address was located. Always know your exit. Or, in Ding's Special Forces parlance, always have your GTFO plan. Get the freak out. His research indicated Zafaraniya was an enclave for wealthy Iranians and expatriates. The apartment buildings, set behind tree-lined sidewalks, displayed a Pahlavi-era architectural blend of traditional Persian and modern European styles from the 1960s. A drizzle began to fall. Jack opened the umbrella recommended by the hotel concierge and continued down the glistening pavement. The few pedestrians he passed, largely Europeans in casual jackets and slacks, offered polite, brief smiles. The local residents, a mix of men and women, the latter without headscarves, gave simple nods. No smiles, not hostile, but not warm either. A neutral reception, which Jack took as a positive sign. He had dressed carefully to avoid standing out. At 10 minutes before 2, Jack approached the designated address, an apartment building framed by granite columns and a row of meticulously shaped boxwood hedges. He climbed the steps into a tiled entryway and found the intercom panel. He pressed the button for the 7th floor. A moment later, a voice crackled. Come up, Mr. Ryan. An educated guess or prior knowledge? Jack thought. Assume the latter. The interior door buzzed softly. Jack pushed it open, stepped through, and followed a carpeted runner to an old-fashioned elevator with a folding metal gate. It carried him to the 7th floor and another tiled foyer. As the gate clattered open, a door opposite him swung inward, revealing Raymond Wellesley. Early is on time, he remarked. A man after my own heart. Come in. Jack stepped inside after Wellesley, moving down a short corridor into a room that felt deliberately nondescript. The space was decorated in various shades of gray. The furniture, bland and functional, the kind of generic pieces that came with a rental. A perfectly forgettable safe house, Jack noted to himself. He paused in the doorway, scanning the layout. To his left, a pair of hallways likely led to bedrooms. To his right, a small alcove held a minibar. Near the windows, beside a sectional sofa, stood another man. He was of average height with dark, cropped hair and a thick beard, his skin deeply tanned as if he spent most of his days outside. Wellesley made the introduction. Jack, this is Matthew Spellman. Spellman circled the couch and offered his hand. Matt, Jack Ryan? Coffee, Mr. Ryan, Wellesley asked. Thanks. They arranged themselves in the sitting area, Jack in a wingback chair, Spellman settling on the sofa opposite. Wellesley poured a cup of coffee from the carafe on the low table between them before taking a seat beside Spellman. Jack lifted his mug slightly. To Anglo-American cooperation, let's hope it holds, Wellesley replied. Having already pegged Wellesley as SIS, Jack assumed Spellman was CIA. Whatever Seth Gregory was involved in or suspected of, it had clearly drawn serious attention. Part of Jack wanted to demand answers right then, but he knew that approach would backfire. Showing aggression might only make them more curious about him. Better to let them steer the conversation for now. Just so we're clear, Spellman began, we know exactly who you are. And who is that? The president's son. What if I weren't? Come now, Mr. Ryan. Wellesley cut in. We're not here to intimidate you. What brings you to Iran market analysis? I'm with Hendley Associates. We're familiar with Hendley, Spellman interrupted. But why Iran specifically? Like I said, market scouting. With President Farahani pushing toward moderation, there could be openings for foreign investment. We want to be positioned early if that happens. Sounds reasonable. Heck, maybe I should ask you for a few stock tips, Spellman said with a light laugh. Wellesley leaned forward. How long do you plan to stay? Jack recognized the dynamic, good cop, bad cop, or in this case, affable cop, and the slightly sharper British counterpart. A classic technique, even if Hollywood had worn it thin. My schedule is flexible, Jack answered. How well do you know Seth Gregory? Wellesley pressed. We go back to high school. When was the last time you spoke before yesterday? Spellman asked. Jack sensed they were retreading familiar ground intentionally. Yesterday at lunch, but you already know that, Wellesley clarified. He means before that email to arrange the meetup, which you also already know, Jack thought. The questioning dragged on for another 10 minutes, Wellesley circling back again and again to the details and depth of Jack's friendship with Seth. They were establishing a baseline, watching for any slip or contradiction. Spellman mostly stayed quiet, sipping his coffee and studying Jack's reactions, only occasionally interjecting with a casual remark to keep the tone shifting. Finally, Spellman set his mug down. Do you have any idea where he is now? Have you tried his apartment? We have, Wellesley said. Have you been there? I don't even know where it is. Pardis Condos off Nayesh Expressway. Jack mentally reviewed his still-developing map of Tehran. Nayesh Expressway was nowhere near Nayavaran Park, where Seth had claimed he lived. What is going on here? Jack shook his head. I've never been. I stopped by after our meeting this morning, Wellesley said. He's not there. In fact, it looks like the place hasn't been lived in for a while. He travels for work. We're aware, Wellesley replied, a thread of genuine frustration in his voice. It struck Jack as authentic, a potential pressure point he might use later if needed. Did you discuss his job at all? Spellman inquired. Just briefly. He does consulting work for Shell? Jack studied both men for any flicker of reaction, but their expressions remained unreadable. Look, I'm not sure what you want from me, he said. You both clearly know more about Seth's situation than I do. Are you going to fill me in? Seriously. Give me something to work with. Wellesley released a weary breath. Spellman placed his mug on the coffee table and leaned in, resting his elbows on his knees. We believe Seth has found himself in a difficult spot. We're here to help him. Let's be real, I don't even know who you are, but I've read my share of spy thrillers. You can keep your secrets, but if Seth is in trouble, I deserve to know what's happening. You really don't, Wellesley countered. My advice would be... Spellman lifted a hand, stopping his partner. Hold on, Raymond. All right, Jack, that's a fair point. I'm going to stick my neck out here. Don't make me regret it. Okay, I've got a family to think about. Spellman offered a somewhat apologetic smile. Jack realized he didn't entirely dislike the man. A calculated move. No doubt. I'll do what I can, Matt. We've been running an operation for about a year now. Seth has been managing it for us, but it has nothing to do with Iran. It's something else entirely. After your lunch, he was scheduled to come here for a briefing. When he didn't show, we checked his apartment. He hasn't been living there. The building manager mentioned he's been holding Seth's mail for nearly a month. Spellman paused, exchanging a look with Wellesley, who gave a slight nod of permission. He's also withdrawn funds from our operational account. We believe he may have left the country. Jack felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Spellman wasn't joking. Seth was in serious trouble. Was his old friend really the person he thought he was? The questions were piling up too fast. Jack nearly forgot to ask the next logical thing. The question any ordinary person would ask, even if he knew they'd dodge it. What do you mean? You mean an operation. What kind? What's the objective? Spellman gave another disarming smile. Sorry, that's classified information. Let's just say we're on the right side of things. You can't be serious. This feels like something out of a movie. This is entirely serious, Mr. Ryan, Wellesley stated. You must agree the situation doesn't look favorable for your friend. Of course, it could all be a simple misunderstanding. Crossed signals, Spellman added, which is precisely why we must locate Mr. Gregory immediately. Okay, I understand, Jack replied. All I have is his cell number and email. But I'm guessing you already have those. What are they? Spellman asked. Jack recited the information, and Spellman nodded in confirmation. Yes, those are correct. I don't believe Seth would do what you're implying. You're making it sound like he's a traitor. People can change, Spellman said. That's not the Seth I remember. You're familiar with the saying about the apple not falling far from the tree, I presume? Wellesley remarked. What? That old phrase? What does that even mean? Are you talking about Seth's father? He worked for the Department of Agriculture, for heaven's sake. Naturally. Jack rose to his feet. I've told you everything I know. If I hear from him, I'll tell him to contact you. For the record, I think you've got this all wrong. Both men stood as well. The American Spellman said, Wait a second, Jack. No, I'm finished here. Jack moved toward the door. Wellesley called after him, Mr. Ryan. Jack turned back. If you're not being truthful with us, or if you attempt to contact your friend without our knowledge, we will find out. Should that occur, your father's influence will only protect you so far. Is that a threat? The intelligence officer was doing exactly that. Jack knew, and given the supposed stakes, it wasn't entirely surprising. Still, the natural reaction for his public persona, Jack Ryan, Jr., the first son and everyday financial analyst, would be one of indignation and apprehension. Give them the performance they expect. I told you what I know. Seth and I had lunch for about an hour. That's the whole story. Spellman raised his hands in a placating gesture and moved around the couch. Jack, you're likely correct. Our priority is simply locating him. I understand you're his friend and feel protective. I would too. But trust me, you don't want to be caught in the middle of this. If you hear anything, reach out using the email on Raymond's card, and please don't go looking for him yourself. Raymond Wellesley gave a slow nod. Sound advice. Stepping outside, Jack drew a deep breath of the cool spring air, trying to process the encounter. This can't be right. Not Seth Spellman's warning about staying out of it barely registered. Not help his friend? Unthinkable. The real question was where to even begin. He recalled the phrase wilderness of mirrors, coined by the famously paranoid Cold War spy hunter James Jesus Angleton to describe the labyrinth of espionage. Remembering the Yeats poem now felt like a bizarre artifact of his Catholic school days. His next thought would have pleased Angleton. Are Raymond Wellesley and Matthew Spellman who they say they are? And if not, what's their real game? Jack cut the spiral short. That path led straight into confusion. He needed solid ground, starting with understanding who he was dealing with, and then finding Seth before they did. Short of shadowing the two men for weeks, he had one real option, tapping into the campus's resources. Since there was no remote access to Hendley's intelligence databases, it meant calling in a favor. Within 20 minutes of leaving the apartment, the request was in motion. Jack passed the afternoon aimlessly, then ate a quiet dinner of lamb stew in the hotel restaurant, downing 2 strong espressos before heading out. He walked 2 blocks south, hailed a cab, and directed it to Neavarin Park. The taxi dropped him at the southern entrance as the sun dipped below the horizon, the path ahead lined with trees and glowing street lamps. Deeper in the park, he could hear faint pop music and bursts of laughter, a reminder that this place, once the Shah's estate, was now a public library, a roller rink, and a teen hangout. Fighting the distraction, Jack continued north to the park's boundary at Purebdehaj Street. From there, it was a short walk east to Seth's secret apartment, the one Wellesley and Spellman knew nothing about. The neighborhood was older, built in the 1950s, but well kept, with tidy brownstones and freshly painted trim. Seth's building stood mid-block. Jack walked to the far end and found a small coffee shop. He took a window seat with a view of the building, ordered a decaf tea, and settled in to watch. 20 minutes later, having seen only a few passers-by, two with dogs, one rushing for a bus, Jack felt his phone vibrate. The screen showed Gavin's name, officially the campus's Director of Information Technology. Gavin Byrie was an unrivaled information scavenger. He hadn't questioned Jack's unofficial request to look into Wellesley and Spellman, though he'd pointedly said nothing about Seth. "Hey, Gavin, what's the word?" "Sleet." "That's the word," Gavin grumbled, his disdain for any weather not occurring inside a server room evident. "Rotten out here?" "Sorry to hear it. What did you find?" Raymond Lamont Wellesley and Matthew Spellman check out. Their titles are pretty bland, but that's to be expected. Wellesley's affiliation was listed simply as the Foreign Office, a tellingly vague designation, while Spellman was with the State Department's Bureau of Political Affairs, focusing on Europe and Eurasia. But the deeper I went, the more I found layers of administrative padding that screamed cover identity support. Byrie explained, referring to the fabricated details that bolster a false persona. "I'm going to keep looking. Any immediate concerns?" "Nothing yet. I'll be discreet." "Are you in a tight spot, Jack?" "Just being overly careful. It's likely nothing. I appreciate it, Gavin." Jack ended the call. He lingered over his tea for another 20 minutes, ensuring the area was secure, then settled his bill and left. He crossed the street and climbed the steps of the brownstone. The outer vestibule door was unlocked. He entered. In stark contrast to the building's plain exterior, the foyer was an elegant Persian-inspired space with intricate blue and white mosaic tiles underfoot and immaculate white walls. He paused, listening to the silence, then took the stairs to the 4th floor. The hallway was empty, lined with 4 apartment doors on each side. No sound came from behind any of them. A faint sense of unease crept up his neck. In a typical American apartment building, you'd at least catch the muffled sound of a television. Different customs, Jack reasoned. He moved down the corridor, passing Seth's door, number 406, and stopped at the fire exit to listen once more. If he had been followed, his pursuers had 2 options: wait for him to leave or come inside after him. Jack settled onto the windowsill, his back against the Roman shade, and prepared to wait. Hurry up and wait. It was a phrase both Clark and Ding had used often. In both military and intelligence work, patience wasn't just a virtue. It was a survival tool. He waited 10 minutes, then added another 5 for good measure before returning to Seth's door. He listened for a moment, then slid the key into the lock, turned the knob, and stepped inside, quietly engaging the deadbolt behind him. The room was dark, save for the pale moonlight filtering through 2 windows on the far wall. Gloves, Jack thought with a pang of regret. I should have brought gloves. From the corner of his eye, he detected motion, a shadowed figure rushing from a side hallway. Jack pivoted to meet the threat. His mind rapidly analyzed the attack, likely no firearm, or the man wouldn't be charging. Arms held tight to the body suggested no obvious blade or club. This frantic, headlong rush meant Jack's arrival had taken him by surprise. Now instinct took over. Jack let the man close a few more feet, then dodged to the right, off the attack line, spun again, and twisted his body, driving his elbow into the back of the man's head as he passed. The blow was glancing, insufficient. The man turned, adopting a fighter's crouch, and launched a Muay Thai-style kick. His shin connected solidly with Jack's left thigh, sending an immediate numbing shock through his quadriceps. This wasn't a wild, desperate move, Jack realized. His attacker was trained. Stumbling backward, Jack tried to shift his weight to his good leg, but the man charged again, driving him toward the windows. Ending the fight with a back full of glass was not an option. Jack sidestepped in a half-stumble, then surged forward, ducking under a straight right punch and burying his own right hook into the man's ribs. The man staggered sideways. Jack's injured leg felt useless. He wasn't going to win this on his feet. He pushed off with his right leg and crashed into the man, sending them both tumbling to the floor in a tangled heap. With Jack on top, the man rolled onto his back, wrapped his legs around Jack's waist, and pulled Jack's head down against his chest. Damn it! The man knew Brazilian jiu-jitsu, too. If Jack didn't break free quickly, he'd undoubtedly find himself locked in a rear-naked chokestand or fall. The fight was on. Jack had to act. An elbow cracked against his temple, sending a burst of light across his vision. The world tilted, darkness crowding in. Bracing for the next assault, he raised his forearms, shielding his head as blows rained down until he could find his balance. With a sudden twist, he broke free from the man's hold and drove his head forward, his forehead connecting with a sickening crunch against the attacker's cheek. A palm shot upward, catching Jack's chin, and fingers scrambled toward his eyes. Jack wrenched his face away. "Don't stop now," he told himself. "Finish this before you're finished." He hammered his head down once, twice, a third time. While the man was still dazed, Jack's hands found his ears, and he slammed the back of the man's skull against the unyielding floor. He did it again and again until the body beneath him went slack. Gulping air, Jack rolled away, untangling himself from the man's legs. He strained to look down the hallway, the direction of the initial charge. It was empty, a small mercy, as he was in no condition for another round. His head pounded in time with the blood roaring in his ears. Operating on pure instinct, he crawled back, rolled the man onto his stomach, and planted a knee on his neck. There was no movement, no sound. A dark, slick pool of blood was spreading on the wood floor. Jack's fingers searched the man's throat and found a carotid pulse, steady and strong. A wave of relief washed over him. He had taken lives before, grim necessity of his work, but it never sat right. It always left a hollow, unsettled feeling in his gut, which, according to John Clark, was a good sign. "The day it doesn't bother you," Clark had once remarked, "either in the moment or later when you're alone with your thoughts, that's when you've got a real problem." Hearing such introspection from a hardened operator like Clark had caught Jack off guard. He'd mused whether the years were softening the man, though he'd never be foolish enough to call them golden years to his face. Jack's left leg began to jerk violently. He sat down hard on the floor, scooting backward before massaging his thigh until the tremors finally ceased. That kick had been something else. A second one would have put him down for good. Might be time to look into some Muay Thai lessons, he thought idly. He needed to focus. Was this a chance encounter? Or a planned trap? One way to find out, he patted the man down, retrieving a wallet from a back pocket and tucking it into his own waistband. On the man's right hip was a paddle holster holding a 9mm. Jack ejected the magazine, fully loaded, and checked the chamber. A round was ready to fire. So it was a surprise for both of them. In a proper ambush, the gun would have already been out. This guy had time to draw, but didn't. He must have frozen Jack's dumb luck had held. "Just who are you?" he muttered to the unconscious form. That was a puzzle for later. He took the pistol and slipped it into his jacket pocket. Pushing himself up, Jack limped to the windows and closed the blinds, then flipped on the overhead light. The room was barren except for a lonely floor lamp in the corner. He unplugged it, yanked the cord free, and used it to bind the man's hands securely. In the adjoining kitchenette, he flicked on the range hood light. A glass sat on the counter. He filled it with tap water and drank it down. Then another. His hands wouldn't stop trembling. He set the glass down, clenched his fists until they steadied, and then rummaged through the nearly empty freezer. His fingers closed around a bag of frozen carrots. He kept the bag pressed to his leg as he moved down the short hallway. The bathroom was bare, holding only a bar of soap in the shower stall and a hand towel draped over the rack. A lone toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste sat on the sink's edge. Inside the medicine cabinet, he spotted a bottle of ibuprofen with Farsi script on the label. He shook out 4 pills and swallowed them dry, then studied his reflection. A patch on his forehead glowed an angry red, and his right cheekbone was puffy and raw. It could have been much worse, he told himself. He ran the water, splashed his face, and dried it with the towel. At the hall's end was a bedroom furnished with a camping cot, a folding chair, and a card table. A flexible neck lamp was clamped to the table's edge. The room's single window was shrouded by heavy blackout curtains, their seams sealed with silver duct tape, allowing only a thin sliver of light to penetrate. In the corner sat a small floor safe, its door firmly shut. "Charming place, Seth," Jack murmured under his breath. What in the world are you mixed up in? Why would his friend trade a comfortable apartment for this bleak hideaway? According to Spellman, Seth's mail had been accumulating for nearly a month. Assuming that's when he moved here, what had forced his hand? And why had Seth entrusted him with a key? It wasn't for a casual visit. Seth had wanted him to find this place, to discover something, probably whatever was inside that safe. Jack walked over, knelt, and tested the handle. It was locked. Suddenly, Seth's parting words from their meeting at the Shybar Cafe echoed in his mind. "There are steaks in the freezer." "A real comedian," Jack muttered. He left the bedroom and stopped cold. A man stood at the end of the hallway, a pistol aimed squarely at Jack's chest. "Don't make a sound," the man said, his voice low, "or I'll drop you right here." The accent was unmistakably American. His face was hidden by a black balaclava. Quiet son of a gun, Jack thought. Was this one of Matt Spellman or Raymond Wellesley's operatives? If not, this was one unbelievable coincidence. The man held a semi-automatic fitted with a noise suppressor as large as a soda can. With a piece that size, a gunshot would be little louder than a heavy book hitting the floor. Jack's pulse began to hammer in his ears. "Hands in the air," the man ordered. Jack raised his hands. The bag of carrots he'd been holding tumbled to the floor. "Did you finish him, the guy out there?" the man asked. "Not exactly. Gave him a good working over, though. It was him or me. A friend of yours, quiet, I ask, you answer. If these two were partners, this one wasn't showing it." "You've got his weapon, right?" the man said. "Turn around and take it out. Use 2 fingers on the barrel, nice and slow. Set it down." Jack turned his back, and as he drew the 9mm, he subtly tensed his abdomen and hunched forward, working the wallet further down the front of his pants. He knelt, repeating the motion, and placed the gun on the floor, hoping the wallet remained concealed. "Turn around and kick it over to me," Balaclava said. Jack complied. The pistol skittered across the hardwood and came to rest near the man's feet. Without lowering his own weapon, Balaclava knelt, retrieved the gun, and tucked it into his waistband. "I'm still breathing," Jack thought. That was a promising sign, and also a terribly ominous one. An instinct told him this new arrival wasn't the type of person you wanted as a companion in a confined space. "Look," Jack said, "I just walked in, and that guy came at me. That's the whole story. Let me walk out of here, and—" The man gave a short, humorless laugh. "Not a chance, pal. Walk toward me. Do it carefully, or I'll put a round in your knee, understand?" Understood. Hands still raised, Jack advanced down the hall. The man retreated, maintaining the distance until they were both back in the main room. "Stop right there." The man moved to the door and switched off the overhead light. The room plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow from the kitchenette. "On your knees, cross your ankles." Jack paused, weighing his dwindling options. The distance was impossible to overcome. The stranger could easily fire 3 shots into Jack before he managed a single step. "Don't overthink it," the man advised. "Just follow my lead, and we might even become pals." Jack lowered himself to his knees. The man moved to the motionless form on the floor, crouched, and checked for a pulse. "Is he breathing?" Jack asked. "He is? That's fortunate for you. Perhaps he has some ID, for crying out loud. Just be quiet. You're not picking this up very fast, are you?" Jack gave a slight shrug. "Turn around, face the other way. Jack shook his head. "If you're planning to kill me, relax. I prefer to see a person's eyes. We're going to have a little conversation. How you fare depends entirely on your cooperation. Turn around." Jack's heart hammered against his ribs. He was out of options. He could either turn willingly or have his kneecap shattered by a bullet. Is this really how it all ends, he wondered. Once more, he stifled the urge to lunge at the man. Jack suspected this chat would involve considerable agony and likely some bloodshed, but it might also grant him a few precious moments. Regardless of what happened next, the outcome seemed grim. His only play was to stall. The man let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, for Pete's sake. A bullet tore into the floorboards just inches from Jack's knees. Splinters stung his legs. He clenched his eyes shut. You've got to be kidding me. You're trying my patience? Turn around. Final chance. Jack slowly pivoted to face the windows. Footsteps echoed on the wooden floor behind him. Then a sudden, brutal impact crashed against the back of his skull, and everything went black. Jack ulted awake, his body lurching upward. His head struck something solid with a muffled thud. He cracked his eyes open slightly. Sharp waves of pain spread across his skull and throbbed behind his eyes. He shut them again, taking several slow, deep breaths until the ache began to subside. What had happened? The ambush. The man in the mask. The surface beneath him was vibrating, emitting a crinkling, plastic sound. His mind began piecing it together. He was moving inside a vehicle. He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. A compact white panel van, its walls lined with racks holding spools of wire and various hand tools. An electrician's van. Remember that detail, Jack told himself. He was lying on a plastic sheet, his feet pointing toward the front seats, his head resting against the driver's side wheel well. His jacket was missing, leaving him in just a polo shirt. Shifting slightly, he felt his back pocket was empty. They'd taken his wallet, which held his Virginia driver's license, personal credit cards, hotel key card, and his encrypted satellite phone. None of those items would lead his captors anywhere useful. Like all operatives from the campus, Jack maintained strict digital discipline. His phone was protected by a strong password. He routinely wiped his call history, avoided discussing anything sensitive over text or email, kept his contacts list bland, and memorized all important numbers except for Henley's main line. In short, his phone was a digital ghost, just like his room at the Parisian Hotel Azadi. Still, if they discovered he was Jack Ryan Jr., ready or not, he knew his name made him a prime target. The plastic tarp he lay on was an ominous sign. It hinted they planned to begin their interrogation right here in the van. A bloody interior would be inconvenient. His wrists were bound tightly together with a heavy-duty zip tee, but his ankles were free. A small advantage from the front seat, a voice ordered, "Check on him." Jack recognized it. The man from the ambush. Jack closed his eyes. Through his eyelids, he sensed the beam of a flashlight sweep across his face. The light clicked off. "Still unconscious," a voice replied. This one was unfamiliar, carrying a distinct gruff American accent, straight out of New York. Jack was sure he'd broken the nose of the man back in Seth's hideout, but this guy's voice gave nothing away. The dark wool beanie pulled low could be hiding any kind of scalp wound. In the apartment, Balaclava had acted almost indifferent about the guy Jack had taken down. His kidnappers were American, and Wellesley and Spellman had told him to stay out of it. Was this their answer? "How much farther?" Balaclava asked. 2 miles. Turn left up ahead." "There's a car behind us now." "The one from the show mall? Hard to say. Could be." "Damn, maybe they're—" "Just breathe. It's probably nobody." A few seconds later, Jack heard the soft click of the turn signal, then felt the van swing onto a new road. He opened his eyes and tilted his head back. Upside down through the rear window, he saw the moon for a second before it vanished as they completed the turn. The tires started crunching over gravel. Were they outside Tehran now? Another bad sign. A dark, lonely road, his hands tied, lying on a tarp in the back of a van. Shomel, the name rang a bell, and the way Balaclava said it hinted at a highway. Jack tried to picture his mental map of the city but came up empty. Didn't matter. Only one thing did. He had to get out. Now, if they reached wherever they were going with him still inside, it was over. How far would he even get? Screw it. Better to die on his feet than on this floor. Did they follow the turn? The American asked. No, they kept going. We're clear. Not so fast, Jack thought. He drew his knees to his chest, took a sharp breath, and slammed both feet into the driver's seat. Balaclava jerked forward, his head cracking against the steering wheel. The van swerved right, tires thumping over the rough shoulder. "Grab him! Grab him!" Balaclava shouted. Jack pivoted on his hips, curled his legs again, and kicked at the rear doors. Knowing it wouldn't give on the first try, he kicked again, grunting with the strain, then again and again until the doors finally burst open. Suddenly, the roar of the tires and the red glow of taillights flooded the space. The van veered left. Jack slammed into the side wall, rolled, got his feet under him, and rose into a crouch, banging his head on the roof. Hands grabbed at his hips, yanking him back. Headlights poured inside. A horn blared. How close? He couldn't tell. Squinting against the glare, Jack twisted free. "Son of a," the American yelled. "Get back here! Don't let him go!" Balaclava called. Jack tucked into a ball and hurled himself out the doors. He hit the ground hip-ist. The impact shuddered up his spine and punched the air from his lungs. He tumbled over the gravel, stones scraping his arms, his vision flashing with pieces of dark sky, dirt, tall grass, and blinding headlights. An engine roared behind him, tires screeched. A rush of air hit him as a car swerved past. Jack felt himself plowing through grass, then tumbling down an embankment. He finally stopped, flat on his back and staring up. His stomach lurched into his throat, and his vision sparkled with stars. He rolled onto his belly, wedged his bound hands under his chest, and pushed up to his knees. Down the road, the van's brake lights flashed as it skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust. 30 feet back, the trailing car was sliding to a stop too. Perfect, Jack thought. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Now he had at least 3 people after him. The van's door swung open and Balaclava jumped out. Jack got to his feet and started to turn to run, then froze. The trailing car's engine revved, swerved around the van, and aimed straight for Balaclava, who dove back inside. The car plowed into the open door, tearing it clean off and sending it flipping over the hood and roof in a shower of metal and glass. The Mercedes slid to a halt, its reverse lights flaring before it rolled backward until it was parallel with the van. As it passed, 3 sharp bursts of orange fire spat from the passenger window. "What the hell?" Jack whispered under his breath. The van lurched forward, its rear doors flapping wildly, kicking up a spray of dirt and stones before its taillights vanished into the swirling dust. The black sedan kept reversing, gaining momentum, then whipped into a tight J-turn and slid to a stop, blocking the road opposite Jack. A woman's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the driver's window. "Get in now!" Jack stood frozen. "Move! They'll be back any second!" Realizing he had no other option, Jack stumbled across the road, skirted the car's trunk, and yanked open the passenger door. He threw himself inside, the door slamming shut just as the dome light flicked off and the car surged forward. In that brief instant, he caught a glimpse of dark, flowing hair and perfectly polished fingertips gripping the wheel. Driving without headlights, the Mercedes's engine roared as it devoured the gravel road until they hit a paved intersection. The woman swung left onto the asphalt. In the brief glow of the dashboard, Jack saw a square blue sign with a white number 3. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the speedometer needle raced past 85 miles per hour. They drove in tense silence, her eyes constantly flicking between the road ahead and the rear-view mirror. She looked to be in her mid-30s, with striking, dark, almond-shaped eyes, pronounced cheekbones, and a subtly arched nose. Iranian Jack assumed, though her accent was a curious blend of British crispness and something else entirely. "I wouldn't recommend trying to jump out at this speed," she finally remarked, her tone dry. "You'd leave a rather messy impression on the pavement." "Perspective is everything," Jack replied, twisting to look out the back window. "No pursuing lights. They won't catch us," she stated flatly. "Their vehicle lacks the necessary enthusiasm." The real question, Jack thought, was whether he'd traded one danger for another. As if sensing his doubt, she added, "You're safe. I'm not with them." Her voice carried a sincerity that felt real. "There's a pocket knife in the glove box," she told him. Jack rummaged until his fingers closed around the cool metal. He sawed through the plastic zip tie binding his wrists, then rubbed the raw, blood-smeared skin. "Your car's going to need a new paint job," he observed. "I have a spare. How do you know Seth Gregory?" "Who says I do?" "You visited his apartment. You shared a meal with him." This revelation stung. Jack prided himself on his situational awareness, yet he'd completely missed her tailing him. "How do you know Seth?" he countered. "Answer my question first." A thread of steel entered her voice. "We go way back. What was the name of his high school? St. Matthew's Academy. Now how do you know him?" "Seth and I were colleagues." Something in her delivery told Jack she wasn't in the oil business. The woman eased off the gas, turned onto another paved road, and accelerated again. Through the windshield, the distant glow of a city skyline came into view. "Tehran," he presumed. "What's your name?" she asked. "We haven't reached that level of intimacy." Jack deflected. He paused, then posed another test. "How long was Seth in the Marine Corps?" She let out an exasperated sigh. "I don't enjoy these games. In case it slipped your mind, I just pulled you out of a very bad situation. Answer the question." "He tried to enlist after college, University of Illinois for your records, but he was medically disqualified. A football injury wrecked his knee. It was surgically rebuilt 3 times. He still wears a brace and gets cortisone shots." It was the correct answer. The rejection had devastated Seth, whose desire to serve had been all-consuming. Jack had even flown to Illinois to try and lift his spirits with only partial success. For Seth, that closed door remained a lifelong regret. She also mentioned he'd attempted to enlist in the Coast Guard, but they turned him down as well. Turning her head toward him, she asked, "Convinced?" While her familiarity with Seth's history wasn't ironclad evidence of their connection, it was enough for now. "I'm Jack. Jack Ryan. Seth has talked about you, terrific." Jack braced for the usual recognition, the whole son of the president routine, but it never came. Instead, she simply released the steering wheel and shook his hand with a solid grip. "I'm Isabel Kashani." During his early CIA years in Russia, John Clark had picked up a fair amount of the language. One piece of advice he often shared was the old Russian saying, "Doверяй, no проверяй," trust, but verify, a phrase President Reagan famously used during arms talks. Clark had told Jack the proverb applied perfectly to intelligence work. Jack figured he'd extend a cautious trust to Isabel for the moment. How he'd actually check her story was another matter entirely. He wasn't even sure what kind of situation he'd stumbled into. Either way, having someone on his side couldn't hurt. They drove without speaking for a quarter of an hour, reaching the northern edges of Tehran. Jack finally broke the silence. "Is this the Shomel?" "Why do you ask?" I caught the driver mentioning it. "It's the Tehran-Shomel Expressway. Once you're outside the city, it turns into Freeway 3. "Any clue where they were planning to take me?" Jack asked. "You mean besides a nice, shallow ditch?" Isabel replied dryly. "No idea. Do you know who they work for?" As he said it, the memory of the wallet flashed in his mind. In all the chaos, he'd forgotten about the second American's billfold. He patted his waistband. It was still there. Thank heaven for sloppy pat-downs. Do you need a private moment? Isabel asked. Hilarious. Jack pulled out the wallet and flipped it open. Isabel glanced over. Where'd you get that? Took it off one of them back at the scene. What about yours? They have it. Inside were a driver's license and a couple of credit cards. He tucked it into the back pocket of his khakis. Where are we headed? He asked. My place. We need to talk. And frankly, you're a wreck. Your arms, your face. She winced slightly. You look terrible. Jack examined his forearms. Below the sleeves of his polo shirt, the skin was raw and scraped, as if he'd been dragged across concrete. It can wait. I need to get back to Seth's apartment. Why? The stakes. Isabel went quiet for a second, then her tone shifted with a spark of understanding. Right? The stakes? Isabel navigated through the city with careful, winding turns, taking a deliberately indirect route toward Seth's building. She looped back through narrow alleys and side streets until she seemed confident they weren't being tailed. She had training, Jack noted. Who showed you how to do that? He asked. Seth. Just a few basics, really. She parked a block north of Seth's building across from the cafe where Jack had drunk tea earlier that night. The cafe was shut down, its wide windows dark. The Mercedes's dashboard clock read 12:09. Nearly 3 hours since he'd been grabbed from the apartment. He and Isabel sat in the dim quiet, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. After 10 minutes of watching the street, Jack said, Nothing. You see anything? No. This feels like a mistake, Jack. I'm not sure my night can get much worse. There's something inside I have to get. Assuming it's even still there, he thought. Isabel corrected. We have to get. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Jack muttered. Fine, let's go. 3 minutes later, they stood outside Seth's apartment door. Isabel reached into her shoulder bag and produced a compact, hammerless .38 caliber revolver. Jack held out his hand and whispered, Can I take it? Why? Just trust me, Isabel. She studied him for a second, then placed the revolver in his palm. The key, he suddenly remembered. He patted his pockets. Hell, the key, they must have grabbed it. Wait, Isabel said softly. She dug through her purse and pulled out a tarnished bronze key. Try this one. Jack took it. Where'd this come from? Seth gave it to me along with the key to his place in Pardis. I thought it was for something over there. Let's give it a shot, Jack said, sliding the key into the lock. The deadbolt retracted with a solid thunk. He used his knuckle to push the door open, letting it swing until the knob tapped the wall inside. The apartment was pitch black, the window shades pulled tight. The man he'd knocked out on the floor was no longer there, but a dark smear of blood marked the spot where his head had rested. Jack waited, listening, then peered around the doorframe. Seeing nothing, he stepped inside with his revolver held close, Isabel following silently before shutting and locking the door behind them. Moving quietly, Jack checked the small kitchen, then moved down the hall to clear the bathroom and bedroom. When he returned to the main room, Isabel was staring at the bloodstain. What went down here? She whispered. Someone was waiting for me, Jack replied. Did you finish him? Was he with the van? No, and possibly we need to move. Watch your step, avoid the blood, be mindful of what you touch. Fingerprints. Old habit. Speaking of which, why are you carrying? For safety, assaults are getting worse here in Tehran. Some blame it on women not covering their hair. Utter nonsense. They moved to the bedroom. Jack adjusted the curtains to block the center gap, then switched on the lamp sitting on the card table. He handed Isabel the folding chair, barricaded the front door. She returned shortly and gestured toward the safe. What is that thing? When were you last in this apartment? 2 weeks ago with Seth? That wasn't here. Jack knelt beside the safe. The hardwood floor around its base was freshly scratched and gouged, clear signs someone had been trying to pry it loose. If they wanted what was inside that badly, they'd be back with better tools. The stakes Isabel suddenly remembered. Right, The steaks back in the kitchenette, Jack turned on the stove light and rummaged through the freezer. He pulled out 4 steaks wrapped in white butcher paper and dumped them on the counter. As they unwrapped the meat, Isabel found it. On the inside of one wrapper, a sequence of numbers was written in black marker, 37, 42, 51. Jack folded the paper, tucked it into his pocket, and they quickly rewrapped the remaining steaks and returned them to the freezer. In the bedroom, Jack dialed the combination into the safe and pressed the lever. The door swung open with a heavy click. Inside was a thick brown accordion folder. Jack pulled it out and checked the empty interior. Time to go. After wiping down every surface they might have touched with a hand towel from the bathroom, they slipped back into the hallway and locked the apartment door. To their left, the stairwell door burst open and then slammed shut. Moving quickly, Jack and Isabel headed for the fire exit at the end of the corridor. Jack placed his hands on the horizontal push bar, offered a silent hope, and shoved. No alarm sounded. They stepped through, and Jack gently closed the door behind them. They stood frozen, listening. After a moment, the echo of footsteps on concrete stairs rose from below. Jack leaned over the railing and looked down. 2 floors beneath them, a figure emerged onto a landing, a semi-automatic pistol visible in his right hand, before disappearing down the next flight. Jack turned to Isabel, pointed upward, and brought a finger to his lips. She nodded and began climbing. Jack waited until she reached the next landing before following. They climbed steadily, Jack periodically glancing over the railing to track the man's progress, now on the 3rd floor. They finally reached the 6th and top floor. A short, dimly lit corridor led to a steel door that Jack hoped was roof access. He pointed toward it and mimed turning a key. Isabel nodded and moved silently down the hall. After a brief pause, she gave a nod and pushed the door open, its hinges groaning with a rusty protest. Both Isabel and Jack went perfectly still. The only sound was the heavy thud of footsteps ascending the staircase below. With a silent, urgent gesture, Jack motioned for Isabel to move. He followed her out onto the gravel-covered roof, then paused. Ducking back inside, he used the revolver's barrel to smash the lone light bulb, plunging the hallway into darkness. He slipped back out, easing the door almost shut, but leaving it slightly ajar. In a hushed tone, he instructed Isabel, "Head to the far edge and keep your back to the door. Pull your hair up under your collar. No matter what you hear, don't turn around." To her credit, Isabel moved without question. Jack flattened himself against the wall beside the doorway, revolver in hand. Seconds ticked by. From inside came the distinct crunch of glass underfoot. More silence. Then the door swung inward and a voice with a sharp New York accent commanded, "Freeze, hands in the air." Isabel's arms went up. In one fluid motion, Jack slammed the door shut. It struck the man with a solid thud, sending him reeling back into the doorframe before he stumbled into view. Jack closed the distance in 2 quick strides and delivered a sharp kick to the side of the man's knee. His leg gave way and he collapsed onto the gravel. Dazed, his pistol skittered away across the stones. As much as Jack would have loved to interrogate him right then, time wasn't a luxury. He drew his leg back and drove his heel into the man's right ear. With a choked grunt, the man went limp, face down in the gravel. A flicker of guilt surfaced in Jack's mind, some deeply ingrained notion of fair play from childhood, but he shoved it aside. Out here, with men like this, there was no such thing as a fair fight. He rolled the man over. The back of his head was caked with dried blood, his left cheek swollen, the bone around his eye socket visibly misshapen, clear reminders of their earlier scuffle in the apartment. One question answered. Jack quietly closed the door. Isabel approached, knelt, and checked for a pulse. "He's breathing," she confirmed. Having a spectacularly terrible evening, Jack mused. "Go through his pockets." She did, then shook her head. "Nothing." "Jack, you just used me as live bait." If they want me alive, they'd want you the same way. Now, find us that fire escape, please. Next time, give me a warning, Isabel said tersely, turning to search the perimeter. Jack retrieved the man's 9mm, tucked it into his jacket, then dragged the unconscious man by his collar, propping him against the door as a makeshift barricade. "Over here," Isabel called from the opposite corner of the roof. He jogged over. "The coast looks clear," she whispered. "You first," Jack replied. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Isabel's building, an 18-story high-rise in an upscale, garden-filled district just off Valley Asser Street. Inside her apartment, Jack took in the blend of sleek modern design and traditional Persian elements, a sunken conversation pit, a gourmet kitchen with stainless steel appliances, and a cream-colored Berber carpet. One entire wall was a towering bookshelf, filled at first glance with classical literature and historical volumes, several appearing quite rare. As Isabel moved through the space, switching on various lamps, Jack stood by the French doors leading to a balcony, gazing out at Tehran's glittering skyline. Below, he could see a tree-fringed lake encircled by what looked like old-fashioned gas lamps. He kept Isabel in his peripheral vision until she came to stand beside him. "That's Mellet Park," she said softly. "It's lovely, don't you think?" "It is," he agreed. She handed him a square glass, a quarter filled with amber liquid and clinking ice. He accepted it, then asked, "Just out of curiosity, Isabel, this place your Mercedes, are you wealthy?" "My father is," the answer, gave Jack a moment's pause. Was all of this just a thrilling diversion for her, a way to spice up a life of comfortable privilege? The thought left a sour taste, and he sincerely hoped that wasn't the case. Jack had been through this kind of nonsense before, back when his father was first in office, so he really had no room to judge Isabel's situation. "Iranian fathers tend to be very protective," she explained. He simply nodded. "I get it, don't you dare judge," she warned. "I didn't say a word. It's in your tone." He took a drink from his glass. The scotch was chilled and sharp, burning on the way down before spreading a warm glow through his stomach. "Aren't you Muslim?" he asked. "Mostly lapsed, bold only in private. Tehran is evolving, but it'll be a long time before you can stroll down the sidewalk with a bottle in a paper sack. Let's hope the progress holds." "I'll drink to that." She took a sip and nodded toward the park below. It was called Shahanshahi Park, before the revolution, Park of the King of Kings. I guess Khomeini decided that sounded a little too imperial. Jack looked over at her. "I'm sorry about the rooftop. I shouldn't have put you in that position." Was he only apologizing because she was a woman? Probably not. If it had been him and one of the guys up there, that was just part of the job. But Isabel hadn't signed on for that level of risk. Not really. Still, she'd held her own. In fact, she'd likely saved his life. "Apology accepted," she replied. "Just don't make a habit of it. Why did you have me turn away from the door? And why fuss with my hair?" "So he wouldn't see your face clearly, and hopefully wouldn't realize you were a woman." "Ah, thanks for the assist back on the road. By the way, my odds of getting very far on my own weren't great. Something tells me you'd have managed." He noticed her accent then. Only the faintest trace of Persian lingered in her speech. Despite himself, Jack found it intriguing, almost captivating. "I'm mostly a product of Western education," she offered. "I went to the Leiden American School in Switzerland, then studied politics and international relations at Cambridge. Educated in the decadent West," Jack remarked. "How did you swing that? My father was a physician. He also served on the Tehran City Council for years, a true politician who knew how to walk a tightrope and collect favors." Isabel paused, a slight smile touching her lips. Besides, even hardliners like Khomeini sometimes wanted their children educated abroad. The idea was to absorb the imperialists' knowledge and bring it back to serve Iran. "And have you?" "Not exactly. I lecture at the University of Tehran. Somehow our department has stayed clear of politics, and Sharia law if you can believe it all right. That's enough questioning, Jack. I wasn't. Let's take care of your arms before you bleed on my rug, and that eye of yours is nearly swollen shut, not a good look for you. She guided him down a hall to a spacious bathroom tiled in warm, earthy tones. She told him to sit on the closed toilet lid, then ran hot water into the sink basin and dropped in a washcloth. "You really don't have to do this," Jack said. Isabel just smiled, wringing out the cloth and handing it to him. "So presumptuous. I'll go get the first aid kit." She slipped out, and Jack could hear her searching through a hall closet. When she returned, she was carrying a clear plastic case. Gritting his teeth against the sting, Jack cleaned the grime from his forearms, revealing angry red scrapes underneath. She passed him a towel to pat his skin dry. "Hurts?" she asked. "Yeah." She took a small spray bottle from the kit. "Arms, please." Jack held them out, and she misted the abrasions. He flinched. "Other side," Isabel instructed, then repeated the process on the insides of his forearms. "Now lift your shirt." "What?" "Just do it, Jack." He pulled up his polo shirt. She examined his torso, gently pressing here and there with her fingertip. "Why, Isabel?" Jack asked. "That's not a Persian name, is it? My mother was second-generation American, a spirited Andalusian, or so my father always said. I suppose I have her to thank for my dual citizenship. She passed away when I was 2 years old. I'm sorry to hear that. It's just how life goes sometimes." Her words were light, but Jack noticed none of that lightness in her tone. Living with only borrowed memories of your mother had to be difficult. After finishing her check of his ribs and chest, Isabel announced, "Just some bruising. You got lucky." Then again, that van wasn't moving very fast. "I still think it was a pretty bold move," Jack replied, feigning offense. "All right, Indiana Jones. How's your eyesight? Feeling sick at all?" "Not at all. I have a thick skull." In more than one sense of the phrase, Isabel soaked a piece of gauze and gently cleaned the cut on his cheekbone, then another on his forehead. She leaned back, studied her work with a critical eye, and gave a satisfied nod. "That's an improvement. Come to the kitchen, and I'll get you some ice." "I'll be fine, Jack. If people are searching for you, a shiner like that will make you stand out. You can take a shower if you want. There's a robe hanging on the door. I'll fix us something to eat. We have a great deal to discuss." A massive understatement, Jack thought. His mental list of questions was already growing. Clean from the shower and wrapped in a white terrycloth robe, which he noted was a man's size, Jack walked into the kitchen. Isabel was warming a casserole in the microwave. She gestured to the counter where 4 pills were waiting. "Ibuprofen. Appreciated." "Feeling any better?" Isabel asked. "Much. Should I be expecting a visitor?" Jack tugged at the lapel of the robe and gave it a little shaky. Isabel smiled. "Curious, aren't you? I've had my fill of unexpected events for one evening. The owner isn't coming back." "Am I wearing Seth's robe?" Jack wondered. The microwave beeped. Isabel opened it, and using oven mitts, lifted out the dish. She set it on the counter and began ladling stew into bowls. "Koreshte kime bademjun," she said. "A Persian eggplant stew. You'll enjoy it." Jack carried their bowls to the small dining area and sat, spread across the mahogany table, was the accordion folder from Seth's safe, along with the wallet and the 9mm pistol Jack had taken from his assailant. "I haven't gone through any of it," she stated, taking her seat. She placed a blue gel ice pack beside his bowl. Holding the ice to his cheek with one hand, Jack tried a spoonful of the stew. The tender pieces of eggplant carried the warm, earthy flavors of turmeric and onion. "You're right, it's very good. So ask your questions, Jack," she prompted. Unsure where to begin, he took a moment to organize his thoughts. "Did Seth own a car?" "That's your opening question," Isabel responded with an entertained smile. "No, he didn't. He used cabs and the bus." "When did you start tailing me?" "After I left Chaibar, yes. Seth mentioned the two of you were having lunch. It was the first time I'd seen him seem genuinely cheerful in weeks. Great disguise, by the way. You looked a decade younger. Thank you, I suppose. Jack wasn't entirely shocked that Seth hadn't recognized Isabel, assuming she was telling the truth about their acquaintance. To manage his ADHD, Seth had a habit of tuning out everything except the person he was directly engaged with. Clearly, Isabel was aware of this. But why the surveillance in the first place? Why follow me? If Isabel had picked him up at Shy Bar, it meant she'd been watching him for nearly a day and a half and had tracked him to his meeting with Spellman and Wellesley. Whatever her involvement, her commitment was evident. Why not just follow Seth? Isabel said. For some time now, I've had a feeling he was in some kind of trouble and keeping it from me. Besides, Seth can be elusive, particularly recently. He would have made me. If he was or is in trouble, why would you assume he'd confide in you? We're friends, Jack. And yes, strictly friends. None of my business. But you were thinking about it. That's not the full story, though, is it? You're more than friends. You're partners of a sort, after a manner of speaking. That's not a real answer. Instead of replying, Isabel posed her own question. What were you doing at that building in the Zaffaranieh district? Jack was growing tired of this verbal fencing, but he decided playing along might move them past the impasse. I was supposed to meet a guy named Speidel. Isabel sighed, clearly annoyed. It's Spellman, Jack. Matt Spellman. Right? My mistake. Seth was reporting directly to him. It struck Jack as odd that Seth would give her his handler's real name. In the basic rules of spycraft, that was a major breach. Why would he take that risk? Did she know about Raymond Wellesley, too? Spellman believes Seth has disappeared and that he took a significant amount of money with him. He's correct about Seth vanishing. The money part I can't confirm. Jack decided to take a chance. You were part of his network, weren't you? One of his assets. It made sense if Seth was reporting to both Wellesley and Spellman. They were likely running him. Handlers manage assets. The direct line without intermediaries suggested Seth was overseeing the entire operation. But what was his actual role? Was he a recruited agent or a CIA officer? And what was the network's objective? Something involving Iran. The questions kept piling up, and Jack hated feeling so far behind. Who were the men who grabbed me, he asked. I don't know their identities, Isabel replied. But I did manage to get the van's license plate. She paused, closing her eyes briefly to visualize it, then recited the number. Is it possible they got yours as well? Jack asked. Unlikely. They were too preoccupied ducking for cover. Their plate might be a dead end for us, though, unless you plan to call Spellman. We're not doing that. I might have another way to look into it. Drawing from your extensive list of financial contacts? Isabel asked with a slight grin. Exactly. I think it was an electrician's van. It was. I caught a glimpse of the sign on the side. Something with Yazdi in the name. I'll see what I can dig up. Jack pressed on. You had no idea about Seth's apartment in Neavarin, or what the keys he gave you were for? She shook her head. Like I told you, I assumed they were both for the Pardis place. My best guess is he thought I could find his safe house if things fell apart, but only if it became absolutely necessary. That reasoning felt sound to Jack. Keeping Isabel in the dark initially could have been Seth's way of shielding her. All right, one last question. Thank heavens. Was Seth actually employed by Shell? I don't know. While her answers weren't conclusive proof of her loyalty, Jack's instincts told him she was being straight with him. He had found a tentative ally. This espionage game, he mused, was something he'd chosen, but the cost was high. Trust was a scarce commodity outside your closest circle. The memory of his ex-girlfriend Melanie Kraft turning on him, however justified her reasons might have been, still felt like a deep betrayal. Enough dwelling on that, Jack told himself. Isabel shifted gears. Should we see what we've got? What do you mean? Our haul, the folder, And the wallet. The wallet held 2 credit cards and an international driver's permit, all under the name David Weaver. The address listed on the permit was 4711 Hardesty Street in Albany, New York. "What a wonderfully bland American name," Isabel observed. Indeed. The international driver's permit was a smart touch, Jack thought. Standards for those documents varied widely between countries. He doubted they would get anything useful from digging into David Weaver, but he'd have Gavin look into it anyway. No doubt, the other man, the one in the balaclava, had a similar permit. Jack mentioned, "Spellman wasn't alone when I met him. He was with a British contact named Raymond Wellesley." I've never heard that name, so British and American handlers and American kidnappers. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say? No coincidence whatsoever. Wellesley and Spellman had clearly decided to play hardball. Being the president's son had granted Jack no special consideration, and since Jack had no intention of abandoning Seth, his relationship with those two was destined to turn sour. Now it was out in the open. Strangely, Jack was fine with that. He preferred to operate outside his father's shadow and outside his protection. His dad, of course, had no control over the former, and thankfully he had so far resisted enforcing the latter. Jack's more immediate concern was what to do regarding the campus. He was now thoroughly entangled in a joint CIA and CIS mission. Jerry Hendley and John Clark would need a full briefing, but that could wait. Everything hinged on the contents of Seth's mysterious accordion folder. Jack slid it closer, slipped off the elastic band, and lifted the flap. Isabel moved her chair around the table until she was right beside him. "This feels like Shabby Chalet," she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Noting Jack's puzzled look, she clarified, "It's like a Persian Christmas. You celebrate the birth of a son?" "We celebrate the rebirth of the sun. The winter solstice." "You're a constant source of intriguing facts," Jack replied. "You have no idea. Just open it." Jack complied. Inside was a thick stack of legal-sized loose-leaf paper, easily 500 sheets, he estimated. He fanned through the pile. Every page was covered in a faded, old-style typewriter font in Cyrillic script. The date on the top sheet read 4 Maj 1963. Isabel asked, "I'm guessing you don't read Russian." "Only a little." This was somewhat modest, but not entirely inaccurate. Despite significant improvement, the language never seemed to fully take root in his mind. That middle word is may. Just more mysteries, Jack thought. The central one being, what in the world were they looking at? Aside from Gavin Beery, he knew no one who could reliably translate the document, and he certainly couldn't risk faxing it. Such a request wouldn't slip past Jerry, and Jack refused to put Beery in that position. He'd need to think it over. "None of this looks familiar," he asked Isabel. "Seth never mentioned anything like this?" "Never." "Do you know anyone else in his network?" "Just one person, code-named Ervaz." "Is that a Persian name?" "No, I don't think so. I have an email address. I know it's poor protocol for me to know even that much, but I suppose I had become Seth's de facto right hand. I've never tried to contact Ervaz, should I? We'll handle it together." Suddenly, Raymond Wellesley's comment about an apple tree surfaced in Jack's mind. "Isabel, did Seth ever talk about his father? Are you testing me again, Jack?" "No, it's a real question." "Yes, he did often. He said his dad, Paul, I believe, died from a stroke a few years back, and that his mother was struggling with it. Nothing more. His father worked for the government, something related to agriculture. The Department of Agriculture. Yes, that's it. You know, one thing always struck me when Seth spoke about his father. He always seemed," Isabel paused, searching for the phrase, "more resentful than sorrowful. Almost disdainful at times." "About what, specifically?" "I assumed it was about the death." "I remember because it seemed like an odd reaction. Why do you ask?" "Something Wellesley said, that Seth hadn't fallen far from the tree. That's odd. Then again, if this Wellesley is who you suspect, those kinds of people enjoy psychological games, don't they? True. If that was the case, was Wellesley trying to sow doubt about Seth in his mind? Or was there a kernel of truth to it? Jack, you haven't asked me what Seth had me working on. Why? The question had been lingering. That's a conversation for over a proper morning coffee, he said. Where am I sleeping? Jack finished the last of his coffee and placed the cup on the counter. Isabel collected it and returned to the French press. She came back with a second cup and they moved to the sunken living area, sitting opposite one another. Beyond the balcony windows, the sun was now fully risen, its golden light pouring in and casting long, sharp shadows across the rug. Jack turned his face toward the warmth, letting it sink in. Your eye looks better, Isabel observed. How do you feel? Like I went 5 rounds in the cage with a prime Chuck Liddell. I don't know who that is. Doesn't matter. So when and how did Seth bring you into this? About 8 months ago. The truth is, she hesitated. We were a bit more than just friends. The confession caught Jack off guard. You were seeing each other. What? Oh, right. I suppose that's the term. It was just physical. Does that surprise you? Not really. Where did you meet, actually, at Chai Bar? So he was the one who pursued you. It was real, and it was mutual. I could be mistaken, of course. We ended things after a month, but remained friendly. He's a decent person, mice. Jack considered. The standard reasons someone assists a foreign intelligence service fit the acronym MICE, money, ideology, compromise, or coercion. But the scope is broader: pride, thrill-seeking, alienation, personal connections, romance. While it appeared this last one might have been Seth's initial approach with Isabel, the affair ended swiftly, yet her assistance continued. Was it ideology, then? Why did you keep helping him? I didn't start until roughly 2 months after we parted ways, right after I became part of the research circle. Isabel answered, It doesn't really have a name. It's just a collection of us from academia. We discuss Russia. When you and Seth were together, were you aware of this group? No, I had the sense it was newly formed. If Isabel was correct, maybe Seth's involvement with her had been authentic, and her joining the group was simply fortunate timing for him. Describe this research circle to me. What's the focus? The new leadership in Moscow, their objectives, their potential next moves and targets. It's mostly brainstorming, honestly. Who's in charge? My department chair at the university, Dr. Pejman Abbasi. He just invited you to join out of nowhere. Isabel nodded. We're very close, almost like family. He was the one who brought me onto the university staff. So you answer to him. Who does he answer to? I don't know that he reports to anyone, Jack. You have to understand. It's all theoretical what-if discussions. Several departments do this. Economics, history, sometimes. The ideas even make it into coursework. Jack, we weren't collecting secrets in reality. Leveraging private academic circles was a routine method for intelligence agencies. Raw, fragmented information only gets you so far. Understanding a nation's or group's capabilities reveals just part of the picture. Discerning how they plan to use those capabilities is the true goal, and reaching that often requires unconventional thinking. Before Jack could explain this, Isabel said, Oh, I see where you're going. We might have been supplying information to someone? The VAJ, is that it? Isabel was sharp. Jack noted. Possibly. Vaja stood for Iran's Ministry of Intelligence, Jack recalled, and was supposedly the more modern, softer successor to the SAVAK, the Shah's brutal secret police. Isabel said, I feel silly for not seeing it sooner. You don't believe Pejman is mixed up in? Right now, I'm not making any assumptions, Jack replied. So you were passing Seth your notes from the group. Tell me about that. Yes. He never explained his interest, but I knew who he was, Jack, and I knew he worked for the U.S. You've heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't that Arabic? Isabel offered a faint smile. A common mix-up. Anyway, both Iran and your country have reason to be wary of Russia. Besides, officially, I'm half American. If sharing a few notes from a discussion group could aid a shared cause, then why not? Isabel had a point. The trajectory of Russia's foreign policy was concerning. Its president, Valery Volodin, had already moved into Crimea, eastern Ukraine, and Estonia, though he'd been forced out of the last, which only seemed to fuel his nationalist fervor. Jack suspected Isabel's University of Tehran group wasn't the only one the Veja had initiated. Do the Iranians have insight the United States lacks? Is this what Seth's network was investigating? I thought I was just handling my own small piece, Isabel added. Whether there were others besides me in this Irvaz person, I have no idea. Jack fell quiet, sifting through the details, searching for the right lead to pull that might guide him back to Seth. Jack turned to Isabel. I need that email address for Irvaz. I'm going to make a call. You can just use my phone. No, I need a payphone. There's one just down the street. I have a prepaid calling card you can use. After getting dressed, Jack wrote David Weaver's 9mm serial number on his palm and left the apartment. He found the payphone on the corner, outside a small market with crates of produce stacked out front. A store employee was sweeping the sidewalk and offered Jack a friendly nod. Using Isabel's card, he dialed the main switchboard for the campus. It was late afternoon there. The phone rang 5 times before Carly, Henley's latest intern from Towson University, answered, "Good evening, Mr. Ryan. You just caught me on my way out." "I'll be quick. Is Gavin still around?" "Is he ever?" she replied with a laugh. "I'll put you through." After a brief silence and 2 electronic buzzes, Gavin Byery came on the line. "Still breathing, Jack?" "Barely," Jack said, forcing a lighter tone. He hesitated, knowing this request would put Gavin in a difficult position, but his commitment to finding Seth left him little choice. He'd deal with Jerry's displeasure later. "I need a few more things from you." "Go ahead. First, I need you to brick my phone. I lost it." Jack paused, then reconsidered. "Actually, scratch that. I want you to track it instead." "Easy enough. Want me to set you up with a cloned replacement?" "A what?" "We have a cloud backup system. All your phones and tablets get backed up automatically whenever you're in the building. Didn't you get the memo?" "Must have missed that one. By the way, some pretty questionable photos in your album there." "I don't have any." "Just kidding. Relax. Yeah, I can put a trace on your old phone. Anytime it powers up and connects to Wi-Fi or a cellular network, I'll get a location. I'll also have a duplicate sent to you. But give it a different number." "Can do. You're still at the Parsian." "No. Send it to Isabel Kashani at 1214 West Sadakat in Tehran, signature required." "I'm going to buy a burner phone here if I give you that number. Can you make it mimic the number of the stolen one?" "Sure, no problem." Gavin paused, his tone shifting. "Jack, maybe you should loop Jerry in on this." "I know, I'll bring him up to speed. The real question was when. He probably should have done it already." "What else do you need?" Gavin asked. "Monitor my credit cards and get me some replacements." Even though Jack doubted his kidnappers would be foolish enough to use his cards, it was worth checking. Gavin sounded concerned. "Did you get robbed, Jack?" "Something like that." "Next, I need everything you can pull on these 2 email addresses." Jack read off the Yahoo and Gmail addresses Isabel had provided. "Also, look into a man named David Weaver." He recited the address from Weaver's IDP along with his credit card numbers and the 9mm serial. "It looks like a Sig Sauer P226, but it has no markings or logos." "Got it. What's next?" Jack gave him Dr. Pejman Abbasi's name and details. "He's at the University of Tehran. Get whatever you can on him." He was tempted to ask for the same check on Seth, but decided to wait. "There's also an email address I need tracked." He provided the one for Irvaz. "Finally, I need a license plate trace. Can you handle Iranian plates?" Might take a little longer, but I think so. Jack relayed the van's plate number and the partial wording from its side placard. Thanks, Gavin. I'll call you back. After hanging up, Jack stepped into the convenience store, bought a prepaid cell phone, and returned to Isabel's apartment. He found her sitting at the dining table. "When did Seth give you her Vaz's contact information?" he asked. "About a month ago." That timeline roughly coincided with Seth abandoning the Pardis condo, the one Spellman and Wellesley knew about, for the safe house near Neavarin Park. Did he say why he wanted you to have it? Or when you should use it? No, his mind was always racing. He'd jump from one topic to another so fast I could barely keep up. Sometimes it felt like I wasn't even in the conversation. "That's the ADHD," Jack replied, a note of weary understanding in his voice. It was one of Seth's most charming and most frustrating traits, a whirlwind of ideas that left everyone else scrambling to catch up. "That clarifies quite a bit," Jack replied. "Try to remember," Isabel prompted. "Did his shift to the safe house line up with anything specific you passed along from your meetings?" "It's difficult to pinpoint," Jack admitted. The group convened weekly, and I always debriefed Seth afterward. He rarely gave anything away with his reactions. After a thoughtful pause, Isabel rose and moved toward the hallway. "I need a shower," she stated. Jack retrieved a new disposable phone from its packaging, activated it, and called Gavin to provide the number. A few minutes later, a confirmation text arrived. "Number linked to your previous line." Jack immediately sent a message to Seth's number. "Jack, here. Reach me at this new number. Urgent." He then grabbed a notepad and began outlining his next steps. He needed to reconnect with others in the network and have Gavin monitor communications. The name Dr. Pejman Abesi required investigation. Who was he? And was he a VAJA contact? The van's license plate and its associated business needed tracing. The document from Seth's safe demanded translation information on David Weaver and the gun's serial number were priorities. He also needed to determine the ownership of the Spellman and Wellesley safe house, as well as Seth's various apartments. The final point involved deciding whether to meet Spellman and Wellesley again, or perhaps confront them. The last two items gave him pause. Investigating the safe house ownership would likely lead to a dead-end shell company and risk alerting someone. He decided to table that for now. As for another meeting, if Spellman and Wellesley were indeed behind his abduction, returning to their Zafaraniye district safe house could very well land him back on that plastic tarp. Yet, a concerned friend would naturally check if they'd heard from Seth. It might be worth the danger just to see their reaction to his bruised face and his unexpected appearance. After an unsuccessful attempt to convince Isabel to stay at her apartment, Jack relented. They took her second vehicle, a deep blue Range Rover, to a nearby store where Jack purchased some essentials, khaki pants, a few button-up shirts, and a lightweight jacket. Then they set out for Zafaraniya. Isabel parked the Rover 3 blocks from Wellesley's building, beneath the fragrant branches of a blooming linden tree. Jack checked his side pocket, feeling the solid weight of the 9mm pistol, then stepped out and closed the door. "Remember?" Isabel said, leaning out the window. "One call and I'm there." "Planning another high-speed rescue?" Jack asked, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "I have my ways," she replied simply. In just a few short hours, Jack had learned that Isabel Kashani was not only strikingly intelligent and self-reliant, but also remarkably capable. As an ally, she was more than he could have hoped for. A part of him wondered if it was all too perfect. If Isabel wasn't exactly who she appeared to be, he needed to discover the truth quickly. "Give me half an hour, then start calling this phone," he instructed. "If I don't answer, call this number." He recited Gavin Byerly's cell number as Isabel powered up her device. "Tell him everything. Starting with your location," she confirmed. "Exactly. Good luck." Jack covered the 3 blocks to Wellesley's apartment building on foot. He pressed the call button for the correct unit. "Yes?" Wellesley's voice crackled through the speaker. It's Jack Ryan. Come up." The door buzzed open. When the elevator doors slid apart on the 7th floor, Wellesley was waiting in the hallway. He ushered Jack inside and offered tea, which Jack declined. They settled into chairs by the windows. Spellman was absent. "Where's Matt?" Jack asked, occupied elsewhere. "Good heavens, Jack!" Wellesley exclaimed, his eyes widening. "What in the world happened to your face?" The surprise seemed authentic, but that meant little. Jack noted the casual use of first names. He took a moment to collect himself. His next words could irrevocably alter the dynamic. Whether he answered truthfully or with a fabrication, Wellesley's response might reveal volumes. He opted for honesty. Maintaining his image as the naive outsider with Wellesley and Spellman seemed the best path forward. "I was taken last night. There were 2 of them." Wellesley leaned forward, his expression one of apparent shock. "What? Where did this happen?" "At Seth's apartment. Not the Pardis condo. A different one." "Continue," Wellesley urged. "I woke up in the back of a van. I managed to get free from them, and—" Jack pressed his fingers to his temple, his expression tightening. "Everything gets hazy after that. A woman helped me, and then let's just say I made a questionable decision." "What did you do?" "I returned to Seth's place." "What for?" "He had a safe. Seth mentioned it at lunch and asked me to retrieve it. When I got there, the safe was already open and completely empty, so I left." This part of Jack's account felt thin. Even though the man on the roof hadn't identified him, the timing might seem too convenient to Wellesley. Jack was counting on the SIS officer to chalk the omission up to simple caution. Why withhold the information about Seth's second apartment? "How was I supposed to verify who you were? A business card is just a piece of paper. It proves nothing." "Fair enough," Wellesley conceded. He then leaned forward slightly. "I have to address the obvious, Jack. I walk out of our meeting, and a few hours later, you're abducted. The optics aren't great." "I'm aware." Wellesley fell silent, his thumb absently tracing his jawline. "But you have my word, it wasn't me. You personally, or you and Spellman together?" Wellesley let the question hang. "Just be vigilant moving forward, Jack. I can arrange security for you if you wish." "No, that's not necessary. The offer stands, and you really should get that head injury checked at a hospital. Any word from Seth?" "Unfortunately, no. As I mentioned, we are deeply concerned. Have you tried reaching him?" "I sent a text." No reply. "Look, I'll be straight with you. I don't buy that he just ran off with your funds. That isn't the man I know. Is it possible someone took him?" "It's a theory, but we have no proof. Our assessment is that he left voluntarily." "Any leads on where he might be?" "I could take some time off from Hendley and—" "And what, Jack? Play the amateur spy from a thriller?" "I appreciate your loyalty, truly. But you need to leave this to us. Go back to your life. If Seth contacts you, let us know. That's the most helpful thing you can do." They rose and shook hands. Wellesley saw him to the door. Jack walked back to Isabel's Range Rover and slid into the passenger seat. "Did he believe you?" she asked. It was just Wellesley. "I think so, but the man is shrewd. If he was behind what happened, he deserves a major acting award." Jack's burner phone chimed with a text. The screen displayed, "It's Seth." Jack quickly typed, "Where are you?" The reply came, "Out of town, safe." Yai, Seth answered, "Find what I left for you. Watch your back. We'll call later." The screen went dark. Edinburgh, Scotland. The garage Helen had secured was tucked away in a grimy alley with a cramped 2-bedroom flat above it. It offered privacy but was filthy, the air thick with the smell of old motor oil. While Oleg lounged on a worn plaid couch watching TV, Helen finished putting away groceries and began preparing lunch, beans on toast with grilled tomatoes, a humble British staple. A good leader keeps her team fed, she reminded herself. A car horn sounded from the alley below. "Oleg, see to it," Helen said. Oleg headed downstairs. Helen leaned over the railing, watching as he lifted the heavy crossbar and pushed open the double doors. The garage was illuminated by a single fluorescent light dangling from the ceiling. Outside, the cobblestones glistened with rain. A van pulled inside, and Oleg closed the doors behind it. Yegor cut the engine and stepped out, followed by Roma. "I have it!" Yegor announced, a grin spreading across his face. He bounded up the stairs, shedding his coat. "Any trouble?" "Minimal. The students have lockers. I popped hers open while she was at lunch. No witnesses." He pulled a small notebook from his back pocket and handed it to Helen. She flipped through the pages. "Class schedule, dorm room number, a few appointments. There isn't much here. The rest would be on her phone," Yegor said with a shrug. "I'm surprised students write anything down these days." "Which dormitory?" "Chancellor's Court." "Good," Helen replied, a slow smile forming as she mentally began drafting the next phase of their plan, a sudden sharp gust of wind rattling the garage doors below as if echoing her resolve. She moved to a nearby cabinet, slid open the top drawer, and retrieved a detailed map of the university grounds. Spreading it across the kitchen table, she ran her finger along the key until she located Chancellor's Hall. "Right here," she said, tapping the spot. "It's in the Pollock Halls area. We should check it out in person, but we'll wait until after dark, back at her apartment." Isabel poured 2 mugs of her intensely strong coffee as dawn light spilled through the balcony windows. Jack had barely slept, his mind churning over the situation with Seth while waiting for an update from Gavin Byrie. Part of him wanted to act immediately, but he knew the wiser move was to hold off until they had more information. "How can we even be sure it was him on the phone?" Isabel asked, settling onto the couch. "We can't," Jack admitted. "If it wasn't Seth, then someone else has him, or at least has his phone. And if that's the case, and they were asking about the safe contents, then I might have been talking directly to the men who grabbed me." He paused, struck by a sudden, unsettling thought. "Actually, that reminds me of something." Isabel stood and walked to the credenza behind the sofa. She opened a drawer, pulled out a 15-inch MacBook Pro, and returned. Once the laptop powered up, her fingers flew across the keyboard. After a moment, she looked up. The van's placard was legitimate. Yazdani and Sun Electrical Contractors. The address is in an industrial zone on the east side near Eshan and 10th Street. Should we go take a look? Jack weighed the idea. It was unlikely they'd find the masked men just waiting at Yazdani's office, but it was a tangible lead. Seth's trail was going cold, and sitting around felt increasingly useless. "Let's do it," he decided. They took Isabel's Range Rover to a public lot about half a mile from the Yazdani address, then stepped out and flagged down a taxi. As the cab pulled over, Isabel turned to Jack. "When we arrive, I'm going in alone." "Absolutely not. It's the better approach. Trust me on this." Jack hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. "Fine. But call me and keep the line open." "Worried about me, Jack?" she asked, a slight smile touching her lips. "Yes, that's sweet. Let's go." The cab carried them into the industrial district, a sprawling area of cracked sidewalks, sliding security gates, and warehouses adorned with faded awnings and signs in Persian. The driver stopped beside a row of warehouses. Isabel exchanged a few words with him in Persian, then climbed out and headed for Yazdani's office door, already dialing her phone. Jack's cell rang. "Can you hear me now?" Isabel's voice came through, lightly teasing. "Very funny," Jack replied. He heard the rustle of her purse as she slipped the phone inside, then the creak of a door opening. After a minute of quiet, voices filtered through, Isabel speaking with what sounded like 2 men. The discussion quickly escalated into a heated argument, voices overlapping in rapid Persian, until eventually only one man responded, his tone noticeably softer. They spoke for another couple of minutes before Isabel emerged. She got back into the taxi, instructed the driver, and they pulled away. Jack started to speak, but Isabel gave a slight shake of her head. Once they were back in her Range Rover, Jack turned to her. Well, two men, both Persian, the owner, Vahid Yazdani, and possibly his son. Very old school, they were furious that a woman would enter their shop without a headscarf and dare to speak so directly. She shrugged, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. You know how it is with bullies, Jack? Push back firmly and they often retreat. Plus, looking well off doesn't hurt. Money still talks anyway. Yazdani insisted the van was stolen 2 nights ago. He reported it to the police, but nothing's come of it. Dead end, Jack muttered. Not exactly. While I was giving them a piece of my mind, I managed to glance out the back door. There's a fenced storage yard behind the shop, and the van was right there. You're sure? Positive. There was a bullet hole in the door exactly where I put it. About halfway back to Isabel's apartment, Jack's phone buzzed. It was Gavin Byery. Your phone should be delivered this afternoon, Gavin reported. That was fast, Jack remarked. We aim to please, Gavin replied cheerfully. I've got something for you, the voice on the other end of the line said. Jack wedged his phone between his ear and shoulder, flipping open his notepad and balancing it on his knee, pen poised. Go ahead. All right. First, your credit cards are completely quiet. Second, that van's plate is registered to an electrical contractor, Yazdani and Son. I was just at their shop. The van was there. The owner insisted it was stolen. On paper, they look clean. I also ran Dr. Pejman Abbasi, 72 years old, taught at the University of Tehran for over 3 decades. No flags, no record, no suspicious connections. Now, this David Weaver character is where it gets interesting. The Albany address on his international driver's permit is fake. It's a storefront that rents out P.O. boxes. How does that even fly? Isn't that something Homeland Security watches for? That's more the Postal Inspection Service's turf. But yes, I'll keep digging, but I wouldn't expect much. As for Weaver himself, I've got nothing. No social security number, no credit history. The guy's a ghost. He reeks of special operations. What about the gun? Now that's the real kicker. It's not a Sig Sauer, it's an Iranian copy called a Zoaf PC-9. The serial number is actually a variation of a NATO stock number, specifically a domestic management code. The 2-digit country code marks it as an export to the UK. Raymond Wellesley's home turf, Jack thought. Was it too obvious, a simple oversight, or just a coincidence? The black market for handguns was thriving, as it always had been. While heavier weapons were harder to move after 9/11s, pistols were a different story. Whether the 9mm was Iranian, British, or something else, its origin didn't prove anything. Still, it was a thread that led straight back to Wellesley. What kind of mess have you stepped into, Jack? Gavin asked. I've been asking myself the same thing. Tell me about my phone. It's off now, but it powered up briefly yesterday morning. Best I could get was a rough location. Somewhere between Engleb Road, Rashid Yashemi Street, and Valley Asr Street. Hold on, Jack said, then turned to Isabel. Does the area around Engleb Road, Rashid Yashemi Street, and Valley Asr Street mean anything to you? Of course, she replied. That's near Seth's actual apartment, not the safe house, his real one. It's on the far side of Mellet Park, about a mile from here. Good work, Gavin. What time was Seth's phone active? And for how long? About 30 seconds, starting at 10:09. Thanks, wait, Jack. At the exact same time your stolen phone also powered on, it stayed on for the same duration. Someone had his old phone. The realization settled over him like a cold weight. 20 minutes later, they were back at Isabel's apartment. Your phone? How is that possible? She asked, dropping her purse on the kitchen counter. Can that even be done? Jack shut the door behind them. It can be done. The campus had done similar things before, and he had no doubt Wellesley and Spellman had their own tech experts. If my phone was really pinging from Seth's place on Nazari Street, then someone is setting a trap. He also had to assume they'd seen the earlier text messages between him and Seth, though that would likely be of little use to them. You think they're after the folder from Seth's safe? Jack nodded. It's a safe bet. Let's see if we get an invitation. Jack's replacement phone arrived in the middle of the afternoon. He spent hours sifting through his notes, trying to find a pattern in the flood of information he'd gathered over the last 2 days. He checked his email intermittently. Earlier, he'd sent a terse contact me message to Hervaz, the other agent Isabel had mentioned. There had been no reply. Jack wasn't sure what his next move should be. It felt irrational, but he was drowning in leads that somehow all felt like dead ends. Wellesley, Spellman, Yazdani, and Son, the man in the balaclava, David Weaver, the mysterious texts from Seth, or someone pretending to be Seth, and that stack of Cyrillic documents that clearly mattered a great deal to both Seth and whoever else was involved. The whole situation was like a puzzle where none of the pieces seemed to fit the same picture. Jack toyed with the idea of heading straight to Pardis Kondos and confronting the situation head-on, but he quickly dismissed it. The text message might not have originated from the apartment itself, but his instincts screamed that it had. It was a logical play. They knew he was searching for Seth, so why not use that very desire to draw him in? The real question was how to flip the script and turn their trap into his opportunity. Planning for every possibility, anticipating their counter-moves, plotting exits, it was a high-stakes chess match where even the most meticulous strategy could unravel. Something always went sideways. Success wasn't about a perfect plan. It was about your reaction when things broke down and who was standing beside you when they did. He was fairly confident. Isabel was genuine, and she'd been solid so far, yet a part of him wrestled with leaving her out of it. Was that chauvinism or just an overprotective streak? He settled on the latter, a habit he needed to break. She had chosen to be involved. Besides, for him, that urge to protect usually signaled the beginning of attachment, which had a way of snowballing into deeper emotions, a progression that often happened far too quickly for his comfort. It was a distraction he couldn't afford. Life would be simpler if she were just difficult to like. Shaking off the thought, he refocused, opening Isabel's laptop to pull up Google Maps. He studied the streets and structures surrounding Pardis Kondos, committing the layout to memory. This would be their battlefield. They did have one edge. The opposition would expect them to walk in blind. A sudden idea struck him. "Isabel, can you help me with something?" he asked as she approached. He scribbled a short list on a notepad, tore off the sheet, and handed it to her. "Think you can find these items?" "I believe so," she replied. "You should be able to locate them at an army surplus store if they have those around here." What's the plan? Let's call it a field test. Upon returning from her errand, Isabel spent the remainder of the afternoon in the kitchen. With her hair pulled back and her MP3 player earbuds in, she hummed softly, moving between simmering pots, stirring, tasting, and adjusting spices. Jack sensed she was trying to keep her mind busy. Even though her romantic relationship with Seth was over, her concern for him was evident. And here we are, Jack mused, stuck in a holding pattern playing at domesticity. The thought actually brought a faint smile to his face. Given the circumstances, the cozy normalcy wasn't entirely unpleasant. "Don't get too comfortable, Jack," he warned himself. He rose from the table, stretched, and ran a hand through his hair. "Scotch?" he called out to her. She pulled out an earbud. "Sorry, scotch. Want some, please?" He poured 2 glasses and carried them into the kitchen, handing one to her. She took a sip. "So, when's dinner?" Jack asked. All this Isabel gestured to the array of pots. "That's for tomorrow. It's a complicated dish that requires time and patience. Tonight we're having leftovers from last night. Koreshte kieme bademjun? The Persian eggplant stew? Impressive, Jack. Iranians really have a passion for stew, don't they?" She laughed. "We absolutely do." Her smile gradually faded. "This feels odd, you know. Being here enjoying a quiet moment while Seth is somewhere out there, we should be acting. I know the feeling, but right now, waiting is the only move we have. Well, for the record, I'm not a fan of waiting. At 8:15, Jack's burner phone buzzed, with Isabel looking over his shoulder. He read the screen. At Pardis condo. You know where? Grab your coat, Jack told her. Aren't you going to answer? If I can trace a signal, we have to assume they can too. We don't want unexpected company knocking on your door. You don't happen to have a pair of binoculars, do you? No, but Mr. Hamdi next door does. I'll go ask. Isabel slipped out. Jack powered up the cloned prepaid phone and typed a reply. Off Niesh, right? Apartment 12? Correct. Come now, bring the steak. He disconnected, then picked up the item from Isabel's shopping trip, a silver pouch roughly 3 times the size of his disposable phone. He placed both phones inside and sealed it shut. What is that thing exactly? Isabel asked, returning with the binoculars. It's called the Faraday bag, he explained. The material I requested is ESD, designed to prevent electrostatic discharge. It meets the MELPRF 8170 specification. Just give me the practical version, Jack. In simple terms, it should contain any electronic signals. If someone is trying to track us, this could cut the connection. We'll see. How far is Seth's place from Millet Park? Roughly a mile southeast of here. It's directly facing the park's western gate. What are you thinking? We're going to turn the tables on a kidnapper. Once they left the garage of Isabel's apartment, Jack directed her to head south on Valiasser Street, following the park's eastern border. Night had fallen completely, and the road was illuminated by the dull glow of sodium vapor lamps. Traffic was sparse, only a handful of vehicles passed, most moving toward the highway. At Niesh, they turned west, blending into the stream of merging cars. We need somewhere to leave the car, away from Seth's building, Jack said. I'll spot something. After driving another half-mile, Isabel pointed. That's it. On your side. Jack looked out and saw the Pardis condos, an 8-story structure overlooking the park's lit entrance. Isabel continued for another block, then turned right onto a short bridge, crossing a narrow canal, before swinging left into an empty warehouse lot. A flickering security light cast a weak glow over the garage door. She killed the engine and headlights. Won't parking here attract attention? Jack asked. It's fine. People often park on side streets near the park at night. Jack lifted the binoculars Isabel had borrowed from a neighbor and focused on the park entrance. Just inside, he could make out a tiered fountain, softly lit by amber bulbs. Stone benches formed a circle around the flagstone area, all surrounded by trees. So what's the play? Jack heard a thread of anticipation in Isabel's voice. He said, I'm going to lure the person I've been contacting to that bench on the far right side of the fountain. He passed her the binoculars. See the one with the overhanging branches? Got it. Once you see someone approach and sit across Niesh and take that side road, Rajay Boulevard. Exactly. As soon as you turn onto it, cut your headlights and find a spot directly across from the bench. How far would you say 50 yards? About that. I can be there in under a minute. Good. If anything goes sideways if I'm taken, you leave, drive slowly, lights off, until you hit the next main intersection. Then go back to your apartment, wait 4 hours, and call that number I gave you. Gavin? Right. Tell him everything, and stay put. Jack retrieved the Faraday pouch from his jacket, took out the burner phone, and powered it on. He typed, Meet at the fountain inside the park entrance. Take the bench on the far right. A minute later, the reply came, What's wrong? Nervous, Jack texted back. Just do it, Seth. Okay, 5 minutes. Jack powered down the phone and slipped it back into the shielding bag. I don't have a good feeling about this, Jack, Isabel said. No plan ever is, he replied. You use what you have, and right now, this is it. Isabel paused, then let out a breath. "Be careful." Jack stepped out of the car, crossed the canal bridge, and headed west along the Nyash Expressway until he reached a crosswalk leading to Rajay Boulevard. He waited for a gap in the traffic, then jogged across the street onto Rajay. Unlike the expressway, the boulevard was quiet and shadowed, lined with trees and dotted with old-fashioned street lamps every 20 yards or so. The rumble of traffic faded as he moved north. To his right, the amber glow of the fountain seeped through the dark trees. When he was level with the fountain, he turned left and paused beneath the low branches of an oak. He drew the 9mm from his left jacket pocket, pulled the slide back just enough to see the glint of a cartridge in the chamber, and waited. Jack slid the pistol's action forward and tucked the weapon back into his coat. Staying within the deepest pools of darkness, he moved from tree to tree toward the sound of running water, his gaze sweeping the area until he was positioned directly behind the stone bench. The fountain bubbled ahead, its multi-tiered bowls catching the warm glow of ground lights, sending shifting patterns across the wet stone. To his left, down the wide park entrance path, the illuminated lobby doors of Seth's condominium building were visible. He glanced at his watch. 3 minutes since the text was sent. The next 2 would answer a critical question. Would the recipient believe Jack was genuinely waiting for Seth? He needed that assumption. Without it, they'd be arranging a counter-ambush or conducting reconnaissance, a process that would take longer than the 5-minute window he'd allowed. Another minute slipped by. Then a figure exited the condo lobby, crossed the street, and jogged up the park steps. The build and movement suggested a man, but a hooded sweatshirt obscured his face. The man turned right, passing directly under a street lamp with his head down and hands buried in his pockets. "You've got to be kidding me," Jack thought. He drew a steadying breath, exhaled slowly, and pulled the 9mm from his pocket, clicking off the safety. The man entered the fountain clearing, paused to look around, then continued forward. His footsteps echoed on the flagstones before he settled onto the bench. "Don't move," Jack said, his voice low but clear. "Or I'll put a round in the base of your skull. Nod if you understand." The man gave a single nod. "Are you covered by a team?" A head shake. "Say it out loud. What difference does it make? You'll do what you want anyway." This wasn't Seth. It was Balaclava. "How did you figure it out?" the man asked. "Stand up. Keep your back to me and take your hands out of your pockets." "You're making a serious error here," Jack repeated the command. Balaclava rose and slowly withdrew his hands. "Hold them out to your sides. Turn around and pull down the hood," the man complied. Balaclava appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a deep tan black hair and a trimmed mustache. In Tehran, he'd be utterly unremarkable, Jack assessed. "Walk toward me." Balaclava stepped around the bench and into the tree line. Jack retreated, keeping the pistols centered on the man's chest, drawing them both deeper into the shadows. He ordered Balaclava to his knees, then flat onto his stomach. Jack moved in, placing his left shin firmly against the man's neck and pressing the gun's muzzle between his shoulder blades. With his free hand, he conducted a thorough pat-down, rolling Balaclava slightly to check his front pockets. No weapon, no wallet. But in the right pocket of the sweatshirt was a phone. Jack's phone? "What's the plan now?" Balaclava asked, his voice muffled against the ground. "Now we find a quiet spot for a conversation? You don't have the nerve for what that requires." "We'll see about that," Jack replied. The truth was he'd never been forced to make that particular choice. While the dramatic torture scenes in movies might look compelling, in reality they were messy and notoriously unreliable. He had a single ugly exception in his memory, the Emir Saif Rahman Yassin, that had worked. But the image of Yassin convulsing on the table was a ghost that never fully left him. "Get up," Jack ordered. "We're going west toward the Rajay district. You lead if you run or turn around." "I know the routine. Walk." They moved through the trees, Jack hanging back 10 feet, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness around them and checking over his shoulder, for now they were alone. That wouldn't last, unless Balaclava was operating completely solo without David Weaver in the picture. Someone had to have seen him enter the park. If backup wasn't already on the way, it would be soon. As they reached the sidewalk, Jack spotted Isabel's dark Range Rover parked across the street. Right on time, he thought. A flicker of relief cutting through the tension. She had chosen a shadowy gap between two streetlights to park. The Range Rover's engine hummed to life, its dashboard casting a cool blue light across Isabel's features. Jack and the man in the balaclava began crossing the road. Isabel lowered her window, starting to speak, when the top of Balaclava's skull vanished in a sudden crimson spray. He was dead before he hit the ground, collapsing first to his knees before slumping onto his side in the center of the street. His left leg jerked uncontrollably as a torrent of blood spread beneath him. "Get down," Jack hissed. "Isabel, get down!" She vanished from the window. Fighting the instinct to sprint for the vehicle, Jack spun and dashed back across the sidewalk, plunging into the cover of the trees. He dropped into a crouch. "Where are you?" he whispered to himself, his mind struggling to process the violence. The shot had been a soft, suppressed crack, a rifle, not a pistol. The shooter had to be positioned high, likely from Seth's apartment building. No other line of sight fit. He couldn't stay put. However quiet the shot, someone might have heard and called the cops. "Isabel," he called out. "I'm coming to you," she replied, her voice tight. "Be ready to run. Stay low no matter what. Hurry, Jack. The police will." "I know." Without further hesitation, Jack rose and moved back toward the street, keeping his gaze fixed on the condo through the foliage. He stopped about 6 feet from Balaclava's body, directly across from the Range Rover, and scanned the distant roofline. That was the spot. He burst from cover, vaulted over the corpse, and sprinted for the SUV's rear bumper. As he reached it, a red laser dot flashed on the window to his left. A bullet thudded into the rear pillar. He ducked and kept moving. Another round struck the curb beside him. He lunged for the sidewalk, but his foot caught the edge, and he sprawled forward onto the pavement. The red dot reappeared, dancing just inches from his head. "This is it," he thought, a cold numbness washing over him. He heard 2 quick pops. The laser dot skittered wildly across the concrete and vanished into the trees. Scrambling to his knees, he shoved himself up and dove behind the SUV, yanking open the passenger door and tumbling inside. Isabel stomped on the accelerator, wrenching the wheel, and the vehicle surged away down the darkened street. Meanwhile, in Edinburgh, Helen was growing impatient. It had taken far longer than she liked to establish a pattern, and it wasn't due to any particular caution from their target. The young woman, Amy, moved through the Rose Street area without any visible protection, usually accompanied only by a chattering group of friends who often seemed tipsy. Helen wondered if these girls knew Amy's true background, though they were certainly aware of her lavish spending. The professional in Helen dismissed the thought as irrelevant, but a faint, almost forgotten maternal flicker hoped the friendships were real. She knew all too well the isolating weight of being a stranger in a strange land, for a 19-year-old girl trying to navigate this world alone. Helen shut down the sentiment. They had an assignment. She turned in the passenger seat of the van, her tone all business. "Are we clear on the sequence?" She didn't bother asking Yegor, her longtime partner. Oleg nodded. "Clear." She looked at Roma. "Roma?" "I'm not a moron," he muttered, his eyes fixed stubbornly on the window. "I know exactly what needs to be done. If you were a fool, you wouldn't be in this position," Helen answered, hoping the flattery would smooth things over. He was, in fact, a complete idiot. But she was stuck with him for now. "Just watch for my signals. If you don't see the abort sign, proceed as planned. Take your time and stay calm. Follow the rehearsal exactly." Helen glanced at her watch. 10 minutes left. "Let one of us go with you," Yegor suggested. "No, I'll draw less attention alone." Helen stepped out of the vehicle, waited for a break in the traffic, then crossed Princes Street and started down Frederick. Behind her, Yegor pulled the van away from the curb, its red taillights dissolving into the low fog hugging the pavement. Helen tugged the sequined French military-style cap, a bizarre but current fashion trend among the university crowd, down closer over her eyes. If not for the blare of car horns and the hiss of bus brakes, the architecture alone could have convinced her she'd stepped back into Victorian Edinburgh. So many buildings seemed frozen in their medieval forms, complete with turrets, shadowy alleys guarded by sally port entrances, and stonework trimmed with moss. Swap the modern pedestrians and evening revelers for period costumes, and the scene would be nearly perfect. The Mexican restaurant Chiquito was just a block away, and Helen reached it in under 2 minutes. Chiquito had only recently become a regular haunt for the girl, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night from 7:30 until 8:45, always with 2 of her friends. Amy had been sneaking around, as Helen's surveillance had uncovered. The girl's latest fling, whether a boyfriend or a casual hookup was anyone's guess, Helen suspected even the kids didn't know anymore, was Robbie, a 30-something busboy at Chiquito, who apparently could only spare time for Amy after his shift and before returning home to his wife and children. Having tailed Robbie herself the day before, Helen didn't see the appeal, but Amy clearly did. She seemed perfectly content to take whatever scraps of time he offered. At 7:25, Helen passed Rose Street and slipped into the dimly lit plexiglass bus shelter. The next bus was due soon. The minutes dragged evening. A man standing nearby remarked, "Bit chilly tonight." "Piss off, wanker," Helen snapped back, her chin buried in the cowl of her anorak. "Hey, I was just being friendly," I said. "Piss off." Helen suspected the man was merely making conversation, but apparently "piss off, wanker" was the standard Rose Street reply to unwanted chatter. It felt brutally rude, she thought, but when in Rome, "Sorry?" the man mumbled down the block toward Chiquito. Helen caught a burst of raucous giggles and instantly recognized one as Amy's. She had a pleasant laugh, genuine and warm, not the slurred, shrieking cackles so many of her friends produced when drunk. Tonight, Amy was with the most insufferable pair, Margaret and Tara. Helen glanced left and saw the 3 of them, arms linked, walking toward the bus stand. As they passed, Helen stepped out and fell in behind them. Amy wore a thick red cardigan against the evening chill. That makes everything simpler, Helen noted. When the group reached Princes Street, they turned the corner and headed east. Good, Helen thought, right on schedule. She slowed her pace, letting them pull ahead, then followed around the corner. About 50 feet ahead, Amy and her friends walked with their shoulders pressed together, chatting and giggling, occasionally sidestepping to avoid collisions with other bar hoppers. At the next intersection, Hanover, the trio stopped at another bus shelter. Helen kept walking past them and hurried through the crosswalk to the far side. There she stopped, pulled out her cell phone, and pretended to make a call. Across the intersection, Margaret's lilting Scottish accent carried over. "Do you really have to go, Ames? Stay with us. We're heading to Voltaire." "No, sorry. This is the only time we get to see each other." "Yeah, right. Well, don't do anything I wouldn't do. You do everything you slag." "What are you on about?" Tara retorted. "Hey, that's a bit harsh. So what's the plan for tonight, Amy?" Tara inquired with a smirk. "Do you need to pick up some protection?" "Absolutely not," Amy replied quickly. "We haven't gotten to that point." "I know exactly what's going on," Margaret chimed in. "It's all wonderful for him, but has he returned the favor?" "I'm talking about heading south. If you catch my drift, Margaret, stop it. You're terrible. I'm only watching out for you, you know?" "I should get going. Your bus will be here any minute. Send me a message when you're back safely in Pollock," Amy said. The 3 friends exchanged quick air kisses near their cheeks before separating. Helen slipped her phone into her pocket and crossed the street again, passing Amy midway. Picking up her pace, Helen continued down the block until she found a gap in the traffic, then hurried across to the other side onto a gravel walkway that entered the tree-filled Prince's Street Gardens. She glanced to her left and spotted Amy in a red sweater stepping onto the sidewalk and moving in her direction. Helen pressed on, soon reaching the winding path that went by the gardener's cottage. Green tulip leaves were emerging from the earth on both sides of the trail. The noise from the cars on Prince's Street grew faint until all Helen could hear was the steady swish of tires on the damp road. She looked back over her shoulder. Amy was about 30 feet behind, her face lit by the glow of her phone screen as she typed rapidly with both thumbs, probably texting Robbie. Helen figured to tell him she was on her way. Their meeting place, which Margaret had jokingly called Amy's makeout spot, was the rather plain roof of a tool shed next to some train tracks. Overlooking it all, perched on a green hill a quarter-mile off, was the undeniably romantic Edinburgh Castle. The path straightened out ahead. Helen saw the van parked on the service road that ran alongside the railroad tracks. Yegor had placed the vehicle perfectly, blocking the direct route to Amy's spot so she would have to walk around it. Helen slowed down and began fumbling through her purse until Amy passed her on the path and started crossing the service road. Just then, Helen tipped her purse over, its contents scattered across the gravel. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Helen cried, letting her voice crack slightly. "What a night for this to happen." Amy stopped and turned around. "Are you okay? My boyfriend, that useless jerk," Helen began. "Here, let me help you," Amy offered, starting to walk back toward Helen. Yegor was already climbing out of the driver's side door of the van and striding across the road toward Amy, a cloth hood dangling from his left hand. Suddenly, Roma came around the back bumper and rushed at the girl, his face twisted in rage. Without thinking, Helen shouted, "Yegor, stop him!" Amy froze. "What?" Yegor made a grab for Roma's shoulder as he went by, but it was too late. Amy had already stopped moving. "Yegor? Who is?" She turned around. "No, Roma!" Helen screamed. Roma was already swinging, a wild right hook that connected solidly with Amy's jaw. Her head jerked to the side. She staggered, trying to stay on her feet. But Helen, who was already rushing forward to catch her, saw the awareness vanish from her eyes. Amy collapsed onto the street. Roma kept coming, closing in on her motionless form. Helen stepped between them, and he slid to a halt. She pushed him back. "You idiot!" At the van, Oleg was climbing out of the rear doors. Helen ordered, "Yegor, check on her! Oleg, get over here! Roma, get in the front seat!" Roma didn't move. Now, Helen snapped, and Roma turned and walked away. Helen scanned the area and saw no one else around. Yegor and Oleg were kneeling beside Amy. Helen asked, "Is she breathing?" "Yes," Yegor answered, his voice full of relief. "Put the hood on her and get her into the van." "Tehran, Iran, what on earth just happened, Jack?" Isabel asked. She slipped her purse off her shoulder and let it fall to the floor, then tossed the binoculars and her keys onto the counter before walking to the sideboard to pour a glass of scotch. Jack closed the door behind him, leaned back against it, and shut his eyes. He drew a long breath, then another. It felt surprisingly good to be here. Not quite home, but Isabel's apartment had become more than just a base. It was his refuge. So far, it remained undiscovered. Isabel's voice trembled as she spoke. I saw his head just. "I know. Who was shooting at us?" "No idea. But what?" "Isabel, please, give me a minute to think." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Do you have a washing machine?" "Yes." Jack moved toward the bathroom, calling back, "We both need to shower and wash everything we're wearing." "Why?" "Blood traces get everywhere." Jack didn't know if Tehran's police were thorough enough to look for such evidence, but he wasn't taking any chances. The thought of ending up in an Iranian prison, which was the best outcome he could imagine, was utterly terrifying. Once they had both showered and their clothes were in the washer, they settled into the sunken living room. Isabel was on her second glass of scotch, Jack on his first. He pulled the 9mm from his jacket, along with the Faraday bag containing his phones, and set them on the table. Isabel sat curled in the chair opposite, clutching her glass with both hands, her gaze distant. "Do you think we were followed?" she murmured softly. It was a smart question. Jack had been vigilant about checking for tails, and they'd pulled into her building's garage just as police sirens began converging on Mellet Park. While it seemed unlikely anyone had caught the Range Rover's plates, he couldn't be certain. "Tomorrow morning, you're calling the police to report the Range Rover stolen," he told her. Her eyes widened. "Jack, that's insane. It's exactly what an innocent person would do. If that vehicle is linked to the shooting, you need to be completely separated from it. They'll ask so many questions, and you'll have answers for every one. We'll go over it together. They won't connect you to Seth or the Partis condo. You'll just be a victim of a car theft. Where's the nearest rough area around here?" "Rough? Somewhere run down, isolated." "Well, there are empty lots under Veliat Bridge, about 2 miles from here." Isabel stood, grabbed her MacBook from the sideboard, and after it powered up, showed Jack the bridge on Google Maps. Jack scrolled, then tapped the screen. "Take your Mercedes and meet me 1 block south of this bus stop in 20 minutes. After hot wiring the Rover with a screwdriver and ripping out the wires, Jack parked it beneath a bridge pylon, splashed the seats and dashboard with Isabel's nail polish remover, and set the interior on fire. He then jogged the 1/4 mile to where Isabel waited. Within 40 minutes of leaving the apartment, they were back. "What time do you usually head out in the morning?" Jack asked. "Around 8. Usually for breakfast. Stick to that routine. Go down to the garage, act surprised your car is gone, then call the concierge to report it stolen. What will you be doing? Keeping out of sight." "Who was that man, the one who died?" "One of the men who took me," Jack replied. "I called him Balaclava. And don't ask me who or why, Isabel, because I honestly don't know. I need to figure this out." She took his words in stride, simply nodding. She finished her scotch, her third, and gave him a loose, half-drunken smile. She was tipsy, edging toward drunk. "I'm really glad they didn't shoot you, Jack. That would have been really bad." Despite everything, Jack chuckled. "Me too. And why am I still alive?" he wondered. Jack replayed the scene in his head. The sniper had him perfectly lined up. The slightest shift of that red laser dot would have put a bullet through his skull. The 2 sharp cracks he'd heard before the dot veered away had definitely come from a handgun. He was sure of that. Someone else had been up on that roof with the sniper, who was Jack's guardian angel, and why had they stepped in? "You're miles away, Jack," Isabel observed. "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering how I'm still breathing." "Come again?" "Never mind." Jack opened Isabel's laptop, pulled up the chat window, and entered Gavin Byerly's cell number. He typed, "It's Jack. Are you there?" A few moments later, Gavin replied, "If this is Jack, how old was my cat?" Jack almost laughed. Gavin loved what he termed all that spy game stuff. Jack humored him now and then. He typed back, "Peepers, passed away 2 weeks ago. Good answer. What do you need? I recovered my hijacked phone. Can you do anything with it from a distance depends on what was done to it. Where is it now? Powered off and in my DIY Faraday pouch. Why mess with it? I might find a way to reach Seth, the real one. Let me take a look. Power it on. Keep an eye on the clock. If the screen doesn't flash twice within 60 seconds, shut it off and return it to the Faraday." Jack took the phone from the pouch and switched it on, his eyes fixed on the display. In under 10 seconds, the screen flashed twice. Gavin typed, "Got it. This could take a while. No promises. I'll be in touch." As Jack closed the chat, Isabel's laptop chimed. "New email," she said. Jack opened the inbox. "It's from Irvaz," he told her. "Seriously?" Isabel got up from her chair and settled beside him. "What does it say?" "Pretty much, 'Who the hell are you?'" Jack typed back. "A friend of Seth's." "Seth is missing. I know, I'm trying to locate him. Prove you're his friend." "I can't," Jack replied. "I don't know you, don't know your connection to Seth. Help me find him. He's in danger." The response took a full minute. Possibly, need to think. "I'll contact you." Jack shut the laptop. Now we wait. Now we sleep. Isabel countered, stifling a yawn. As arranged, Isabel left the apartment at 8 in the morning. Jack rode the elevator down with her. When the doors opened on her parking level, she said, "I'll call when I'm finished." Right. Use the cloned number. He took the elevator to the ground floor, exited the garage, and meandered into Mellot Park. It was another dreary, wet day. Under the shelter of one of Isabel's umbrellas, Jack walked the path around the park's northern edge, fighting the urge to head south to where Balaclava had been shot the previous night. The police might still be interviewing potential witnesses, and that was a roster. Jack had no interest in joining. Still, he eventually needed to get inside Seth's condo and onto its roof. It was a long shot, but maybe the sniper or his mysterious protector had left something useful behind. It seemed doubtful Seth had kept anything important in his condo, but it was a lead Jack wanted to chase down. He made his way to the banks of Mellot Lake, finding a vendor stall with a canvas awning. He bought a cup of coffee and a bag of breadcrumbs, then navigated through the trees to the water's edge where he crouched down. The rain tapped gently on the umbrella. A pair of ducks noticed him and paddled over, quacking and swimming in tight circles until Jack tossed them some crumbs. They were clearly old pros at this routine. For the second time in 2 days, Jack questioned what he'd gotten himself into. Balaclava's murder had shifted everything, and not just by introducing violence. Jack's instinct screamed that Balaclava had been eliminated by someone in his own circle, maybe his own partner, David Weaver, or perhaps a player Jack hadn't even met yet. If that was true, someone was deeply, dangerously committed to whatever Seth was involved in here, so committed that Balaclava was considered more useful dead than talking. Who had made that call? Spellman and Wellesley were the obvious suspects, but Jack was hesitant to accept that easy answer. Spellman was American, like Jack, and Wellesley was British, America's closest ally. What could possibly drive one or both of these men to order an ambush like last night's? The whole thing felt like a bad joke, a bureaucratic farce where the punchline was a body on the pavement. Jack found a flat stone by the water's edge, placed it between his boots, and pulled the disposable phone from its protective pouch. He laid the device on the ground, raised the rock, and brought it down hard, shattering the phone into fragments. After sweeping the pieces into the pond, his own phone rang. "It's done!" Isabel's voice came through. Jack emptied the last of the breadcrumbs for the ducks, stuffed the empty bag into his jacket, and began walking away from the park. A short while later, Isabel met him in the kitchen, handing him a mug of coffee. "You were right," she confirmed. "They asked a few basic questions and didn't seem overly concerned. Told me someone would follow up. That's a good sign. If they'd already connected your Range Rover to the shooting, you'd be in an interrogation room right now with a detective taking notes. But they'll find the vehicle eventually," she pointed out. "Likely in the next day or two," Jack agreed. "Unless they're completely inept, they'll spot the bullet holes, make the connection, and process it for evidence, including your fingerprints all over it." "I'm not in their databases," Jack replied. "Not in any official ones, at least, unless you had serious clearance and resources," he thought to himself. His position at Hendley Associates, not to mention his family background, offered certain layers of insulation. Of course, if he were arrested and printed, those layers wouldn't matter much. "Once they finish with the Range Rover," he continued, "they'll circle back with more questions for you. Just hold to your story. You probably won't see your car again until their investigation cools off. Call your insurance company and report it stolen." "How do you know all this, Jack?" Isabel asked, studying him over the rim of her cup. He shrugged and took a drink. How do you feel about stirring up a little more trouble? What variety? Another man getting shot in front of me or something different. Tonight, I need you to visit your boss, Dr. Abasi. We have to find out who he's passing your think tank's information to. What's your take? That's hardly trouble. If I frame it the right way, he'll probably give me a name without a second thought. What about you? What kind of trouble are you walking into? That depends entirely on whether Yazdani and Son's office has a decent alarm system. After deciding Isabel's Mercedes was still clean, Jack had her take it for the meeting with Abasi. He navigated Tehran's straightforward subway and bus networks to the city's eastern edges, disembarking to walk the final stretch to the warehouse district housing Yazdani's office. He spent time circling the surrounding blocks, noting the area was deserted and, thankfully, free of patrol cars. Making his way to the rear of the complex, he faced a chain-link fence choked with weeds enclosing the back lot. Through the links, he could make out the van used by Balaclava and Weaver during his abduction. Jack remained motionless for a full 10 minutes. Watching and listening, all was still. He gathered a few small stones and spent several minutes lightly tossing them against the building's aluminum siding and a side pedestrian door, testing for any reaction. Satisfied, he took the old blanket Isabel had provided, tossed it over the barbed wire topping the fence to create a buffer, and scaled over, carefully maneuvering past the blanket before dropping to the other side. He retrieved the blanket and approached the door. Without proper lock-picking tools, he had already settled on a more direct method. Using his penlight, he scanned the enclosure until he spotted a rusted vehicle leaf spring, likely from one of Yazdani's own vans. He draped the blanket over the doorknob, then swung the heavy spring like a battering ram. He paused, listening intently for half a minute, then struck again. On the fourth impact, the knob sheared off and clattered to the concrete. Jack nudged it aside with his foot, hooked a finger into the hole, and pulled the door open. The garage interior was a landscape of steel shelving stacked with plastic storage bins and pegboard racks hung with tools. A short set of steps to his right led up to a glass-walled office where the pale glow of a computer monitor was visible against the back wall. Jack moved quickly, his eyes searching for an alarm panel, first near the side door, then by the main entrance, and finally inside the office itself. He found nothing. Yazdani's setup was a relic, an old IBM tower, a mouse as bulky as 2 decks of cards, and a chunky 14-inch monitor whose upper right corner was anchored to the casing with a strip of dirty duct tape. Beside it, a dial-up modem blinked with green and amber lights. "You're due for an upgrade, Mr. Yazdani," Jack whispered under his breath as he took a seat. He slipped on a pair of thin leather gloves and got to work. The computer offered no resistance. Neither the system nor its files were protected by passwords. The catch was that most of the documents were in Farsi. Jack navigated to the accounting software and began photographing 3 months' worth of bank statements, expense reports, and balance sheets. He then captured the web browser's history and cached files before shifting to the email client. Scrolling down to the date of Isabel's visit revealed only routine messages, some personal, some to local suppliers and contractors. "Damn," he muttered. Then a thought struck him. The trash folder? Plenty of people mistakenly believed moving a file to the trash was the same as deleting it forever. He clicked the trash icon and scrolled again to the relevant date. 18 messages waited. Jack examined each one until an English-language address jumped out at him, info@hamraengineeringarch.com. He skimmed the exchange. Some woman hit her car. What should I do with the van? Jack photographed the entire thread. At the bottom of every message from Hamra was a signature block, Farid Rasulov, shipping manager, Hideaway E19, Arkivan, Azerbaijan, plus 994 25491 7912. "Got you," Jack murmured to the silent screen. Back at the apartment, he found Isabel on the balcony, cradling a cup of tea. He joined her, and they looked out together at the twinkling lights of Mellet Park spread below. What's the saying? Isabel asked quietly. Never meet your heroes? Why, what happened? Jack replied. She let out a weary sigh. My beloved mentor, Dr. Pejman Abbasi, the kindly grandfather figure, has been taking kickbacks, explain. An investment firm called the Bekkara Group, based in Mashhad, hired him as a consultant. Apparently, our little think tank is now scouting for opportunities inside the Russian Federation. Jack stayed silent for a moment. This was both unexpected and, frankly, sounded like nonsense. Given the current state of Russian-Iranian relations, it seemed highly unlikely Moscow would greenlight such ventures unless Bekkara was operating through layers of front companies. Since the actions in Crimea, eastern Ukraine, and Estonia, President Valery Volodin's policies had turned increasingly inward. Was Bekkara simply chasing a financial mirage, or was it itself a front for another player, like Iranian intelligence? The whole thing was becoming a dizzying puzzle of wheels within wheels. Soon he'd need a flowchart just to keep it all straight. When did Bekkara approach Pejman? Before or after he established your group after? It began as an internal university project, just like all the others. So how and why did Bekkara suddenly take an interest? Jack wondered. Why did Pejman confess all this to you? Guilty conscience, I suppose. He needed to get it off his chest, and I was the one who asked. His wife is very ill, terminal cancer. He's been taking her to every specialist and clinic he can find, and it's costing a fortune. How convenient that the Bekkara Group showed up right when he needed cash. My thoughts exactly, Isabel said. And yes, before you ask, I told him to keep our conversation completely to himself. He will. How can you be so certain? I just am. Who's his contact? I left it all on the notepad on the dining table. A man named Suleiman, Isabel answered, nodding toward the other room. Pejman only had a cell number. What did you find at Yazdani's plenty for you to translate? Jack described the email exchange between Yazdani and a man named Farid Rasulov from Hamra Engineering. Your little visit definitely stirred the pot, at least on Yazdani's side. You terrified the man. Isabel allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. I have my methods. What is Hamra Engineering? No idea. I'll send it to Gavin. What's the background on a name like Farid Rasulov? Jack asked. Farid is Arabic, but it's common in Azerbaijan, too. Rasulov is Russian, obviously, but a lot of Azerbaijani last names are relics from the Soviet era. Isabel explained. She then turned the conversation. So what's our next move, Jack? That question had been circling Jack's mind relentlessly since the gunfire at Pardis Condos. Time to settle the account, he stated flatly. Jack retreated to Isabel's guest room, shut the door, and used the cloned phone to call Gavin Byrie. His directions were brief, and the results came swiftly. Within 10 minutes, his phone rang. Jack, it's Jerry. John Clark is here with me. You're on speaker. What's happening? Internally, Jack thought, I'm not entirely sure myself, but aloud he said, I'm wrapped up in something here in Tehran. For the next 10 minutes, he walked them through everything from his lunch with Seth Gregory to the break-in at Yazdani's office, omitting no detail. A heavy, tense silence followed on the line. Finally, John Clark's voice broke it, uttering simply, Good Lord, Jack. Are you secure? Jerry pressed. I believe so. What do we know about this woman you're with? Jack provided Isabel's background, then added firmly, She's trustworthy. Or she isn't, and this is a long con. Jerry countered. Clark interjected. What's your instinct telling you, Jack? She's solid, Jack repeated without hesitation. Then that's good enough for me, Jerry, Clark said. Jerry sighed audibly. Jack, can you guess what I'm about to say? Drop everything and get on the next flight home. But I'm not doing that. The hell you're not. This stopped Jack short. Jerry Hendley was the picture of composure. This reaction was completely out of character. John Clark stepped in. Jerry, hold on, Jack. Explain your reasoning. And for heaven's sake, don't say, because Seth is my friend. That was precisely what Jack had been about to say, even though he knew how naive it sounded. "All right, let's lay it out," he began, his tone shifting from defensive to one of hardened resolve. The absurdity of the whole situation suddenly struck him. The CIA and British intelligence are running an operation here in Tehran. Seth was managing the network and the money, and now he's vanished. 2 men, likely Americans, grabbed me off the street. Then last night someone put a bullet in one of those men's head, probably just because he might have talked to me. "You can't be sure of that," Jerry interrupted. "It's the only explanation that fits." "Look, Jerry, I understand the position this puts you in. This might be slightly outside our usual lane, but it's brushing right up against it. Let me see it through. Jack, you're putting me in an impossible situation. If this unravels, the fallout for us could be. I know. What do you want me to say? Come home, or you're terminated? That's your decision, Jerry. You'd go that far?" "I would." Another silence stretched over the line, broken by a low chuckle from John Clark. "Well, Jerry, a friend's a friend. Besides, Jack has a point. Langley and our friends in London are running a show in Iran, of all places, and if Jack's right, it's gone sideways." "Maybe we ought to know the reason why." "That sounds like a them problem," Jerry retorted, but Jack could hear the edge in his boss's voice beginning to soften. "You don't hire the plumber who flooded your house to fix the leak." "That's mighty poetic, John," Jerry replied, a note of weary amusement entering his voice. "Damn, Jack, when did you grow a set that big?" It was a fair question, one Jack had never really paused to consider. So much had changed since he joined the campus, especially since he moved into field operations. The Emir, India, China, Ukraine, North Korea. Somewhere in that chaos, he supposed, his perspective had fundamentally shifted. "Guess it happened when you weren't looking, Jerry." "Apparently so," Jerry conceded. "What do we need to do to get started?" Helen demanded, pacing the small kitchen area of their loft apartment in Edinburgh. She stopped and glared at Yegor, who was seated at the table with his head bowed, fingers tapping a restless rhythm on the wood. "How did this happen, Yegor? How could you, of all people, make such a massive mistake?" Yegor kept his eyes down. "I'm sorry, Helen. They look similar. They live in the same dormitory building. They even share a first name." "That's not true," Helen snapped, her voice sharp. "Amelia, Amy. They are not the same name." "A nickname, then," Yegor insisted weakly. "Their friends use the same nickname for both. I made an assumption. I thought it was her." From the direction of the bathroom came a series of thuds and stifled cries. Helen sighed. "Oleg, go and calm her. Be gentle about it." Roma sprang up from the couch where he'd been sitting with Oleg, a game show flickering on the television. "I'll handle it," he said, a folding knife snapping open in his hand. "No, sit down," Helen ordered. "You've already done more than enough." The girl's jaw was fractured, the left side of her face a mask of purple swelling. "Oleg, go!" Muttering, Roma slumped back onto the couch as Oleg slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. The frantic noises intensified for a moment before subsiding into the low murmur of Oleg's voice, then silence. Helen moved to stand in front of the television, blocking Roma's view. "What were you thinking?" she asked him. "About what?" "You nearly killed her." "So what? She's a disgrace, an insult to our faith." "Be quiet about that," Helen cut him off, though a bitter thought echoed in her mind. "And so am I by the strictest definitions, yet here I stand." She loved Allah and the Prophet, but sometimes the weight of countless rules felt like a constant pressure, a heavy hand holding her down. Could that truly be the divine intention, for women to feel so confined? Roma leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. "Woman," he growled, "you do not speak to me that way. Remember your place." Helen took a step closer, her presence crowding him against the cushions. "And you remember yours," she said, her voice low and steady. "I am in charge. You agreed to that when you joined this. I have experience in these matters. Do you?" What's so complicated? You take them, you keep them, you release them. You're a fool, Helen stated flatly. You will follow my instructions. I won't. Yegor was suddenly on his feet, his chair scraping back, shoulders tense and fists clenched as he advanced on Roma. You stupid, reckless idiot. Helen threw out an arm, halting Yegor's progress. Do you have any idea what will happen if we're caught? Yegor shouted, his face flushed. To them, we'll be terrorists. No trial, no barristers, just a dark hole somewhere dug specially for people like us. Use your brain. Helen knows what she's doing. If you want to be paid and ever see home again, you will listen to her. The phrase see home again struck Helen with a cold clarity. Failure here, ending up in a British prison, might actually be the preferable outcome. Their employer, for all his generous funding, had been brutally clear about the consequences for either failure or disobedience. And even success offered no real promise of safety. She, Yegor, Oleg, Roma, they would all become loose ends, problems to be neatly resolved. First, finish the job, she told herself. For a long moment, Roma was silent. Then he leaned back into the cushions. Fine. Now let me watch my program. First, give me the knife, Helen said. Without meeting her gaze, Roma fished the blade from his pocket and handed it over. I want it back later, he grumbled. The bathroom door opened, and Oleg emerged, heading to the sink to fill a glass with water. Helen joined him. Well, I'm getting her some aspirin. She's in terrible pain and terrified. I told her we aren't going to hurt her again. Roma snorted from the couch. Fool! We can't just let her walk away. We're not doing that, Helen said. Then we have to find the correct girl and not make another error. Oleg replied, his voice weary. Helen, we cannot manage two of them. It's impossible. Helen knew, logically, he was correct. The risk was too great. Yet the young woman in their bathtub was there due to their error, and Helen's record was spotless. No botched jobs, no killings, no torture, and she'd never accepted a contract demanding such things. Her sympathy for the girl was underscored by a stubborn, almost absurd sense of professional integrity. She wouldn't kill her. Still, Helen was aware her personal code wouldn't sway the team, least of all Roma, and she had no desire to rehash the argument. If we kill her, we can't leave the body here, Helen stated. Dumping her would bring a police officer to every doorstep. Right now, she's just a missing person. The authorities will assume she ran off with a boyfriend. It'll be days before serious questions start and longer before a real manhunt begins. By then, we'll be long gone. She looked at each man, agreed. Yegor and Oleg nodded. Roma kept his eyes fixed on the television. Roma, I need an answer. Where I would leave a body, it would never be found, he replied, a smug half-smile on his face. A cold shiver traced Helen's spine. He wasn't joking. Fine, have it your way. Roma finally conceded. Let's collect the other one and get out of this dump. Jack's request to Jerry was straightforward. For now, he just needed Gavin Byrie and his technical skills. Jerry agreed, but with conditions. First, Jack had to keep John Clark fully informed. Second, any further requests involving CIA or SIS matters required prior approval from Hendley, while a few high-level U.S. intelligence officials, like Director of National Intelligence Mary Pat Foley, were aware of the campus. Jerry preferred to keep direct contact minimal. Jack was relieved his boss hadn't insisted on sending Clark, Ding Chavez, or Dominic Caruso to babysit him. He hadn't needed a minder for a long time. Thanks for looping Jerry in, Gavin said over the phone. I was starting to get twitchy about all this. No problem. Did he ream you out? Jack asked. Not exactly. Let's just say he recalibrated my perspective. Anyway, I've got some information. First, your old phone is clean. Whoever had it installed some malware, a slick piece of code that embedded itself in the real-time operating system. You're making my head hurt, Gavin, Jack interrupted. Just tell me, can I use the phone? Yes, I did a quick search on Hamra Engineering. It's based in Baku. The email you provided is for its Archivan branch. Hamra is one of hundreds of contractors attached to the Parsabad Artesian Railway project. Never heard of it. It's a plan to build a rail line from northern Iran through Azerbaijan and Dagestan, then into Ukraine. Moscow is also pushing for a spur line into Georgia. The project's been on and off for 2 decades, but restarted about 5 years ago. I'm sure Georgia is thrilled about that, Jack remarked dryly, considering Russian President Volodymyr's aggression in the region. Anyway, keep digging on Hamra, but on the surface it looks legitimate. It's not, or someone there isn't. Jack explained the exchange he'd found between Yazdani and Farid Rasulov. Well, I'll be, Gavin said. You know that Gmail address you gave me for the agent named Ervaz? Right. It also traces back to Hamra. The alternate contact is listed as info@hamraengineeringarc.com, the same as this Rasulov character's address. So Ervaz and Farid Rasulov were the same person. Focus on Rasulov. See what you can find, Jack instructed. Also, look into a man named Suleiman Balki from a company called the Beykara Group in Mashhad. Jack provided Balki's cell number. I'm handling it, Jack said, ending the call. He swapped to his primary phone and sent a quick text to Seth. Jack here. Critical. Respond. He watched the screen, willing a reply to appear, but the display remained stubbornly blank. Leaving the bedroom, he found Isabel on the sofa, her MacBook open. Earlier, before contacting the campus, Jack had transferred the photos from his visit to Yazdani. No clear links yet, Isabel told him, scrolling. Their bookkeeping and banking are all internal. I haven't spotted any direct monetary ties to Hamra, but we did get an answer from Ervaz. What's the word? He's willing to meet. I haven't confirmed. Location and time, 2 days from now, 8 in the evening at a farmhouse just outside Nemen. It's roughly 400 kilometers northwest of us, close to the Azerbaijan line. How close to the border? Approximately 8 kilometers, and from Nemen to Arkivan. Isabel checked her screen. 28 kilometers. Jack did the mental math, about 5 miles to the border, and 20 miles to Hamra's Archivan office. It felt too deliberate to be random. He pointed this out to Isabel. I was thinking the same thing, she replied. So the man in the balaclava used a Yazdani vehicle to grab you. Yazdani answers to Farid Rasulov, who uses the same contact as Ervaz. Correct? Jack gave a slow nod. Keep going. Therefore, by simple logic, Farid Rasulov, also known as Ervaz, one of Seth's own operatives, orchestrated your abduction. If that was accurate, Jack realized, Seth's troubles with Wellesley and Spellman were just the tip of the iceberg. And just to state the obvious, Jack, Isabel added, her tone shifting from analytical to dryly sarcastic, this is the wonderfully trustworthy fellow who wants a cozy midnight chat with us in a remote village in the middle of nowhere. Charming, really? But it's our only lead. Send the reply, tell him we'll come, actually wait, put a $sign at the end of the message. What for? Just a hunch. Do it. Edinburgh, Scotland. Determined to recover the time lost tracking the wrong Amy, Yegor had dedicated the last full day to surveilling the correct target. Helen had assigned Oleg to accompany him, growing increasingly uneasy about Roma's presence on a university campus filled with young women he viewed with contempt. Helen was beginning to see Roma not merely as an extremist, but as a volatile man with poor self-restraint and a dangerous disregard for consequences. His resentment at taking orders from a woman was a simmering problem she hoped would not boil over before their work was finished. Yegor and Oleg returned in the mid-afternoon, driving into the double garage and cutting the engine. Helen came down from the apartment, secured the doors, and approached Yegor as he stepped out. She has a late laboratory session today in the Sanderson building, ending at 8:50. She takes the number 22 bus back to Pollock Halls. It's a 4-minute walk from the building to the bus stop. Oleg chimed in. We followed the bus route twice. The trip from Sanderson to Pollock takes between 10 and 12 minutes. At night, likely a little faster. You're certain? Oleg nodded. What about the walk from the bus stop to Chancellor's Court? Yegor answered. 50 meters along a secluded path with lots of tree cover. Vehicle access? 100 meters north of Pollock, on Duddingston Low Road, it heads east. 8 minutes after departure, we can be in Joppa. This is viable, Helen. We should proceed tonight. Helen considered briefly, then nodded. Oleg, go upstairs and begin packing our gear. Tell Roma to start the cleanup. I want no evidence we or the girl were ever here. Understood. Oleg headed up the stairs. Once he was gone, Helen moved closer to Yegor, her voice a whisper. Keep a close eye on Roma tonight. Has he caused more trouble? Just watch him. At 8:10 p.m., with twilight fading into darkness, they departed the garage. Yegor took the wheel. Helen sat beside him, and Roma and Oleg occupied the back seats. Before departing the garage, Oleg had confirmed the sedative was working, and Amelia was deeply asleep in the bathroom, her restraints and gag firmly in place. Once they secured their actual target and were safely away from Edinburgh, Helen would make an anonymous tip to the police with the girl's whereabouts. The physical injuries would mend, and in time, perhaps the psychological wounds would too. It was a more merciful outcome than Roma's preferred method. Helen reassured herself. Following her directions, Yegor drove them east toward Portobello Bay, then north through Joppa and into Duddingston, where they spent a quarter of an hour navigating the tight, twisting lanes. She had to concede Yegor and Oleg had a point. If things went badly during the grab and their escape was compromised, these maze-like village streets offered a place to vanish, potentially granting them the crucial minutes needed to reach the safe house. It was a thin hope, but it was something. At 8:45, she ordered Yegor to set course for the university. Yegor kept the van just below the speed limit, arriving at the campus entrance on Holyrood Park Road precisely at 9. Helen told him to drive past it, pull onto the dark shoulder, and kill the headlights. From the glove compartment, she retrieved a can of artificial snow they'd bought at a discount store. She stepped out, walked to the front of the vehicle, and coded the front license plate, then repeated the process at the rear before climbing back inside. Yegor pulled onto the road, executed a U-turn, and started down Holyrood Park Road. Through the trees outside Yegor's window, Helen could make out the dark silhouette of Chancellor's Court against the night sky. Most of the top-floor windows were illuminated, some with curtains open, others drawn shut. Her room is on the second floor, third from the right corner, Yegor stated. Helen spotted it. The window was dark. She should be on the bus by now, Oleg murmured from the rear seat. Show me where she gets off, Helen instructed Yegor. He reached the intersection and took a left. The stop is just ahead on your side, Yegor said. 3 figures with book bags or backpacks stood waiting in the dimly lit shelter. Waiting for the number 22, Helen assumed. She glanced at her watch. 9:02. The path she'll use is directly opposite the stop. It's coming up on my side now. Good, Helen replied. That will do. Take the next right. Yegor passed the bus stand and turned into a parking lot. Out her window, Helen saw a sign for the Royal Commonwealth Pool. She directed Yegor to the curb, then swiveled in her seat. Oleg, meet her at the bus stop and tail her down the path. Give her space. Text me once. She's moving. Clear, clear. Oleg exited and closed the door. Back to Pollock Halls, Helen told Yegor. He turned the van around, headed back the way they came, and turned right onto Holyrood. Helen checked her watch again. 9:04. Ease up, Yegor. They couldn't afford to sit idling in the Chancellor's Court parking lot for more than a few minutes. The one unpredictable element was the schedule and route of the campus security patrols. If one cruised by at the wrong moment, Helen would have to abort. It was that simple. Yegor turned into the Pollock parking area. Helen strained to see, scanning for pedestrians or occupied vehicles. One car was parked in front of the Chancellor's Court lobby, about 100 feet away. Its lights off and a faint plume of exhaust visible in the glow from the building's interior lights. She couldn't see anyone inside. For the moment, they had to assume the driver would return shortly. Her pulse quickened. Her cell phone buzzed in her hand. The screen displayed, "Off bus, headed your way." "Where does the path emerge?" she asked Yegor. "Up ahead on the right. We're almost there." Yegor followed the road as it curved toward the tree-lined mouth of the path. He pulled to the curb and shifted into park. Helen's phone buzzed a second time. "I see you." 20 seconds. She turned in her seat. "Roma, get in the back and be ready to open the doors." There was no answer. "Roma, I heard you. Ready, Yegor? Ready." Helen looked out her window and saw a figure step from the path, 10 yards back, the shape of Oleg. Helen waited until Amy was 20 feet from the van, then pushed her door open and stepped onto the pavement. "Pardon me, I'm trying to find Chancellor's Court." Amy, arms wrapped around a stack of books, halted. This was the right girl. Helen confirmed with a surge of relief. "Oh, you're here," Amy said. "Where? Can you point it out?" Amy moved to the back of the van and stopped at the bumper. Helen followed. Amy gestured toward the lit entrance of Chancellor's. "It's right over." Yegor came around the opposite side of the vehicle and walked quickly toward Amy, a hood in his grip. "Hey, what's going?" Amy let her books fall and began digging frantically in her purse. Helen shoved her forward as Yegor forced a rolled sock into her mouth and yanked the hood down. Amy started thrashing. Helen rapped on the van's rear doors. They flew open. Inside, Roma reached out, grabbing for Amy, who began kicking and muffled screaming. Oleg appeared beside Helen, and the four of them struggled to wrestle the girl into the vehicle. She was stronger than expected. Helen felt one of Amy's arms wrench free, then took a hard slap to the side of her head. "Get her in now," Helen urged. "Hey, stop that!" a voice yelled. "Amy." Helen heard running footsteps on the pavement behind Yegor, and over his shoulder she saw a man sprinting toward them. "Yegor, behind you!" Helen hissed. He turned, but too late. The man, at a full run, slammed into Yegor, and they crashed together onto the ground. "Oleg, help him," Helen ordered as she bodily heaved Amy into the van. Roma seized her by the collar and hauled her the rest of the way inside. "Little witch," he snarled. "Don't mark her," Helen warned him. From behind, Helen heard a solid thud, a pained groan, then another impact. She glanced back. Yegor was trapped under the motionless form of the man. Helen made an instant choice. "Take him too! Put him in!" Oleg rolled the man off Yegor, and the three of them lifted him, hauled him over the bumper, and tumbled him inside. Helen slammed the doors closed. "Get in!" Helen told Oleg and Yegor. She paused to scan the area. She saw no one else, but several windows above the Chancellor's Court lobby, previously dark, were now glowing. In one, a curtain was pulled aside. Helen walked to the passenger door and climbed in. "Go, Tehran." Jack woke to the vibration of his satellite phone on the nightstand. He turned and checked the screen. Raymond Wellesley. "Morning, Raymond. My apologies for the early call, Jack." "It's fine. What do you need? I haven't heard from Seth." "Nor have we, unfortunately. Are you free to meet this morning? Come to the flat, and I'll have a proper English breakfast waiting." Wellesley was back to playing the cheerful British chap. Did Wellesley's use of "I'll" mean Spellman wouldn't be there? He'd missed their last meeting, too. Was that significant? Jack had no desire to walk into Wellesley and Spellman's domain. "My schedule is tight today. Let's meet at my hotel around 10 in the lobby." Though Jack hadn't returned to the Parisian since the day he was taken, he hoped they were unaware of that. "Very well," said Wellesley. Until then, despite her objections, Jack convinced Isabel to remain at the apartment and do some digging. Hervaz had selected the meeting ground, Nemen, so Jack wanted every possible detail about the location. He also didn't want to chance Wellesley or his people catching sight of Isabel. Jack's taxi left him at the Parsian's lobby at 9:30. He approached the front desk. Inquiring if there were any messages or visitors for him, there were none. Just as on his first visit, Jack found the hotel's lobby quietly astounding, a gallery of beige and cream stretching from the tiled floors to the line of columns down the center, to the circular illuminated ceiling panels above. A sudden sharp memory of his previous ordeal here flashed through his mind, but he pushed it aside. Focusing on the mundane opulence around him, the lobby was dotted with cozy seating nooks, each featuring deep burgundy wingback chairs flanked by tall potted palms. Jack rode the elevator to his floor, swiped the key card, and paused in the doorway. "You're seeing threats in every shadow," he told himself. Given the events of the past week, however, a little paranoia felt entirely justified. He stepped inside and shut the door. The room showed only the orderly signs of housekeeping. Nothing seemed out of place. His briefcase holding an assortment of Tehran tourist pamphlets, harmless Henley paperwork, and his passport sat undisturbed on the desk. Jack slipped the passport into his jacket pocket, left the briefcase, and returned downstairs. He chose a chair in one of the lounge areas with a clear view of the main entrance. Wellesley pulled up in a black Codro Saman, essentially Tehran's answer to a hired town car, excited, and strode into the lobby. "Jack, there you are," Wellesley said, approaching with an outstretched hand. Jack shook it. "Appreciate you meeting me here. No Matt with you? He's tied up with something else?" Jack guided Wellesley to the hotel's all-day cafe, the Parsesh. A hostess seated them in a secluded booth at the rear. A server quickly brought a carafe of coffee for Jack and a pot of tea for Wellesley before taking their food orders. Once she left, Jack got straight to it. "What's on your mind, Raymond? You Americans never waste time on pleasantries, do you? My apologies, it's shaping up to be a long day." "Understood. I'll be direct. Then, a man was killed outside Seth Gregory's apartment building 2 nights ago." The news caught Jack off guard. He let a flash of genuine shock show on his face before responding, "Please tell me it wasn't Seth." "Jack, come now. Let's not pretend you know perfectly well it wasn't Seth. You were there. You watched the man die. If I hadn't stationed one of my people there, you'd be lying in the city morgue right beside him. Explain why you went to the park." "I received a text from Seth asking to meet. When I arrived, it was this other man. He claimed he would take me to Seth. We started to cross the street, and then, you know what happened? Who was he?" Wellesley offered a non-committal shrug. "Answer this first. Did he sound American?" "He did. Who sent him?" Jack pressed. "It's a delicate situation. Was it Spellman, Jack? I really can't answer that." "Then tell me how you knew to send someone to Pardis Park," Jack said. "You're in waters far too deep for you, Jack. I warned you before and I'll say it again. Walk away. Get on a plane and go home." "You know, that's not an option." "How did you know to send someone to Pardis?" he repeated. "I had you followed." "Did you have me followed?" Jack countered. "Or did you and Spellman have me followed?" Wellesley paused briefly before answering. "The first one. As I said, it's very complicated." "I know. I can't order you to drop this, Jack, and I can't force you to leave the country. So, as a favor to me, would you keep me in the loop? What happened the other night didn't need to occur. You could have very easily been killed on that street. If you had been, your father would be demanding someone's head on a platter, mine in particular, and he'd probably succeed. So you're advising me to leave this to the professionals? That is my very strong recommendation." Back at Weisabel's apartment, she called out from the living area as Jack entered. The police phoned. "They found my Range Rover. You failed to mention you were planning to set it on fire, Jack." "Sorry about that." She gave a dismissive wave. "The insurance will handle it." Jack sank onto the sofa and relayed the details of his meeting with Wellesley. Isabel listened, then said, How much of that do you actually buy? Is it possible they've been tailing us the whole time? I doubt it, but anything's possible. Still, if they've known about our activities all along, why haven't they shut us down? Regardless, I think we can safely assume one of them or both set you up to go to that condo. Or both, Jack agreed. Spellman and Wellesley might still be cooperating, and Wellesley is just messing with my head. For all we know, the murder of that man in the balaclava could have been a staged event just to frighten us off. That's a brutally cold calculation to kill your own operative. Or an ally's operative, Jack added. The whole conversation left him with a sour taste, a cynical twist on the usual cloak and dagger warnings. Instead of feeling protected, he just felt like a pawn being moved around a board by players who still wouldn't show their full hands. I think last night proved that point pretty clearly, Jack said. Isabel leaned her head back, running her fingers through her hair with a frustrated sigh. This is giving me a headache. Just thinking about it. Tell me about it. Let's walk through it step by step. They moved to the dining table and sat down. Jack grabbed a notepad. All right, here's what we know for sure or what we can reasonably guess. He began writing, Seth is missing. Wellesley and Spellman say he's CIA, that he stole operational money and disappeared. Seth had a secret apartment they didn't know about. He kept a safe there. The kidnappers in balaclavas, one called Weaver, had American accents. They tried to break into that safe. Whatever was inside mattered to Seth. There was a document in Cyrillic. They used a Yazdani van for the kidnapping. Yazdani is connected to Hamra Engineering. Seth's contact, Irvaz, is actually Farid Rasulov from the Arkavan branch of Hamra. The kidnappers took my phone, pretended to be Seth, and lured me to the Pardis condos. One of them, the balaclava guy, was killed outside the condo. Someone tried to kill me there, too. Wellesley hinted he's looking out for me and that Spellman can't be trusted, and Rasulov is the one who arranged my kidnapping. Jack set the pen down and studied the list, a frown deepening on his face. He shook his head slowly. What is it? Isabel asked. I'm not sure something's off. I can feel it, but I can't quite grab hold of it. It'll come to you. But Jack, she said, leaning forward, we can't skip over that last part. Tomorrow night we're meeting the man in the middle of nowhere who is responsible for you being taken. Let that sink in. Betting that Wellesley would never expect him to be reckless enough to return to the Pardis condo, Jack decided to do exactly that. He took a long, meandering route through Mellet Park and the surrounding side streets, watching for any signs of surveillance, before finally stepping into the building's lobby. Using the key Isabel had provided, he unlocked the inner door and rode the elevator up to Seth's floor. The weight of the 9mm in his jacket pocket was a small comfort. His previous visits to Seth's places had ended badly, first an ambush and kidnapping, then a sniper attack. He could only hope the third time would be different. He pulled on a pair of gloves, slid the key into the lock, and pushed the door open, pistol raised. Room by room, he cleared the space, the silence feeling heavier with each step. Finally, he returned to the front room. This apartment was the polar opposite of Seth's sparse bolt hole. It was opulent, filled with plush carpeting, rich leather furniture, intricate Persian tapestries, and a gleaming stainless steel kitchen. Then he caught a scent in the air, metallic like copper. He knew that smell. A cold dread settled in his stomach. Not again, he thought. The bathtubs. I didn't check the... He hurried down the hall to the guest bathroom and yanked back the shower curtain. The tub was empty. He turned and moved quickly to the master suite. With a sharp pull, he swept open the curtain, the rings clattering against the bar. Staring back at him were the cloudy, sightless eyes of David Weaver. His body floated in the half-full tub. Just above his left eyebrow was a rough, gaping hole the size of a golf ball. Someone had shot him from behind. Who did this? The body showed only early signs of decay. Jack estimated Weaver had died around the same time as the balaclava-wearing kidnapper. Both men who had taken him from Seth's hideout were now dead. Wellesley had claimed credit for killing the sniper. Did he mean Weaver? There was almost no blood in the tub water, and Jack saw no spatter anywhere in the apartment. A head wound like that would have made a horrific mess. That left one grim possibility. Jack left the apartment and took the stairs 4 flights up to the top floor. After a few minutes of searching, he found the roof access door. He pushed it open and stepped out into the night air. Gravel crunched under his feet as he crossed to the southwest corner and looked over the edge. Jack had a clear view past the nearest tree, looking down onto Rajay Boulevard where Balaclava had been shot. He lifted his arms, pretending to hold a rifle, using his extended index finger as the barrel. A slow nod confirmed it. This was the place. Jack stepped backward carefully, keeping the sightline intact, and began to examine the rooftop. He knew he wouldn't find any shell casings, but if this was where Weaver had died, there might be some trace left behind. Using the toe of his boot, he scraped the gravel aside until he spotted something. He knelt and cleared the area with his hands, uncovering a circle about 3 feet wide. The tar paper beneath was stained a faint yellow. Jack leaned in and caught a sharp chemical smell. Bleach. Right in the center was a bullet hole. He took a pen from his pocket and probed the hole, but felt nothing. The sequence became clear in his mind. Weaver shoots Balaclava, then someone kills Weaver, collects the rifle, the shell casings, the spent round from the roof, and even Weaver's body, takes it down to Seth's apartment, places it in the tub, returns to the roof to pour bleach over the blood, all while police sirens are closing in. Did the killer wait calmly inside Seth's condo during the door-to-door search, or simply walk away with the rifle hidden under a coat? Either way, Jack now understood he was up against a ruthless, highly skilled professional. Their safe house was a rented cottage on Petticoat Bay, not perfect with another cottage close by on the left, but it met Helen's 3 requirements: a basement, a garage for the van, and a landlord who preferred cash and a handshake over paperwork. Helen had told the elderly owner she'd be starting a postgraduate art history program at the university next year and wanted to spend the summer exploring the area with 3 classmates. The landlord had just smiled, nodded, and taken the money. With any luck, they'd be gone before the next rent payment was due. "He's like a bull," Yegor said, coming up the basement stairs into the kitchen. Just before the door swung shut, Helen could hear angry, muffled shouts from below. "If he keeps this up, we'll need chains. You'd think he'd be worn out by now. I know I am. Leave him. No one can hear him." Nearly 7 hours had passed since they'd loaded the boy and Amy into the van. After leaving campus, Yegor drove the practiced route north to Leith, where he pulled over to wipe the fake snow from the license plates before turning onto the coastal road. Half an hour later, they crossed the Forth Road Bridge, putting miles between them and Edinburgh. In the back seat, Oleg kept headphones pressed to his ears, listening for any alarm from university security or local police. So far, it was quiet, but Helen knew that wouldn't last. Whoever had opened that curtain back at Chancellor's Court had seen something. Whether it was enough to call the authorities remained to be seen. Yegor limped to the sink and splashed water on his face. He touched the top of his left ear and winced. During the struggle with the bull, his ear had been slammed against the pavement, and his left side burned with what felt like a cracked rib or a deep bruise. "I'll take care of that soon," Helen said. "Sit down. I'm making eggs." Oleg came down and joined Yegor at the table. From the front room, Helen could hear giggles and the tinny music of a cartoon. Roma had found a kids' channel. The man was worrying Helen more than before. He wasn't just sullen now, he'd withdrawn completely, speaking only when spoken to and then only in short, clipped replies. Yegor and Oleg had certainly noticed. Helen was sure of that. Helen turned to Oleg. "How is she doing?" he replied. "Out cold. I gave her a sedative. I need you to check on her every 15 minutes. Same for the boy Yegor." Yegor gave a silent nod. Oleg then asked, What's the plan now? Helen glanced at her watch. It was nearly 4 in the morning locally, which meant it was approaching 7 in Kislayar. I'll make the call in 4 hours. Iran Weissabel estimated the 400-mile drive to Niman would take roughly 5 hours, assuming they avoided Tehran's notorious and chaotic rush-hour traffic on their way out. Once beyond the capital, the highway speed limits were posted at 110 kilometers per hour, but enforcement was sparse. By 6 in the evening, they exited the highway near Ardabil, a major city in the north known, as Isabel pointed out, for its exquisite silks, carpets, and surprisingly excellent pizza. Jack handled the gas pump while Isabel went inside to pay and grab drinks. Returning, she found Jack staring at the pump. "What does that say?" he asked. "It's 9,000 real per liter. That's about $1.20 for a gallon." "Can't complain about that," Jack remarked. She chuckled, handing him a water bottle. "Jack, you are aware we're in one of the world's top oil-producing nations, right? We're practically swimming in the stuff." "Good point," he said, finishing up. As he settled into the passenger seat of the Mercedes, his phone buzzed. It was Gavin. "What have you got?" Jack answered. "Suleiman Balki and the Beykara Group. The company is legitimate, but Balki isn't connected to it. I've verified that multiple times. The person might exist, but his story doesn't." "What about his cell number?" Jack inquired. "It's active. I've asked Mr. Clark to trace it." "Balki could be with Vijay," Gavin suggested, naming Iran's key intelligence service. "My thinking exactly," Jack agreed. One more detail. Jerry checked on Wellesley and Spellman. "They're authentic. Wellesley is with the SIS division covering the Maghreb and Gulf states. Spellman is with the NCS. The CIA's National Clandestine Service was the modern title for its operations directorate. What's his specific role, Jack asked. According to the British phrasing, he's without portfolio. Basically, Spellman operates independently, a floater. All right, keep me updated. Inform Jerry we're en route to a town named Nemen to connect with Seth's contact." Isabel leaned over, whispering the name, Farid Rasulov. "If you don't hear from either of us by 10 o'clock our time, assume the situation has turned sour." Jack ended the call. "How much longer?" he asked Isabel. "About 30 kilometers, but the roads deteriorate from here. We're entering the Elburz Mountains. Figure an hour, maybe a little more." By nightfall, they arrived in Nemen, a town of roughly 10,000 set on a desolate plain encircled by barren hills. In the distance, several miles off, Jack could make out the dark silhouettes of the Elburz Mountains against the night sky. Isabel drove along the main road into the town center. Jack noted the straightforward, functional architecture. Aside from the occasional shop front with Islamic design elements, it reminded him of any modest American town. "I'm feeling anxious, Jack," Isabel admitted quietly. "That's perfectly normal," he reassured her. "Maybe we should just turn around, go back to Ardabil for that pizza. You could leave me near the farmhouse. I'll find you when it's done." Isabel shot him a look, her face glowing softly in the dashboard light. "How could you even suggest that? I thought you were serious about leaving." "I wasn't. I was just voicing my nerves. Now be quiet. Could you check my gun?" "It's in my bag." Jack reached behind the seat, retrieved the revolver, and inspected the cylinder. "It's loaded," he confirmed, placing it back. "Honestly, if this goes badly, that revolver and my 9mm might not be sufficient. You know what I mean?" Jack did know. The answer was likely no. Their 2 handguns wouldn't offer much protection if they were walking into an ambush. While the idea of pizza was undeniably tempting, any chance of finding Seth depended on this farmhouse meeting. The quiet tension between them was palpable, a shared understanding of the risks ahead. "We'll be okay," he assured her. As they entered the city center, the Mercedes' navigation directed them to turn right onto Imam Khomeini Street. heading southeast past a sports complex before guiding them onto a dark, unpaved road flanked by drainage ditches holding stagnant water. Isabel drove another half-mile before easing onto the shoulder and killing the headlights. She studied the glowing map, then pointed, "It should be just ahead on the right. See that light pole?" "I see it. That's the driveway." Jack glanced at his watch, 7:20 p.m. He retrieved the binoculars from the console and raised them, scanning down the drive to a clearing. There stood a weathered two-story farmhouse, its white paint flaking away. Zooming in, Jack noted the windows were partly boarded, though the front door remained clear. Like much of Nemen, the place had a faded, almost Midwestern aesthetic. Across from the house sat a barn, and beside it a small shed with a pair of rusted steel drums out front. "No vehicles in sight," Jack muttered, passing the binoculars to Isabel. She swept the area and agreed, "None that I can see, but that barn could easily hide a few a valid observation," Jack thought. If Hervaz had arrived early with company and cars were tucked inside that barn, they were likely walking into a trap. The frustrating part was that confirming it meant stepping right into the danger. Jack leaned over the navigation screen, scrolling with his finger until he found what he needed. He looked at Isabel. "Is this car all-wheel drive?" Following the waypoint, Jack entered. Isabel drove past the farmhouse, doused the lights, and turned right onto a narrow dirt path hidden by a thicket of trees and overgrown brush. Eyes fixed ahead, she slowed beside a dip in the shoulder, executed a three-point turn, and backed the Mercedes onto a twin-rut tractor trail. The car's lower clearance scraped against the raised center ridge as she reversed toward the tree line. As Jack had instructed, she avoided the brake pedal, using the handbrake instead to bring them to a gentle stop before shutting off the engine. "Will this do?" she asked. "Perfect. Do you think anyone spotted us?" "If they're in there waiting, probably." Jack was fine with that. If their cautious approach had been noticed, it might rattle whoever was inside, maybe even force their hand. This was the moment Jack always disliked the tense quiet before action, where every move felt like a gamble in the dark. Playing defense rarely wins a fight, he reminded himself. He turned to Isabel. "Should I even try talking you into waiting here?" "Don't bother." She smiled, but the firm set of her jaw showed she meant it. She had no patience for being sheltered, and he'd been guilty of that lately. "All right, let's move. If you hear even a single shot, head straight back to the car." "I'll be right behind you. You promise?" "I promise," Jack replied, returning her smile. "Unless I take a bullet, of course." They exited the vehicle and skirted the tree line before making their way toward the farmhouse's rear wall, about 100 feet away. The uneven, frozen ground gave way under their boots, making each step precarious. With his 9mm held low and ready, Jack scanned the windows and corners, watching for any sign of movement. "Still with me?" he whispered. "Yes." They pressed on, soon flattening themselves against the farmhouse's cold siding. The lowest window was just above Jack's head. He caught Isabel's eye, pointed to his own, then to hers, and finally toward the right corner of the house. She nodded in understanding. Jack edged along the wall, his gaze shifting between the windows above and the corner ahead. When he reached it, he paused. Isabel offered a subtle nod and a faint smile from behind him. Jack moved closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "We're heading for the barn. The space between it and the house leaves us open. I'll cover the barn. You keep watch on the house, understood? Spot anyone at the windows or coming out the front door, fire a warning shot in that direction and fall back to the vehicle." "Got it." Jack took the lead, skirting along the side wall before cautiously peering around the corner. The front porch appeared empty. He moved into the open, constantly pivoting to scan the farmhouse windows. Once he confirmed Isabel had cleared the porch and had the house in her sights, he focused entirely on the barn. While her firearm technique wasn't flawless, it was dependable. Through the gaps in the barn door, a pair of headlights flicked on, casting barred shadows across the ground. Jack adjusted his path without breaking stride, making for the steel drums positioned before the shed. He dropped into a crouch behind them, his 9mm aimed steadily at the barn doors. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed Isabel was similarly positioned. She began to whisper, "Jack, what's eyes on the house?" he hissed back, then raised his voice. "You in the barn, can you hear me?" A reply came, tinged with a Russian accent. "We hear you. Are you Seth's friend, the one I have been communicating with?" First question, "How many are you?" 3. "Come out with your hands up. Stay in the beam of the headlights. Yes, yes, we are coming." The man's voice was calm, devoid of any nervousness. "I am opening the doors now." The groan of hinges echoed, followed by the scrape of the double doors swinging open. Dust swirled in the harsh light. 3 figures emerged slowly from the barn, their hands raised as directed. "You on the left," Jack called. "Step fully into the light." When the group was about 10 feet away, Jack commanded them to halt and turn to face the headlights. "Which one of you is Hervaz?" Jack demanded. The man nearest to him responded, "I am care to explain the theatrical display. We wished to signal our presence. I believed it preferable to simply walking out. I did not intend to alarm you." Mission accomplished anyway. Jack thought dryly, taking a deliberate breath to steady his racing pulse. "How did I conclude our last email exchange?" "I do not follow. What was the final thing I typed in my last message to you?" "Ah, may I check my phone?" "It is in my left coat pocket." "Do it slowly." The man retrieved the device, studied the screen for a moment, and answered a $sign. "Correct. This was Hervaz." From behind him, Isabel murmured, "Clever move." "Thanks. I'm checking the barn. If any of them twitch, shoot." Jack rose slowly from behind the barrels and stepped around them. "I'm clearing the barn," he informed Hervaz. "Don't move. You still do not trust me." "Not even a little." Keeping out of the headlights, Jack moved past the men to the edge of the right-hand door and peered inside. Finding it empty, he proceeded through the barn to clear it thoroughly. He then reached through the car window to kill the lights before returning to Isabel at the barrels, lowering his pistol to his side. "Satisfied?" asked Hervaz, a short, stocky man with a goatee. "We'll see," Jack replied. "Where is Seth? I was hoping you could tell me. I have not heard from him in over a week. That is very unlike him." A vibration buzzed in Jack's pants pocket. He pulled out his phone. A text from Seth flashed on the screen. "Where are you?" Hervaz inquired. "Is that him?" Jack ignored the question and typed, "Tell me how you're doing. Seth." The reply was 3 question marks. Jack repeated his message, this time in all capital letters. After a brief pause, the response came. "Sharp, stick, Jack." A smile touched Jack's lips. He was indeed communicating with the real Seth. Outside Nemen, he texted back, "Meeting Hervaz." Seth's answer was instantaneous. "Run." A cold knot tightened in Jack's stomach. He forced it down. "No," he told Hervaz, his voice even. "It's not him. I don't buy it." One of the men behind Hervaz shifted his weight, subtly angling for a clear line of fire. Jack lifted the 9mm slightly toward him. "Don't even think about it." Hervaz's voice was steady. "Who are you? Give me a name." Jack ignored the question. "Tell me where Seth is." The man took another careful step to the side. "One more move and you're done," Jack snapped. Hervaz simply repeated, "Where is Seth?" From the right, Jack heard the growl of a powerful engine. He fought the urge to look, keeping his eyes locked on Hervaz and his crew. He spoke to Isabel without turning. "What's coming?" Down the driveway. One SUV, moving fast, lights off. "What's the plan?" Jack's phone vibrated once more. The screen flashed a single word, "Run." Simultaneously, the men behind Hervaz reached inside their jackets. "Isabel, get inside the house! Now!" Jack yelled. He pivoted, firing 2 quick shots at the advancing man, then swung his aim and sent a third round toward Ervaz, who was already turning to flee. Jack scrambled backward behind the steel barrels and dropped into a crouch. 3 bullets ricocheted off the metal rim with a shriek. A sharp pain flared near his eye. To his right, blinding headlights suddenly ignited, trapping him in their glare. He glimpsed the SUV's grille just yards away and accelerating. Jack spun, dug his heels into the dirt, and bolted for the farmhouse. Isabel was vanishing through the doorway. Behind him came the deafening crunch of metal colliding, the hollow boom of barrels scattering, followed by 3 gunshots, then 2 more. He dove through the door, rolled to the right, and pressed his back against the interior wall. Cautiously, he peered around the frame. The SUV had skidded to a halt, shrouded in a swirling cloud of dust. Muzzle flashes lit up the barn's interior like orange strobes. The driver's door swung open. A moment later, the stuttering roar of an assault rifle filled the air, its muzzle flare illuminating the SUV's front end. Another rifle joined from the passenger side, bullets chewing into the barn's wooden facade. Then silence. A voice shouted, "2 targets down! I repeat, 2 down! Confirm it!" came the reply. A figure moved from the passenger side, crossing briefly through the headlight beams before disappearing into the barn. 2 solitary gunshots echoed, one after the other. The man reappeared. "It's finished," he called out. "Strip them for intel," ordered the man by the driver's door, who then raised his voice. "Jack, you in there?" It was Seth. "I'm here," Jack called back, then whispered urgently to Isabel. "Stay low, same rules. If this goes sideways, run for the car." "But Jack, that's him. I know his voice. Just trust me. I'm going out." "Seth, I'm coming out." With the pistol held loosely at his side, Jack stepped through the doorway. Seth called out, "Good to see you breathing, Jack." He turned, opened the SUV's rear door, and tossed the assault rifle inside. Jack tucked his 9mm into his jacket pocket and walked forward. Seth met him halfway, pulling him into a brief, hard embrace before stepping back. "Sorry about the dramatic entrance. What a rush, right? You nearly flattened me, you maniac." Still better than getting a bumper to the face, though. Jack couldn't help but laugh, the tension breaking for a second. "You look terrible yourself, like you've already lost a fight with a truck, and your eyebrows bleeding." Jack touched the spot with his finger, feeling a small, hard fragment lodged just under the skin. Probably a piece of one of those barrels, by the way. "Isabel's with me. Thank God, I hoped you'd find her, but I wasn't counting on it. Listen, we can't stay. The local police around here are surprisingly efficient." Seth's partner emerged from the barn and walked over, his rifle slung across his chest. Seth gestured. "Jack, I believe you've already met Matt Spellman." "Good to see you again, Jack," Matt said. Following Seth's SUV in her Mercedes, Jack and Isabel drove northeast, leaving Nemen behind and climbing higher into the Elburz Mountains. Snow-dusted peaks began to materialize in the distance. "Where is he taking us?" Isabel wondered aloud. "We're getting dangerously close to the Azerbaijan border." "Your guess is as good as mine," Jack replied, but he had already decided if Seth didn't stop before the border, they would. It was finally time for some straight answers. "Jack, is that actually Spellman?" "That's him." "So why are we tailing him?" "He had Balaclava and Weaver grab you in an Ervaz van, tried to have you killed at Pardis, then turned around and killed Ervaz back at the farm." "Are we really supposed to trust him?" "I don't know, but Seth appears to. I'm not sure that counts for much these days." Isabel murmured quietly. "I honestly don't understand how you navigate this world. I'm beginning to believe nobody can be trusted." "Welcome to the maze," Jack reflected after driving for another 10 minutes. Seth's SUV turned off the main road and into what looked like a scenic pull-off. Through his window, Jack could make out a deep valley shrouded in morning mist. Seth and Spellman got out. Jack and Isabel followed. meeting them near the front of the vehicle. Jack noticed Spellman had left his rifle inside. "You look well, Isabel," Seth said, moving to embrace her. She took a step back. He raised his hands in surrender. "All right, fair enough," he said, then returned to his spot. Seth turned to Jack. "I imagine you're looking for some explanations." "You bet I am." Jack pulled the 9mm from his jacket and set it on the SUV's hood with a solid thud, keeping his hand resting on it. "Take it easy, Jack." "What's easy nothing?" "Spellman, you better start talking. What's this about, Jack?" Seth asked. "It's fine," Spellman replied. "I can clear things up for you, Jack. Make it convincing." 3 nights ago at Pardis Condos, Spellman began. 3 shots were fired. The first took that man's head off. Balaclava. Isabel cut in. His name was Scott Hilby, former Royal Marines. After he fell, there were 2 more shots, one into the back corner of the Range Rover. I didn't see the third. The 4th shot never happened. You were lying face down on the pavement. You and Isabel headed north on Rajay Boulevard. How do you know my name?" Isabel interrupted. "Seth, did you tell him?" "After that, I lost sight of you. All that tells me is one of your people was there," Jack said, along with Balaclava and the sniper. "I'm guessing you went up to Seth's condo." Jack gave a nod. There was a man in the bathtub with a bullet hole in his forehead. "David Weaver," Jack stated. "Probably not his real name, I'd guess," Spellman replied. "I don't know what it is. His Albany address is a dead end." "Tell me what I found on the roof," Jack pressed. Spellman allowed a slight smile. "You're more observant than I thought, Jack. On the southeast corner of the roof, about 1.5 feet from the edge, I poured out a gallon of bleach, then covered the blood stain with loose gravel. There was a puncture in the roofing material, but no bullet." "Hold on, you said you poured it. That was you up there." "I've had to play several roles since this operation began. Matt Spellman was either his stone-cold protector or something else entirely." "Keep going." "The rifle Weaver used was a L15A3 Lapua, standard for British Army snipers, minus any serial numbers. It's in the trunk of our car if you want to check." "Convinced?" "Mostly." Isabel spoke up. "What exactly is this operation you mentioned, Mr. Spellman? Matt, we'll get to that." Jack turned to Seth. "Why did you kill Hervaz first?" "That wasn't Hervaz, for now. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page again." "That's asking a lot," Isabel shot back. "Do you have any clue what you've dragged us through?" "Any clue whatsoever?" "No, I don't. You can fill me in later. We need to cross the border. I have a safe place for us to go." "I didn't pack my passport," Isabel said with a trace of sarcasm. "You won't need it," Spellman answered. "What's waiting across the border?" Jack asked. "Someone I want you to meet," said Seth. Their entry into Azerbaijan was unexpectedly straightforward, just a 20-minute drive through a twisting mountain pass before descending into a new valley. There were no glaring checkpoint lights, no border guards, not even a sign marking their exit from Iran. Jack watched the compass on Isabel's dashboard for a while, but after the 10th sharp turn he lost track completely, the road now just a gray ribbon under a steadily darkening sky. Seth steered the SUV off the main track and onto a narrow dirt path which widened into a clearing dominated by 3 rust-streaked Quonset huts and a wooden watchtower with a roofed platform. Jack figured it for an old forestry camp or a decommissioned border outpost. He and Isabel stepped out into air that was noticeably colder. Their breaths formed quick clouds in the dim light. Following Seth and Spellman into the smallest hut, they found the space illuminated by a pair of kerosene lanterns dangling from a rafter above a battered workbench. The group congregated around its scarred surface. Isabel turned to Seth. "Do you have tweezers? Or a pocket knife and some rubbing alcohol?" "Sure. Hang on." Seth moved to a cabinet. "Jack, sit on that stool." No arguments. Jack complied. Seth returned with a set of fine needle-nose pliers and a half-pint of vodka. Gently tilting Jack's chin toward the lantern light with her finger, Isabel dipped the plier tips into the bottle, then into the gash above his eyebrow, and deftly extracted a wood splinter. Jack flinched. "All done," she said, passing him the vodka. "Disinfect it." She set the tools aside and faced Seth, hands on her hips. "How did we cross so easily? I live here, and I thought the border security was tighter than that." "What's with the tone, Isabel?" Seth shot back. "Why are you angry with me? Because you're being a jerk. That's why. Excuse me," Spellman cut in. "Iran has nearly 3,500 miles of borders, a lot of it shared with Iraq, Afghanistan, and Turkey. Your new president has bigger concerns than a frontier with a mostly friendly country." Jack interjected. "You said you had someone for me to meet, Seth. Where are they? He's running late. Borders are a bit more complicated for him." "Then tell us what this is all about." "Better to wait until our guest arrives," Spellman replied. "But I'll say this much. Raymond Wellesley is no friend of ours or America's, both, Jack. You had breakfast with him yesterday. He told you one of his men saved you at Pardis, right?" "Yes." "Think about it. Did he give you a single detail he couldn't have gotten from a news report?" "No, he didn't." Jack shook his head, a wave of frustration hitting him. Wellesley had offered no specifics because the two men who could have provided them were dead. "I should have seen that. Don't beat yourself up. Wellesley's a master at this game, and he's been playing it for decades. Let me guess. He subtly threw me under the bus?" "Very." Weaver's address, the American accent, Seth added. "And right after, you almost get killed. Wellesley shows up playing the sympathetic white knight, handing you a convenient common enemy." Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Jack's mind. "You haven't the stomach for it." Those were Scott Hilby's last words to him just before the sniper shot. Not, "You haven't got the stomach for it." The phrasing was distinctly British. There was no question now. Hilby and Weaver worked for Wellesley. Jack looked at both men. "Did you know they grabbed me when?" Spellman asked. "The night after the three of us met, they were at Niavaran Park trying to breach your safe." "Damn," Seth muttered. "Did they get in?" "No. Niavaran Park," Spellman repeated, turning to Seth. "What's he talking about? I have a place you and Wellesley didn't know about." Clearly Wellesley knew, Jack countered. Spellman asked, "Do you know where they were taking you?" Isabel answered, "North of the city, up the Chaumont Freeway. They were heading east on a dirt road outside Kishar-e-Sofla when I caught them." "Is that important?" "It might be. Let me check into it." Jack shifted focus. "Tell me about Irvaz, Seth." Hesitated, then said, "Whoever that was back there, it wasn't Irvaz. Probably one of his enforcers. The real Irvaz is a man named Farid Rasulov. We know that, Hamra Engineering. He's also two other identities, Suleiman Balki and Isabel finished, the Bekara Group. We know that's a front." "Well, he's none of those people either," Seth said, his expression turning grim. "The man is a ghost who's built a legend out of thin air, and he's been doing it right under everyone's nose. His real name is Oleg Pechkin, and he's SVR," Seth explained, naming Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. Jack needed a moment to process this. The information simplified the picture in one way, yet made everything far more dangerous. They had just condensed 4 identities into a single person, but that person had now undeniably placed the Russians into the game. Jack's mind began fitting the pieces together. Pechkin had arranged for Yazdani's van to be used by the kidnappers provided by Wellesley, who was clearly collaborating closely with Pechkin. "I've been in a back and forth with Pechkin for nearly a year," Seth admitted. "Sometimes it's hard to tell who's chasing whom." Seth gave a slight shrug. "It was only in recent weeks I learned he was also using the alias Irvaz, and that he had a direct link to Hamra and to Raymond Wellesley," Spellman added. Isabel leaned forward. "What makes Hamra so important?" "Unrestricted access," Seth replied. "Hamra handles all the survey work for the Parsabad Artesian Railway project, stretching from Parsabad in the south all the way north past Makachkala. With my engineering background, getting hired was simple. I can cross borders as easily as walking down the street. Jack cut in, his tone direct. Let's focus, Seth. What's the real objective here? Self-determination from outside. Came the sound of tires grinding on the dirt road. Spellman moved quickly to the hut's partly open door and glanced out. "They're here," he called back. "Medjid plus 2 security men." Instinctively, Jack's hand went to his pocket, his fingers closing around the grip of his 9mm. After a second's hesitation, he withdrew his hand empty. Seth noticed the gesture. "You have to learn to trust someone eventually, Jack." "I do trust someone," Jack replied, nodding subtly toward Isabel. "I'm not leading you into a trap, Jack. I swear on my life. You've already gambled with our lives," Isabel retorted sharply. 3 separate times. Call it the harsh realities of conflict. Before Jack could answer, the hut door swung open and 3 men entered. Spellman guided them to the workbench. As the lead man stepped into the lantern light, Jack saw he was tall and broad-shouldered with impeccably styled salt and pepper hair and a strong jawline. The man looked, Jack thought, like he belonged on a movie screen. Though likely in his late 50s, Reybaz Medjid appeared a decade younger. His 2 bodyguards immediately fanned out, conducting a swift search of the hut. Once finished, one returned to guard the door while the other melted into the shadows just beyond the light. Seth said, "Jack, Isabel, this is Reybaz Medjid. He leads Daghestan's Ministry of the Interior. He commands the Republic's police force." Medjid stepped forward, his expression solemn, and shook their hands. "A pleasure to meet you," he said, his English carrying only the faintest accent. "One small correction to your introduction, Mr. Gregory. The Republic of Dagestan, and hopefully soon, the former Federal Republic of the Russian Federation. Or perhaps not. Much rests on our discussion tonight." Jack's eyes moved from Medjid to Seth, then to Spellman. "You're organizing a secession. You're trying to pull Dagestan away from Volodin's control." Medjid gave a single nod, and with luck, avoid being crushed in the attempt. Almost absently, Jack wondered if his father had given this operation his approval. Most likely, yes. Orchestrating the toppling of an entire country, let alone a republic within Russia, wasn't a move the CIA would make independently, at least not under a Ryan White House. A grim smile touched Jack's lips. Here he was, on the ground, caught in the middle of a mission his own father had probably authorized. The irony was, neither would ever speak of it to the other one hand, of the family completely unaware of what the other was doing. "Hold on," Spellman interjected. "Reybaz, you said perhaps not. What did you mean? Has there been a development?" "Someone has taken my daughter, Mr. Spellman." Amanat was taken from her university dormitory 2 days ago. Medjid delivered this news with such detached calm that Jack briefly wondered if he had heard correctly. "Damn it," Seth muttered under his breath. "How did you find out?" Spellman asked. "I was approached this morning by a man outside my tennis club," Medjid stated. His message was succinct. "Do not cooperate with the authorities and await further contact." "Oh God," Isabel whispered. "Did you have him followed?" Spellman asked. He made it clear that would be a mistake. He showed me a photo of Amanat, unconscious and bound to a bed. "This is real. And they are experts. They knew my Thursday morning tennis routine. They'd been watching me." The man was calm, completely sure of himself. "He's done this kind of thing before." "What will you do?" Isabel asked. "A better question is, who took her? My enemies or my so-called friends?" "Wait a minute," Spellman said. "You can't be suggesting we're responsible. Until they make contact again, I have no idea what they want to stop me from helping with the coup or to make sure I follow through." "If it's the latter, then the 2 of you are behind it. It isn't us," Spellman insisted. "You have to believe that." "I don't have to believe anything. Whatever the truth is, I blame you. Either you 2 orchestrated this, or your carelessness alerted the opposition to my role." Let me be perfectly clear. If Aminat is not returned to me safely, our partnership is over, and if I discover you were involved, I will find both of you. Seth said, Rebaz, you can't just. I can, and I will. We've invested too much time in this, 3 damn years. All the more reason for you to bring Aminat back. Seth turned, paced a tight circle, and slammed his fist on the table. You're willing to throw away your country's future? Tell me you're not serious? Medjid's hand shot out, his palm cracking against Seth's cheek. Seth staggered sideways, then caught his balance. The bodyguard behind Medjid moved forward, a hand going inside his jacket. Medjid raised a hand and the man froze. Do I appear serious to you, Mr. Gregory? Rubbing his reddened cheek, Seth muttered, Yeah, you do. All right, we'll get her back. Just don't start dismantling everything we've built. Please, Rebaz, you have 1 week, and you will bring me proof that you had no part in this. What are you talking about? Jack answered for him. You stage the kidnapping, then be the heroes who rescue her, and he owes you. We would never do that, said Spellman. 1 week, Medjid repeated. If you find her, give her this so she knows I sent you. It was her favorite toy when she was little. He tossed a red and yellow polka-dotted thimble onto the table. I will be in Baku. You know the location. Medjid turned and walked out, his bodyguards following. They vanished through the door, and moments later Jack heard the car drive away. Isabel whispered, Seth, what is wrong with you? How could you say that to him? That's his daughter. No, it's an entire damn country. Seth fired back. Welcome to the real world, princess. You utter bastard, Isabel started toward him. Jack caught her arm and pulled her back. Let it go, he whispered near her ear. Let's get some air. He gently guided her ahead of him toward the door. Jack called over his shoulder, Seth, pull yourself together. When I come back, you're going to tell us everything, or we're leaving. He and Isabel walked in silence around the clearing for a few minutes, Jack letting her anger subside. Suddenly, Isabel said, Follow me, and strode toward the fire tower, starting up the ladder. Isabel, come on! Jack followed. At the top, he climbed through the open hatch to find Isabel sitting at the platform's edge, her legs swinging over the side, her forehead leaning against the waist-high rail. Jack sat down beside her. That isn't the Seth I remember, she said. Me either. What's changed him? Do you think he took the girl? Is he capable of that? Jack wanted to say, no chance, but now he wasn't certain. On the bright side, he offered, we have a better understanding of the playing field now. Isabel nodded. Thank you for what you said in there that you trusted me. It really matters to me. You're no princess. Isabel slipped her arm through his and rested her head against his shoulder. I'm freezing, she murmured. Jack almost suggested they head back inside, but he caught himself. Let's just stay out here a little longer, he said instead. After settling Isabel in the car with the heater on full blast, Jack went back to the hut. He found Spellman and Seth leaning close together at the workbench, speaking in hushed tones. Matt, could you give us a minute? Jack asked. Of course, Spellman replied, stepping outside. Once they were alone, Jack turned to Seth. That was a really low blow back there. She doesn't understand the stakes, Jack, Seth argued. We have a real shot at pulling Dagestan away from Volodine's control, and Medjid is ready to risk it all for one person. For his daughter, Jack corrected, his voice tight. I expected more backbone from him. You're going to apologize to Isabel. Yes, sir, Seth said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You have no clue what she's endured to stand with you through this. Seth, make it right. Fine, I will. I wasn't joking about walking away, so you'd better start explaining why the whole cryptic song and dance when we met at Shybar. Why not just tell me what was happening? There wasn't time, and it would have been one hell of a long story. I knew you'd go to the apartment. I knew you'd piece together the stake clue. I just didn't count on Wellesley moving against you or moving that quickly. Was it rough? I woke up on a plastic sheet. You tell me? Seth offered no apology, no sign of regret. He simply asked, "How did you connect with Wellesley?" "He showed up at my hotel." Later, he and Spellman laid out their story, that you'd turned traitor and vanished with the mission funds. The first part's a lie. The last two were true, but I had my reasons. I started getting suspicious of Wellesley operations. I was running in Makakala, kept getting compromised. Assets vanished or ended up under the wheels of a car. Matt and I decided to feed Wellesley a piece of bait that looked valuable but was actually useless. 2 days later, we got a response. What kind of response? A contact of mine there, a young hacker, disappeared. You sacrificed some kid just to see if Wellesley would bite. Seriously? Jack's voice was thick with disgust. Oh, come on, Jack. Not you too. When are you going to get it? Collateral damage happens. The point is, after that, we were almost certain Wellesley had flipped. Almost certain? We're sure now. Why not take this straight to Langley? Because they'd shut the whole operation down, Seth shot back. I can't let that happen. I can work around Wellesley. I can still make this succeed. The reality of the past few days crashed over Jack. You've been using us as bait, he said quietly. You absolute bastards. We figured if you stirred things up enough, Wellesley would get overconfident and slip. And he did. Now we know he's working with Petkin. We can use that. Wellesley knows we're onto him, Seth. If he hasn't heard about the farmhouse yet, he will soon. Seth just scratched his head. You're probably right. Oh, well, it doesn't change anything. It changes everything, Jack thought. Seth had developed a dangerous single-mindedness. This wasn't the friend he remembered. This was a colder, more ruthless and reckless version of Seth he never knew existed. It couldn't just be about ensuring a coup succeeded. There had to be more to it. Instead of voicing that doubt, Jack asked, "So why did Wellesley turn?" Clashing political visions, Spellman said from the doorway. He walked in and leaned on the workbench. The first thing to understand, Jack, is we believe Wellesley is following orders. Whose orders? Our own government's, Spellman explained. The U.S. assessment is that Volodin is overextended, both militarily and politically. After Ukraine, Crimea, and the endless Chechnya problem, his support in Moscow is fraying. If there was ever a moment to help a republic break free, it's now. And trust me, the desire for independence in Dagestan is real. You won't see it on the news, but it's the truth, Seth added. If Dagestan breaks away, it could ignite a fire across the entire Caucasus. Other democracies will follow suit, and having more free nations along Russia's border is a positive step, Spellman continued. Jack considered this, but the British see it differently. They believe Volodin will invade and everything will fall apart. Possibly, Spellman acknowledged. On paper, our governments share the same stance regarding Russia. Even if they privately disagree, they can't openly oppose us. We're supposed to be their closest ally. That's why they joined the operation and inserted Wellesley to influence things from within. The explanation made a certain kind of sense. Yet Jack struggled with the idea of America's foremost partner colluding with Russian intelligence. What if Wellesley has gone rogue on his own? That's also a possibility, Spellman conceded. It wouldn't be the first time a field officer decided to make their own foreign policy. Then present your evidence that he's turned traitor. Lay it all out for your superiors at Langley. The man's a living legend in the service, Spellman countered, a note of frustration in his voice. He has more commendations than I have years in the field. Rumor has it he's slated for an OBE upon retirement. His credibility is bulletproof. Even if I could persuade Langley to formally approach British intelligence, by the time the bureaucratic wheels stopped turning, Wellesley's sterling reputation would prevail. Seth and I would be the ones recalled, not him. So, which forecast for the coup was accurate? Jack wondered. The British pessimism or the American optimism, he didn't know, but he understood the strategic logic of containing Valery Volodin. The Russian leader might be weakened and eventually replaced by someone more moderate. But, as Medjid had feared, Would Dagestan be crushed in the power struggle? Volodin would never willingly surrender control over the oil-rich Caspian coastline, and the desires of Dagestan's people meant nothing to him. Historically, since the time of Napoleon, Moscow had always insisted on a buffer of subservient states along its borders. In that ruthless regard, Volodin was a direct descendant of Stalin. Seth broke the silence, his voice tight, and Wellesley is outmaneuvering us, the smug son of a gun. He has been for months, but I still think we can pull this off. Jack turned to him, his question direct. Did you two have anything to do with kidnapping Mejid's daughter? Seth's head jerked up, his eyes meeting Jack's. No, I swear, on everything we've been through, we had no part in that. Jack believed the raw sincerity in his voice. Then it has to be the SVR, or a pro-Federation faction here in Dagestan that Moscow bankrolls, Spellman added. There are a handful, though none of them sprouted up naturally, if you catch my drift. A colder realization settled over Jack. Seth, this goes deeper than just the coup, doesn't it? He pressed. You used some poor soul as a sacrificial pawn to test the opposition. You delivered Isabel and me right into Wellesley's hands. Hell, you didn't even spot that one of your own assets was SVR. What's really going on? Seth looked away, his expression grim. It's nothing. Don't give me that. Spellman cut in sharply. Clearly you and Jack have history. Is he right? Seth remained silent, the weight of the room pressing down. God damn it! Answer the question, Spellman demanded. It's complicated, Seth finally muttered. Now there's a word Wellesley loves to use, Jack observed dryly. Whatever it is, you're not going to like hearing it. Spit it out, Spellman ordered, or I'm putting you on the next plane home. Fine. Seth took a shaky breath, his gaze fixed on the floor. Jack, you remember about my dad? The so-called stroke? It wasn't a stroke. He put a gun in his mouth in his study. My mother was the one who found him. There was nothing left to recognize. The stark image hung in the air. Why would he do that? Jack asked, his voice softer. Humiliation. Rage. He wasn't with the Agriculture Department. Jack, he was CIA. They forced him out after 22 years of service. Spellman connected the dots. Wellesley mentioned something about the apple tree. Was that what he was hinting at?
Probably.
Langley became convinced my father had turned, that he'd gone over to the Soviets just before the collapse. A sensitive document from his unit went missing and later surfaced in Moscow. A document, Jack repeated, a memory clicking into place. The one I found in your safe? Yeah. What is it? It's my father's contingency plan for Armenia, Seth explained, the words tasting bitter. For lack of a better term, his coup manual. He led a covert group within the directorate that drafted these kinds of scenarios. They were the architects behind operations in Guatemala, the Congo, Brazil, Chile, all of them. Hold on, Spellman interjected, his skepticism fading into stunned recognition. I've heard whispers about a unit like that. I always thought it was a myth. I remember they were called the Golden Boys, Jack said. They were real, Spellman confirmed. Langley shut the unit down in 1974. Why? Jack pressed Seth. Let out a tired breath. My father had been advocating for action in Armenia for nearly a decade. His superiors kept dismissing it, insisting the safer plays were in South and Central America. Armenia was too volatile, too close to the Soviet border. When the agency shifted focus to Argentina in '73, they claimed my dad snapped. They said he tried to sabotage the operation out of sheer frustration or some twisted effort to force them to look at Armenia. It was all a lie. Then they produced what they called evidence that he'd handed plans for operations in Turkey, Nicaragua, and Armenia to the KGB. You said called, Jack noted. Because it was fabricated, Seth replied, his voice tightening. The only real thing they had on him was a mistake he made when he was young. He lied about where he came from. A cold knot formed in Jack's stomach. He was Armenian? Yeah. He came to the States in 1953. He had a forged passport and birth certificate. His real name was Bogos Grigorian. Bogos is Armenian for Paul. Good God, Spellman muttered under his breath. So they assumed he was a Soviet sleeper agent. He wasn't. He was one of us. Then why the false papers, Jack asked. He tried to enlist first, Seth explained. The Army rejected him for asthma. The CIA was his second choice. He just wanted to serve his country, Jack. And he did, faithfully, until they destroyed him. For a fleeting moment, Jack wondered if Seth saw the eerie reflection of his own path in his father's story. Both rejected by the military, both finding their way to the agency. Langley should have vetted this properly from the start, Spellman said, shaking his head. That's why there was no trial. They wanted to avoid the scandal. But what they did instead was worse. They branded him a traitor, took his pension, even stripped his voting rights. They kept him under a microscope for a decade after. Seth's voice faltered. He roughly wiped a hand across his face. They didn't stop until he was dead. I'm sorry, Seth, Jack said quietly. Me too, Seth echoed. Spellman fixed Seth with a hard look. With that family history, how in the world did you ever get a clearance? Maybe I slipped through the cracks, just like he did, or maybe someone decided to judge me on my own merits. It was 50 years ago. Did you join because of him? Jack asked, to clear his name. I didn't know the truth until a few years ago. My mother told me after he died. Honestly, I think me joining the CIA is what finally made him confess the whole story to her. Jack shifted gears. How did your father's manual end up with the Soviets? I don't know, Seth insisted. But it wasn't from him, and as far as I can tell, they never used it. You have to believe that. Jack wasn't sure what to believe, and it hardly mattered now. Where did you get your copy? That's not important. The hell it isn't, Spellman snapped, his patience gone. What is the monumental deal with this ancient document? Seth met his glare. I'm using it as the framework for Dagestan. For a second, the hut was utterly silent. Then Spellman erupted. You're doing what? That's insane, Seth. That thing is half a century old, 52 years, Seth corrected calmly. It's a relic. It was designed for Armenia, not the Caucasus. Now, the world has changed. The players have changed. Even the damn rules have changed. Spellman was shouting, now a vein pulsing in his temple. He paced away and violently kicked a metal bucket, sending it clattering against the wall. Unbelievable. Is this all some therapy for you? A chance to play hero and make up for Daddy's heartbreak? This isn't a field operation. It's a personal vendetta wrapped in a 50-year-old fantasy. Spellman had a point, Jack had to admit. Believing a Cold War-era coup manual was a viable blueprint for the modern world suggested Seth was, at a minimum, dangerously misguided. Was he even invested in the mission's success, or was this purely a ghost he was chasing? Seth ignored Spellman's outburst. By the way, Jack, where is the manual now? It's secure, Jack replied. Spellman strode back to the table, his decision made. We're done. This is over. We're leaving. Go ahead, Seth fired back, not moving. I'm staying right here. In one smooth motion, Spellman drew a Glock 19 from his jacket and let it hang at his side. You want to stay? Fine. I'll bury you in this godforsaken shack. You're torpedoing my career, you idiot. Jack saw the deadly seriousness in Spellman's eyes. He stood up, placing himself between them. All right, everyone just take a breath. Matt, put the gun away. Spellman's icy gaze shifted to Jack. No chance. Who exactly are you supposed to be? Some kind of finance guy? I'm not buying it. You've got skills. You show up out of nowhere, running all over Tehran. Back off, Matt. Stay out of this. Jack kept his voice steady. Matt, you're not wrong. I have training, but you need to understand we're on the same team. If you pull that trigger on Seth, you'll have to deal with me and Isabel next. Are you ready for that? Spellman muttered a string of curses under his breath before finally sliding the Glock back into its holster. Fine. Just answer me this. Who are you, really, besides being the president's son? Jack offered what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Some questions are better left unasked. Let's focus on solving this. Seth, it's your turn. Give us a reason why Matt shouldn't shut this whole operation down right now, because the plan is actually working. Come on, Matt. You know the assets we have in play. You know how many years we've invested in building Medzid up. Listen, my father's strategy wasn't some outdated seize the broadcast tower and arrest the leader nonsense. He was a visionary. Seth leaned forward, counting off points on his fingers. Medzid's approval rating is through the roof. The people adore him, from the Avars to every minority group, Muslims and Orthodox Christians alike. He's essentially become Dagestan's foreign minister, building bridges with Tbilisi, Baku, and even Grozny. They'll all answer the call when we need them. He's got almost every district police commander in his pocket, and the few holdouts are irrelevant. Jack, we know they'll cut the cell towers and regular internet the moment things kick off, so we've wired the entire city of Makachkala with secure access hubs that will be staffed and protected for the duration. Hubs? The goal isn't just letting people make international calls. We need the footage to get out. Since the incidents in Crimea, Ukraine, and Estonia, Volodin has ordered satellite dishes confiscated in the larger republics. Medzid had to comply publicly. Our hubs are collection points for video and photos. We've built a network of cutouts, a chain of blind agents passing material along. After half a dozen handoffs, the footage captured on the streets arrives at a hub, which then uploads it via satellite internet. If we can get even 20% of the raw footage online, it'll explode across YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, every platform. The more live content we stream, the less chance Moscow has to control the narrative. Here's where I'm confused, Seth. You said this plan is based on your dad's manual. Back in his day, there was no. It's about the principle, Jack. I'm using the manual as a foundational guide. He wrote about controlling the flow of information, ensuring events aren't seen in isolation. I'm just applying that core idea to modern tools. Understood. Continue. For crowd mobilization, we have coordinators both online and on the ground, with a detailed schedule and primary and secondary rally points. 2 hours after we initiate, there will be 100,000 people in the streets, 10,000 cell phones recording, and hundreds of international news outlets broadcasting it all. It'll make the Arab Spring look like a quiet church social. Seth's eyes were blazing now. That's what people always miss, Jack. Revolutions aren't about infrastructure or which buildings you seize. They're about people. It's about showing them their broken reality and proving it can change. It's about hope and having a single figure to channel that hope toward. That's why we've poured everything into crafting Medzid's image and his message. We're setting the terms of the debate so that when the moment arrives, the opposition won't know what hit them. Jack had to concede that whatever Seth's personal or professional flaws might be, the man was utterly convinced. He was, Jack realized, a genuine ideologue. And while all this is happening, what do you propose the Russian troops stationed in Dagestan will be doing? Seth's grin turned sharp. You really should read the news more often. Since the events in Ukraine and Estonia, President Volodin has significantly reduced the military presence here, from 60,000 troops down to just 16,000, with the majority of those stationed in districts along the Chechen border. The soldiers remaining in the capital are primarily native Dagestanis. Our assessment is they're unlikely to turn their weapons against their own communities. You need to be certain about that. Otherwise, we are. Look, Jack, Volodin has a major public relations dilemma, and don't believe for a second he isn't paying attention. Every time a republic has even suggested independence, his answer has been to dispatch soldiers and armor. People in Moscow are starting to ask, if Volodin can't hold the Federation together without brute force, is he really the right leader? He needs this uprising to collapse on its own. What about President Nabiyev of Dagestan? Nabiyev? He's more corrupt than some of history's worst dictators, and he jumps whenever Volodin pulls the strings. The public has had enough. He's been careful, but once we expose him, the full scale of his graft will be laid bare. He'll find 10,000 furious demonstrators at his mansion gates. All of that could be irrelevant, Spellman countered. You admitted it. Wellesley and Petchkin have a lead on us. Not an insurmountable one, Seth replied. They've gathered fragments, but not enough to halt anything, and they don't have the schedule. What's Volodin going to do, send tanks south and just have them idle at the border? Honestly, why does it matter if I have another stake in this? The bottom line is we can succeed. Jack had to concede. Seth's argument was persuasive. Spellman said, You should have informed me. Don't shut it down now, please. Let's see it through. Spellman looked at Jack. What's your take? Me? I just got the two of you back together. My role here is finished. You don't really believe that? Seth said. You've got the support of hundreds of thousands of Dagestanis. You don't need me. But if it makes you feel better, I'll watch it all unfold on TV and toast with a beer when Medzid is in power. Actually, we do need you, Jack, Seth continued. If we don't recover Medzid's daughter and prove we weren't involved in her disappearance, the entire plan ends before it begins. What matters more to you, the coup, or making sure this young woman doesn't take a bullet to the head? Jack, come on. Of course I don't want her harmed. Then send someone else. You must have special operations personnel around here somewhere. They're trained for hostage rescue. There is no one else, said Spellman. And Seth and I can't leave, not at this critical stage. Then call Langley and have them put an asset on a Gulfstream jet immediately. If I call headquarters, they'll ask questions I don't want to answer, and I don't want to lie. Sometimes it's better to seek forgiveness than permission. Seth insisted, It has to be you. Jack slowly sat back down on the stool. This is a terrible idea, Jack. Where does she go to school? He asked. Dundee, Scotland? Jack pulled his Ford Fiesta hatchback onto the shoulder of the road and activated his hazard lights, then checked his phone's display. Outside, a fierce wind rocked the small car. He looked up, almost expecting to see the vehicle sliding across the wet asphalt, but instead saw only the churning waves of the Firth of Tay battering the seawall. Jack, who assumed the name was Gaelic for expanse of treacherous water, had faced the relentless weather since arriving the day before. On a positive note, the sun was shining brightly. He adjusted the visor to reduce the glare on his phone screen. Damn it, he muttered. He'd taken a wrong turn 3 miles back. The road signs for Dundee were scarce, and his cell service was intermittent. The previous day, after traveling east with Seth and Spellman to the Azerbaijani coastal town of Lankaran, Jack and Isabel had checked into a roadside motel off the main highway and managed a few hours of restless sleep. The following morning, Jack was headed to the Baku airport with a slightly irritated Isabel, who'd been asked to stay back and monitor Seth. He used the drive to call home, connecting with Jerry, John Clark, and Gavin Byrie for what promised to be another difficult conversation. Jack walked them through the previous day's chaos, the farmhouse ambush, Seth's confession about his father's hidden history, the involvement of Oleg Petchkin, and the CIA's designs for a coup in Dagestan. He finished by summarizing Seth's argument for seeing the operation through. I have to admit, the plan itself is solid, Jerry remarked, but your friend sounds completely unhinged. No offense, but someone had to say it. Calling him unhinged might be overdoing it, Jerry, Clark countered. So he's got father problems. Big deal. Back at Langley, I ran into plenty of people who belonged in straitjackets. You're getting soft in your old age. The real issue is whether this can work, and I disagree with the Brits. Pulling Dagestan out of Volodin's orbit is the right strategic play. The risk is justified. My worry isn't about the risk being worth it. Plans look fine in theory, but execution is everything. On paper, the Bay of Pigs should have succeeded. Jack, what's your timeline to get this girl back to Medjid? A little less than a week. That's tight. You'll need to outpace the police. And given who her father is, it'll likely be Scotland Yard leading the search. Also, Medjid is demanding proof that Seth and Spellman weren't behind the kidnapping. You didn't mention that earlier? It slipped my mind, John Clark added. If the police reach her first, any hope of getting that proof from Medjid is gone. All right, Jerry said. So how do you propose finding one girl in a city of 500,000 people? I need Gavin on it. Go ahead, Jack. First, check whether there's any public news about the missing girl, Amanat. Medjid hasn't gone to the authorities, but her absence has to have been noticed. Next, scan social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and see what her friends are posting. Finally, try to access the university's campus security system. Look for any incident reports that stand out, such as stalking, break-ins, thefts, especially if they were filed by Aminat herself, or occurred near her dorm or usual spots. 2 hours later, Gavin called back with mostly discouraging updates. If Edinburgh police were aware of Amanat's abduction, they were keeping it under wraps, which aligned with the kidnappers' demands. That was the only silver lining. The downside was that any active investigation would be locked behind heavy digital barriers. Jack was relying on Gavin's open-source intelligence gathering to move faster than official channels. As for the university's security logs, Gavin had found nothing matching Jack's criteria. One thing did catch my attention, though, Gavin noted. The day before Aminat vanished, another student named Amy Brecon disappeared for about 24 hours. Police found her tied up in a garage off Kirkgate Road after an anonymous tip. Get me all the details on that garage. On it. The girl had a broken jaw and showed signs of being drugged. Here's the kicker. According to social media, Aminat sometimes went by the nickname Amy. Keep going. Both women lived at Pollock Halls and they look strikingly similar. I've compared their profile pictures myself. Where is she now? She was transferred this morning from St. John's Hospital to Ninewells in Dundee. Jack reached Dundee by 7 o'clock, following signs to Ninewells Hospital, located a few miles inland from the coastal area north of the airport. The medical complex was vast, a series of white buildings spread across 150 acres of manicured green grounds. He parked in the main lot, entered the lobby, and located the correct ward on the illuminated directory map. Level 5, Ward 17. A woman in the nearby information booth looked up. "Can I help you, sir?" "What are the visiting hours from 8 in the morning until 8 at night?" "You still have some time. Thank you." Jack located the elevators and rode up to the 5th floor. Following the signs to Ward 17, he walked down the hallway to Amy Brecken's room. Glancing through the doorway, he saw a middle-aged couple sitting beside the bed, speaking in low tones. Jack turned and retreated to the visitors' lounge near the elevator bank. He took a seat, picked up a magazine, and waited. At 7:45, the visitors, her parents, Jack assumed, came around the corner and summoned the elevator. Once the doors slid shut, Jack returned to the room. The lighting inside was soft, the curtain around Amy's bed partially closed. He tapped gently on the doorframe. "Hello?" came a drowsy voice. Jack stepped through the curtain. The side of the girl's face was a mottled yellow and black, still heavily swollen. "Hi, Amy. My name is Jack. I was hoping I could speak with you for a few minutes." "Are you with the police?" she asked, her words slightly muffled by the wires stabilizing her broken jaw. "I already told them everything. Just a few follow-up questions if that's all right." "Okay." Jack pulled a chair closer. Amy observed. "You're American?" He offered a small smile. "A transplant from Los Angeles? I have family here, so I traded the smog for the scenery." "I heard about what happened to you. I'm truly sorry. I know you've gone over this with the other officers, but I'd like to hear it once more. What do you recall from that night?" "Not much, just flashes. The doctors said I had a lot of antihistamine in my system, plus that date rape drug. Rohypnol? Yes, she said, then quickly added, they told me I was untouched, down there. So that's something. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, so I remember walking through the Prince's Street Gardens. There was a woman, she dropped her purse, I heard footsteps, then I was falling, I heard her shouting, and I heard a couple of names, strange ones, Roman or something like that, and Yegor. You shared all this with the other inspectors? Yeah, my mum thinks you lot aren't too bothered. I was drunk, I had drugs in me, and I was walking alone. Just a stupid girl doing a stupid thing. I suppose if I'd been assaulted, you'd be more interested. Tears welled in Amy's eyes. Jack took a tissue from the box on the bedside table and handed it to her. He didn't want to believe the police were brushing off her case, but there was no way to be sure. By the same token, he had no idea if the authorities, assuming they were even actively looking for Aminat Medzid, would link this abduction to that one. He needed to find Medzid's daughter and her kidnappers first. I'm interested, Amy, Jack said. Do you remember anything about the garage where we found you? Just being in that tub where the police found me, and someone giving me water. What about the van? Anything at all? Any smells, sounds, bits of conversation? Close your eyes. Take a couple of deep breaths. Amy closed her eyes. After a moment, Jack started to say, It's fine if you don't. No, wait. Something about a toll. Someone was arguing. No toll used to be February. I don't know, she said, opening her eyes. I can't tell if any of that's real or just my head mixing things up. Sorry, it's okay. Is this the first time you've remembered this, or did you mention it to the others? I just remembered it now. Why would someone do this to me? I wasn't assaulted. My parents never got a ransom call. We're not wealthy. What was the point of it all? Something far, far beyond your world, Jack thought. The part he couldn't puzzle out was why Amy Brecken was even still alive. He drove back to Edinburgh, checked into a roadside motel, and slept until 6. The next morning, he drove to Kirkgate Road in the city's southeastern corner. After a few wrong turns on the narrow, winding side streets, he finally found the garage where Amy had been held. The ordinary, weathered door seemed to mock the extraordinary violence that had occurred behind it. The building was just a set of high wooden doors set into a cinder block wall, smothered in spray paint. Blue and white police tape was stretched across the front, and a side door stood ajar. As he drove by, Jack glimpsed a police officer crouched inside, examining something on the floor. He continued east for another 2 miles, following his phone's directions to a line of row houses that faced a quiet cemetery. Slowing the car, he checked the numbers until he found 15. In the front window hung a large circular crest in red and blue, boldly displaying the words Rangers Football Club. Jack parked, climbed the front steps, and rang the bell. Half a minute ticked by with no answer. He pressed the buzzer again. All right, hold your horses," a man's voice eventually called out. The door swung open to reveal a thin, elderly man wearing plaid pajamas. His complexion was pallid, his skin almost translucent. A cigarette hung from his lips. "What do you want?" he muttered. Jack didn't speak. Instead, he pulled 2 50-pound notes from his pocket and held them up against the glass pane of the storm door. "What's that for?" the man asked. 5 minutes of your time. What's it about?" "Your garage," Jack said. "What happened there?" "I already told you people. They broke in. Squatters." Jack tapped the bills against the glass. 5 minutes. The man sighed, a raspy sound. "Ah, fine." Gavin's information had been right. The garage owner, Fingal Cowden, was broke, living on government assistance and the occasional cash from renting out his garage space. He was also slowly dying from emphysema. Cowden shuffled over and sank onto a worn couch. Jack scanned the cramped apartment. The only furniture was that shabby couch facing a tiny old TV, a single floor lamp, Its shade tilted toward the wall provided the only light. Next to it stood a green oxygen tank. The place reeked of stale smoke and despair. Cowden was a miserable, dying man, and for a fleeting second, Jack felt a pang of guilt for what he was about to do. He pushed the feeling aside. He handed Cowden the money and said, "You told the police you hadn't rented the place out." "That's right. They broke in." "You're lying. Get out of my house." Jack pulled another 50-pound note from his pocket and let it flutter onto the couch cushion beside Cowden. "Let's be clear. I'm not a cop, and I don't care that you lied to them. I didn't want any trouble," Cowden wheezed. "If I'd told them the truth, they'd have locked me up." I said, "I don't care." Jack repeated, his voice flat. "Who are you?" Cowden asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Did the police mention the girl they found in your bathtub?" "Wasn't my tub. Did they tell you about her?" Jack pressed, leaning forward slightly. "Her name is Amy." "Yeah, they mentioned her. She's in the hospital. She's hurt very badly. I'm a friend of her family. I'm here to find the people who did this." Jack dropped another 50 onto the growing pile of cash. Cowden stared at the bill, his bony fingers twitching. After a long moment, he slowly reached out and took it. Jack said, "Now tell me who you rented the garage to." "You're sure you're not the police?" "Positive. I'm gonna need more than what you've given me." Jack pulled out one more 50, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it so it landed between Cowden's slippered feet. "That's everything you're getting. Then get out. Suit yourself. I'll be back. But next time I'll bring Amy's father." That got a reaction. Cowden's head snapped up. "Who's her dad?" "I'll let him introduce himself. If he shows up, he won't be bringing money. Tell me who rented the garage, and we're finished." "I don't know who they." Jack turned and started for the door. "Give me 20 minutes," he called over his shoulder. "Wait," Cowden croaked. "I have a phone number. I can give you that, and a name, the woman who brought the rent money." "A phone number and a first name, Helen?" Gavin said over the phone a short while later. "That's all you got?" "Not exactly. It had cost another 50 pounds, but Cowden had also coughed up the make and model of the van they'd used. He'd called it insurance, in case the renters damaged his property. "Pretty flimsy insurance," Gavin remarked. "Any luck with what I pulled from Amy's account?" "Assuming those names are even real," Gavin replied. "Helen and Roman have common variants across half a dozen countries." "Any connections to the Caucasus region?" "Both names, yes. And Yegor is a Russian variant of Igor. The highest concentration is in Russia." "What about the toll road data she mentioned?" "Still working on it. It's a digital needle in a very large, very messy haystack. The possibilities were endless. Major highways, overpasses, parking structures, and Edinburgh had plenty of those. Online forums debating Scottish toll roads weren't exactly buzzing with activity, but that's likely where she was when the call came through. "You can handle this, I believe in you." "Thanks for that. I also traced a call from Helen's number. It came from a payphone in Kinghorn, which is about 9 miles north of Edinburgh as the crow flies. And no, I can't pull detailed call records from it. Listen, are you somewhere with a strong Wi-Fi signal? I can get to one. I've pulled some security footage from the university you need to look at." Half an hour later, Jack was back in his hotel room. He booted up his laptop and called Gavin, who guided him to a shared Dropbox folder. After entering the login credentials, Jack confirmed he was in. "I've downloaded all the footage from that night, but focus on the clips labeled 024 and 026 first." Jack located the first file and opened it, his screen filling with a grainy but clear black and white image. "I'm watching now. That camera is positioned just south of Pollock Halls, facing north." A few seconds in, the white roof of a bus entered the frame from the bottom and stopped beside a lit shelter. Gavin explained, "That's the number 22. Aminat's on it. She'll step off and cross the street." The bus drove away, and Jack watched a figure hurry across the road before vanishing under the shadow of trees lining the walkway. "What's over there?" he asked. "A footpath that goes straight to Chancellor's Court. Keep watching the sidewalk. Do you see him yet?" "I see him." A person sprinted down the sidewalk and turned onto the path. "He's moving fast," Jack muttered, his pulse beginning to race. He was witnessing the prelude to a nightmare for Rebaz Medjid's daughter. In his mind, he could already picture the figure closing in behind her. "All right, now switch to the other video," Gavin instructed. Jack opened the second file, and another stark black and white scene appeared. "What am I seeing here?" This is the camera at the crossroads of Dalkeith Road and Holyrood Park Road, aimed north. See that building at 2 o'clock with the lit top floor? That's Chancellor's Court. The path Aminat used is to your right, just out of view. Is there any footage of the parking lot itself? None. Just keep watching. Jack split his attention between the video and the timestamp at the bottom. 40 seconds had elapsed since Aminat entered the path. 50 seconds. Then, from the direction of the path, a dark, newer model van approached the entrance to Chancellor's Court. It paused, its right turn signal flashing, before pulling out and heading north on Holyrood Park Road, disappearing from sight. "Good Lord," Jack whispered. The entire sequence, from Aminat stepping onto the path to the van leaving, had taken barely a minute. "She was in that van, Jack," Gavin said quietly. "Probably struggling." "Don't, Gavin? Right, sorry. Can you pull anything from the license plate? It's a local plate, but the camera resolution is terrible at that distance. I can't make out the numbers." "Where does that road go?" "It ends at a T intersection with routes heading east and west. I'm looking for any traffic stops on those roads, but I'm not optimistic. Whoever was in that van has done this before. They knew what they were doing." "Did campus security make copies of this footage?" "There aren't any duplicates on their servers, but whether they sent copies to the police is anyone's guess." Jack hoped they hadn't. This video could lead the authorities to Aminat before he could reach her, and if that happened, Medjid's deadline would be impossible to meet. A cold, pragmatic thought surfaced, momentarily overshadowing his dread. "Can you erase the original files from their system?" "Technically, yes, but do it? Edinburgh, Scotland?" A single, corrosive thought chewed at his mind. Had he just condemned Aminat Medjid to die? The surveillance footage Gavin had just wiped might be the only lead the police had, and now it was gone. The parking lot at Chancellor's Court was dark and deserted, even if someone had seen something. Jack doubted the people in that van were foolish enough to use traceable plates. They'd probably used stolen or obscured ones, leaving the authorities with nothing but a generic description of a vehicle that was only there for a couple of minutes. Jack himself didn't have much more to go on. Logically, he should hand everything over to the police, cross his fingers they'd find Aminat before Medjid's 5-day deadline, and then rely on Seth to convince the man they weren't involved. Jack immediately rejected that plan. He was going to find her and bring her home himself. The whole mess with the coup was Seth's to deal with. The rest of that day and the following morning were a blur of restless energy. Jack paced his hotel room, flipped through news channels hoping for a scrap of information about either Amy Brecken or Aminat, and drove aimlessly around the city, as if the motion might jostle a new idea loose in his mind. He fought the urge to go door to door at Chancellor's Court, knowing it would only land him in a police station answering questions he couldn't possibly answer. He was jerked awake by a news anchor's voice. A police spokeswoman has confirmed to an STV Edinburgh producer that reports of a missing Edinburgh University student are accurate. Jack fumbled for the remote and turned up the volume. While the spokeswoman would not confirm if foul play is suspected, investigators are treating the circumstances as suspicious. The young woman, whose name has not been released, is reportedly a foreign national who came to Edinburgh 2 years ago. Jack hit the mute button. The clock was officially ticking now, louder than ever. His phone buzzed. It was Isabel. "Where are you? Are you all right?" "Stuck in a grimy Edinburgh motel." "I'm fine." "You?" in Baku at the charming Mirabat Hotel. I'm sharing my shower with cockroaches. Seth insisted on being near Mejid. Now he's talking about breaking into Hamra's headquarters, thinking he might find a clue to Pechkin. I think Spellman talked him down from that particular ledge. How's Seth behaving? Wound tighter than I've ever seen him. I don't think I trust him anymore, Jack. He was reluctant to admit it, but he felt the same. While he wanted to believe, needed to believe, Seth wouldn't betray them again. His friend's judgment was clearly compromised. I don't blame you, Jack said. There's something else. I found out our whole meeting, our relationship was a setup. Explain. He told me. He'd been tailing Pechkin in Tehran. Pechkin took an interest in the Pejman working group at the university, so when I joined, Seth made me his target. Jack wondered which came first. Seth following Pechkin, leading him to Hamra Engineering, or his involvement with Hamra leading him to Pechkin. In the end, it didn't matter. The two were hopelessly tangled, Isabel sighed. You know, I don't even care about that part. It was the way he told me, so cold, so clinical, it gave me chills. She gave a short, humorless laugh. Let's just say he's been permanently removed from my holiday card list. Jack managed to smile. You have a uniquely dark sense of humor, Isabel Kashani. Do me a favor and keep an eye on him. Given Seth's single-minded focus on the coup, his desperate need to clear his father's name, and the reckless mistakes he'd already made, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something was quietly unraveling just out of their sight. In the middle of the afternoon, his phone rang again. Gavin. I assume you saw the news? I did. The latest is that Scotland Yard is involved. Please don't tell me you called just to make my day worse, Jack said. It's mostly bad news, I'm afraid. I came up empty on tracing the van's origin. Jack had held on to a slim hope that if Helen paid cash for the garage, she might have done the same for the vehicle. That hope was now gone. Edinburgh has more used car lots than it knows what to do with. We've got another student missing from Edinburgh, Jack. His name is Stephen Bagley. He was supposed to drive home to London for a family wedding the same night. Aminat was taken. He never arrived. Stephen and Aminat were close on Facebook, judging by their interactions. Campus security located his vehicle parked just a block from Chancellor's Court. They must have taken him as well, Jack. Perhaps he swung by to say his goodbyes, Jack suggested. Where did this come from? Bagley's parents alerted his friends, who then notified campus security. The police will be fully briefed by now. Jack's mind raced. Helen and her crew never planned on grabbing Bagley. He likely witnessed something and tried to step in. Now he's just dead weight to them. Completely expendable. Begin monitoring for any reports of unidentified bodies matching his description. Jack instructed. What else do you have? I believe I've deciphered Amy's clue about the tolls. The Fourth Road Bridge was free for years, but they reinstated the toll back in February. Jack pulled up his laptop, opened Google Earth, and entered the bridge's name, studying the surrounding area. The Fourth Road Bridge stretched north, away from the city, crossing the channel toward North Queensferry. On a sudden impulse, he typed Kinghorn into the search bar. The town was 18 miles from the bridge. Jack ICU'd Gavin, his next round of instructions, and, too restless to keep waiting, got into his car and drove east. He crossed the bridge and followed the coastal road up to Kinghorn, which felt more like a sleepy seaside retreat than a proper town. With the tourist season still months off, the streets were nearly empty. Just a handful of local cars moving about. The wind, just as it had at the Tay, came roaring off the ocean, shaking his Fiesta and howling through the window seals. He knew the drive was probably a waste of time, but it was something he could do, with a monumental stroke of luck. Maybe the universe would throw him a bone, and he'd spot a recent model dark van. He knew it wouldn't happen, not even in a place as tiny as Kinghorn. He drove back to the motel as the sun dipped below the horizon. Another 12 hours slipped by. I believe you've struck gold, Gavin announced the next afternoon. Your friend Petkin isn't the mastermind he fancies himself. He deleted his Gmail account but overlooked Google's quirky habits. Go on. Petkin regularly accessed his Gmail from the Hamra office in Archivan. He wiped the emails and his browser history, but he either forgot or didn't know that Hamra's site uses Google Analytics. It logs all sorts of back-end data, traffic, referrals, conversions. It also keeps a hidden cache of browser history. Fascinating, right? Gavin? All right. Roughly 6 hours after your little showdown at the Nemen farm, someone logged into Hamra's system and went directly to a web-based email service called Your Mailstack. Their firewall is pathetic. Petkin sent an email to someone outside the country, someone in Scotland. It had seemed like a wild guess, but Jack now wondered if Oleg Petkin, who also answered to Farid Rasulov, Suleiman Balki, and Ervaz, might be the one orchestrating Aminat Medjid's kidnapping. Where was the email sent? Please say an address in Kinghorn, Jack thought. A cell phone, but it's in an area with very sparse cell tower coverage. I don't have the tools to pinpoint the signal. Damn, Jack muttered. Then an idea struck. The NSA would send everything to Jerry and tell him to cash in some favors. And one more thing, I need a firearm. Their second captive, he'd reluctantly given the name Stephen to Oleg, had finally worn himself out by evening and was asleep on a blanket in the cottage's basement. The team gathered around the dinner table for a meal of frozen dinners Helen had stocked in the freezer. Hunched over his tray, Roma shoveled pasta and green beans into his mouth. Not terrible, he remarked. Maybe I'll buy a microwave for myself when I get home. An excellent plan, Helen replied with a faint smile, though her mind was already miles away, mentally reviewing the next phase of their operation and the complications their unexpected guest had introduced. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Roma had shaken off his gloom as the day wore on. He began chatting and laughing with the others, even inquiring about the girl's well-being. I owe you all an apology, he said to the group. I shouldn't have struck that other girl. It's just, this whole situation, all these people, it's getting to me. I hate it here. Soon, my friend. We'll be back where we belong, came the reassurance. Helen desperately wished that were true. Her most recent update from their employer was unsettling. The approach to Medjid had been altered. She and her team were now ordered to remain in the cottage, forbidden from leaving under any condition. To make matters worse, news of Aminat's disappearance had broken faster than Helen had anticipated, and Scotland Yard's involvement signaled the authorities were treating it as an abduction. This escalation was happening far too quickly. Though her team had seen the reports, Helen worked to calm their nerves. This was always a possibility we planned for. We are secure here. But Aminat and Stephen would not be secure, she thought, if she obeyed her orders. Yegor turned to Roma. When we get back, you and I will go microwave shopping. I know just the place in Lepetzik. With your money, I assume? Do not test my generosity, Roma chuckled. Lenin jolted awake to the sound of shouting and heavy footsteps pounding on the kitchen floor below. Still in the clothes she'd collapsed in, she threw off the covers, retrieved the semi-automatic pistol from beneath her pillow, and bolted for the door. Yegor, emerging from his own room, almost collided with her. He stumbled back as she raced past him toward the stairs, then followed, taking the steps 2 at a time. Helen heard a door slam open and then Oleg's strained whisper. Roma, stop! Don't! Helen rounded the corner into the kitchen in time to see Oleg dash out the open door. From outside came a thin, terrified scream, followed by the heavy thud of 2 bodies crashing together. The screams became muffled but more desperate. Quiet, Roma snarled. Shut up! Shut up! Each command was punctuated by a grunt of effort. Helen sprinted outside. In the driveway, 2 figures were tangled and writhing, indistinguishable in the dark. One of them rose up. Moonlight caught the blade of a knife just as it plunged downward. Helen shoved Oleg aside, rushed forward, raised her pistol, and brought it crashing down on the back of Roma's skull. He rolled off the figure beneath him and began to crawl away. Helen took another step and smashed the pistol's grip against his temple. He collapsed. "Oh, no, no," Yegor whispered. Helen turned. Yegor and Oleg were kneeling beside Stephen. The boy lay on his back, his eyes vacant. The front of his sweatshirt was a dark, spreading stain. Helen's vision swam. She took a sharp breath, forcing herself to focus on the boy. "Think. Get him inside," she whispered, her voice tight. "Put him on the kitchen floor." With one man lifting his shoulders and the other his feet, they carried him toward the cottage. "Then come back and get this piece of trash," Helen called after them. "Put him in the basement." Helen stood, staring numbly at the boy. The linoleum beneath him was already slick and shining. "Go upstairs. Get every towel you can find." She knelt, taking his cold hand in hers. "It's all right," she murmured, a hollow promise. "You're going to be all right. Just look at me. Stay with me." She held his gaze until the light faded from his eyes and his breathing ceased. When the others returned, she instructed them to pack the towels around his body to stem the flow. Helen moved to the dining table and sank into a chair. A fog of panic began to cloud her thoughts. "Get buckets," she ordered, her tone flat. "Wash the blood from the driveway. Check every inch. Don't miss a single drop. Oleg, once it's done, walk the neighborhood, look for anyone outside, any lights on in windows." It took them 5 minutes of frantic work, filling and refilling buckets at the kitchen sink, until Yegor finally came back inside and closed the door. He walked to the sink and dropped Roma's knife into the basin with a cold, final clatter. The sound echoed sharply against the metal sink. Yegor took a seat beside Helen at the kitchen table. The silence between them heavy until Oleg reappeared. "It's quiet out there. No lights in the windows, no movement. I didn't hear any sirens coming this way." Helen wasn't sure it made a difference. If the police showed up at their door and asked anything beyond a basic welfare check, their entire operation would unravel. "What went wrong, Oleg?" "I'm sorry, I need to know exactly what happened. I was posted in the kitchen watching the street like you said. Roma was in the living room with the TV on. I told him I needed to use the bathroom and asked him to take over for a minute. It was only supposed to be a quick break. And then, when I came back downstairs, the basement door was wide open and the kid was already halfway up the steps. Stephen. Right, Stephen. I tried to grab him, but he slipped past me. Then Roma pushed me out of the way and bolted out the door after him. You know what happened next. It was over in seconds, Helen." Yegor leaned forward. "What's the plan now?" She rose without a word, opened the basement door, and began her descent. "Both of you wait here." Following her earlier orders, Yegor and Oleg had secured Roma to the same set of pipes along the far wall where Stephen had been held. The damp air carried a foul mix of urine and stale sweat. A single bare bulb swung gently from a ceiling joist. Roma was curled on his side atop a stained blanket. Helen approached and prodded his boot with her own. He didn't move. She kicked him squarely in the thigh. His leg jerked back. His head lolled to the side and his eyes blinked open. "What's going on?" he rasped. "Why am I tied up?" "You killed the boy?" He was trying to escape. "Explain how Oleg left to take a leak." I heard the kid yelling that he needed the bucket, so I went down. The bucket was overflowing. I wasn't about to haul a sloshing mess of waste over to him, so I untied him and walked him to the corner. He shoved me, sprinted up the stairs, and shot out the door. I caught him outside, but he fought like a wild animal. I had to use the knife. The story was technically possible, but Helen heard the slippery dishonesty in his tone. More disturbing was the faint, glittering amusement in his eyes, as if he were privately savoring the memory. The truth clicked into place for Helen. Roma was a true psychopath. He had likely set Stephen loose, encouraged him to run, and then hunted him down for the sheer thrill of it. The killing was its own reward. I didn't have a choice, Helen. He was getting away, now untie me. This is ridiculous. Helen turned and walked back up to the kitchen. Roma's shout followed her. Hey, come back here. Let me go. What did he say? Yegor asked. Helen didn't answer. She went upstairs to her bedroom, snatched a pillow from her bed, and returned to the kitchen. What are you doing with that? Oleg asked. Be quiet. She retrieved the pistol from the dining table and, clutching the pillow in her other hand, headed back down the stairs. When Roma saw her, he started. Are you going to untie? No. She walked straight to him, folded the pillow in half, and jammed it forcefully against the side of his head. Hey, what are you? She placed the gun's barrel against the fabric and pulled the trigger. Of the two recent tasks Jack had given Gavin, obtaining the firearm had been the simpler one, which came as a surprise. Jack's other request for an NSA trace on what he hoped was Helen's cell phone was a far trickier proposition. The gun's coming through a contact of Mr. Clark's, Gavin explained. Some fellow from Hereford, wherever that is. That's the home of the British 22nd SAS Regiment, Jack replied, referring to the UK's Elite Special Forces Unit. Right, Gavin said, and relayed the pickup details. As promised, inside locker 123 at the St. Andrews Street bus station, Jack found a padded envelope containing the weapon. It was a suppressed .432 caliber Walther in a paddle holster, accompanied by 3 spare magazines loaded with what Jack knew would be subsonic ammunition. Jack was just steering his car back into his motel parking lot when his phone buzzed. It's running, Gavin said. Jerry wasn't thrilled about it, but your trace is active. Assuming the phone stays on, we should have a location in a few hours. Good. I was on my way back to Kinghorn. The trace didn't arrive in a couple of hours, and it still hadn't come 4 hours later. Jack, who had been nursing coffee in Kinghorn's Soul all-night diner, finally left as dawn broke, checking into the Carousel Motel with its view of the ocean. From his balcony, the morning sun cast a shimmering yellow path across the restless water. By noon, he'd only received a brief text from Gavin. Still working on it at 5 o'clock, Gavin called. I'm here with Jerry and Mr. Clark. Clark came on the line. We've got a ping on the phone. It's east of the Petticoat Coastal Road in a rough 100-meter grid between Abden Place and Long Craig's Terrace. How many homes are we talking about? 22, Gavin answered. But we have no idea which are actually occupied right now. Helen paid cash for that garage in Edinburgh, and I'd bet she did the same for their van. It follows she'd use cash for a place here, too. Solid logic, Clark agreed. Gavin, start digging. Cross-reference rental permits against private ownership. Look for landlords with violations for substandard housing. Maybe retirees on a fixed income. Why that last part? Homeowners are less likely to just hand keys to a stranger with a stack of bills, and a landlord willing to take cash under the table is usually cutting corners on upkeep and isn't exactly eager to talk to the IRS. Got it. I'm on it, Gary added. John is going to run the operational plan by you, Jack. I can manage, Clark cut in. If you locate the house, you'll likely be outnumbered, and the people inside have experience with this. Fail to plan, and you're planning to fail. He was right, Jack admitted to himself. As much as every instinct screamed to move immediately, charging blindly through a door would probably get both him and Aminat Mejid killed. All right, he said. Let's walk through it. Jack waited for full darkness, then parked his Fiesta in a pub lot on Nethergate Street and began the short walk to the target zone. If Kinghorn streets were quiet by day, they were utterly still at night. He passed a silent trailer park overlooking the shore to his right. Reaching Abden Place, which sat back from the main road, he stepped off the shoulder and down a grassy slope to a paved path lined with hedges. Through the foliage, he could hear the steady crash of waves, and a buoy bell tolled rhythmically somewhere out in the dark. Across the road stood the row of cottages on Abden Place. He counted 5 porch lights glowing, but all the front windows were dark. Jack stopped and texted, "In position, stand by." Came the immediate reply. That would be Clark. To his left, A pair of headlights appeared down the road. He melted back into the hedge, crouching low. A few seconds later, a car passed. A light bar was visible on its roof. Police, just keep driving. The sound of the engine faded into the night. Jack waited. His phone vibrated. 6 rental cottages. Clark texted, 2 on Long Craig's Terrace, 4 on Abden Place. Of those 2 are owned by pensioners. House numbers 5 and 9. Jack texted back, moving, stay in touch. He scanned the road left and right, then crossed. On the other side, after a strip of grass, he reached the sidewalk. The placard on the cottage in front of him read Abden Place number 2. The one to its right was number 3. Both porch lights were off. From behind one of the homes, a dog let out 2 quick yips, then fell silent. Jack started walking, counting off the cottages. As he drew even with number 5, he noted its porch light was on. He continued to number 9, the last cottage on the block. Its porch light was also lit. So, were the kidnappers more or less likely to leave a light on? On, he decided. If this group was smart, and Helen had proven she was, they'd want to blend in to act normal. A lived-in house often keeps a light on. It's the neighborly thing to do. A sudden, sharp memory flashed of his own front porch light back home, left on for a friend who never arrived, a pointless sentimental gesture that now felt bitterly ironic. He pushed the thought aside. Jack passed number 9 and followed the sidewalk as it curved around to meet Long Craig's Terrace. To his right, the fenced backyards of the Abden cottages were visible, each separated by a narrow alley. He moved south until he reached number 5, then slipped into the adjacent alley. It deposited him in the narrow space between the cottage and its detached garage. Jack eased the side gate open and moved silently along a worn grass path to the garage's half-glass door. Switching on his penlight, he directed the beam through the window. Inside sat a white Skoda station wagon. This alone wasn't conclusive proof. The kidnappers could have swapped vehicles after taking Amy. He backtracked through the alley to the sidewalk, then approached the second cottage's yard from the front. To his right was a side door, and from behind it came a soft, metallic clinking sound, like a spoon tapping a pot. The kitchen. Jack crouched low, his heart hammering against his ribs. He drew the Walther from its holster and threaded the noise suppressor onto the muzzle. With the weapon aimed at the door, he stepped onto the driveway, sidled to the gate, pushed it open, and slipped through, closing it quietly behind him. He moved to the garage door, cupped his hand around his flashlight to shield the glow, and shone it through the glass. The beam illuminated a dark brown wheel well. He panned the light upward. It was the van. Suddenly, the cottage door groaned open behind him. "Taking the trash out," a voice announced. Jack detected a distinct accent. Russian, he thought. He retreated down the path to the corner of the garage, circled it, and pressed his back against the cold wall. Bringing the Walther up, he aimed it at the corner where he'd just been. The gate banged open against the fence. Footsteps squelched on the rain-soaked grass. Jack realized he was holding his breath and forced himself to exhale quietly. Just go away. The garage door swung open, followed by the soft clatter of aluminum cans and glass bottles hitting the concrete floor. The footsteps receded. The cottage door clicked shut. Jack couldn't tell if the lock had engaged. He pulled out his phone and typed a quick text. Tag it, confirmed, moving in. He checked his watch, 10:04 p.m. As planned, if he didn't check back in 10 minutes, Clark would trigger the alert. It was a thin reassurance, and Jack figured Clark understood that. Being 3,000 miles from any real backup, 10 minutes or 10 hours wouldn't change the outcome much. Monitoring local traffic, Clark replied. Stay sharp. Having already ruled out a dramatic entry through the front door, Jack focused on the side entrance. This presented its own problems. At least one man was on the other side in the kitchen, and Jack had zero knowledge of the cottage's interior layout. He'd be clearing rooms blind and adapting on the fly. You've trained for this, he reminded himself. Don't rush. Watch your angles and your crossfires. He cut the internal lecture short. Time to move. He shifted the Walther to his left hand, wiped his sweaty right palm on his shirt, and regripped the pistol. Moving on the balls of his feet, he retreated down the path and out the gate. He scanned the driveway in the front corner of the house. All was still down the street. A dog let out a sharp yip. A voice yelled, "Hush, Numsy!" Jack crept back to the cottage door. From inside he heard the sound of running water, then the clink of a dish being set down. He reached out with his left hand and turned the knob. It was unlocked. He pushed the door open a few inches, revealing a round dining table and an arched entryway beyond. The flickering light of a television played on the walls within. A game show buzzer sounded, and a host's voice declared, "No, sorry, Annette. The correct answer is Dumfries." To the right of the dining table, a wooden plank door was set into the wall, likely a basement entrance, Jack surmised. Using the door's cover, he stepped inside and peered around its edge. A man stood at the sink, washing dishes under a hanging pendant lamp, its light glinting off the window above him. Easy now if he glances up. Something on the beige linoleum floor caught Jack's eye. Lodged in the grooves and indentations of the flooring were tiny, dried slivers of a reddish-brown substance. Dried blood stained the floor. Jack dropped into a crouch, moving sideways into the kitchen until the man's body blocked the window, then rose. A single, precise shot at the base of the skull would end it. He'd never taken that kind of shot before. But then, he reminded himself, these were the people who had promised to mail Aminat back to Medjed in a box, piece by piece. He believed them. They'd chosen this path. Time to choose his. He edged forward as the man shut off the faucet and groped for a towel on the counter. Jack's left hand clamped over the man's mouth. The butt of his Walther cracked against the back of his skull. The man sagged, unconscious. Jack caught his weight and lowered him silently to the floor, then turned the sink back on to mask the sound. The doorway to the television room was clear. He moved to the basement door, waiting through the canned laughter of the game show until a buzzer blared. As it sounded, he opened the door, revealing a steep staircase. Leaving it slightly ajar, he descended into the gloom below. A single bulb cast long shadows. Against the far wall, beneath a tangle of pipes, lay a long form shrouded by a gray wool blanket. A cold dread settled in Jack's stomach. "Don't let it be," he whispered. He crossed the room, steeled himself, and yanked the blanket away. Two bodies lay on the concrete. Blood-soaked towels were wedged around them. One man was curled on his side, a bullet hole in his temple. The other, younger, lay on his back, his shirt soaked crimson, his forearms crisscrossed with deep cuts. This had to be Stephen. But the other man? Stephen had fought. The other had been executed. A cold, grim anger began to simmer where his fear had been. From above came the groan of a floorboard. Jack froze, listening, tracing the sound in his mind. The man from the TV room was moving into the kitchen. Jack braced for a shout. Silence. He crept back up the stairs and paused at the door. A shadow flitted past the crack. "What the hell, Yegor?" a voice grumbled. Jack shoved the door open, raising the Walther. The man was already turning, a suppressed semi-automatic in his left hand. Jack fired twice into his chest. The Walther's report was little more than a sharp cough. The man staggered back, eyes wide with shock, then collapsed onto the floor. He stared at the blood welling from his chest, then at the gun still in his hand, and began to lift it. Jack stepped forward and fired a third round into his forehead. Upstairs, a door opened. A woman's voice called down, "Everything all right?" "Helen, damn it." Jack didn't hesitate, affecting what he hoped was a passable Russian accent. He called back, "Dropped something." "It's fine." A pause, then. "Okay, turn that down, will you?" The door clicked shut. Jack moved to the TV room entrance and peered out. A carpeted staircase led up to a dark second-floor landing framed by a wooden railing. He found the remote on the couch and muted the television. 2 down. How many more waited upstairs? He took the stairs with painful slowness, pausing at every creak until he reached the top. A hallway stretched before him with 4 doors, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, a bathroom, and 1 at the far end. All but the bathroom were closed. Again, he forced himself to stand perfectly still and listen. Patience was a discipline, one he constantly fought against in the field. His instinct was always to rush. His legs trembled with the effort to stay put. He approached the first door on the left. It was unlocked. He opened it an inch. Inside, a bed with tangled covers lay empty. He moved to the next room and repeated the motion. This bed was occupied. A small, huddled shape. A girl. She was turned slightly away. Her right wrist duct-taped to the bedpost. The pale glow of the moonlight painted a soft square on the floor as Jack slipped into the room and closed the door. He settled carefully on the edge of the bed. Aminat startled awake, her eyes wide with fear. Jack quickly covered her mouth and held up the distinctive red and yellow thimble. "I'm here for your father," he whispered. "Can you stand? Nod if you can." She gave a quick nod. "Are you injured anywhere?" Jack asked. She shook her head. He took a small knife from his pocket and carefully cut through the tape binding her wrists and ankles, noting the soft fleece padding someone had thoughtfully applied. Helping her up, he steadied her as she wobbled, preventing a collision with the nightstand. "How many are in the house?" he whispered. Aminat held up 4 fingers. 2 remaining then provided they could slip out unseen. "Stay close behind me in the hall," Jack instructed. "Mirror my movements. Stop when I stop. You're going to be okay, Aminat. You're going home." She nodded again. "We go left at the bottom of the stairs and out the kitchen door. Don't look around. If I tell you to run, you run and don't stop. Head down the drive, cross to the paved bike path, turn right, and don't slow down until you see lights. Hail a car or knock on doors until you find help." "Understand?" She mouthed a silent yes. Jack sent a quick text from his satellite phone, "Girl secured. Exiting now." "Roger," he handed Aminat his backup phone. "When you're clear, press speed dial 4. Ask for John. Tell him your name. He'll take care of everything." He cracked the door open, checked the empty hallway, pressed a finger to his lips, and moved toward the stairs with Aminat following closely. Then came a dull thud and the sound of wood groaning. Aminat let out a sharp cry. Jack glanced back to see her hunched over, clutching her bare foot, her face twisted in pain. Down the hall, a door flew open and Helen stepped out. "Hey!" she yelled. In one fluid motion, Jack yanked Aminat behind him, raised his Walther, and fired 2 shots toward the railing. One round splintered the doorframe near Helen's head, but the second struck true. Helen staggered back into the bedroom. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, his grip firm on Aminat's wrist, Jack rushed downward. "Wait! I can't!" Aminat cried out. Her feet slid out from under her. She landed hard on her back and slid down several steps, knocking into Jack's legs. He stumbled, braced himself against the wall, then leaped over the last 3 steps, landing beside Aminat as she tried to rise. "Stop!" Helen screamed from above. Jack didn't look back. He shoved Aminat into the kitchen just as a sudden, brutal impact slammed into his left hip, spinning him into the door jamb. The shot had been silent. Helen's gun was suppressed. Another bullet buried itself in the wood above his head. He pushed off and staggered into the kitchen. Aminat was frozen in the open doorway, looking back at him. "Go," he barked. She burst outside and turned right. Jack followed, hearing heavy footsteps on the stairs behind him. He turned and saw Helen in the doorway. He fired twice, forcing her back, then dashed out. Aminat was already at the end of the driveway. "Good girl," he thought. "Just keep moving." "Stop! Damn it!" Helen shouted. Jack spun to see her lurching across the kitchen floor, her blouse dark with blood, her gun aimed at him. She fired. Jack dodged left, grabbed the door, and slammed it shut in her face. The door shuddered from the impact. Limping heavily, Jack ran down the driveway into the night. Aminat was a pale ghost in the darkness, her white shirt the only thing visible as she pulled far ahead. Jack pushed across Abden Street, his eyes finding Petticoat Road. He scanned left and right. No headlights. Just another minute, he thought. The idea a dull throb in his mind. The sharp crack of a gunshot sounded right beside his ear. That was too close. If you could hear the snap, the bullet was practically kissing you. He shoved the thought aside and kept moving. A cold numbness was spreading from his left hip. Every step produced a sickening, wet squelch from his shoe. Against his better judgment, he looked back. Helen was 30 feet behind him, her pistol wavering unsteadily in front of her, as if she were stumbling drunk, her face a sheet of white, her gun flashed orange. Jack felt a tug at his sleeve as a round tore through the fabric. Damn, she can shoot. He stumbled across Petticoat Road, his foot catching on the dirt shoulder. He pitched forward and tumbled, rolling uncontrollably down the grassy slope until the hedges brought him to a jarring halt. Glancing up, he saw Helen appear at the crest. She paused, searching. She found him and raised her weapon. Jack rolled, brought up his Walther, and squeezed off 2 shots. This time he didn't miss. The first bullet struck her thigh, the second her abdomen. She crumpled, then toppled face first onto the grass before rolling onto her side. The sound of bare feet slapping pavement reached him, and then Aminat was there, dropping to a crouch. "You're injured. I told you to run," he grunted. "I did, then I stopped and came back." "Should I see if that woman is?" "No, stay away from her. Help me up." Leaning heavily on her, Jack struggled to his feet and hobbled back up the slope to where Helen lay motionless. Keeping his gun aimed at her head, he nudged her shoulder with his foot. A low groan escaped her lips. "Thank God," he whispered. "Aminat, check over the berm. Tell me what you see." Aminat peered over the edge. "Nothing. Get her gun, then help me with her." Together, they hauled Helen down the slope by her shoulders, her body painting a dark, slick trail on the grass. With Aminat's assistance, Jack heaved Helen over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. He found a break in the hedges, forced his way through, and trudged another 50 feet to a chaotic pile of boulders at the water's edge, hoping they would provide cover from the road. He laid Helen on the damp sand and then sank down, his back against cold stone. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Clark. Out safe. Contact when clear. He shoved the phone back into his pocket. "Your pants are soaked in blood," Aminat observed, her voice steady. "Yeah, I need to stop it." Without a word, Aminat lifted the hem of her t-shirt to her mouth, bit a starter hole, and ripped a long strip of cotton from it. "Where is it?" "You should let me handle it." "Just tell me where." "Left hip." Aminat unbuttoned his jeans and worked them down until the wound was visible. With no ceremony, she pushed the tip of her index finger directly into the bullet hole. Jack flinched, trying to pull away. "Hold still," she commanded. "It's small, not very deep. I can feel the bullet right under the skin. I need to pack some of this cloth in there. It's going to hurt." Jack clenched his teeth as she stuffed the fabric into the wound. A scream clawed its way up his throat. He forced it down, breathing in ragged gasps until the initial agony faded into a sharp, persistent throb. "That will hold for now," Aminat said, "but it needs proper attention." "Just how old are you?" Jack asked, his voice strained. 21. You know who my father is, right? You know where I'm from? It wasn't always a nice place. My brothers and we grew up fast." A groan came from Helen. Her eyelids fluttered open. She turned her head, her gaze finding Aminat, then settling on Jack. "I didn't hit her, did I?" she whispered, her voice thick with pain. The question caught Jack off guard. "No, she's fine. Please don't take her," Helen pleaded, a desperate edge to her words. "She doesn't deserve this." "Deserve what? Do you have any idea what he has planned for her?" A cold dread settled in Jack's gut. "Who are you talking about?" ferried Rasulov. But I'm sure it wasn't real. Oleg Pechkin, Jack thought immediately. Aminat's father sent me, not Rasulov. Aminat leaned closer, her brow furrowed. He's telling the truth. Who is Rasulov? What was he planning? Aminat whispered. I'll explain everything soon, Jack replied. Helen managed a weak smile. Strange. I've never lost one before. This is a first, and it's for the best. Jack's thoughts stalled. This wasn't the cold confession he anticipated from someone who'd threatened to dismember a young woman. Her appearance was equally disarming, petite, just over 5 feet tall with a sharp black pixie cut. A real survivor, Jack mused, to thrive in such a brutal line of work. The only question that surfaced was, how many jobs like this have you handled? Helen drew a shaky breath, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Internal bleeding, Jack recognized, and he was powerless to stop it. 38. Everyone returned safely. I'm practically a saint, right? Rasulov, my gut warned me from the beginning. The payout was huge, but what he wanted, I couldn't do it. Who were the men downstairs? Jack pressed. Roma murdered the boy, stabbed him. So I ended Roma. He was a monster. He would have killed you too, Amy. You were never meant to see home again. Then why not just release me when the others were distracted? I was working on it, but I needed a plan. Rasulov would have executed Yegor and Oleg the moment they returned. They're gone, aren't they? Helen asked, her voice fading. Only one. The man in the kitchen survived. Yegor, he's decent, Helen said with a faint, pained smile. Make sure the police find him. Why? Aminat interjected, confused. None of this makes sense. I told you, he can never go back. Jack decided Helen deserved the truth. Soon it wouldn't matter anyway. Rasulov's real name is Oleg Pechkin. He's SVR. Bastard. A cough racked her body, her face contorting. I should have trusted my instincts. He sold it as a simple ransom. It wasn't, was it? No, Jack confirmed. Helen, I need a favor. I need you to say all of this on camera. Aminat's father must know who was responsible. Helen gave a slow nod. You'd better hurry. After she was gone, Jack searched her, finding only a cell phone. They covered her body with sand and strands of seaweed washed ashore. Aminat sat silently, gazing at the makeshift grave. I don't understand any of this. What's your name, by the way, Jack? Your father will explain. We need to move. As if on cue, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. Just sit tight, John Clark instructed over the phone 6 hours later. He'll reach you by tonight. Jack sat slumped on the edge of the bathtub, elbows on his knees, phone pressed to his ear. Exhaustion weighed on him, and the numbness in his hip had given way to a persistent, throbbing ache. The long trek hadn't helped. Sticking to the shoreline, they'd moved north away from Kinghorn as police sirens converged on Abden Place. As they walked, Jack disassembled Helen's weapon, tossing the pieces into the ocean at scattered intervals. 2 miles and several hours later, they found themselves in Linktown, where Aminat, using Jack's credit card, secured a motel room. Tell him to bring a medical kit, Jack muttered. Already handled, Clark replied. Jerry Hendley's voice came through. How's the girl? Out cold. Through the partially open door, Jack could hear Aminat's soft snoring. Long term, she's going to need support. Back on the beach, Jack realized Aminat had either missed or misunderstood Helen's revelation about Roma killing Stephen Bagley. It was a conversation he dreaded. As if the trauma of kidnapping wasn't enough, now she'd have to confront the death of a friend who died trying to save her. You've already sent the video? Jack asked. Yes, to Isabel, Gavin confirmed. Knowing he couldn't physically reunite Rebaz Medjid with his daughter before the deadline, Jack had appended a personal message from Aminat to Helen's recorded confession. What about the second one? He asked. Helen had chosen to record a second video on her own, this time speaking directly to her contact known as Dobromir, the man who had managed her assignments for the past 10 years. If presented with the recording, he could assist Jack in locating Petchkin. "I'm not entirely convinced," Jerry admitted. Jack countered. "It's a final statement." He genuinely grasped Helen's reasoning. The SVR operative hadn't just deceived her with the job details, he had pushed her to cross a line that violated her own twisted code of ethics. Clark agreed. Jack's right. She killed one of her own people, for heaven's sake. Plus, Petchkin might be so embedded in Seth's operation that the whole plan is already blown. We need to find out sooner rather than later. Fine, Jerry conceded. Gavin, start digging into this Dobromir character. Good work, Jack. You brought the girl out in one piece and you made it back yourself. I took a bullet to the rear, Jerry, Clark remarked. Better your backside than your brain. Can't argue with that. Any news reports about the cottage? Police scanners went wild for about 20 minutes after you cleared out. Then everything went quiet. A triple homicide in a quiet coastal town will do that, Clark noted. Jack, did you leave a clean trail? If anyone spotted us running, they only saw our backs. As long as we're gone before the police widen their search up here, we'll be fine. Get some rest. Reinforcements are on the way. The man wasn't much for chit-chat, but when he did speak, his tone was amiable. His accent placed him from the British Midlands. He dropped a bag of clean clothes on the dresser, and with Aminat observing from a corner chair, had Jack lie face down on the bed. After inspecting the gunshot wound, he declared it a piece of cake, then injected a dose of lidocaine around the area. We'll let that settle for a bit, he said. This is embarrassing, Jack muttered. Could be worse, could have gone right up your backside. Aminat snorted a laugh, then murmured, Sorry. Jack asked him, Do I owe you for the Walther? Thank Mr. Clark. Did it serve you well? Solid piece, the Walther? It was a strange thing to ponder. On one level, he'd used it to eliminate 2 attackers. On another, he'd ended 2 lives with it, a reality he wasn't sure he'd ever fully accept. It's all relative, Jack replied. Ain't that the truth? Probably best if I take it off your hands, yeah? Unless you've got future plans for it. Take it your car as well. Spotted it on my way in. The police haven't found it yet, but they will. Right. Then you should be good and numb now. Hey, Miss Amy, there's a bottle of Keflex in that bag. Make sure he takes the pills, or he might be leaking pus down his leg by sunrise. Ew, disgusting. He turned back to Jack's injury. All right, go ahead and bawl like a baby if this stings. Just get it over with. The man clamped a flashlight between his teeth, aiming the beam at Jack's hip. First we clean it, then we go in with forceps and a red-hot screwdriver. Just kidding, mate. Only joking. Baku, even 200 miles from his own capital in a foreign nation, Rebaz Medjid wielded considerable influence. Clearly, Jack thought the rumors of a strained relationship between Dagestan and Azerbaijan were off the mark. Jerry Hendley had arranged the initial leg of their journey from Glasgow to Heathrow and onward to Istanbul, where Medjid's private Learjet, showing its age, ferried them the remainder of the way to Baku. Seth Spellman and one of Medjid's security detail met them on the tarmac outside the charter terminal fence. As a guard escorted Aminat toward a waiting car, Jack asked, Where's Isabel? Back at our hotel. She's eager to see you, Seth said with a grin. Hey, Jack, you sly devil. What's really going on between you two? Jack brushed off the comment. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Medjid's hotel, the Four Seasons at the foot of Baku Bay. The minister was waiting as the elevator doors opened on the penthouse level. My daughter! Medjid exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her. He pulled her into a tight embrace, and they stayed that way, Aminat sobbing against his shoulder for what felt like a long time. When they finally separated, Jack could see the glisten of tears in Medjid's eyes. This was a completely different person from the man who had struck Seth back at the forestry camp. Where is he? Medjid asked, glancing around. "He's talking about you, Jack," Spellman said, moving out of the way. Jack walked forward, his gait uneven. With the bullet removed, the agony in his hip had dulled enough that the codeine made it nearly vanish. Dr. Clark knew had suggested using a cane for a week. Jack had refused. Medjid offered his hand, and Jack shook it. "Thank you, Jack. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to me. I see now you are a man I can trust." He then turned and gave a respectful nod to Seth and Spellman. "That goes for you both as well." Aminat stepped up and wrapped her arms around Jack, pressing her face firmly into his chest. "Thank you for coming to find me, Jack." "It was my honor," he replied. "I'm truly sorry about Stephen. When I return to Edinburgh, I'll call his parents. Please remember to take your antibiotics and change the bandage." "Aminat," Medjid said gently. "Go call your mother and let her know you're safe." Aminat gave a final squeeze before heading through the penthouse door. "Come inside, gentlemen. We have much to talk about." While Medjid got Aminat settled in one of the back bedrooms, his bodyguard served tea from an ornate silver samovar to Jack and the others. Once finished, they moved silently to their posts along the walls. Medjid's suite was vast and overwhelmingly white, from the plush carpet to the heavy drapes. "Man, I should have packed my sunglasses," Seth joked. Jack stayed quiet. "Come on, Jack. Lighten up." That was funny. "What's your problem?" Before Jack could answer, Medjid walked back into the room and joined them in the seating area. He poured himself a cup of tea and settled into the couch. "I saw the footage. That woman is dead, correct? I should have instructed you to bring her to me alive." He made a sharp gesture across his own throat. Her head removed. Jack said nothing. While he understood the rage of a father whose child had been taken, beheading was a step into brutality he couldn't stomach. Then again, it would take a ruthless and determined man to pry this country free from Valery Volodin's grip. And Medjid certainly seemed to fit that description. Still, Jack wasn't convinced he could trust him. For one thing, he seriously doubted the official government budget covered a personal Learjet. How does someone on a ministerial salary afford that? Jack had no intention of dragging Isabel or himself deeper into the mess from the cottage. That was exactly the kind of leverage Medjid might exploit. "Did she give you any information about who hired her?" Medjid pressed. "No," Jack lied. For the moment, he would keep the lead about the broker, Dobromir, to himself. "And the others?" the minister asked. "Are they dead as well?" "Don't worry about them. Worry about Stephen Bagley's family." "Who? He was a friend of your daughter's. He tried to stop them from taking her. He's dead." "A tragedy. But Aminat will move past it to business. I had intended to return to Makakala by tonight, but that is now impossible." "Why?" Spellman asked. 4 of my district commanders are being difficult. They control the Rutulsky, Akhtinsky, Tliaratinsky, and Suleiman-Stolsky regions along our border with Azerbaijan. "What do you mean by difficult?" "They are demanding more prominent roles in the new government. Believe it or not, they are otherwise good, loyal men." "Clearly, we have very different definitions of loyalty," Jack remarked dryly. "This is the way things work here. If I give in to their demands, I look weak, and they may not follow me when it counts. If I try to cross through their districts, there will be a confrontation. I would win, of course. But they would be humiliated, and again, might not follow me when it matters. Better to avoid the entire situation. Everyone will pretend it never happened. Once I am back in Makakala, I will assure them their loyalty will be rewarded." "That's enough for now. What's to stop them from raising the stakes once this gets moving?" "Because I'll have my own people stationed there," Medjid replied, his smile tight. "This is just fantastic," Seth muttered, his voice thick with sarcasm. "Keep the faith, Mr. Gregory. Forget about them. We don't need their help." "We do," Medjid insisted. "When the coup begins, the chaos will make our Azerbaijani allies anxious about the violence spreading. Securing the border districts will calm their nerves. They'll support us against Volodin, at least diplomatically." Why not just use the Parsabad-Artesian crossing? They might not have that railroad route covered. They will have it covered, believe me, Medjid stated flatly. Then get on your private jet and fly straight to Makakala. Medjid let out a short, derisive laugh. A plane? He suggests I take a plane. What's wrong with that? Spellman stepped in. Seth, think about it. You said yourself that Wellesley and Petchkin are ahead of us. We have no idea by how much or what assets they have. For all we know, they have teams on the ground already. We cannot put the most crucial piece of our entire plan on an aircraft and send it into Dagestani airspace. Damn, you're right. Forget it, my friend, Medjid said to Seth. You just need some rest. He needs a lot more than that, Jack thought to himself. All right, Jack said aloud. If we're going to get back into the country, we've only got one real path. We go through Georgia. Leaving Seth and Spellman with Medjid, Jack caught a taxi to the Mirabat Hotel. The place overlooked a sprawling tire factory and the skeletal remains of what appeared to be an abandoned water park. He had only knocked once on Isabel's door when it flew open. She stood there for a heartbeat. Then her face broke into a wide smile, and she rushed into his arms. They held each other tightly for a long moment before she stepped back, took his hand, and pulled him into the room. I'm so glad you're back, she said, her voice soft. Me too. Matt told me you were shot in the rear. My hip, actually, Jack corrected. Does it still hurt? Not as much now. You should really let me take a look at it, she offered, her tone shifting. It's fine, Isabel. It's all stitched up and... Jack, you are remarkably bad at taking hints, aren't you? At what? Hints? Oh, he said, finally understanding. Later, they lay together in the quiet room, Jack drifting in a light doze with Isabel's head resting on his chest. I feel a little brazen, she whispered. Jack gave a low chuckle. You are certainly direct. I'll give you that. You don't like it? I do like it. As long as this isn't just some case of combat bonding. I don't know what that means, she replied. It's when soldiers who go through tough situations together form a strong connection. Nothing like having people try to kill you to really cement a friendship. Isabel propped herself up on one elbow and looked directly into his eyes. Do you honestly believe that's all this is between us? No, I don't. I shouldn't have said that. You're right, you shouldn't have. She paused, her expression turning serious. Jack, what are we going to do about Seth? What do you mean? He's coming apart. I don't particularly like the person he's turning into, but I still care about him, and I know you do too. He's almost reckless with himself. Self-destructive, the thought has occurred to me. There's not much we can do except watch him closely and try to keep him from falling any further. She shifted back to her usual, more cheerful demeanor. I'm starving. Do you think this place has room service? They did not, and given Isabel's earlier report of cockroaches in the hallway, Jack was somewhat relieved. They were just heading out the door to find a restaurant when a text from Seth buzzed on Jack's phone. We're back. Room 204. They walked down the hall and knocked. Spellman opened the door and gestured them inside. Seth was sitting at a small table by the window, scribbling notes on a legal pad. You've really dropped us in it, Jack. Do you have any idea what a complicated mess Georgia is right now? I have some idea. Do you have a better plan? Spellman answered instead. No, and we've got bigger issues anyway. Wellesley has vanished, his cell phone is dead, and the Zafarania apartment has been emptied out. We have to assume he and Petchkin are already on the move together. To Makatkala, Jack said, thinking it through. Seth waved a dismissive hand. It doesn't matter. Dagestanskaya Pravda ran a story this morning. It alleges Medjid was involved in the Dagestan massacre. Jack was familiar with the event and the horrific videos that circulated afterward, something he wished he could forget. In 1999, a group of 50 Chechen rebels crossed into Dagestan and assaulted a small village, defended by 22 Russian conscripts. Most of the soldiers fled, leaving only 9 behind to face the attackers, who ultimately beheaded them. "How was he involved?" Jack inquired. Spellman explained that Medzhid, serving as the district deputy commander at the time, pursued roughly 15 of the rebels as they retreated toward the border. His team trapped them in an old mosque in the village of Almak. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted, igniting a blaze that consumed the structure, killing everyone inside. "Here's the complication," Spellman continued. "A former member of Medzhid's unit has recently come forward with a different account. He claims the people inside that mosque weren't rebels at all, but civilians seeking refuge from the fighting. His allegation is that Medzhid ordered the mosque firebombed and, upon discovering the civilians, orchestrated a cover-up." Jack posed the inevitable question, "Is it true?" "Absolutely not," Spellman replied. "In fact, Medzhid insists that no one from his original team is still alive. Most were killed later in the clashes near Karamaki." Jack found that timing remarkably convenient, though whether it benefited Medzhid or his political opponents was unclear. Seth interjected, "This has Petchkin and Wellesley's fingerprints all over it. It was a gunfight, and it was only rebels in that building. Our priority is to get Medzhid back to the capital to control the narrative," Spellman stated, "assuming it's not already too late." Tbilisi. Regardless of the facts surrounding the Almak incident, Medzhid had undoubtedly leveraged his official position to cultivate a strong relationship with Georgia, Dagestan's southwestern neighbor, or at least with its government in Tbilisi. Seth's assessment on that point proved correct. Following Medzhid down the Learjet steps onto the tarmac, Jack and the others were met by a convoy of 3 olive-drab pickup trucks outfitted with black push bumpers and roll cages. Each truck bed carried 6 armed soldiers in camouflage and gray berets, their attention fixed on scanning the airport perimeter rather than on the new arrivals. Special forces, Jack surmised. A man in a navy blue suit approached Medzhid. "Minister Medzhid, welcome. General Zumadze is expecting you. Please follow me." They were escorted to a vintage Soviet ZL limousine and driven across the tarmac to a distant hangar. The ZL rolled inside, stopping beside a glass-walled office. Through the rear window, Jack watched the Special Forces trucks assume defensive positions outside the hangar doors. Beside him, Isabel whispered, "Are we guests here or prisoners?" "That's what we're here to determine," Jack murmured back. They exited the vehicle and followed Medzhid into the office where a stocky officer in a charcoal gray uniform awaited. "General Zumadze," Medzhid said, "thank you for your hospitality." The 2 men embraced, exchanging double-cheek kisses. Medzhid offered no introductions for his companions, and Zumadze paid them no mind. "Our pleasure," the general said. "My deputy briefed me on your situation. It is a terrible thing when you cannot trust your own comrades." Medzhid gave a dry chuckle. "I trust them, just not at this particular moment. We will reach an understanding. Can you get us across the border? Quickly or safely?" "The former, and it needs to be away from my own border districts." "I can get you close," Zumadze replied, "but we are dealing with a new Ossetian separatist group, the Ossetian Freedom Brigade in that sector. They have been aggressive." He moved to a gray steel desk and unfolded a map, tapping a specific location. Omalo, a village in the Tusheti National Park, the OFB has been ambushing convoys and outposts along the Georgian military road east between there and the border. I've lost 30 men and 2 helicopters in the past month. My forces are stretched thin, and military vehicles would only draw their attention like a magnet. It is risky, but your best chance to pass through unnoticed is to go incognito. Once they reach the Yuzhno border checkpoint, you'll be safe." Zumadze stated. Jack, leaning against the wall, asked, "How far is it from Omalo to the border?" "About 16 kilometers." Zumadze seemed to finally register that he and Medzhid weren't alone. He squinted at Jack. "You're American. Who are you?" "Just someone with a question. What's the actual distance?" 19 kilometers. The terrain is all mountains. That answer told Jack a lot. The Georgian military had effectively lost control of a 12-mile stretch of a crucial highway, one of the few routes into Dagestan. Even worse, Zumadze's refusal to offer an escort probably came from pure self-preservation. If Dagestan's interior minister died under his watch, his career would be over. It seemed Medzid's alliance with Georgia wasn't as strong as Seth had claimed. "It's a very difficult area to patrol," Zumadze added. "Sounds like it," Jack replied. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, General. Can we get weapons?" Zumadze slammed his palm on the desk, then pointed a thick finger at Jack. "Who do you think you are to?" "Ignore him, my friend," Medzid said, waving a hand toward Jack. "Can you provide the weapons?" Zumadze finally looked away from Jack and gave a slow nod. "Guns, I can give you." 2 hours later, they were rolling out in a convoy. One pickup truck led the way, another brought up the rear, and Jack's group rode in a canvas-covered Gaz 4x4 Medzid's bodyguards. Anton and Vasim sat at the tailgate, occasionally peeking through the canvas flaps. The air grew colder with every mile. Jack felt his ears pop as they climbed higher into the Pirikiti Mountains. The Gaz's diesel engine groaned under the strain. For what felt like the 10th time in as many minutes, the truck's tires slammed into a pothole, bouncing everyone off the wooden benches. Jack tried shifting his weight to his good side, but it didn't help much. "I'm going to be covered in bruises," Isabel whispered to him. "You might have to take a look later." "Happy to be of service," Jack whispered back. From the bench opposite, Medzid called over the engine's roar. "I apologize for that, Jack. Zumadze isn't particularly fond of the West, especially America. That was obvious. Having you appear to be under my authority makes things simpler. Mr. Minister, please, call me Rabaz." "Rabaz, how well do you actually know General Zumadze?" "Very well. We've worked side by side on several counterterrorism operations, along with our colleague in Grozny." "Does Zumadze know about the coup?" "No." "Why are you asking, Jack?" Spellman cut in. "Back in Tbilisi, when Rebaz told him he was being blocked from entering his own country, the man didn't even blink." "Bakshish," Seth answered. "Institutionalized extortion. Zumadze has to handle that mess himself, I'm sure." "Exactly," Medzid said. "It's a different world here, Jack." No kidding, Jack thought. Late in the afternoon, they pulled into Amalo. The Gaz's engine sputtered and died. General Zumadze threw back the canvas flaps. "You'll stay here tonight. Driving after dark is too risky." Jack and the others climbed out, stretching their stiff legs. Isabel, bundled in a Georgian army parka that swallowed her frame, wrapped her arms around herself. "It's beautiful here," she said, through chattering teeth. "Lovely to visit. But you wouldn't want to live here," Jack finished. The village sat in a shallow valley surrounded by soft, rolling foothills. It was little more than a cluster of weathered saltbox houses with corrugated tin roofs. Across the dirt road, a fenced pasture held a herd of horses quietly grazing on the spring grass. To the west, a line of snow-capped peaks stood silhouetted against the setting sun. Jack watched long shadows begin their slow crawl down the hillsides toward Omalo. In the winter, this place was likely cut off from the world. At a signal from Zumadze, 2 of the Special Forces soldiers hopped down from a nearby truck and jogged toward the house next to the pasture. They hammered on the door until it opened, then slipped inside. Jack guided Isabel away from the others. "Once we're over the border, we're splitting from Seth and the rest." "Why?" "The woman holding Aminat Helen gave me her broker's name before she died. A man named Dobromir. He's the one Petkin used to arrange the kidnapping. He lives in Kasavyurt. And you think he'll help us?" Helen recorded a final message for him. "If he has any information on Petkin, that video should convince him to hand it over." Isabel's expression tightened. "Jack, why am I only hearing this now?" When he stayed silent, she added, "You plan to go without me. didn't you?" I reconsidered. "You don't abandon your partner in the middle of a mission. How remarkably sensible of you." Their conversation was cut short by Zumadz's call for attention. They rejoined the group. "A few hours ago," Zumadze announced, "the OFB struck an outpost near Shanako, just 2 miles east of here." Medjid asked, "Were there casualties?" "None killed by some grace, 2 injured. They'll be evacuated at first light. I must return to the capital tonight, but Major Asatiani will remain. He will ensure you depart safely in the morning." Jack pressed, "What about our weapons?" Zumadze gave a dismissive smile. "Are you nervous?" "Do not be. You will be perfectly safe." "Not in that truck. It's practically a bullseye. That is being handled." One of Zumadze's soldiers called from the ranch house. A family, a man, a woman, and 2 young children, hurried past the soldier and down the road toward the village. Isabel watched them, concerned. "Where are they going? We can't just take their home." "It is only for tonight," Zumadze assured her. "Now follow me. I will show you where you can rest." Zumadze departed in a pickup truck soon after dark. Major Asatiani made a brief patrol of the property before posting 2 men at the front door and 2 more inside the horse barn. He and a young private, who looked barely 20, stayed inside with Jack and the others. As the private began preparing dinner, Asatiani took a seat by the door, methodically disassembling and cleaning his pistol. Medjid retired early. His bodyguards left playing cards outside his room. The rest gathered around the heavy wooden dining table on the other side of the room. "The Major is a real charmer," Isabel remarked dryly. Spellman shrugged. "Most of his type are. They're solid in a fight, though." Jack turned to Seth. "Yesterday you mentioned Volodin possibly moving tanks to the Dagestani border and just waiting for the coup to begin. What if he actually does that?" "He won't," Seth replied. "But if he did come, he wouldn't route through Chechnya unless he wanted a quagmire. That leaves approaches from Stavropol to the west or Kalmykia to the north. Between them, there are only 2 major highways into Dagestan, the P215 and the P285. A sly grin spread across his face. Both are 2-lane roads and both cross over several key bridges. Jack understood then. Seth and Spellman had a plan to sabotage those crossings. This wasn't going to be a simple popular uprising. It would involve gritty, disruptive guerrilla tactics. The grim reality, however, was that such moves would only stall a determined invasion. If things in Makhachkala went wrong, the cost would be measured in innocent lives. Georgian military rode east after Major Asatiani issued them their weapons AK-47s with 3 extra magazines each. They set out in the pre-dawn gloom. Their Gaz truck now bore the red-on-white emblem of the Red Crescent Society, the Islamic equivalent of the Red Cross. Whether this fresh paint job would mean anything to the OFB was a gamble no one wanted to dwell on. The morning air was bitingly cold, a stark reminder of the harsh landscape they were moving through, and for a moment, Jack found himself missing the mundane predictability of a city traffic jam, a thought so absurd it almost made him smile. With Jack driving Isabel at his side and Spellman riding shotgun, they managed good time for the initial stretch before the mountain road began to coil and tighten, its surface scarred by ice and partially concealed stones. Jack let off the accelerator, wrestling the steering wheel to prevent the truck from skidding off the edge. Spellman kept his AK propped on the dash, gaze fixed ahead, while Jack and Isabel's rifles rested muzzle down between her legs. "Jack," Spellman began, "what was that earlier comment about Medjid and General Zumadze?" "Likely nothing, but if I had a pal like Zumadze, I'd be questioning the friendship. You think he's setting us up for the OFB?" "I'm not saying that." "Then get to the point. Part of your strategy banks on Georgian support, and Zumadze won't even guarantee Medjid's safe passage out of his own backyard." "Fair enough, but Zumadze's as shrewd as Medjid. If this coup swings our way, Tbilisi will want to be on the winning side." By midday, having covered half the journey to the border, they rolled into Chero, a village clinging to a slope above a deep river gorge. Jack guided the Gaz through the settlement, then down a series of sharp turns to the gorge floor, where the road flattened and traced the river's path. Through Spellman's cracked window came the constant roar of water over rock. Even with the sun directly above, the gorge remained in a dusky half-light. The Velcro flap behind the seat ripped open, and Seth's face appeared in the gap. "We need to move faster or we'll never reach Yuzhno by dark. Any quicker and we'll end up in the river," Spellman countered. "Jack's handling it. We won't be handling anything if we're stranded out here." "Pick up the speed, Jack." Seth vanished and the flap sealed shut. "Whoa," Spellman said as Jack took a bend. "Ease off, Jack. I see it." Jack slowed to a halt, the truck's brakes echoing off the stone walls. Ahead, two UAZ Jeeps, daubed in what looked like makeshift spray paint camouflage, blocked the road. They were staggered to prevent a vehicle from forcing its way through. Jack counted 6 bearded men, 4 standing before the vehicles, and 1 behind each wheel, all armed with AKs. "OFB?" Wiesabel whispered. "We'd better assume so," Jack replied. He checked his side mirror, studying the empty road behind them. Though they'd seen no turnoffs since entering the gorge, a classic pincer ambush would be the smart play here. He wasn't sure how fast he could reverse the Gaz under fire. Seth's head pushed through the canvas opening. "Why are we stopping?" "Ah, hell! Stay put and stay quiet," Jack told him. "I'll talk to them," Spellman said, reaching for the door handle. "Bad move, Matt. Better to start off friendly." Isabel asked, "Do you even speak Ossetian?" "No, but I know Farsi, and they're close enough. Plus, I looked the part." "Barely," Isabel remarked. "Can you two cover me?" "Stay within a quick dash back," said Jack, leaving his AK on the floorboard. Spellman climbed out. Jack did the same, but leaned his rifle muzzle first against the running board. "Show your hands, and don't smile." Jack raised his hands and stepped away from the door. Spellman called out in Farsi to the group, then walked forward a few paces into Jack's line of sight. "That's far enough, Matt. The men didn't react." Spellman tried again. The man at the front of the group answered, his tone sharp and hostile. "He says, 'The road is closed.' I told him we're with the Red Crescent. He doesn't care. Tell him we're carrying medicine for the children in Ibtsoki." Spellman relayed the message, receiving the same curt dismissal. "He doesn't care about that either." Suddenly, the man jerked his AK skyward and fired a short burst. He shouted at Spellman, gesturing wildly with his free hand. Spellman retreated toward the truck, and Jack waited until his partner was settled before climbing into the driver's seat. Through the dusty windshield, the OFB leader's glare was unmistakable. "What's the plan now?" Isabel asked from the back. Jack's reply was firm. "We find another route." Medjid's voice cut through the canvas divider, edged with urgency. "That isn't an option. Any detour will cost us a full day. If I'm not back in Makhatkala by sunrise, the narrative around Almac will spiral beyond my reach. Look, it's 6 of them against 7 of us." Jack turned toward the sound. "And they know this terrain. We're trapped on a narrow road with no room to maneuver." "Then push through them. We wouldn't get 20 feet. They're moving," Spellman yelled. Jack whipped back around. The off-beam men were piling into their jeeps. The lead vehicle accelerated toward them, the second closed behind. Jack slammed the Gaz into reverse and stomped on the gas. The truck jerked backward, kicking up a thick curtain of dust that left the passing rock wall on the left as little more than a blur. "You're on the shoulder," Spellman warned. Jack corrected, swerving dangerously close to the stone face before straightening out. "They're gaining," Isabel called out. His mind raced. "Matt, when we clear this next bend—" "We're getting out, Isabel. You take the wheel. Just keep backing up and stay low." As the Gaz swung around the curve, Jack hit the brakes and threw it into park. He and Spellman bailed out, AKs in hand. Jack's injured leg nearly gave way, but he caught himself against the door. "Go, Isabel, now!" he shouted. The gears ground loudly as the truck began reversing again. The lead jeep rounded the corner. Jack and Spellman opened fire, stitching a line of bullets across its hood and windshield. The vehicle fishtailed wildly, overcorrected, then launched over the shoulder berm. It crashed into a boulder jutting from the river with a sickening crunch. The windshield exploded outward, and two men tumbled down the hood into the water. The figure in the back seat lay motionless. Jack, who had been tracking the jeep with steady fire, shifted his attention as the second jeep skidded into view. It accelerated directly toward Spellman, who stood his ground in the road, firing. Jack raised his rifle, but the jeep swerved left, placing itself squarely between them. The side mirror clipped Spellman in the ribs. He staggered back, slammed against the gorge wall, and slumped to the ground. The jeep vanished around the next bend. Spellman, Jack called out, "I'm all right, go!" Jack took off, pushing through the pain in his leg. As he neared the curve, the rattle of automatic fire echoed ahead, followed by the shriek of grinding metal. He rounded the corner. 50 feet ahead, the jeep and the Gaz were nearly bumper to bumper, the truck still reversing. Its windshield was spiderwebbed with bullet impacts, obscuring Isabel from view. An off-B fighter leaned out the jeep's window, spraying fire into the truck's grill. Steam erupted from under the hood. Jack dropped to one knee, switched his AK to semi-auto, and took careful aim. 2 shots. The leaning man went limp, folding grotesquely at the waist, his head bouncing against the ground. Jack adjusted and sent 3 rounds through the jeep's rear window, shattering the glass. A rifle barrel poked through the opening, a shadowy head behind it. Jack fired twice. The head vanished in a mist of red. The Gaz lurched sideways, its rear end vaulting over the shoulder. One back tire plunged into the river, spinning wildly and throwing up a geyser of water. Jack rose and charged forward, rifle tucked, firing as he closed the distance. The jeep's driver door flew open. A man struggled out, fighting to bring his weapon to bear. Jack stopped, shot him once in the chest and again as he fell. The Gaz's engine coughed and died, leaving only the high whine of the jeep's motor. Behind him, Jack heard Spellman jogging up, breathing hard. "Let's clear it," Jack said. They advanced together, weapons raised, ready for whatever came next. When they were still a few yards from the jeep's rear, Seth moved along the side of the truck. He stepped up to the vehicle, thrust the barrel of his rifle through the open window, and let loose a quick burst of fire, followed by 2 more after ejecting the spent magazine and slamming a fresh one home. He bent to look inside. "It's finished," he stated. "Let's not waste any more time here." Spellman let out a low, disbelieving whistle. It was just past 10 when they reached the illuminated border checkpoint at Yuzhno. Jack brought the truck to a halt, shifted into park, but kept the engine idling, worried it might not turn over again. 4 officers in Dagestani police uniforms stood before the drop gate. Beyond it, an armored vehicle sat squarely across the road, its heavy machine gun trained in their direction. "Not exactly a welcoming committee," Isabel remarked softly. Following the earlier skirmish, it had taken nearly 2 hours to get moving again. The first task involved Jack and Spellman putting their weight on the jeep's crumpled hood until its bumper finally ripped free from the truck's grill. After wrestling the Gaz's rear tire back onto the shoulder, the group stood watch, while Medjid's guards performed some battlefield repairs. The truck's reinforced front had stopped most of the rifle rounds, but the radiator hoses were peppered with leaks. Using an entire roll of duct tape and a spool of wire, they managed a temporary fix. "I will deal with this," Medjid announced from the back. He climbed down from the tailgate and walked confidently to the checkpoint. The officers saluted, and Medjid drew the sergeant aside for a quiet conversation. A few minutes later, they shook hands. Medjid returned to the Gaz, stepping onto the running board beside the passenger window. "The sergeant has heard no updates about the Elmuk incident. He will keep our crossing quiet. If we have luck on our side, we should reach Makhakkala before dawn." 30 miles southeast of the capital at the town of Buynaksk, Jack steered the truck off the highway and into an empty lot opposite a gas station, its fluorescent lights buzzing in the dark. He killed the engine, hopped out, and walked to the back. "Why are we stopping?" Seth asked. "This is where we split up," Jack replied. "What are you talking about? Who's we?" Jack turned to Medzid. "Can you arrange a car for us?" "That is simple enough, Jack. But first, answer his question. We have a potential lead on Pechkin, a contact named Dobromir in Khasavyurt. If it checks out, we might be able to remove Pechkin from the board. With him gone, your chances get better." "What lead?" Spellman pressed. "When did this come up?" "Don't worry about it," Jack said, offering what he hoped was a convincing smile. "It shouldn't take more than a day, too, at the outside. We'll find you when we're finished. At least let me send some men with you," Medzid insisted. "You may need them more than we do." "I'm afraid you might be right. The Khasavyurt district isn't fully under my authority. The local commander, Major Umarov, is Chechen. I suspect he has doubts about how politically tolerant I truly am." Jack understood the subtext. If he and Isabel ran into trouble in Khasavyurt, they could expect no official help or recognition from Medzid, for Dagestan's police chief to be linked with a detained American and an Iranian citizen on the eve of a coup would be catastrophic. According to their intelligence, Khasavyurt's government was notoriously corrupt. Its last mayor had been removed for allegedly supporting terrorist activities. This was merely one layer of their problem. In the last 3 years, Khasavyurt had endured 7 bombings and 2 raids from Chechen militants, resulting in 92 civilian deaths. Spellman asked, "Is this trip really worth the risk, Jack?" "I believe it is." "All right, then," Seth said, his tone shifting from concern to a gruff, almost sarcastic dismissal. "Go run your little errand. Just make sure your ass finds its way to Makhachkala afterward. We might need to act faster than we originally intended." The drive from Buynaksk to Khasavyurt was only about 40 miles as the crow flies, but given the state of Dagestan's roads, Jack and Isabel had to head east toward the regional capital first before turning north for the final 50-mile leg. It was 8 in the morning when they finally reached the city, where they were immediately met with the aftermath of a recent bombing. Beside the highway, a vast lot was filled with the rubble of what had been an apartment building. "That's the work of 400 pounds of explosives," Jack observed. Isabel asked, "How many people were killed?" "Just construction workers. 40 of them. The building wasn't occupied yet." "Small mercies," Isabel replied quietly. Despite its violent recent past, the city itself felt calm and ordinary. People gathered on sidewalks, chatting and laughing, as they waited for morning buses. Along the main thoroughfare, Shemlia Avenue shopkeepers were opening for the day, hosing down sidewalks and arranging their displays. Jack pulled into a gas station. While he filled the tank, Isabel went inside and bought a 2-page tourist pamphlet and a city map. Reliable digital versions were impossible to find. Back on the road she navigated, directing Jack across the Yariksu River, which flowed through a concrete-lined channel within the city limits. Peering over the bridge railing, they saw the water brown and slow-moving with spring runoff. "Cotton, fruit canning, and wrestlers," Isabel read from the brochure. "That's what Khasavyurt is famous for." "Wrestlers?" Jack asked. 6 Olympic medalists. "So maybe don't start any trouble," she said with a slight smile. Point taken. Across the river, they turned left, then left again onto a service road that ran alongside the canal. To their right stood a row of tall, narrow houses with red tile roofs, each sporting a satellite dish. The homes were separated by alleys, so narrow Jack doubted he could walk through them sideways. "It should be right here mid-block, number 4215. Jack drove past the address and pulled over. "What's the plan?" Isabel asked. Jack had been thinking the same thing. They didn't have time for prolonged surveillance to track Dobromir's routine. He'd settled on being straightforward. "We'll let Helen's message do the talking," he said, getting out of the car. They walked back to the house. Jack rang the bell inside. A deep, booming bark echoed. A big dog. The door opened to reveal a bald man with a wide face. Beside him stood a shaggy-coated dog with a blunt muzzle, growling low. The man clicked his tongue, and the dog turned and padded away. Jack asked, "Do you speak English?" "Yes, I speak English. Helen sent us." "I don't know any Helen." Jack pressed play on his phone and held it up. Helen's voice came through the speaker. "Dobo, my love, things didn't go as planned. This is Jack. I told him you would help." Jack stopped the video. Dobromir studied him. She looked unwell. "What did you do to her?" "It's a complicated story. Can we come in?" Dobromir paused, then stepped back, allowing them into a tight entryway covered in faded red adhesive tiles. He secured 3 separate deadbolts on the heavy steel door. "This way," he said, leading them down a hall. Isabel whispered to Jack, "You knew they were together?" Jack gave a slight nod. "What's with all the locks?" "Occupational hazard, I suppose." They followed him into a long, narrow room lined with overstuffed bookshelves. A desk against the wall held 3 LCD monitors arranged in a semicircle. Dobromir motioned toward a couch. "Let me see the video again," he said. Jack queued it up and handed over the phone. Dobromir held it close, his expression intent, and pressed play. "Dobromir, my love." Helen's voice filled the room, and Jack watched the man's face intently. The next half-minute would decide everything. As the message played, Dobromir's brow furrowed. "The man showing you this, Jack, is the one who shot me. Don't hold it against him. He was there to save the girl, and he was protecting her. A man called Rasulov had ordered me to do awful things. Roma had already killed the boy, and he would have done the same to her. I wouldn't have allowed it, but Jack didn't know that. I need you to help him now. Dobo, you will always be my only." Dobromir stopped the video and handed the phone back, his expression stony, his gaze icy. "I'll need a copy of that." "Of course, you're handling this better than I expected. If she didn't blame you, then I don't. She was always the one in charge, my Helen, the brains of our operation." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "We both knew the risks. When I didn't hear from her for a few days, I had a feeling it went sideways. Just tell me this honestly. Did she suffer?" "She was in shock. It was quick." "Where is she now?" "We buried her near the sea. Good." Dobromir nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his features. Isabel, her eyes glistening, asked softly, "Were you two married?" "No. Helen didn't believe in it. Paper isn't love, she'd say." He turned back to Jack. "So I'm guessing you're after Farid Rasulov. His real name is Oleg Pechkin. He's Russian intelligence." "Son of a bitch," Dobromir muttered under his breath. "What does he look like?" Jack relayed Seth's description, but Dobromir was already shaking his head. "That's not the man I dealt with. He was Helen's contact, but I never met him face to face. I should have insisted." "You usually meet your clients?" Isabel asked, surprised. "If they won't look you in the eye, you don't want their business. And I always do my homework. I never sent Helen in blind." "Who hired you?" "A man who called himself Ashworth," Dobromir answered. "British? Describe him. Short brown hair going thin on top." Jack immediately thought of Raymond Wellesley. So the SIS man wasn't afraid to get his own hands dirty. It was a compartmentalized operation. Wellesley arranging the contract, Pechkin running the field work. This was never about ransom, was it? Dobromir said, piecing it together. It was pressure. They were trying to force the girl's father into something. Jack gave a confirming nod. A messy business. Of course, Ashworth wasn't his real name, but I couldn't dig up anything else. I can give you their phone numbers and an address in Makachkala, an apartment building I followed him to. He wasn't exactly careful. I lost him before I saw which unit he entered. Where did you meet him? A restaurant on Nebetsky Street? How far from the address? About 4 blocks. Jack felt a surge of possibility. Even seasoned spies were creatures of habit, tending to eat and live near their base of operations. Wellesley might have been arrogant enough to set up a semi-permanent nest right in the city. Find Wellesley, and they'd likely find Petchkin. Dobromir went to his desk, scribbled the details on a notepad sheet, and passed it over. Jack scanned the 2 Makakshkala landline numbers, committing them to memory. "Is there anything else I can do?" Dobromir asked. Jack bit back the urge to tell him to find a new line of work. It wasn't the time. Maybe Helen's death would be reason enough for him to walk away. Despite their clean record with hostages, it was a dirty business. "Maybe," Jack said. "If I ask, would you be willing to reach out to Petchkin?" "And say what?" "I'm not sure yet. I need some time to consider it." "I'll grant you that courtesy. If you'll return the favor, deliver either Petchkin or Ashworth to me. Having both would be ideal, but I'll accept just one." "I can't make that guarantee." A sharp buzz erupted from one of Dobromir's monitors. "Perimeter alert," he announced, bending toward the screen. "There's someone at the rear entrance. Did you lead them here?" "Absolutely not." Dobromir typed a command, and a grainy video feed flickered to life. Jack could make out 2 uniformed figures at the door, their features warped by the wide-angle lens. "Police?" Dobromir muttered. "This is no accident." "We didn't bring them," Jack insisted. Dobromir gave a curt nod. "Maybe they'll leave." One officer turned and signaled off camera. A moment later, a 3rd man appeared, hefting a compact battering ram. The others stepped aside as he drew it back. A dull, metallic thud echoed from the direction of the door. Dobromir turned to them, a tight, humorless smile on his face. "It appears they're quite determined. You both need to disappear. Follow me." He ushered them through an arched passage hidden between towering bookshelves, then left down a narrow corridor. At the far end, the rear door shuddered violently in its frame. The jamb cracked, sending fragments of plaster raining to the floor. Dobromir never broke stride, turning left again onto a tight, spiraling staircase. It led to a cramped bedroom furnished with a simple trundle bed, a nightstand, and a small desk. A short ladder was bolted to the nearest wall. Below, the ram struck the door again with a jarring crash. "Through the hatch," Dobromir urged. "It leads to the roof." "Move!" "What about you?" Isabel demanded, her voice tight. "They'll search, find nothing, and haul me in for questioning. I'll be home for dinner. Don't go back to your vehicle." "Take mine." He fished a key ring from his pocket and pressed it into Jack's hand. "It's a blue Volga, parked 2 blocks west." "Appreciate it," Jack said. "I'll be waiting for your call." Dobromir started back down the stairs. The blows from the ram were now a rapid, rhythmic pounding. "Up the ladder," Jack ordered Isabel. She climbed, slid the locking bolt free, and shoved the hatch open. A flood of sunlight poured in. From below came the final wrenching crash of the door giving way, followed by the bang of steel hitting the wall. Jack glanced down the stairwell. The police were shouting commands in rapid, guttural Russian. Over the noise, he could hear Dobromir's voice, calm and placating, trying to respond. Isabel's hissed whisper cut through. "Jack, now." Dobromir reappeared on the steps, backing up slowly with his hands raised. The barrel of a pistol was nearly pressed against his forehead. The officer wielding it stepped into view, looked up, spotted Jack, and barked, "Stop!" In a sudden burst of motion, Dobromir wrapped the officer in a crushing embrace, and the 2 men crashed against the walls in a struggling heap. "Go!" Dobromir roared. Jack grabbed a rung. The deafening roar of a gunshot filled the confined space. Jack looked back to see Dobromir collapsed on the stairs, a dark, fatal wound in his chest. The cop regained his footing, raising his weapon toward Jack. "Stop! Stop!" Jack dodged sideways, seized the leg of the nightstand, and hurled it around the corner and down the staircase. He heard the solid thwack of wood meeting flesh, followed by the clattering tumble of the officer falling. He scrambled up the ladder and out onto the roof, then leaned back to snatch the locking bolt. Isabel slammed the hatch shut, and Jack drove the bolt home. Though the bolt was stout, the hatch itself was thin sheet metal. It wouldn't buy them much time. Which way? Isabel gasped, struggling for air. Jack spun, getting his bearings. To his left, he recognized the concrete embankment of the canal east. He turned and sprinted for the opposite edge of the roof. Isabel at his heels, he slid to a halt and peered over the eaves into the narrow alley, separating Dobromir's building from the next. A dense web of clotheslines crisscrossed the gap, creating a bizarre net-like canopy. The alley floor below was swallowed by deep shadow. Jack took a few steps back, then launched himself across the gap to the adjacent rooftop. Isabel followed, and together they sprinted onward, weaving around chimney stacks, ducking beneath sagging utility lines, and sidestepping the metal frames of old satellite dishes until they arrived at the final roof of the row. From the west, the wail of sirens grew steadily louder, clearly zeroing in on Dobromir's neighborhood. "Over here, Jack," Isabel called softly. She was crouched by the wrought iron railing of a fire escape. He joined her, parked in the alley. Directly below was a blue Volga, Dobromir's car, Jack presumed. They'd find out soon enough. A police cruiser, running dark and silent, turned onto the far end of the street and began moving slowly toward the canal. Jack and Isabel drew back from the ledge, waiting until the sound of its engine had completely faded. "No sense in delaying," Isabel whispered, then began descending the ladder. At the bottom, they stood in the shadows of the alley just a few yards from the street. Jack approached the Volga and slid the key into the driver's side lock. It turned smoothly. "We're in. Let's go." They climbed inside. Jack started the engine and pulled away from the curb. Their detailed map was still in their abandoned vehicle, leaving Jack to rely on his imperfect memory of Khasavurt's streets. He drove west, keeping his speed just under the limit, putting steady, calm distance between themselves and the scene of the confrontation. Isabel remained curled on the floor of the passenger side. "They'll be searching for a man and a woman together," she murmured. "Do you think they have this car's description?" Given how careful Dobromir was at the house, I doubt it. We'll see soon enough. "That poor man," Isabel said, her voice barely audible. With every mile, the tension in Jack's shoulders eased a fraction, until finally the city gave way to open farmland. The road was flanked by endless rows of apple trees. In the distance, farm workers moved through the groves, misting the branches, some of which were already dotted with delicate white blossoms. "You can get up now," Jack told her. Isabel slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. They passed a blue sign with stark white Cyrillic lettering. Next to the text was a forward-pointing arrow and the distinct green, white, and red bars of a familiar flag. "That's the Chechen flag, Jack," Isabel said. "We absolutely do not want to go that way." Jack managed a dry laugh. "I'd call that the understatement of the century." A mile farther, they reached a crossroads. Jack turned left, and they drove for another 10 miles before the next town appeared. The Volga's fuel gauge was hovering on empty. Jack spotted a gas station and pulled in while he began pumping gas. Isabel went inside the convenience store and returned with a folded map. Jack finished fueling and got back behind the wheel. "Look, it has English labels," Isabel said, smoothing the map open on the dashboard. "Says, we're in Leninau." "How far to Makachkala?" "About 200 kilometers, roughly 120 miles, though I can't tell from this how reliable the roads will be." "Isabel, there's something we should discuss." Out of his window, Jack saw a police car cruise past the station. "We've got company," he said quietly. The cruiser slowed, pulled onto the shoulder, executed a quick U-turn, and started heading back toward them. Should we try to run? Isabel asked, her voice tight. We wouldn't make it half a mile. Stay put and do exactly what they say. Your name is Julie Smith. Hand me your wallet. She passed it to him and Jack got out of the car. You're not leaving me here, are you? I'll be right back. Jack walked into the station. A young woman stood behind the counter. Gade nakoditsia toilette? He asked. Where is the bathroom? She gestured down a short hallway. At the end, on the right, was a restroom. Right beside it was the station's rear exit. Jack pushed the door open and stepped outside into a barren lot. No dumpsters, no clutter. He took out his passport and wallet and tossed them onto the station's low roof. Then he re-entered, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. He turned the faucet on and waited. Muffled voices filtered through the door, a man shouting in Russian, the clerk responding with nervous agitation. Jack opened the bathroom door and stepped out. A police officer was striding toward him, service pistol drawn, yelling, Ruki Verk! Ruki Verk! Ruki Verk! Hands up. Jack raised his hands outside. The lone patrol car had been joined by two others, forming a loose semicircle aimed at the station's entrance. One officer had Isabel pinned against the side of the Volga, her wrists cuffed behind her back. Another stood uncomfortably close, his voice a low murmur. Are you all right? Jack called to her. She gave a tight nod. Yes. A second policeman strode over to Jack and demanded his name in rough Russian. Jack played the confused tourist, shrugging his shoulders. Name, the cop snapped. John Smith. The officer jerked his thumb toward Isabel. Your wife? Yes. You come with us. 30 minutes later, they were back in Caucasus. Jack and Isabel were marched into a two-story building of gray cinder block, its glass windows plastered with faded public safety notices. Inside, they bypassed a front counter and a cluttered area with 4 wooden desks before being steered left down a hallway. On the right, a row of windowless holding cells with mint-green walls stood like silent tombs. They were shoved into one, and the door clanged shut behind them. This is not looking promising, Isabel said, sinking onto the metal bench. A nervous, almost giddy laugh escaped her before she could stop it, a stark, jarring sound in the grim space. Where did you hide our wallets? Probably the first spot they'll check after the toilet tank, Jack replied. We should discuss something else. You mean besides the fact we're sitting in a Russian jail? Back at his house, Dobromir said the police showing up wasn't a coincidence. He was right. We know we weren't followed. Jack lowered his voice. Only 5 people knew our destination and who we were meeting, and all of them were in that gas. 2 hours crawled by. Finally, the click of footsteps echoed down the corridor. A tall, lean man with a neatly trimmed black mustache appeared, carrying a wooden chair. He set it down deliberately in front of their cell and took a seat. In his hand were their phones. I am Major Umarov, he said in passable English, the police commander for this district. Mejid's problematic subordinate, Jack thought. Half expecting Umarov to announce they'd found the wallet stashed on the roof, Jack felt a flicker of relief when the major instead said, Tell me your names. John and Julie Smith, Jack answered. Can you prove this? No. Give me the passcodes for your phones. When Jack remained silent, Umarov continued. You are both American. Yes. Yes. Do you know a man named Dobromir Steven? Jack had been waiting for this. We just left his home. He told us to run, so we ran. We didn't realize it was the police. My captain states they identified themselves. We don't speak Russian. Isabel cut in, her tone shifting from anxious to defiant. We heard pounding on the door, then saw the guns. We were scared. Umarov considered this, then offered a slight shrug. An understandable reaction, perhaps. Jack couldn't tell if the major's semi-friendly manner was real or just the calm before a storm. Nor could he be sure Umarov was the one who'd received the tip about their arrival. Whoever had betrayed them could have contacted any number of people within the local police. One thing was clear. If Umarov had a grudge against Mejid, their connection to him would only make things worse, possibly far more dangerous. Jack silently berated himself again for sharing Dobromir's details with Seth and the team. Umarov asked, "Why do you carry no identification? We were mugged on our way here in Gadari." "A pity. I will have my sergeant take a statement. However, I do not believe your account of what happened at Staven's house." "I see," said Jack. "Captain Osen insists you shot Mr. Staven shortly after they entered the residence." "We didn't do that," Isabel stated firmly. "He has sworn to it. He claims he saw you fire the weapon," Umarov said, pointing at Jack. "And the pistol used was recovered at the scene. He's lying." "Then you would agree to a test?" "Yes." "What kind of test?" Jack asked. He knew the answer but wanted to hear Umarov say it. "A lead barium analysis. It will show if you have discharged a firearm recently." To his credit, Umarov at least had the basic science of gunshot residue testing correct. Jack wasn't entirely surprised. Television crime dramas often make the polygraph test seem like a tense, complicated affair. In reality, it was straightforward. "We can settle that part of the mystery, at least," Umarov stated. "If you have nothing to hide, there is no risk in cooperating." Jack doubted their consent mattered much. They were in a no-win situation. Who administers it? "I do." "Proceed then." Once Umarov was out of hearing range, Isabel leaned close. "Jack, this is reckless. Medjid warned us about him. What if? They'll test us regardless. The result tells us everything. If we pass, Umarov learns his captain lied. We'll see his true character." "That doesn't guarantee our freedom." "Agreed," Jack conceded. "But it might keep a murder charge off the table." Umarov returned shortly with a kit. He instructed each of them to extend their hands through the bars. Methodically, he swabbed their fingers, palms, and forearms, depositing each sample into a vial of clear liquid. He shook the containers. The fluid stayed clear. "Is that a positive result?" Isabel asked. "For you, it is excellent. For Captain Osen, it is very damning. Please excuse me." Umarov departed. He came back 15 minutes later with 2 officers escorting a disheveled man in a white tee and boxers. They marched him to a cell at the corridor's end, shoved him inside, and locked the door. Umarov returned to their cell. "Was that your captain?" Isabel asked. "Not anymore. He is corrupt, a liar, and a killer. That as well. It is regrettable it reached this point. My oversight was a failure." He noticed Isabel's confused look and offered a thin smile. "Allow me to guess. You find yourself in a remote police precinct with a commander who acts with impunity, surrounded by dishonest and inept officers." "I never said that. You did not need to." "Will you release us now?" "Release you?" "No. At a minimum, you are material witnesses. There may be a trial. You may need to testify." "That could create difficulties for us," Jack said. "Not my concern. Furthermore, you are foreigners without identification, apprehended in a stolen vehicle after fleeing a crime scene. Isabel said Dobromir authorized us to." "Perhaps, but your situation might improve if you provide your names. I will give you time to consider it." Umarov left them alone. Jack was jolted awake by shouts and scuffling. He sat up to see Captain Osen being hauled down the hallway by 2 officers. They rounded a corner. A door slammed, cutting off Osen's protests. "What will they do with him?" "To him," Jack corrected quietly, "nothing good." 4 times that night, Osen was taken from his cell, returning 30 or 40 minutes later. Jack saw no visible injuries, but exhaustion was carved into the man's face, his eyes hollow and vacant. This grim cycle repeated through the morning, afternoon, and into the evening, until finally, Osen did not come back. That evening, Major Umarov arrived with their food, a guard trailing him. The guard unlocked the cell. Umarov entered, handed them their trays, and dismissed the guard with a nod. He sat on the bench. "If you attempt to flee." "We won't," Jack replied, taking a bite of bread. "Do you have something you wish to tell me?" Jack looked at Isabel, who gave a slight nod. They had talked it over earlier and agreed on the approach. The most convincing lie is woven with truth. Whether this would dig them out of trouble or bury them deeper remained to be seen. "Our identification is on the gas station roof," Jack said. "Thank you for that," Umarov said, actually chuckling. "Evidently, my officers require significant retraining. My name is Jack Ryan. This is Isabel Kashani. I'm American. She's Iranian. An intriguing pair. Why were you visiting Mr. Staven, Jack? May I call you Jack? Fine. How well did you know Dobromir? Not well at all. He had a few unpaid parking citations, but nothing more serious than that. Are you familiar with his girlfriend? Helen. I've heard the name, but we've never met. She travels frequently for her job, something in sales. Helen passed away a few days ago, Jack stated. We came to deliver the news to Dobromir. Umarov's expression tightened. Is that a fact? It happened in Scotland. She was shot. Umarov let out a slow breath. That's tragic, and for Mr. Staven to find out, his voice faded. How are you involved in this, Jack? Helen and I were colleagues. You could have just phoned Mr. Staven with this information. She asked us to come personally, Isabel interjected. Why did you lie about having your wallet stolen? I already explained, she replied. We were frightened. We witnessed a man being killed right in front of us. Umarov considered this, then stepped out and closed the cell door. I'll send my sergeant to check the gas station. You seem to be telling the truth, Umarov said an hour later. So what happens now? Jack asked. We still have the issue of assaulting a police officer. Captain Osen insists you threw a chair at him. It was a nightstand, Jack corrected. And then there's the matter of Mr. Staven's vehicle. You, Isabel, cut in, I explained. We did have his keys, and there was no sign of forced entry, so that, along with the assault, is for me to decide. However, you also lied to a law enforcement officer, which is a serious offense. Jack pressed. What exactly did Osen tell you? He admitted to shooting Mr. Staven. He claimed it was accidental. Do you believe that? I'm still deciding. What's your instinct telling you? Umarov was silent for a moment. Given your description of the scene, I think he shot Staven intentionally. On someone's orders, Jack added. Did he say why he went to the house? You ask a great many questions. 10 minutes after we arrived to tell a man his wife was murdered. Your people show up, and not my people. Captain Osen. Right. My mistake. Osen shows up. And then Dobromir is dead. Please answer the question. That remains none of your concern. Jack was running out of options. Even if Umarov let them go, they'd be returning to Makhatkala without knowing which of the 5 had turned on them. He saw a chance to address both problems at once. Call Minister Rebaz Medjid. Give him our names, I beg your pardon. Speak to him and only him. Tell him why we're being held. So many demands, Jack. You are aware you're in a jail cell, correct? Please, Major, Isabel said, her tone softening. Umarov came back 10 minutes later. The minister confirmed he knows you, but refused to say how. That makes me uneasy. Because you disagree with his politics, Isabel suggested. Politics, Umarov replied, surprised. Who told you that? He did. Then the minister doesn't know me at all. I have no interest in politics, or politicians for that matter, or ethnicity, if that's what he's implying. But that's neither here nor there. He is my superior. That's the end of it. He did not sound pleased when I mentioned your names. I can imagine, said Jack. He instructed me to give you my full cooperation, but first, you will answer some questions for me. Did Minister Medjid send you here? No. Is he involved in any illegal activity with Dobromir Staven? No. Was the purpose of your visit here connected to any unlawful actions? Jack felt as if Umarov was methodically working through a mental flowchart titled Detain or Release. He decided to match the formal tone. No, he answered. Finally, Are you in Dagestan as agents acting on behalf of a foreign government? No. Umarov paused, rubbing his temple. I believe you, so what are your questions? The same one as before. Why did Osin go to Dobromir's house? He says that 6 hours before the raid, he received an anonymous tip about a cache of explosives in Mr. Staven's home. He placed the address under surveillance, and when you arrived, he moved in. Go on. The call originated from a telephone number in Makhachkala. What type of line, cell, or landline? Landline. Umarov recited the number for Jack. It matched Helen's direct line to Pekin. Umarov went on. His orders were to detain anyone inside the house and then contact the number from Makhachkala, for who Isabel pressed. Did he mention a name? None. He might eventually, but it's also possible he never had one to give. Did he make that call? His phone records show no such call, Umarov answered. And he wasn't foolish enough to use a department-issued phone for it. Did he explain his motives? Why kill Dobromir? Isabel asked. I'd bet on money. The car and apartment Osin had were way above a captain's pay grade. Was he cooperating with any other officers from your department? Absolutely not. I'm certain of that much. Jack stepped in. So what does this mean for us? Now, for me, it means a mountain of paperwork and an internal review I'll have to present to Minister Medzid, Umarov said. As for both of you, you're free to leave. Boynaksk. Predictably, Umarov wouldn't let them take Dobromir's Volga, but he did arrange a ride to the loan rental agency in Khasavyurt. There, they picked up a dated Opel from the early 90s and made it back to Boynaksk just past midnight. Jack circled the town until he spotted a motel advertising Wi-Fi and secured a room. He wasn't prepared to head into Makhachkala yet, not until they could distinguish allies from enemies, or at least draft a strategy to figure it out. While Isabel headed for the shower, Jack placed a call to Hendley, connecting with Jerry and John Clark. He walked them through the meeting with Dobromir, the police ambush, and their short-lived detention. Well, the leak definitely didn't come from our side, Clark stated flatly. So unless that Dobromir contact sold you out, he didn't. Or he tried and it blew up in his face, and then Osin killed him by mistake. I doubt it. Then it has to be Medzid, Seth, or Spellman. Or one of Medzid's security detail, Jerry added. Do you have their full names? Only Vasim and Anton, no last names. Honestly, I think we can probably rule Medzid out. He could have instructed Umarov to keep us locked up. Or worse, he didn't. You might have a point, but that's not conclusive, Clark countered. Medzid might want you closer in the capital. John, he's the one with the most at stake here. Jack, you need to stop applying pure logic to this. Jerry cut in. A man in Medzid's position didn't get there by being an open book. Guys like that always have layers upon layers of motives. A sudden realization hit Jack. Medzid had left his daughter Aminat at the Four Seasons Baku under guard. I need to call you right back, he said. He ended the call, found the hotel's number, and dialed. When the front desk answered, he asked for the penthouse suite. After ringing endlessly, the operator returned to the line. I'm sorry, sir. Our system shows those guests have already checked out. When, late last night, Jack hung up and immediately called Hendley back. Aminat is gone. Don't jump to conclusions, Jack, Clark advised. Medzid may have relocated her for safety. God, I hate this part, Jack muttered. No wonder Seth's father lost his grip. Gavin chimed in from the background. I read somewhere that by the end, Kim Philby was chewing his own hair and parading around as Napoleon Total Myth. Jerry dismissed. Jack, you don't have to enjoy it. You just have to get it done. Clark gave a short laugh, borrowing a Navy SEAL, saying, Jerry, I'm impressed. Let's stay on track, Jack urged. Gavin, I have a couple of phone numbers for you to trace. The contact Dobromir had for Pechkin and the number Captain Osin was supposed to call after the raid. On it. Clark's tone turned firm. Jack, priority one. For now, you need to put Amanat out of your mind. That's a tough ask. Even if she's been taken again, she's a symptom. You need to diagnose the illness, identify who isn't who they pretend to be, Jack thought to himself. They departed Buynaksk the following morning for the roughly hour-long drive to Makhachkala. About 10 miles from the capital, Jack noticed a faint trail of smoke rising from the city center through the windshield. "Oh no," Isabel whispered. "Is it beginning already?" Jack pulled over onto the shoulder and quickly sent a text to Gavin. "Seeing smoke in Makhachkala." Any news reports? His phone buzzed a minute later. It was Clark. "We were about to dial you. The BBC is saying there are crowds in the streets, hundreds, maybe thousands." "Seth must have started things early." "Negative, Jack. These are protesters against Medzid. They've gathered outside the Interior Ministry building. They took a slight detour south before heading west toward Turali, a coastal suburb roughly 3 miles from the heart of Makhachkala." Jack pulled into a public lot overlooking the beach, parked, and sent a text to Seth. "In Turali, your location." The reply was instant. "Downtown 2 blocks from the ministry." "Situation?" "Bad. Very bad," Seth answered. "Any luck in Khasavyurt?" Jack paused, looking over at Isabel, who gave a slight shake of her head. "Nothing there," he typed back. "There's a reservoir a mile north of your position. 1 block east is a train yard. Meet us there." When they arrived at the rail depot, Seth signaled to them from the open window of a black Chevy Suburban. Jack assumed the vehicle was armored. "Fancy ride?" Isabel murmured. "Do they even sell those here?" "Not to regular people. A private jet, now an armored Suburban. It must be good to be the minister." She lowered her window. The acrid smell of burning tires immediately filled the Opel. Seth called over. "You should probably ditch that car." "We'll hold on to it for now," Jack replied. "We'll follow you. Your call once we're downtown. Do not, under any circumstances, step out of the vehicle and go slow. If you bump someone, that crowd will flip this thing like a toy." Seth led them up the coastal road for about 15 minutes before turning inland toward the city center. The column of smoke Jack had seen earlier now loomed larger through the windshield. With their windows cracked, they could hear the rhythmic chanting in Russian. Seth took a left and slammed on the brakes. Jack did the same. The street was packed with protesters wandering aimlessly, some holding signs in Cyrillic script, others thrusting their fists in the air in time with the shouts. "Windows up," Jack ordered. "Doors locked." Seth's Suburban eased into the crowd and was quickly consumed by the mass of bodies. Moments later, the Opel was surrounded. Fists hammered on the roof and hood, palms slapped against the glass. A man's contorted face pressed against Isabel's window, screaming, flecks of spit hitting the pane. "Charming," Isabel muttered dryly. Jack couldn't suppress a grim smile. Eyes forward. The Opel began to rock side to side, the engine whining as the tires lost traction. Jack leaned on the horn, and the car thumped back onto the asphalt. His phone rang. "Go ahead, Seth. If you get boxed in, stay put. We'll extract you." With just the slightest pressure on the accelerator, Jack kept the Opel inching forward. After what felt like an hour but was only 10 minutes, they broke free from the protest and entered a street flanked by severe gray buildings with towering columns. To the right, the sidewalk was lined with people sitting in eerie silence holding up handmade signs, heads turned, their gazes sullen and tracking the Opel, but no one shouted or made a move. A text from Seth flashed, "Interior Ministry on the right." Isabel turned to Jack. "Why the night and day difference? 1 block is a riot. The next is a vigil. And where are all the police? Beats me." After 2 more blocks and several turns, Seth pulled the Suburban up to a gated parking garage entrance. He spoke briefly to the attendant in the booth and gestured toward the Opel. The gate rose, and they drove through. On the 6th level, they passed through another secure gate before parking in 2 reserved spots, each marked with the yellow double-headed eagle emblem of the Interior Ministry. They got out and followed Seth to a bank of elevators, where he swiped a key card through a wall reader. "What is this building?" Isabel asked. "Tortoretto Towers, Medzid's private residence," Seth said, as the elevator doors slid open. When the doors parted, Jack stepped into a foyer with floor-to-ceiling mirrors and brown-tiled flooring. Vasim and Anton, Minister Medzid's chief security detail, gave Seth a brief nod, but ignored Jack and Isabel entirely. Anton unlocked the apartment door. Inside, the space felt more expansive than Medzid's suite at the Four Seasons Baku, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a sweeping view of the Caspian Sea's blue expanse. Near the far wall, 2 women in pale blue pantsuits were seated at a long conference table, phones held to their ears. 3 large LCD televisions were mounted on the wall above them. "Jack, Isabel," Medzid called out from a sectional sofa in the room's center. He was perched on a stool with a nylon cape around his shoulders, a stylist with scissors standing behind him. Medzid stood, shed the cape, and approached with an outstretched hand. "I'm relieved to see you both returned safely. Did Major Umarov give you any trouble?" "None at all," Jack answered. "What happened with the shooting?" "It was an ambush targeting us. They intended to prevent our meeting with Dobromir." Jack watched the minister's face closely for a tell, but Medzid only gave a solemn nod. "A regrettable turn of events. Have you identified the perpetrators?" "Not yet." "Keep me updated. Seth will take you to your quarters. One more thing in private. I need a word alone." "Certainly, Seth, if you wouldn't mind." "Yeah, of course." Seth moved away. Jack lowered his voice. "Where is Aminat? Why do you ask?" "She left the Four Seasons Baku the night after we departed for Tbilisi." "I'm aware. I relocated her for security reasons. She is safe, Jack. Who is with her? Can they be trusted? With my very life?" "Vasim and Anton. All of them. They have served me for years." That means nothing, Jack thought. He'd known Seth for decades, and Spellman was a fellow American, supposedly one of the good guys, yet both were among the handful of people who could have orchestrated the trap for him and Isabel. Medzid offered a reassuring smile and patted Jack's arm. "Your concern for her is commendable, but everything is under control." "Good to hear. I need a favor. Can you persuade Major Umarov to delay any public statement about the shooting for a few days? I doubt I'll need to ask. Until his internal review is complete, he won't speak publicly. Besides, Kosovyurt has no local news outlets now. Please help yourselves to some refreshments. We'll talk more later." Medzid turned toward the conference area and raised his voice. "Albina, have you reached Captain Salko?" "Not yet, Mr. Minister." "Inform his deputy that I expect a call within 5 minutes, or I will be paying them a personal visit." Jack and Isabel followed Seth down a hallway to a compact suite featuring a kitchenette, a sofa, and an armchair. A blonde woman in a red miniskirt and white blouse was lounging on the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine. Seth said, "Give us a moment, please." The woman shot him a sharp look, then stood, tossed the magazine aside, and walked out with a deliberate sway. "Another assistant?" Isabel asked. "Not exactly," Seth replied. "Mrs. Medzid, then." "Don't be clever, Isabel. We didn't select the man for sainthood. Rebaz and his wife have an arrangement. She lives her life, and he lives his. It works for them." Spellman entered the suite from the hall. "So how was Kosovyurt? Learn anything useful?" Seth answered before Jack could. "A complete dead end, right, Jack? Pretty much. What's the situation outside the ministry? Why is it so quiet? They're following the regulations, believe it or not," Spellman explained. "As long as they avoid property damage or violence, they can protest almost anywhere, except the blocks with government buildings. There they have to behave, a partially restrained mob. Dagestan is a peculiar place. Seth pointed toward 2 doors on the opposite side of the suite. "Your rooms get settled, and then I'll brief you. Feel free to share quarters if you prefer." "I'm fine with it." Jack noticed the shift in Isabel's expression and knew exactly what it meant. She couldn't care less about Seth's approval. To her credit, she simply answered, "Thanks." Once Seth and Spellman had left the room, Jack remarked, "Everyone seems a little too cheerful. And why shouldn't they be, Jack? It's part exclusive club, part strategy session. What's not to enjoy, all while the crowds are practically at the door," he thought to himself. Makachkala. For what felt like the 10th straight minute, Jack observed Seth and Spellman talking, and frequently talking over one another across the conference table, making no real progress at the head of the table. Medjid waited patiently without saying a word. "No, that's not enough," Seth insisted. "He has to do more than just deliver a single speech. It's coming straight from the ministry, Seth, directly to the public. That's a beginning. But we need him in every paper, on every radio station, and on every television channel." "But what's the actual message?" Spellman asked. "How do you spin something like Almac when you're getting hit with tough questions live on air?" First, he denies the accusations outright. Then he reminds everyone how this all started. Show the photos of the soldiers who were beheaded and their grieving families. Hammer that image home until it's the only thing people can picture. Jack was taken aback, hearing this side of Seth Gregory. His public relations advice was to use graphic violence and sorrow to divert attention from the allegation. Sure, it might work, but it was a level of cold, calculated opportunism Jack had never witnessed in their more than 20 years of friendship. Was this who Seth had always been, or had the pressure changed him? Or, Jack wondered, was he just being naive? As Seth had pointed out, the stakes were enormous, Seth continued. Then he shifts the focus to his courageous team, all now dead, who gave their lives protecting the homeland. He won't stand by while their memory is stained by a lie. Medjid added, "Which is the truth. Even better. That's the narrative. We stick to it and never back down." "Okay, but we still have the Pravda story to deal with," Spellman replied. "Right now, people believe an eyewitness was at Almac and saw everything, civilians burning inside a mosque. That's a powerful image to overcome. Not if our imagery is stronger and our message stays consistent." Jack spoke up. "Who's their source?" "That doesn't matter." Medjid raised a hand for quiet, then asked, "What was that, Jack?" "Pravda got this story from someone who was it." "I already told you. They don't have a source," Seth replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Or maybe they got it from one of Medjid's team members before he was killed, and they just sat on it all this time. Almac happened 16 years ago. Raybaz, were you even on anyone's political radar back then?" "No, I had no interest in politics. I wasn't known outside my own district." So someone at Pravda receives this story, decides a massacre of civilians in a house of worship isn't newsworthy, and files it away. "Jack, we all get the timing," said Seth, his tone growing sharper. "It's Wellesley and Petchkin's first move, but this is an opening for us. They moved too fast. Once we discredit this story, we push forward." Isabel interjected. "Seth, you're missing Jack's point." Next to President Nabiev, Medjid is Dagestan's most influential politician, maybe even more popular. Does Pravda really think Medjid won't fight back hard? That he won't demand they reveal their source? By law, they don't have to do that, Spellman stated. Actually, there is such a law, Medjid corrected. If an allegation involves a government official, the media must name the source privately to a cabinet-level panel, and the official has the right to question the witness. Jack is right. Unless they want their reputation damaged, Pravda must produce its witness. If the person is fabricated, we can prove it. If they are real, I can prove they are lying. "Could there actually be a witness?" Jack asked. "I was told my entire team died in the war." "I had no reason to doubt it, but I suppose anything is possible." Or there's nobody at all, Spellman suggested, and Wellesley just hired an actor. As Medzid gathered his team of aides back in the conference area to issue their instructions, Jack and Isabel slipped out of the apartment. Seth intercepted them at the elevator bank. "Where are you two headed?" "Just some errands," Isabel answered. "You're out of your minds. The city is a madhouse right now. We'll steer clear of the downtown area," Jack assured him, reaching for the call button. Seth caught his arm. "Jack, what aren't you telling us? Did you uncover something in Caucasus?" "That's a fair question," Spellman called from the apartment doorway. "We might have a lead, but I'd prefer to check it out before we discuss it." "Starting to feel like you don't trust us," Seth pressed. "What's with all the secrecy? Need-to-know basis," Jack replied simply. The elevator doors slid open, and he stepped in with Isabel. Once the doors closed, she turned to him. "Do we trust them? Any of them?" "Your guess is as good as mine." "You're smiling. Why?" "It's nothing. Just tired for a second. I had this ridiculous thought about tying them all to chairs until someone finally started talking straight." They drove the Opel north from the parking garage, the protesters' chants growing faint through their open windows. Out Jack's side window, a tree-covered slope crowned by a jagged ridge dominated the city skyline. Seth had told them with complete seriousness that this was the eastern edge of the Tarki Tau range ever since. Hearing the name, Isabel had been murmuring it quietly to herself, as if savoring the sound. Jack couldn't help but grin. She was a fascinating person. "If I ever get a dog, I'm naming him Tarki Tau. Not if I get one first." "You wouldn't dare." The slopes formed a 5-mile-long, tadpole-shaped hill, its broad head facing north and a long, tapered tail curving south before merging with the next line of hills. Jack spotted a cafe and pulled over. Pedestrians filled the sidewalks on both sides of the street, laughing and chatting. Traffic was heavy but calm, without a single horn blast. It seemed the city was carrying on as usual, except for those few blocks around the Ministry of the Interior. "Not exactly a popular uprising, is it?" Isabel noted. "I was thinking the same thing. If this is the best Wellesley and Petchkin can muster, the coup should be a walk in the park." He retrieved his phone from the Faraday bag and called Gavin, who patched in Jerry and John Clark. Jack updated them. "With any luck, we've got a little time before Wellesley and Petchkin realize the Khazavyurt ambush failed. Gavin, what did you find on those phone numbers?" "Both are landlines, but the addresses are completely buried. I mean, seriously hidden. You need serious clout to pull that off." "Presidential clout?" Jack thought. "Jack, we've decided it's time you had some support," Clark said. "We're sending Dom." "I don't really. He's already in the air. Tomorrow morning, Oitash Airport, Aeroflot Flight 278. Even as he started to protest, Jack knew it wasn't true. Having Dominic Caruso here would be a weight off his shoulders, partly because Dom was family, his cousin, and partly because he was a supremely capable operator. Jerry asked, "What's your next step, Jack?" "I'm going to invite Raymond Wellesley to lunch." They drove past the address Dobromir had provided. The apartment building was 2 stories, nestled among trees behind a 6-foot red brick wall. The only access was a private driveway on Chirpoy Road, blocked by a rolling gate. Next to it stood a keycard reader on a pole. "That doesn't look like standard security for your average Makakala rental," Isabel observed. "Where did Dobromir say he and Wellesley had lunch?" "Over on Nebetsky Street." "That's only about 4 blocks from here. We're definitely in the right spot." "Agreed. But is this really where Wellesley and Petchkin have set up their operation?" They returned to the Tortoretto apartment to find it a hive of activity. The conference room was now buzzing with twice as many aides, 4 in total, each one glued to a phone. Medjid was standing near the windows, deep in conversation with a uniformed officer who sported dark hair and pronounced sideburns. Seth and Spellman approached. "We have a problem," Seth stated bluntly. "Medjid's been called in? Who's he talking to?" Jack inquired, gesturing toward the officer. That's Captain Salko. He commands Medjid's emergency response force, the absolute best of the police. Has there been a development? Isabel asked. Just running through scenarios in case Nabiev decides to act aggressively. What about Medjid's summons? Jack pressed. President Nabiev wants to hear his account of the Almac incident directly. We're discussing potential strategies. He can't very well decline, Isabel pointed out. Unless your preparations are completely finished, of course. They aren't, Spellman admitted. Jack considered the options. Medjid's only real play is to formally request a hearing where he can face Pravda's witness. That could stall things. Does he have sufficient support among the cabinet to pull it off? Possibly, Seth answered. Wellesley and Petchkin are undoubtedly orchestrating this. Likely. But it's also the politically predictable move for Nabiev to make. The situation felt like a house of cards, Jack thought. There are three likely outcomes. Nabiev overrules his cabinet and rejects the petition. He either suspends Medjid or lets him stay pending a committee verdict, or he dismisses Medjid outright and has him arrested. If it's the last one, we're finished, Spellman said. It would take us a solid week to finalize our own demonstration plans. Even then, with Medjid removed, the local police commanders might not risk supporting a cause that looks doomed. Seth leaned forward. We have to locate Pravda's witness before he testifies. Isabel's gaze sharpened. And then what? Come on, Isabel. Not that. The Almac story is fabricated. Medjid is innocent. Either this witness is a fraud who wasn't there, or he was there and is being forced to lie. Our job is to reach him first. Makochkala. Jack brought the Opal to a stop outside the arrivals area of Waitash Airport and waited for 5 minutes, offering a friendly nod to the increasingly impatient security guard motioning them to move along. Finally, Dominic Caruso emerged through the sliding doors, a black duffel bag slung over his shoulder. Jack and Isabel got out and met him at the back of the vehicle. After quick introductions, Dom smiled at Isabel. So you're the famous Isabel. I've heard stories. Isabel shot a look at Jack. What kind of? He's joking. Let's get going before that guard decides we're a security threat and calls in reinforcements. As they pulled away from the terminal road, Jack checked the time. He should be on air now. Isabel switched on the radio, and Rebaz Medjid's voice filled the car. These claims are completely false, and I am deeply offended that the courage and dedication of the officers I command is being smeared by such lies. My personnel director has identified the individual named by Pravda as their witness, a Sergeant Pavel Koikov. He is one of the most exemplary officers I have ever served with and among the most decorated in Dagestan's police history. I am concerned that Sergeant Koikov is under duress and may be in peril. Should this prove true, the entire authority of the Interior Ministry will be brought to bear on those responsible. Isabel lowered the volume. He stuck to the plan perfectly from the back seat, Dom asked. This Koikov is the Almac witness, correct? That's a shrewd move by Medjid. He's raised the stakes considerably. And backed the opposition into a corner, Jack thought. Now, Wellesley and Petchkin couldn't simply eliminate Koikov or let him testify without exposing their narrative as a sham. Their own trap was springing shut. Now we just have to find him, Jack replied. Jack drove Dom to his motel, a modest 3-star establishment a few blocks from Medjid's private residence. By an unspoken pact, they had chosen to keep Dom's arrival in the city a secret from Seth and the rest for now. It felt like excessive caution, but Jack was in a mood to be selective, guarding every piece of information, weighing who needed to know and when. The trio exited the vehicle and made their way to Dom's quarters. I'm hitting the shower, Dom declared. I've got a layer of airline filth on me. Oh, and Jack, we're going to require some firepower. I'm on it. You'll also need to brief me on everything I've missed. Jack retrieved his phone from the shielded pouch and took a seat on the edge of the bed. Isabel watched him, her expression uneasy. Jack, are you certain this is wise? Not completely, he admitted. But Medjid just turned up the heat. It's time we did the same and see what bubbles to the surface. He dialed Raymond Wellesley's mobile number. The SIS officer answered on the second ring, his voice smooth and measured. "Jack Ryan, a pleasant surprise. I trust you're in good health?" "Doing fine. And you? To be perfectly honest, I've been rather concerned about your welfare." "Then let's meet and discuss it," Jack replied, poised to test whether Wellesley had any inkling of his current location. "Excellent," Wellesley said. "Shall we say your hotel, that little cafe where we—" "How about Zolotoy, on Petra Pervogo Street? I'm not familiar with it. I think you are, Raymond." 2 o'clock. Jack ended the call. Isabel let out a soft breath. "Well, the challenge has been issued." Back at the Tortoredo, they found Seth, Spellman, and Medjid gathered in the conference space, their attention fixed on the wall of television screens. Seth noticed their entrance and approached. "It's gaining traction. The press is running with the story, demanding to know Pavel Koikov's whereabouts and questioning his safety. Medjid has leveraged it to postpone his meeting with Nabiev until the day after tomorrow." "How did you locate Koikov?" "He was listed as missing, presumed killed in action. When he resurfaced alive a few days later near Karamaki, someone neglected to update the record. His file says he's in his mid-50s and has a liver condition. Medzid has men watching his house. No visitors so far. On our drive back, we passed the ministry," Isabel noted. "The crowd seemed thinner. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be completely dispersed by nightfall." Whether that was a genuine shift or something orchestrated by Wellesley and Petkin, I couldn't say. "I've been considering that possibility," Jack said. "What if it was a test, a probe to measure Medzid's reflexes to see what kind of pressure it takes to throw him off balance?" Seth nodded slowly. "Or to trial run the coup itself. Sharp thinking, Jack. Either way, we've reclaimed some timeline. We get the remaining pieces aligned, and we're a go. And while you're arranging the pieces, so are Wellesley and Petchkin. Have you factored that in?" Isabel's tone was pointed. "Naturally. What does your father's playbook recommend?" The sarcasm in Zabel's voice was unmistakable now, a shift from collaborative to cutting. "I've made a few adjustments of my own, and frankly, it's not your concern. I'm in this. That makes it my concern." Jack sensed the conversation spiraling. He stepped in. "Do you have a moment to talk privately?" The three of them moved down the corridor to Jack and Isabel's suite and settled in. Jack laid it out. "We need weapons and a second vehicle." "What for?" "When this city erupts, I don't want us exposed out there without options. You shouldn't be on the streets at all. We ride it out here, secure." "You were the one who said we need to find Koikov," Jack countered. "Wellesley might not eliminate him, but he'll certainly stash him away. Once Koikov is secure, he can testify about being coerced and by whom. Besides, you don't have personnel to spare. Get us armed and we'll track him down." Seth was quiet for a long moment, his gaze shifting between them. Finally, he said, "Look, I trust you too, but I'm getting the feeling it doesn't go both ways. Level with me, Jack." Jack decided partial truth was a risk worth taking. "We walked into an ambush in Khasavyurt. The contact we met was executed by a police captain who confessed he got a tip from someone here. The only people who knew about that trip were me, Matt Medjid, and his security team. I understand your suspicion, but it wasn't me. You have to believe that. What I did back in Tehran, using you both as bait, was a mistake, and I'm truly sorry. I wouldn't repeat it. Can you tell me you believe that?" The look on Seth's face was one Jack hadn't seen since their meal at Chai Bar. This was the Seth he remembered. "I believe you, Isabel?" She let out a slow breath. "I believe you too." Jack leaned forward. "Someone in your circle is working against us, Seth. Until we know who, we need space to operate." "All right, fine. I'll get you armed. Just don't get yourselves killed. Your parents would have my head on a platter." After collecting Dom, they headed for the Zolotoy restaurant, arriving a full 40 minutes before Jack's scheduled lunch with Wellesley. Jack and Isabel left the Opel in a lot, several streets away, while Dom, driving the compact Lada Seth had provided, began a slow reconnaissance of the neighborhood. From a duffel in the back, Jack retrieved their sidearms, two Ruger 9mm in hip holsters. Dom carried his own Ruger. The three suppressed Beretta ARX rifles Seth had supplied were hidden under a blanket in the Lada's trunk alongside 300 rounds of ammunition. Seth hadn't cut corners. "I still prefer my revolver," Isabel remarked, turning the Ruger over in her hand. "We work with what we have," Jack replied. He checked his watch and sent a text to Gavin. "Rendy? Rendy. First signal at 2:10, second at 2:12. At 1:45, they exited the car." Isabel gave Jack a quick kiss before they split up, her walking down the block while he headed toward the restaurant. Zolotoy was a blend of Italian bistro and Russian steakhouse. Jack passed through the doors under a green awning and was greeted by a hostess. "Do you speak English?" he asked. "A little, yes," she replied. Jack requested a table for two, and she guided him to a small booth by the windows. Dom was already positioned at a corner table, seemingly engrossed in a copy of Dagestanskaya Pravda. Jack idly wondered if his friend could even read Cyrillic. If not, he was putting on a convincing act. A waiter brought glasses of ice water and a stainless steel pitcher slick with condensation. Jack placed his phone on the table. As he'd hoped, the lunch rush had passed. Only 6 other diners remained, with just 2 seated nearby. His phone vibrated, in position. Isabel texted. "I have a visual. Wave handsome." He stifled a smile and touched his ear. At 2 o'clock sharp, Raymond Wellesley entered, spoke briefly to the hostess, and was shown to the table. "Hello, Jack?" Raymond, 2 men in black leather jackets, came through the door behind him, ignoring the hostess. They took a table about 10 feet behind Wellesley's chair. Subtle, Jack thought. "Have you ordered yet?" Wellesley asked. "I was waiting for you." They sat in silence, the SIS man wearing a faint, knowing smile, until the waiter returned to take their orders. "Cards on the table," Jack began. "Agreed, Jack. What are you doing here? You have no conception of what you've stepped into." "I have a fair idea. I assume Seth and Matt are nearby as well." "Not here, but in the area, Raymond. Why are you trying to sabotage this? The result will benefit everyone." "Not if our friend in Moscow does what we anticipate?" "He won't, I hope," Jack thought but didn't voice. Wellesley shook his head with a sad chuckle. "American overconfidence. You never account for the potential backlash. I thought your father was smarter than this. I can't speak for him, but you're mistaken. We've weighed the risks just as you have. It's a gamble worth taking. And this is something the people here genuinely want." "Want?" Wellesley echoed. "Desire can be manufactured. These people don't know what they want until someone tells them. You have a low opinion of these people. We don't share it. That's beside the point. What you have planned will fail. I guess we'll see." Their food arrived once the waiter had finished arranging the plates and departed, Jack said. That was a ruthless piece of work back in Tehran. Fortunately for him, Scott Hilby had no idea what was coming. "Were you worried he might have spoken to me?" Wellesley gave a dry chuckle. "Jack, are you attempting some amateur spycraft, hoping to trick me into admitting to something I had no part in?" Jack slid his phone across the table. The screen displayed 2:09. "See for yourself." Wellesley dismissed it with a wave. "You're usually more clever than this. Incidentally, does your father know you're not actually what was it again? Some kind of financial consultant?" Jack checked his watch. 2:10. Still nothing. "Come on, Gavin. Give me a sign." Ignoring the jab, Jack countered. "Have you been in touch with David Weaver?" A brief uncertainty flashed in Wellesley's eyes. "The name means nothing to me. He knows exactly who you are. He and Hilby were close, from what I understand. The order you gave him to put a bullet in Hilby's brain is haunting him." Another glance. 2:12. Wellesley scoffed. You're bluffing. If there was any truth to it, I'd have been recalled to London already. Not if you're operating off the books. I think you're here trying to craft foreign policy on your own." Wellesley's phone buzzed softly. He finished a bite of his chicken, murmured, "Excuse me," and retrieved the device from his jacket. He read the message, typed a quick reply, and slipped the phone away. "Jack, since the attacks, our nations have shared a unified front against terrorism. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?" "I would. Love him or hate him, Valery Volodin understands how to deal with terrorists. He obliterates them. If you think the Caucasus is a problem now, picture it with someone weaker in charge. That's what keeps me awake, Jack, as it should our leaders." Regrettably, it doesn't. In that moment, Raymond Wellesley had all but confessed to going rogue. Yet, this admission alone wouldn't be enough for his government to condemn him. While Wellesley wasn't wrong about Volodin's brutal efficiency against terrorism, the man's broader, aggressive policies threatened to destabilize far more than just Russia's borders. If that happened, terrorism would be the least of the world's concerns. So, to answer your question directly, Wellesley continued, "Do you honestly believe someone of my position would betray my country? You implied Paul Gregory did exactly that, and he had more years of service than you. He was also a better man. You mean Paul Gregory, also known as Boghose Gregorian? I am nothing like him. Tell me, how is Seth these days still balanced, completely, naturally? Did he mention where he found his father's old playbook for coups? No, on second thought, he likely kept that to himself." The realization hit Jack like a physical blow. It was Wellesley through Oleg Pechkin. British intelligence had fed Seth that manual. Wellesley had studied Seth, found his vulnerability, and carefully cultivated that seed into a full-blown fixation. The sheer audacity of it was staggering. There was no way to know how much of Seth's strategy had been subtly guided by Wellesley's influence, or how many countermeasures he and Pechkin had already prepared. It felt like a chess match where his opponent had been planning his moves for years. Jack kept his voice steady. "You're overestimating your own role, Raymond. As you said, I suppose we'll see, Jack. None of this has to escalate. You stand down, we stand down, and everyone goes home. Simple." Jack was almost amused by the transparency of the lie. "That decision is far above my clearance level. I'm here until the job is done." Wellesley set down his fork and neatly folded his napkin. "Jack, I think it's time you accompanied me. That's not happening." "I'm afraid it is." "Stand up, Jack." "What's the plan, Raymond?" "A shootout in the middle of the restaurant." "Nothing so dramatic. We'll simply walk you to the car and be on our way." Wellesley turned and gave a slight nod to his two companions. They rose from their table and began moving toward them. "Let's move, Jack." Dominic Caruso materialized beside them, positioning himself to keep both Jack and Wellesley in view. "Hey there," Dom said with a casual grin. The bodyguard's hands moved toward their jackets in unison. "I wouldn't," Dom advised calmly. Jack glanced over and saw the subtle glint of Dom's Ruger, held discreetly behind his leg. Jack turned back to Wellesley. "Seth had you pegged. Your confidence is going to trip you up." Wellesley rose, his expression dark. "This isn't over, Jack. Feel free to come looking for us," Jack replied, hoping the challenge would chip away at the man's composure. Inside the Opal, Jack first explained the encounter to Isabel before calling Gavin. "Did the call connect?" Gavin asked immediately. Jack's main objective for the lunch had been to clarify the two landline numbers they'd gathered in Khasavyurt, Dobromir's contact for Wellesley and Helen's line to Pechkin, which was also the number Ozin was supposed to use after the raid. It did, Jack confirmed. Wellesley picked up the 212 number. "Good. That's the one Dobromir had. The arrogant guy hasn't even changed it. What did you have me send?" "Exactly what we discussed. This is Dobromir. I'm angry Helen's locked up in Scotland, and I want explanations. I'm not sure how much it helps us, though. It shakes his certainty. By now, they might know Aminat is safe at home, but as far as they're concerned, Helen could still be alive and speaking with investigators. This gives them one more problem to juggle and wastes their time. I understand. What about the other number? When it rang, I got that automated female voice requesting a text. I sent raid in Khasavyurt failed. Umarov is wary. What are your orders? No reply yet. Jack was starting to piece together Wellesley and Petchkin's operations in Makashkala. Wellesley's cell, and likely Petchkin's too, depending on Gavin's response, were being funneled through landlines, possibly from Wellesley's apartment on Chirpoy Road. If that was true, Jack might have located their command center. What did Wellesley text back to Dobromir? He told him to stay put, and he'd look into the situation, notify me if you hear back from Petchkin. Jack and Isabel arrived back at the Torturedo apartment. As they exited the elevator, Vasim and Anton were at their posts. Afternoon, Jack said. Anton gave a slight nod. I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but you both handled yourselves well in Georgia. I was glad you were there. This appeared to ease the tension. Vasim offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Thank you. Where did you serve before joining the minister's security team? Novolaksky district, near the Chechen border. Both of you? Yes, Anton replied. That's a rough area, Jack noted. You definitely earned this assignment. Now Anton seemed more at ease. We have many years of experience. Jack pulled out his phone. I just realized I don't have your cell numbers. It might be useful. You should ask Minister Medzid. No problem, I understand, Jack said. Thanks again. He and Isabel entered the apartment. As the door closed, she asked, what was that about? Just building some rapport. He texted Dom, status. The reply came quickly. 8 Chirpoy Road. No activity. Thanks for the backup earlier. No problem. Interesting afternoon. I'll relieve you at 7. They walked to the conference table where Seth and Spellman were seated. Where have you been? Spellman asked. Having lunch with Raymond Wellesley. Seth turned sharply. What? Why would you do that? To sow a little doubt, Jack said. And I learned something. We've got them more unsettled than we realized. He tried to grab me right from the restaurant. Bold move. Was Petchkin with him? No, just a couple of his tough guys. One of Medzid's assistants, dressed in a pantsuit, approached from down the hall. Mr. Gregory, the minister would like to see you, Seth told Jack. We're handling radio and television call-ins. They've moved on to lobbing him easy questions, so I think we're past the worst of it. Seth stood and trailed the aide toward Medzid's private rooms. Once he was gone, Jack turned to the others. We've got a serious issue, Matt. It was Wellesley who slipped Seth that coup handbook. He's been manipulating Seth from the very beginning. Holy hell, Spellman muttered, rubbing his temples. Part of me suspected, but damn, Wellesley's smooth. I wouldn't want to face that guy across a chessboard, Isabel added quietly. I believe we already are. Studying the CIA officer's face, Jack decided the look of sheer exasperation was real. Years of John Clark drilling trust your gut into his head had honed Jack's instincts, and right now they were telling him Spellman was on their side. That was a massive relief. Having someone reliable inside Medzid's actual inner circle was crucial. Wellesley's confession about pulling Seth's strings had erased any lingering doubt about his friend's loyalty, but it made Jack far more anxious about Seth's state of mind. So does Wellesley know the entire plan? Isabel asked. Sort of, Spellman answered. Look, Paul Gregory's original blueprint was visionary, but it couldn't predict things like social media, the internet, how sophisticated propaganda tools have become. I'm certain Wellesley understands our plan will lean hard on that tech, but he doesn't know the specifics, such as, Jack pressed. We've wired the city with satellite internet and backup generators at key coordination hubs. assuming Nabiev will cut the ISPs and the power grid, which he absolutely will. For years, we've been building email lists in the capital. About 60,000 people, mostly millennials hungry for real change, will get a mass email the moment our social media campaign launches. We've got servers and bandwidth ready to handle the surge. An hour after that email goes out, photos and videos from the protests will be saturating Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Tumblr. If Nabiev calls in troops from the garrison and things turn violent, the entire world will be watching. Could it really be that straightforward? Jack doubted it. The world had already witnessed the Internet's power in Tunisia, Iran, Egypt, and Ukraine, where governments first dismissed social media only to scramble when hundreds of thousands poured into the streets. This wasn't a new idea. But leaders who might normally ignore or crush peaceful dissent suddenly find every move broadcast globally. Club a young girl in Cairo, and within minutes 1 million people see it online. A Boycott Egyptian Pistachios blog springs up with thousands of followers, and hacktivists turn a government site into a chaotic mess of pop-up ads for dubious face creams and refinancing scams. Seth and Spellman were pushing it further. Makakala's streets wouldn't just fill with protesters, they'd have a photogenic leader waiting in the wings. The plan was sound, Jack thought, but nothing happens in a bubble. Wellesley and Petchkin were undoubtedly crafting their own countermoves, many based on the SIS man's intimate knowledge of Seth's strategy. Jack asked Spellman, "Are you running everything from this hotel?" "No, we have a separate, secure command center set up in the Ministry of Interior building," Spellman replied. He then added a bit more gently, "Let's not hammer Seth about Wellesley. He's already connected the dots. He's beating himself up more effectively than we ever could. But is he handling it?" Isabel persisted. "Seth has a tendency to fixate." "You don't say? I hadn't noticed," Spellman deadpanned. "He's okay. He's also got a bit of a passive-aggressive streak, and really?" "I hadn't noticed," Isabel fired back, a faint smile touching her lips. Seth was locked in a mental battle with Wellesley, the doubts whispering that he couldn't succeed. His internal answer was a defiant, "Watch me." That's the real Seth, Jack thought. Matt Spellman then shifted the conversation, indicating there was more to discuss. When prompted, Jack laid out the entire sequence from their meeting with Dobromir in Khasavyurt to their release by Major Umarov. He concluded with the phone trap he and Gavin had set for Wellesley and Petkin, explaining that while Wellesley was confirmed as Dobromir's contact, they were waiting on a callback to potentially snare Petkin as well. Spellman absorbed this, his gaze fixed on the table as he slowly shook his head. Jack could empathize. An operation of this scale was a high-stakes juggling act with invisible, volatile components. "Here's a thought," Matt finally said, a wry smile forming. "What if the three of us just booked a flight to Tahiti and opened a surf shop instead?" The comment drew a laugh from Jack and Isabel. Returning to seriousness, Spellman asked, "You're absolutely certain the only people who knew about your trip were in that truck?" Jack confirmed they had ruled out both Spellman and Seth. Regarding Medjid, while Jack found it hard to believe the minister was involved, he acknowledged the man might be juggling multiple priorities. That left Anton and Vasim. Isabel pointed out Medjid's fierce loyalty to his personal security team, noting they would need undeniable proof before he would ever doubt them. Spellman agreed, emphasizing the urgency. "Just consider the scenario," he said. "Two armed men who are never more than a few steps from Medjid on the eve of a coup. We need answers, and we need them fast." Later, in Makashkala, Jack left Isabel to monitor the situation at the Torturedo and set out just after 6:30. He drove past the now quiet street by the ministry before heading to Dom's position near the apartment on Shirpoi Road. The sun was sinking behind the Tarkitau hills, and the evening air carried a distinct chill. Approaching Dom's car, Jack told him to get some food and rest. Dom, peering through the trees at the gated entrance, replied that sleep sounded great, but he'd skip food unless a Jimmy John's had magically appeared in the neighborhood. He then grinned, adding, "By the way, Isabel's very pretty." "Are you too?" "Knock it off, Dom," Jack cut him off, smiling. "What's the layout?" Dom detailed an 18-unit building with barred rear windows and keycard door locks, unsure if the gate card granted interior access. A partially covered stairwell on the north end led to the second floor. He had counted 10 surveillance cameras concealed in the foliage along the perimeter wall, spaced roughly every 12 feet, and assumed coverage was complete. One ground-floor apartment, Unit 102, was occupied by imposing men whose bulky jackets suggested heavy weaponry. None matched the descriptions from Jack's lunch with Wellesley. Jack mentioned that Medjid had no knowledge of the location, so the guards were not ministry police. They might be from the city's public safety office. Dom was skeptical, recounting how a patrol car had passed by an hour prior without a second glance. "Proactive policing doesn't seem to be in their manual here," he noted. He had seen only 2 vehicles enter or leave, neither carrying Wellesley or Petchkin. The gate seemed to trigger an alert, as a guard from apartment 102 would peer out each time, check the driver's displayed permit, and then retreat inside. "Whatever that place is, Jack," Dom concluded, "it's definitely not a revenue-generating rental property." Jack informed him that Gavin was already digging into it. With a plan to relieve each other in 4 hours, Dom drove off, and Jack settled in for his watch shift. After nightfall, amber spotlights lining the base of the apartment wall flicked on, painting the brick facade in cones of light. At 8:15, a car turned into the driveway, an arm extended from the driver's window, swiping a key card to raise the gate. The vehicle moved inside, parking in one of the designated spots. A woman stepped out, entered a ground-floor apartment, and reappeared a few minutes later. As she drove out, Jack focused his binoculars on the license plate, committing the number to memory. Just before 9, his phone buzzed. "Jack, what's your location?" Spellman's voice was tense. "I'm watching an apartment complex." "What's up?" "Medjid's team surveilling Koikov's house has gone silent." "Can you get over there?" "Where exactly?" Spellman relayed the address. "I'll navigate. Just tell me your nearest cross streets. Stand by." Jack muted the call, switched apps, and sent a quick text to Dom Need to Move. "Take over surveillance." Dom's reply was instant. On my way, Jack started the Opel's engine, pulled from the curb, and drove 2 blocks to the next intersection. He switched back to Spellman. "I'm approaching Vegak and Tuva heading east." "All right, hold on, you're about 3 miles out. Take a right on Vegak." For the next 10 minutes, Jack called out streets and landmarks while Spellman directed his turns, guiding him north toward the city limits of Makakala. "You're entering the Kirovsky district. Turn right at the next intersection," Jack complied, finding himself on a dilapidated residential street. At its end, he turned left onto a dirt road flanked on one side by a barbed wire pasture fence. "No street signs here," Jack reported. "Just a mile marker with a 12 on it. Take the next right. It should be a driveway." "Got it. I see a house straight ahead. Koikov's cabin is just to the west, maybe a quarter mile. You should be coming up on another road, a small one, barely on the map." "I see it." Jack slowed, killed the headlights, and made the turn to his left across the pasture. Yellow light filtered through a dense thicket of scrub trees. Another 100 yards brought him to a T intersection. He turned left toward the cabin, and as the trees began to thin, a U-shaped clearing came into view ahead. He eased off the accelerator, slowing the Opel to a crawl. Rolling down the passenger window, he listened. Aside from the persistent buzz of insects, the night was quiet. "Jack, you there?" Spellman asked. "Try calling one of Medjid's men." Jack braked to a stop and shut off the engine. Moments later, he heard the faint ring of a cell phone. It rang 5 times before falling silent. "Matt, stand by," Jack said. He dialed Dom, conferenced him into the call, and made quick introductions. "I need backup," he told Dom. "Matt has my coordinates." His gaze locked on the cabin's illuminated windows. Jack crept down the road until the fence to his right formed a corner. He followed it, using the thicket as cover as he angled toward the cabin, now off to his left front. He paused, listening, then continued until he was within 10 paces of the front door, where he crouched. Parked in the driveway to his left was a dark SUV. Thankfully, not a Suburban, he noted. He had enough complications already. A muffled male voice spoke in Russian from inside the cabin, followed by a reply. The tone seemed casual, but the exchange was too clipped, Jack thought, for a friendly chat. A silhouette passed the curtained window and vanished. The door opened, and a man stepped out. He walked a few paces to the right and lit a cigarette. Jack drew the Ruger from its holster and screwed on the noise suppressor. His phone vibrated. Cupping his hand around the screen, he read Dom's text, 10 minutes out. A voice called out in the darkness, again in Russian. Jack caught 2 words, car, and there. They'd spotted his vehicle. The speaker walked over and joined his smoking companion, and they began talking in low tones. Suddenly, from inside the cabin came a loud bang, followed by a shout and the sharp sound of a slap. A shadowed figure crashed against the curtains, then was yanked back. The smoking man said something, and his partner laughed. Time to move, Jack thought. He couldn't just stay put. Rising from his crouch, Jack began to move, carefully placing each foot flat and solid before shifting his weight forward. The men to his right continued their casual conversation. After a slow, tense 10 paces that felt like an eternity, he drew level with the cabin's front door. He slipped left into the thick brush, tracing the side wall to the rear of the structure, then worked his way along the opposite side until he reached the front corner again. He risked a glance. The 2 men were only 6 feet away. With his Ruger raised, he stepped into the open. "Hands up," he whispered. The command barely audible. They didn't comply. The man with the cigarette spun left, his hand already diving inside his coat, while his partner lunged for the cabin door. Jack fired twice into the first man's chest, then swung the pistol toward the fleeing figure. The shot went wide. Before he could fire again, the man was through the doorway, shouting a warning. Jack ducked back to the corner, adjusted his aim, and put a round into each of the SUV's passenger side tires. There was no dramatic hiss or pop, just the dull thud of impact. Self-sealing tires, that told a story all its own. Suddenly, the barrel of an assault rifle emerged from the cabin door. Swinging toward his position, he jerked back. The rifle erupted, its chattering roar filling the air as bullets tore fist-sized chunks from the wooden wall and punched clean through. He backpedaled frantically, the piercing rounds keeping pace, chewing up the ground at his heels. He turned left, shoved himself through a tangle of waist-high scrub, and kept moving, putting distance between himself and the cabin. After 20 feet, he reached a stacked cord of firewood. He ducked behind it, peeking over the top. The SUV's doors were swinging shut. The engine roared and the vehicle accelerated out of the driveway, speeding down the dark road. Jack pulled out his phone. "Dom, where are you?" "Just passing mile marker 12. Stop right there and find a cover spot. In about 60 seconds, a black SUV will come around that bend. Follow it. Don't lose them." "Sorry, everyone, I lost them." Dom dropped onto his motel bed and tossed the keys onto the nightstand. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Damn it!" "We'll find them," Spellman said. Jack made the quick introductions and they shook hands. "Right," the voice on the phone, Dom said. "You're CIA, for however long that lasts," Spellman replied with a tired smile. "By the time this is over, I'll probably be stocking shelves at a hardware store." "Did you catch a license plate?" None were on the vehicle. Isabel went into the bathroom, filled a glass with water, and brought it to Dom, who drank it down. "Thanks." "All right," Jack said. "Walk us through it." "I tailed them for nearly 2 hours, heading north along the coast. I lost them in this tiny village. Back something." Backdomir, Spellman offered. That's it, just a speck on the map, but the streets were a maze and they clearly knew the route. I backtracked south and watched the road for a while. They never came back my way. They didn't make you? Spellman asked. No chance. Matt, what's up that way? Jack asked. Mostly nothing. It's lowlands and wide open space. They've had drought conditions for a couple of years up there, so it's practically desert now. Backdomir is likely the biggest settlement, and it only has a few hundred people. Why take Koikov up there? Isabel wondered. If they wanted him dead, why not at the cabin? And they can't hide him indefinitely. He has to appear before the review panel. They had a reason, Spellman insisted. If this is Wellesley, Jack began. It is, Jack finished. Then he has a plan. He doesn't do anything without calculation. A heavy silence settled over the room. Jack finally murmured, "What's good for the goose is good for the gander." What does that mean? Spellman asked. It means we need to talk to Medjid. When they arrived at the Tortoredo apartment, Spellman woke Seth, who then roused Medjid. The deputy minister walked into the dimly lit conference area a few minutes later, his eyes red. What is it? Have you found Sergeant Koikov? Not yet, Jack replied. He described the gunfight at the remote cabin. Armor-piercing rounds, Medjid muttered, shaking his head. That points to a government-issue vehicle. I'll have my people run it down. I'm starting to see their endgame with Sergeant Koikov, Jack said. Does it change anything? Seth asked with a shrug. Look, I pity the man, but his story about Almach is fabricated. If he testifies, the panel will tear him apart. If he vanishes, it proves he was a liar. Either way, we come out ahead. Unless they murder him, Isabel countered softly. Then he loses everything. They wouldn't go that far. I believe that's precisely their plan, Jack insisted. Consider the trap Wellesley has built for himself. If Koikov doesn't appear, their case collapses. If he does appear, their lies are exposed. You're in a similar bind, Rebaz. You've publicly demanded proof Koikov is safe and unharmed. The press and the people are echoing that demand. If you suddenly drop it, everyone will ask what you're trying to hide. I have nothing to hide, Medjid stated firmly. The suspicion will remain, Jack continued. Wellesley needs a solution that keeps Koikov from the panel while making you appear guilty for the Almach massacre. How could he possibly manage that? He finds a remote location somewhere with a tenuous link to you or your ministry. He executes Koikov, then has Nabiev arrive with army units. After a staged firefight, Koikov's body is discovered, allegedly silenced by your loyal police officers, who are then conveniently killed by Nabiev's men. Jack let the scenario hang in the air. In one brutal hour, Rebaz, you're transformed from a minister into a murderer, accused of killing civilians in Almach and your own trusted sergeant. A low whistle escaped Seth. He's right. They'll probably bury him in some unmarked grave. Wellesley doesn't leave loose ends. It would never hold up, Medjid argued, pounding the table with his palm. The truth would come out eventually, perhaps, Jack replied, his tone turning sardonic. But by then you'd be too busy polishing your resume from a jail cell to care. The coup would be a forgotten footnote over before the first shot was truly fired. Spellman gave a grim nod of agreement. Their sole advantage, Jack realized, was Wellesley's own obsessive precision, while the SIS operative would want the execution site to be clearly linked to Medjid for maximum effect. If he felt pressured or discovered, he might sacrifice that detail. Koikov would simply be eliminated, with the dead pro-Medjid officers left as sufficient, if messier evidence. The absurd weight of it all settled on Jack's shoulders. The future of Dagestan's push for independence from Valery Volodin and Russia now hinged on the survival of a frail retired police sergeant, who until recently was believed to be dead. Koikov likely had no clue he'd become the most pivotal figure in the entire nation. Working on the assumption, Koikov's captors had kept moving north after Dom lost their trail in Bakhtamir. Seth and Spellman began scouring maps of the northern lowlands for any site connectable to Medjid or the Ministry of the Interior. A few hours later, Spellman presented 4 options: a vacant armored vehicle training ground near Bakhtamir, a decommissioned Caspian patrol boat base now under ministry guardianship, a vast tract of tidal marshes outside Suyutkino that a former minister had used as a private hunting retreat, and a forsaken prison complex nicknamed Bamlag West, a haunting relic from Dagestan's Soviet past where countless perceived enemies of the state had perished from forced labor. At dawn, Medjid dispatched a spotter plane north from Makachkala. The rest of them gathered around the conference table to wait in tense silence. Jack, Isabel whispered, leaning close. "How much time does Koikov have left?" He kept his voice low. "I've been wondering the same thing. Unless we've misread him, Wellesley has no reason to delay. It might already be over." One of Medjid's aides entered the room and approached Seth, bending to speak quietly into his ear. He grabbed the remote from the table and pointed it at the wall of screens. On the steps of the Parliament building, Medjid was addressing the press. "I have learned that another soldier present at Almack is alive. After Sergeant Koikov's status was corrected, I ordered a full review of all Interior Ministry records, both digital and paper, for similar mistakes. We located a brave private named Shimko, who has been living quietly in Kula for a decade. He is being brought here now to give sworn testimony about what truly happened in Almack in 1999. Seth hit the mute button. "I don't believe it. Did you know anything about this?" Spellman asked, turning to him. "Is it real?" "Absolutely not. Medjid had the records check, but Koikov was the only survivor from that unit. Jack saw the cleverness of it. By announcing another witness was coming forward on his own authority, Medjid had made Koikov's sudden death a liability for Wellesley and Pechkin. He'd just bought them a crucial window. But what happens when this private Shimko never appears, or someone proves Medjid invented him?" Isabel asked. "Then Koikov is a dead man," Spellman replied flatly. The first update from Medjid's surveillance plane came at 1:15 a.m., no movement at the Bakhtamir training base. The next report arrived 2 hours later. "Nothing at the hunting lodge," Seth relayed. 2 locations left, Ribozavad Naval Base and Bamlag West. "How far out is the plane?" Jack asked. "Ribozavad is about 100 kilometers from its current position. Should be overhead within the hour. Bamlag is inland from there." The hour passed with no word. Medjid returned to the room, shedding his coat onto a couch and loosening his tie before joining them at the conference table. "That was inspired, Rebaz," Spellman said. "No, it was reckless." Medjid corrected a flicker of frustration in his eyes. "I should never have used a real name. One of my aides just took a call from a Pravda editor demanding specifics, Shimko's service dates, commendations, family details. By sunrise, all of Makakala will know I fabricated him." The phone rang again. Seth listened briefly. Negative activity at Ribozavad Naval Base. A doubt crept into Jack's mind. Had he misread the situation entirely? Maybe Wellesley had already killed Koikov and disposed of the body in some unmarked grave? At 6:20 a.m., the conference phone rang once more. Medjid snatched it up, listened, and then issued a terse order. "No, no photographs. Tell them to leave immediately and return to base." He hung up and looked at the others. They spotted lights on in one of the buildings at Bamlag. The place should be completely deserted. "That's it," Jack said. The choice of location was deliberate and grimly symbolic. The lone witness who could destroy Medjid would be executed and buried in what Nabiev would surely call an Interior Ministry gulag. Seth turned to Medjid. "Rebaz, how fast can your emergency response force mobilize and get up there? What are you suggesting? I cannot send them." "Why not?" Jack understood. "If the ERF storms Bamlag, it could hand Nabiev exactly what he wants. Koikov dead and Medjid's forces caught at the scene. We have to go ourselves, Spellman insisted. With Seth driving the Suburban, Jack, Spellman, and Isabel took the coastal road before turning onto a rough gravel track leading toward a wharf. Ahead, a wheeled gate bore a stark "Keep Out" sign in Cyrillic. "We've got company," Seth announced, checking the mirror. "Describe it," Jack said from the back white four-door compact. "He's with me. Tell the guard to let him through." "Of course he is," Seth muttered, shaking his head. "You and your secrets, Jack." Seth gave his name to the guard, and the gate rolled aside. They followed the curving road to a paved yard between two warehouses, each lit by a single caged bulb. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Dom approached, his black duffel slung over his shoulder. Jack made the introductions. "Seth, this is Dom." "Dom, meet Seth." "Another finance guy?" Seth asked. "Something along those lines," Dom replied. Spellman gestured toward a pile of equipment. "Is that your stuff?" "All mine. I've got an extra pack. Let's get this organized." They worked together to distribute the gear: 3 modified ARCS rifles, a couple of Ruger sidearms, communication headsets with portable radios, and a set of binoculars. Dom inspected one of the rifles. "Well, look at that. These ARCSs have been tricked out. You've got single shot, a 3-round burst, and full auto." "Glad you approve," Spellman said. "All set, ready." They shouldered their packs and fell in behind Seth as he moved toward the docks. Isabel didn't wait for the order. "Let me guess, I'm staying put." "Actually, yes, but not for the reason you're thinking. I need you to keep watch back at the Tortoredo. Honestly, I'm relieved. This kind of field work isn't really my area. Whoever has Koikov is probably out of my league. You've held your own, Isabel. You've pulled me out of the fire more than once." "Try at least twice," she corrected with a faint smile. Jack suddenly asked, "When's your birthday?" June 21st. "Why?" "I'll get you an assault rifle." "How incredibly thoughtful, Jack. You always know what a girl dreams of." She stepped forward and hugged him tightly, her voice dropping to a whisper near his ear. "Just make sure you come back in one piece." The land surrounding the Bamlag facility was a mess of swamps and jagged hills, completely unsuitable for a conventional aircraft landing. With his helicopter fleet already stretched thin, Medjid had secured them an Aviatik Alliance seaplane for the insertion. It would set down on an isolated lake near their target. The twin-engine plane with its high parasol wing wore a patchy coat of gray and brown camouflage. The ministry's eagle insignia was stamped in dull black on the tail and fuselage. Jack descended the ladder to the dock and waited his turn to board, ducking into the cramped cabin. Once they were settled, Seth appeared in the doorway. "Good hunting out there. Bring Koikov back, and we'll personally feed him to Nabiev." The door slammed shut. The pilot settled into the cockpit and began his pre-flight routine. Through the window, the harbor water lay still and dark. Beyond the seawall, the rhythmic flashing lights of distant oil platforms pulsed against the night. The engines sputtered to life, then settled into a steady roar, the vibration humming up through the deck into Jack's boots. Spellman, seated just behind the cockpit, leaned forward to speak with the pilot, then turned and shouted back to Jack and Dom. "Flight time's about 90 minutes." Dom shifted in his seat to speak to Jack. "So, this Spellman, he knows what he's doing. He got me out of Tehran in one piece. That's a pretty strong recommendation." Roughly 70 minutes into the flight, the pilot banked westward over Bakhtamir, pushing another 20 miles inland before beginning a gradual, steady descent. They dropped until the terrain was rushing by just a few hundred feet below. The pilot turned, caught Spellman's eye, and pointed to a set of white headphones hanging on the bulkhead. Spellman put them on, listened for a moment, then relayed the message, 9 miles to the LZ. At the 4-mile mark, the pilot reduced power, continuing their sync. Jack watched from his window as the plane's faint shadow danced over a broken landscape of boulders and scrub. The pilot held up 2 fingers. 2 miles. Another minute slipped by in tense silence. Then the engines cut out completely. The sudden quiet was profound, broken only by the whistle of wind around the door seal. "Touchdown," Spellman called out. The aircraft's hull met the lake's surface with a gentle slap. It skipped twice, then settled, hissing as it planed across the water. The pilot swung the nose toward a pale crescent of beach, coasting until they were 100 yards out, then gave a brief burst of throttle to nudge the keel onto the sand. Spellman hung up the headphones. "From here we walk." The cloud cover was thick but broken, allowing a blurred moon to appear and disappear as they moved. Jack would have chosen complete darkness, but in his experience, operations rarely offered perfect conditions. You played the hand you were dealt. The hazy light was just enough to turn every ordinary shadow into a potential threat, keeping nerves on a razor's edge as they began their trek inland. They halted a quarter-mile from the target, taking cover behind a grouping of boulders that rose to chest height. Dom passed an embarks to Jack, and the two conducted a swift function check on their rifles before securing the multi-point slings and letting the weapons hang across their torsos. Nearby, Spellman was going through a similar ritual with his sniper system. "A damn Vietnam-era Dragunov," he grumbled under his breath. "Is this seriously the best they could scrounge up? The suppressor seems okay, I guess. Hell, I don't even know if the optics are zeroed." "You'll have to adjust on the move," Dom told him. "What's our pilot's window?" He said he'd wait, or until someone starts shooting at him, whichever comes first. After distributing the headsets and confirming communication between themselves, they switched channels and established contact with the aviatics pilot. Jack suggested, "Let's get a visual." He lifted his head above the rocks and raised his binoculars. Though separated by continents from its Siberian inspiration, Bamlag West Prison mirrored every Gulag satellite photo Jack had ever studied. Situated on desolate, flat terrain, the rectangular compound was surrounded by a 12-foot barbed wire fence, large sections of which had sagged or fallen. "Lots of ways in," Jack observed. A central watchtower split the camp into northern and southern halves. The north side held 9 windowless barrack-style huts arranged in a neat 3x3 grid. The south contained 5 wooden structures that appeared to be administrative. While the admin buildings hugged the perimeter, none of the prisoner barracks sat within 150 feet of the fence line, a clear no-go zone, Jack assumed. A warning shot for a stray inmate, then a lethal one. He described the layout to Spellman and Dom, then zoomed in on the administrative section. "No movement, no lights," he reported, "and no sign of the SUV from Koikov's place." Swinging his binoculars toward the watchtower, Jack adjusted the focus until the hut beneath the slanted roof sharpened. Beneath the eaves, a row of windows, mostly shattered, came into view. "Movement in the tower," Jack said. "Single silhouette." "Armed?" Dom asked. "Can't tell from here. It's just a shadow." Spellman interjected. "I'm not confident I can make that shot from this distance with this relic. Let me see." He lowered himself to his stomach and shifted sideways for a clear line of sight around the boulders. Pressing the Dragunov stock to his cheek, he peered through the scope. After a tense moment, he whispered, "Too risky. A miss on the first round means no second chance. And with these subsonics, I need to be closer." The advance was agonizingly slow. Moving at 20-foot intervals with Spellman in the lead, they belly-crawled from one rock to the next, most offering barely more cover than their helmets. Jack's elbows began to throb, and he could feel the warm, sticky sensation of blood seeping through his camo jacket. Periodically, Spellman would signal a halt with a clenched fist near his thigh, and they would pause, scanning the compound through the rifle scope before inching forward again. After another 20 minutes, Spellman froze. Jack heard his voice through the headset. "Signs of life. Side door on the far right building. Mark it Building 1. Carefully, Jack raised his binoculars and zoomed in. A faint glow leaked from the edges of the side door. "I see it. What about the tower?" "Stand by." Jack watched as Spellman shifted laterally to a boulder 10 feet to his right. "I have a clear line now," Spellman whispered. "On your call," Jack replied. Dom's voice cut in quietly. "Hold movement. The side door on Building 1 is opening. One man stepping out. Doors closing now." "I've got him," Spellman said. Through his lenses, Jack watched the figure stride across their field of view from right to left, his form fragmented by the lines of the barbed wire fence. "Shots doubtful," Spellman murmured. The man lifted a hand in a casual wave toward the tower, then walked to a structure featuring a tall, corrugated garage door. He disappeared through a smaller pedestrian entrance, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness. Dom called out, "Contacting the garage." Jack turned to Matt. "What's your angle?" Matt replied. "If I take him as he exits, the tower won't see him fall." Jack gave the order. "Make it happen." Now they would test the Dragonov's silencer. 5 minutes ticked by. Then Spellman's voice came over the comms. "Garage door is opening." "Take the shot," Jack commanded. The Dragonov recoiled against Spellman's shoulder. The sound of the shot was muffled, no louder than a stone striking rock. At the garage entrance, the man staggered backward over the threshold. As he collapsed, Jack glimpsed what appeared to be the front fender of a vehicle. "Heart shot," Dom announced. "Clean work." Switching to the tower, Spellman responded. "He's scanning the area. Do you see any movement below?" "Negative. Negative. Firing." Through his binoculars, Jack watched the tower guard's head vanish in a mist of dark spray. "He's down," Dom reported, then added with a soft laugh, "Very, very down." With the immediate area clear, Dom and Jack left Spellman on overwatch and rushed forward. They slipped through a break in the fence and advanced to the garage. Dom took position at the front right corner, his ARCs aimed at Building 1. Jack pushed the dead man's legs clear of the doorway, shut the door, and moved to the opposite corner of the structure. He peered around it. "This side is clear," he called. "Matt, come up on my way." "Hold," Dom hissed. Jack glanced left and saw the door of Building 1 swing open, casting a square of light onto the dusty ground. A man emerged and began walking toward the garage. Dom whispered, "He'll spot me in 10 seconds." Spellman's voice cut in. More movement past the guard tower near the barracks, 3 individuals all carrying SBRs. He was referring to short-barreled rifles. "They're heading your direction." "I'm slinging my weapon," Dom said, backing up and shifting his ARCs behind his body. "Jack, can you got it? Just stay out of my line of fire." The approaching man continued forward, then halted. His posture grew rigid. Dom took a careful step to his right. "A little more," Jack murmured. Dom took another step, then raised a hand in a casual wave. The man waved back, his shoulders relaxing as he resumed walking. Jack led him close to within 6 feet of Dom before firing a single round into his forehead. As the man dropped, Dom asked Spellman, "Any reaction from your 3? "None, but you need to clear that body. Wait for my signal." "Okay, move now." Staying low, Dom hurried to the body, lifted it under the arms, and dragged it to the garage. Jack opened the side door, and Dom backed inside, dumping the body next to Spellman's first target. The man wore desert camo identical to their own, with no visible insignia or patches. "Matt, can you reposition?" Jack asked. "Possibly, but I'll lose visual on them." Jack weighed the options. "We need to regroup. Move up when you can. I'll cover you." Jack slid along the wall to the corner and looked around. The 3 men were now 50 yards out, moving past the tower supports. Over his shoulder, he heard the soft scuff of a boot in the dirt, then Spellman's voice, "I'm here. Get inside the garage." Spellman stepped through, and Jack followed, closing the door behind them. "Area's clear," Dom said. "There's a rear door, but it's locked from this side." "Hey, Jack, I'm almost certain this is the SUV I followed." Jack knelt beside the vehicle's front tire and clicked on his penlight. Embedded in the sidewall was the distinct depression from Jack's bullet back at the cabin. "Confirmed," We're in the right spot. It gets better, Spellman replied with a grin. That gentleman is a Volvo XC90 standard issue for officials in Dagestan. Let's see if we can pull the VIN. Spellman opened the Volvo's door. The dome light flicked on. He climbed in and leaned over the dashboard, searching. Near the back of the garage came the heavy, sliding thunk of a deadbolt being thrown. Spellman froze. Jack moved to the SUV and crouched beside the tire. Dom, positioned near the rear tire, signaled to Jack with a closed fist, then a thumbs up. With the ARC's rifle snug against his shoulder, Jack leaned past the corner of the Volvo, squeezed off a single shot, and advanced. The sound of a deadbolt sliding home echoed from the back door. Dom emerged, hauling a limp form. "We just acquired a second, ARCs," he murmured. "Seems Seth and this crew might use the same supplier," Jack noted. From the driver's seat of the Volvo, Spellman countered. "That doesn't prove a thing. Some of the city garrison units are receiving shipments directly from Moscow." "Are you saying these could be regular Russian army?" Dom asked. "It's possible," Jack replied. "If that's true, Volodin's dedication to propping up Nabiev is deeper than we estimated." "We need to confirm that," Jack stated. "If that garrison decides to move against the protesters, it will be a slaughter." A quick search of the bodies yielded no identification. Spellman joined them. "Mixed report. The bad. No keys in the ignition, and the hood release is on a remote fob." "What a piece of work," Dom grumbled. "The good. I got the VIN. Anyone want to guess the registered owner?" "I'll put my money on President Nabiev personally," Jack said with a faint grin. "Ever the hopeful one," Dom remarked. "Let's load these guys into the Volvo and keep going. Someone's going to realize they're missing 4 men." After Dom improvised a locking bar for the garage's rear door, they exited through the front and moved toward Building 1. They secured the exterior walls and gathered at the entrance. Dom listened at the door, then stepped back. He made a quick hand signal, talking inside, then held up 2 fingers with a questioning shrug. "At least 2 in there," Jack thought. Dom gestured again, bypass, and continue. Jack nodded. Spellman took the lead, his Dragunov on his back and his Ruger held low. Jack followed, the spare air arcs over his shoulder, while Dom covered the rear, constantly scanning their surroundings. They methodically cleared the remaining administrative buildings. All were vacant, dusty, and showed no recent signs of use. There was no trace of Pavel Koikov. They paused in the final building to drink some water. "He's either in that first building or in one of the barracks," Jack said. "Unless those barracks are empty, clearing them room by room is going to be a brutal task." A burst of radio static cut through the silence from outside, then stopped. Dom moved to a grimy window beside the door and peered out. 4 more men approaching from the barracks direction, all carrying short-barreled rifles. They're passing the garage, heading for Building 1. They look casual. "That won't last," Spellman said. "Once they get inside, someone's going to do a roll call." "What's our total count now?" Jack asked. "The 4 we neutralized, plus at least 2 in Building 1. Now these 4. "That sounds right," Dom confirmed. "That makes 11, including Koikov. No chance they all arrived in that one Volvo." "There's another vehicle around here somewhere," Spellman said. "And potentially up to 6 more men," Jack thought to himself. With Jack and Dom providing cover, Spellman scaled the watchtower. "In position," his voice came over the radio. "I have clear lines of sight, except for the gaps between the barracks and behind the last row." "Copy that," Dom replied. "For simplicity, let's label the barracks from right to left, Bravo 1, Bravo 2, and so on." "Any objections?" "None," Jack answered. "The previous occupant here had another ARX. Do you want it?" "You keep it," Jack said, "in case you get company." "What a comforting idea," Spellman replied dryly. "All right, I'm set. Move when ready." By unspoken agreement, Jack and Dom chose to simply separate and walk the remaining 100 yards to the barracks, figuring bodies moving quickly were more noticeable in the dark. They had covered about a third of the distance when Spellman's voice cut in. Hold. In unison, Dom and Jack froze, then slowly lowered into crouches, side door opening on Bravo 1. A man jogged down the short barracks steps and began walking toward the tower. Hold, Spellman whispered into the comms. Let him put a little more distance between himself and the barracks. Hold, the man crumpled to his knees mid-stride, then toppled onto his side, lifeless. Area is clear. Spellman's voice came through. I'm verifying, Dom stated. He jogged over to the body, conducted a quick search, and returned to Jack's position. Volvo keys on him, Dom reported. We're advancing, Matt. Acknowledged. They made it to the initial structure and slipped around to the side steps. Dom motioned for Jack to hold, then disappeared to check the rear corner of the barracks. He was back quickly, whispering, No secondary vehicle here. Must be parked behind the final row. How's your Russian? Jack murmured. Not a word. Jack eased the door open a few inches. Beyond the sliver of light, the interior was pitch black. He could just make out the frame of a triple bunk and the edge of a decaying mattress. The air was thick and acrid, making his eyes water. Jack forced a gravelly tone into his whisper. Hey, friend. No answer came. Matt, we're entering Bravo 3. Copy. No activity out here. I'm picking up music from Building 1. Sounds like a celebration. Hopefully they're well into the vodka by now, Dom muttered. Using their penlights to navigate, they moved silently down the central aisle, inspecting each bunk until they reached the far door. Exiting now. Proceeding to Bravo 2? Jack radioed. Hold your position, Spellman responded. After a tense half-minute, his voice returned. All right, move ahead. I just heard a car door open and close. Sounded like it originated near Bravo 8, the middle barracks in the back row. Jack noted, moving. The next building revealed a battery-powered lantern casting a dim glow by the final bunk. A sleeping bag lay on the mattress, still holding a trace of warmth from its recent occupant, Spellman's last target. Proceeding to Bravo 4, Jack radioed. They cleared the subsequent 3 buildings in sequence. As they approached the steps of Bravo 9, a rapid series of clicks sounded in Jack's earpiece, their pre-arranged alert. Movement? Jack whispered. A single click from Spellman confirmed. Yes? Our location? A double click? No. Yours. A pause, then Spellman's voice, thin as a breath. Someone's on the ladder? Jack heard the distinctive double pop of a handgun, followed by a third. Damn it. Dom hissed. Go locate that other vehicle, Jack ordered. Dom vaulted off the steps and sprinted to the building's corner. A moment later, he reported, No visual. Stay there and keep watch. Jack moved left, crossing the alley mouth to the front barracks, and dropped into a crouch. He raised his binoculars, zooming in on the tower. There was no sign of Spellman. Matt, he called. Silence. Give me a click, anything, if you're still with us. Spellman's voice came back, labored. I'm here. Got another dead guy up here with me. Had to get creative with his skull. You two intact? Before Jack could speak, Dom cut in. Negative. I've got movement back here. 3 individuals exiting Bravo 6, heading for an SUV. Looks like another Volvo. They're shoving a 4th man ahead of them, a blanket over his head. That has to be Koikov. Do you have a shot on the others? Jack asked. The suppressed crack of Dom's rifle answered. One down, Dom said. The rest are in the vehicle. It's moving, coming around the opposite side of the building. Jack radioed Spellman. Matt, prepare to disable the engine. Copy. Dom, regroup on me. On my way. Across from the tower, a rectangle of light suddenly slashed across the ground from Building 1. Matt, we have company exiting the main building, Jack called. Try to keep them occupied. Jack raised his rifle, scanning for a target. The roar of the Volvo's engine filled the air. He glanced right. The SUV slid around the corner of the first barracks, its rear end kicking up a dense, blinding curtain of dust. "I have no shot!" Spellman yelled. Seconds later, the Volvo burst from the cloud, accelerating directly toward the tower. The muzzle of Spellman's Dragunov flashed once, then twice in the dark. 2 rounds punched through the Volvo's hood, sending it into a weaving skid. "Adjusting fire," Spellman reported. Dom caught up to Jack, and they both took off after the careening sedan. Another crack from the Dragunov. Hit. Steam billowed from the Volvo's radiator, yet it accelerated, narrowing the distance to the guard tower and leaving Jack and Dom choking on a cloud of kicked-up dirt. Spellman's voice came again. Hit. A sudden burst of overlapping gunfire echoed from ahead. The men from Building 1 were now in the fight. Spellman yelled, "Incoming, taking fire! Get down like hell!" The staccato report of Spellman's rifle answered from the tower. A metallic crash, followed by the splintering groan of wood, cut through the noise. "They just clipped my tower." Spellman shouted over the comms, took a chunk out of the garage siding, too. Jack and Dom pushed forward, the dust clearing to reveal the tower's latticework of support beams suddenly filling Jack's vision. He swerved left his shoulder, catching a steel post and spinning him sideways. In his peripheral vision, 3 muzzle flashes winked near Building 1, all directed at the tower. "Running low," Spellman called out. Dom was there, hauling Jack upright. "Move, Jack. Time to return the favor." Side by side, they laid down, suppressing fire on the group. Jack's rifle clicked empty. He swapped magazines on the move, continuing to fire until they both slammed against the relative safety of the next building's wall. A figure lunged around the corner, bringing his weapon to bear. Jack stepped in, driving the stock of his ARX into the man's jaw. As he dropped, Jack put a round into his chest. "Clear!" Dom shouted from ahead. "All targets down, you good, Jack." Matt Spellman's reply was tense. The Volvo just breached the perimeter fence. It's badly damaged, losing speed. Jack and Dom broke into a run. The Volvo had managed another couple hundred yards, crawling toward the same jumble of boulders from which Jack had first surveilled the compound. "Matt, you still on us?" Jack asked, breathing hard. "Only with the sniper rifle. My ARX is empty." The Volvo's tires crunched over the rocky ground as it rolled to a halt. The engine coughed, revved once, and died. Jack and Dom kept advancing, rifles shouldered. "We're completely exposed out here, Jack. No cover at all." "I know." At that moment, both front doors of the Volvo flew open. A man scrambled from the passenger side, crouched behind the door, and knelt by the tire, raising his weapon. "Shot," Spellman announced coolly. The man's head snapped violently. Then the driver emerged, but instead of seeking cover, he charged along the SUV's flank, firing wildly from the hip. As he passed the rear door, it swung open. 2 more men spilled out, one in camouflage, the other in rumpled civilian clothes. Koikov, Spellman's next round, dropped the charging driver. By the Volvo, Koikov stumbled, nearly falling face first before the second man grabbed him by the collar and yanked him backward. He locked an arm around Koikov's neck and pressed a pistol barrel hard behind his ear. A jolt of recognition hit Jack. The man holding Koikov, black hair, distinctive long sideburns, was Captain Salko, Medjid's own IRF commander. With his cheek pressed against Koikov's, Salko began shuffling backward toward the front of the vehicle. Spellman's voice was urgent in Jack's ear. "Jack, my line of sight is fading. Give me a percentage. 50-50, and it's dropping." Salko sidestepped, and he and his hostage vanished behind the Volvo's bumper. "Shot's gone, Jack," Spellman radioed. "I'll try to reposition. Stay on him." Jack loosened his grip, letting his rifle hang on its sling. He raised his voice. "Salko! Captain Salko, can you hear me? I hear you!" Jack began walking forward. Dom's warning came over the headset. "Jack, find a position. If Matt doesn't get a clear line, you take the shot." A wounded Pavel Koikov was better than no Koikov at all. "Salko, I'm coming around the passenger side," Jack called out. "My weapon is down!" He didn't wait for an answer, keeping his steady, deliberate pace toward the vehicle. With his hands raised, Jack moved along the passenger side of the Volvo. As Salko and the captive Koikov came into view, he halted, positioning the SUV's hood between himself and the armed captain. Pavel Koikov's lip quivered, his eyes flicking nervously between Salko's weapon and Jack's face. Jack kept his focus on Salko, whose features were slick with perspiration, a tense muscle ticking in his jaw. "This is going to disappoint Medzid deeply," Jack said, forcing a dry laugh he hoped masked his own tension. "He considered you one of his most reliable officers. What he intends is betrayal," Salko shot back. Jack had a dozen questions, chief among them being who had given the order, but he knew pressing for answers now was useless. Every second this stalemate continued increased the risk to Koikov's life. "Perhaps," Jack replied, "but what you're doing here won't change a thing." "What are you talking about?" Before Jack could elaborate, Dom's hushed voice sounded in his earpiece. "Nearly set. Give me 10 seconds," Jack said. "They didn't inform you?" Medzid located another witness from the Almach incident, a private named Shimko. He's likely already reached the capital. There was no one else at Almach, only this man. "You're mistaken. They overlooked Shimko. He survived. The man you're holding is now irrelevant. You should just release him." In his ear, Dom whispered. "On your mark," Salko began. "I need to make a call." "Now," Jack said. Prone beneath the Volvo's rear bumper, Dom took his only clear shot. The round from his rifle struck Salko's right ankle, whipping the leg backward as if yanked by a cable. Salko pitched forward, his weight collapsing onto Koikov, who buckled under the pressure. Salko's arms still locked around his neck. Salko's face hit the dirt. Jack, his own rifle already shouldered, sprinted around the front of the vehicle. Dazed, Salko lifted his head and saw Jack closing in. He fumbled for his pistol. Jack sent it skittering away with a kick. Dom jogged up, looking down at the prone captain. "Well, look at that," Dom remarked. "We managed to bag one alive." Minister Medzid was standing by the private elevators of the Tortureda when Seth pulled the Suburban into a parking spot and killed the engine. As Matt Spellman stepped out, Medzid approached with Anton trailing a few steps behind. "Where is he?" "Which one?" Jack thought. He hadn't yet informed Medzid about Captain Salko's involvement. Jack turned and helped the weary Pavel Koikov down from the back seat. Upon seeing Medzid, the old sergeant instinctively straightened, as if coming to attention. "Mr. Minister," Medzid gently took Koikov's face in his hands. "None of that, Pavel." He then pulled the man into a firm embrace. "I'm sorry you endured this. Are you hurt?" "No, sir, just exhausted." "And I could eat a horse." "Both of those problems I can solve. Go with Anton and Seth. They'll get you comfortable upstairs." Once the elevator doors closed behind the three men, Medzid turned to Jack and Spellman, shaking their hands. "Excellent work. There's something you need to see," Jack said. He guided Medzid to the rear of the Suburban and opened the tailgate. Captain Salko lay bound in the cramped cargo space. Wrists and ankles secured a strip of duct tape over his mouth. Seeing Medzid, he began to mumble angrily behind the tape, his eyes blazing. "What is the meaning of this?" Medzid asked, his voice tight. "Why is he? He was the one holding Koikov, had a gun to his head." "That's impossible." "It's true," Spellman confirmed. "He believes you're committing treason." Medzid stared at his bound captain for a long moment, then leaned down and spat squarely in his face. "I've seen enough of him." As Spellman closed the tailgate, Medzid said, "I'll have Vasim come down to collect him. We have a different suggestion," Jack said. "No one else knows we have him. Let's keep it that way. For now, we hide him somewhere no one would think to look." The opposition would soon learn their operation at Bamlag had failed. Their leverage was gone, along with their mole inside the emergency response force. A man Jack now suspected had been a corrosive presence from the start. The sudden jarring shift in Sulco's fate from a position of threatening control to being trussed up in a cargo hold felt like a darkly fitting punchline to the whole messy affair. Seth explained that the emergency response force consisted of 4 platoons, each with 28 operators supported by armored vehicles and substantial firepower. It was essentially the Ministry of Interior's version of a special operations unit. Medjid had to determine if they were reliable. You need to start vetting your people thoroughly, Raybaz. Did Sulco have prior knowledge of the coup? Not from me. Whoever ordered him to capture Koikov certainly did, Spellman pointed out. We have to assume Sulco shared that information within the ERF, Jack added. We've gathered some photographs for you to review later. The other individuals present at Bamlag, along with a couple of vehicle identification numbers for your team to trace. Before departing the camp, they had recorded the VIN from the second Volvo and conducted a sweep of Building 1 and the remaining barracks. The search yielded little beyond the cell phone in Sulco's possession and an assortment of Beretta ARX rifles. Let's pray Captain Sulco was an isolated case for now. I have a secure location that will accommodate him. Notify them we're en route, Jack said. And Rebaz, please fight the urge to pay Sulco a private visit. Agreed. Medjid's demeanor hardened. Jack, given we are not well acquainted, I will overlook that remark, but only this once. The previous 4 men in my position had no reservations about torture. I am not like them. Captain Sulco will face a trial, and if convicted, he will serve time in prison. Are we clear, Crystal? Makashkala. For what seemed like the first time in months, Jack enjoyed a deep, uninterrupted sleep, lasting a full 8 hours until Isabel gently roused him. She waved a steaming mug of coffee beneath his nose until he groaned and opened his eyes. What time is it? 2 in the afternoon, she answered. Tuesday, the coup is officially over. She said it with a straight face, but a playful glint in her eye betrayed her. Jack pushed himself up and accepted the mug. Very amusing. Did I miss anything important? Medjid has scheduled a press conference on the Parliament building steps. He and Sergeant Koikov are providing testimony before Nabiev's committee. What's the mood in the city, he asked, eerily quiet. It's as if the protests never occurred. The calm before the storm. Then we should take full advantage of it, Isabel replied with a mischievous smile. She took the coffee mug from his hands and placed it on the nightstand. After a refreshing shower and a second cup of coffee, Jack called Dom at his hotel to confirm everything was secure. He and Isabel then found Spellman alone in the conference area. Medjid's team of assistants was absent, as were his personal security detail. The apartment was silent except for the gentle trickle of water from a floor-to-ceiling fountain built into the wall. "Where's Seth?" Jack inquired. "He went to see Sulco." The safe house Medjid had directed them to was a nondescript 2-story home in a southern neighborhood of Makachkala. A middle-aged couple in plain clothes had motioned for them to pull into the garage. They helped extract Sulco from the Suburban's cargo area and quickly escorted him through a rear entrance. The entire transfer took less than 60 seconds and was conducted in complete silence. "Will he learn anything from him?" Isabel asked. "Unlikely. I believe Seth just needed to see him face to face. He mentioned he should have personally screened Sulco's background. That wasn't his responsibility," Jack responded. On another note, Spellman said, "Sulco's phone is likely a dead end. It traced to a landline, a kitchen supply store in the Leninsky district. I'll look into it, but I suspect they paid some unsuspecting person a few dollars to act as a switchboard. The call was logged around the time that Volvo clipped my communications tower. I was rather fond of that tower, too. Let's contact Gavin and see if he has any updates for us," Jack suggested. He dialed the number and set the phone to speaker. It rang 4 times before a drowsy. Gavin answered. "Yeah, sorry, I dozed off. I have information on the Chirpoy Road apartment. It's registered to the mayor's office. So, by extension to President Nabiev, Medjid mentioned they play racquetball together twice a week." The place is used for visiting foreign dignitaries, both political and business leaders, and occasionally for local officials, Gavin explained. So it logically follows that Wellesley would be using it as a hideout. Why there? Isabel asked. Jack considered the problem. Wellesley will need a safe location, but President Nabiev can't just stash them in some official building, he pointed out. He requires the same plausible deniability that Volodyn is using. Otherwise, the story that the coup collapsed because the people of Dagestan cherish their connection to Russia will never hold up. We have to get inside that apartment, Spellman insisted. Dom is planning to scout it out tonight, Jack replied. Gavin interrupted them. Tell him to save his energy. The license plates Dom provided were for standard government fleet vehicles, but the one you recorded is privately owned. It belongs to a woman named Zoya Vetochkina, who works in the city's Department of Culture. Her record looks clean. With a little luck, maybe she's careless and leaves her car unlocked with the key card in the visor. Jack, you mentioned you're unsure if a single card operates both the exterior gate and the individual doors. That's correct. Is that an issue? Gavin chuckled. Not at all. Those locks are probably Quanix's brand. You just need to scan the 32-bit key code and replicate it back to the lock mechanism. You will, however, need to pick up a few supplies. Matt, are there any DevPulse clubs in Makachkala? I have no clue what that is. Look it up online. It's a community for open-source electronics enthusiasts. Spellman typed into his laptop, clicked through a few links, and shook his head in surprise. You're kidding me. There are actually 4 listed. Reach out to the webmaster, explain you're helping your son with a last-minute school project, and you need an ATmega 32U4 microcontroller. Hold on, say that slower. Just tell him you require a 20-input-output controller and a standard barrel power connector. He'll understand. Once you have the components, I'll guide you through the assembly process step by step.
Sounds great.
And what precisely are we constructing? Jack cut in. Don't get him started, Matt. He'll lecture for an hour. Gavin, call Dom and give him the details on Zoya Vedoshkina on it. Now for the best part, I received a text reply from the number we have for Pechkin. He didn't give his name, but he seemed convinced I was Captain Ozan. He agreed to a meeting. We're getting close, Jack thought. The sequence was clear after he and Isabel departed for Kosovyurt. Either Vasim or Anton had alerted Pechkin, who then contacted Ozan. We've got him, Spellman said with satisfaction. That's the connection we were missing. Not entirely, Jack cautioned. We need to find Pechkin's number on one of their actual phones or in their call logs. Without that physical evidence, Medjid won't act easy. Isabel had an idea. Gavin, you took over Dobromir's and Ozan's lines. Can't you do the same with Pechkin's? If we get Anton and Vasim together, we call their numbers and see which one rings. Matt, you still have them in custody, right? Absolutely. Dobromir and Ozan were using regular cell phones, Gavin explained. Pechkin's number is being routed through a landline cluster system. I'm not following, Isabel admitted. It's just another method to hide your identity, masking your IP address with a proxy, using throwaway emails, setting up a VPN. There are many ways. Landline routing is a bit old-fashioned, but effective. The bottom line is, without having Pechkin's actual cell phone, I'd need physical access to the forwarding hardware. One of you would have to be there. Then let's arrange that, Spellman said. I doubt their safe house is only used for call routing anyway. Gavin, when is this meeting with Pechkin? Jack asked. Tomorrow morning at 10, at a spot called Anzi Sadi. Sadi means gardens in Russian, Spellman translated. I know it. It's a children's playground of all places. You have to give Pechkin credit. He's clever. School is still out, so the area will be crowded with families. What's your plan, Jack? Isabel asked. A grim smile touched Jack's lips. Wellesley and Pechkin have shown a real fondness for abductions. I think we should return the favor. The apartment door flew open and Seth hurried in, his expression urgent. It's happening. Medjid is on the air right now. Spellman snatched up the remote and switched on the TV. Minister Medjid was already mid-speech, his face filling the screen. The panel, led by President Nabiev, has unanimously declared the story published in Dagestanskaya Pravda 2 days ago to be false. As anticipated, Sergeant Pavel Koykov corroborated the official account I submitted regarding the Almac incident. I will now take your questions. A chorus of off-camera voices erupted before Minister Medjid selected one. Were any representatives from Pravda present for this hearing? No, they were not in attendance, though I understand an invitation was extended. What are your next steps? Personally, I am taking no direct action. I have, however, instructed my deputy, Mr. Alanin, to assemble an independent committee to examine this situation. The possibilities are clear. Either a reporter at Pravda misrepresented Sergeant Koykov's words, he was never actually interviewed, or he was pressured into providing a fabricated version of the Almac events. Should the investigation support the latter, I fully anticipate criminal charges will be pursued against the responsible parties. Can you tell us Sergeant Koykov's current whereabouts? He is under protective custody, but will be made available to Deputy Elenin's committee. Once this process concludes, he will also be free to speak with the press if he wishes. Next question. Reports are circulating that Private Shimko, whom you mentioned yesterday, is deceased. Do you have a comment? My only comment is this. Since this fabricated story appeared, we have had legitimate concerns for Sergeant Koykov's safety. I cannot elaborate further at this time. Please be assured, everything will be clarified upon the public release of Deputy Alanin's findings. Minister Medjid, there are additional reports concerning a missing Polizia officer, Captain Salko. Thank you. That will be all for now. Spellman turned off the television. They didn't waste any time dragging Salko into this. It'll be old news by tonight, Seth replied. You have to admire Medjid's finesse. Wellesley and Petchkin just got publicly humiliated on national television. Jack noted, however, that President Nabiev remained unscathed. Medjid had skillfully avoided targeting him, instead framing their efforts as a collaborative defense of public trust. Rebaz Medjid was nobody's fool. We're back on track, Seth announced. 1 more week, and we'll be ready to move. 7 days, Jack thought. It felt like no time at all. They had a week to pinpoint Wellesley and Petchkin's command center, gauge how many steps ahead in their game they really were, ensure the countless components of Seth's intricate plan weren't coming apart, identify which of Medjid's own bodyguards and potentially which members of the emergency response force were secretly working for the opposition, and finally, deduce just how far Valery Volodin was prepared to go to maintain his grip on Dagestan. The list was overwhelming, and the clock was ticking. At 8 that evening, Jack left the Tordorato to relieve Dom at the Cherpoy apartment surveillance post. Approaching the Lada, he saw Dom roll down the window. Jack passed him a white paper bag. It's not gourmet, but the deli reminded me of a blimpie back home. Works for me, thanks. No activity from Petchkin or Wellesley. Honestly, the security inside that compound might be technically sound, but they've got their heads buried in the sand. I've been parked here for 3 hours and haven't gotten a single suspicious glance. Jack knew this was a common flaw in supposedly secure locations that rarely faced real scrutiny. It bred a dangerous complacency, a belief that walls and cameras made them invulnerable. That attitude could later work to their advantage. Did Gavin reach you, Jack asked. About the Vetokina lead? Yes. I tailed her from her office to a house on Elesta Street. The place is under a fumigation tent. She spoke with a worker there briefly before returning to her office. She did lock her car. I plan to check the area again on my way back to the motel. What's the latest on Gavin's phone charade with Petchkin and Wellesley? Petchkin took the bait. He's set to meet our fake Captain Osen tomorrow at a playground a couple miles from here. Matt will call you with the specifics. As for Wellesley. Gavin, still playing the part of Dobromir the broker, and doing it well. Exactly. He's been keeping Wellesley on the hook, pressing for information about Helen. From what Gavin can gather, Wellesley still hasn't realized she isn't actually sitting in a jail cell in Edinburgh. We're going to keep applying pressure. Who knows? Maybe he'll get so desperate he hops a flight to Scotland, and we can have Clark's contact in Hereford pay him a friendly visit. A man can always hope. Jack, my friend, you have a wonderfully twisted mind. I'm heading out. I'll give you a ring if I manage to track down Zoya. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Makatkala. There have to be hundreds of them, Jack. Dom's voice came through the speakerphone. At least that many. Isabel agreed, passing the binoculars to Jack. He watched the swarms of children clambering over jungle gyms, racing down slides, chasing each other through sandpits, and bouncing across vast, elevated trampolines. Whether Spellman had forgotten to mention it or simply didn't know, Anji Gardens was enormous, a sprawling 100-acre space of green lawns, flower beds, and wooden benches encircling the central play area. Jack and Isabel were parked on the street along the park's eastern edge. Dom was positioned to the north, and Spellman sat in a third vehicle near the main southern entrance. Having arrived a full 90 minutes early, they had been rotating their positions to avoid a potential counter-surveillance trap by Petkin should he have arrived before them. With no convincing stand-in for Captain Austin to offer, Jack had decided they would have to improvise. If the SVR officer presented an opportunity, they would seize it and hope for a good outcome. "Do you see the size of that ball pit?" Dom asked. "Where was something like that when I was a kid?" Apparently, it's been here in Dagestan the whole time," Spellman replied. Jack glanced at his watch. 10:09. "He's late. Did you really expect anything different?" Dom countered. "Hey, I think I've got something," Spellman called out. A man in a yellow cardigan just stepped out of a taxi. "And," Jack prompted, "he didn't pay the driver?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Petkin. He's wearing a hat and sunglasses, but I'm about 90% certain." "Dom, the taxi is turning north onto Murrom Street. It's red, with a busted front headlight." "I see it." "I'm on him." Jack and Isabel waited in silence. "He just passed me," Dom reported. "Still heading north, I'm following. We're turning west onto a private drive now, going uphill. I see some kind of statue ahead, a man on a horse." "That's the Imam Shamil Monument," Spellman identified. "Jack, there's a clear line of sight from there down into the park. Do you have visual on Petkin?" Jack aimed the binoculars through the Opal's side window, zooming in on the figure. "I've got him. He's on the main path, moving toward the playground. He's taking his sweet time. Probably giving his backup time to get into position, Dom. He's pulling into a parking spot. He's got binoculars. I'm going to loop around and try for a better angle. Jack, you and Isabel stay put. We're not moving." 2 minutes ticked by before Dom's voice returned, flat and decisive, abort. As planned, they left the area using separate routes before meeting back at Dom's hotel. The guy went to his trunk and pulled out a long box with a picture of a telescope on it. Trust me, that guy is no astronomer. "Petkin is a ruthless son of a gun," Spellman said. "He was prepared to gun down Ozen right in front of all those children, or whoever approached him," Jack added. "Time for Plan B." Jack opened his laptop, connected it to his phone's hotspot, and called Gavin to explain what he needed. "Loop me into the conversation," Jack instructed. "Okay, you should be connected now." Jack opened his chat window. In the upper right-hand corner, the words "remote connection" pulsed slowly. "I'm texting him now," Gavin said. A moment later, the first message appeared. "Osen, I was there." "You weren't alone? I am not a fool." It took nearly a minute for Petkin to respond. "Petkin, it was merely a precaution." "Osen, you were going to kill me." "Petkin, that is not true." "Where are you?" "I will come to you alone, Osen." "How can I be sure of that?" Petkin's voice was tight on the line. "You choose the spot, Osen, but I want more money, or I go to my commander and take my chances." That can be arranged. You need to relax. Just tell me where you are, Petkin replied. Over the phone, Gavin whispered, Jack, what's the play here? Tell him you'll call him back. Jack ended the call and faced Dom, Isabel, and Spellman. We have two choices. Cut him loose or make another attempt. Everyone's thoughts. Try again, Dom stated firmly. Isabel was quick to agree. Absolutely. Spellman gave a nod of confirmation. Our chances get a lot better if we can remove even one half of the Petkin-Wellesley partnership from the equation. Dom studied Jack's expression. I can see you working something out. What's on your mind? How does everyone feel about taking a drive? Though Jack had posed the question with the beginnings of an idea, he knew his last reply to Petkin had started a clock ticking. According to Gavin's portrayal, their fictional Captain Osen was a desperate man, terrified and greedy, on the verge of spilling everything to his superior. A person in that state wouldn't wait around for days to reconnect. They had to move now, refine the plan on the road, and hope they'd shaken Petkin enough to make him follow through. After updating Seth, they departed Makachkala. Jack and Isabel took the Opal, with Spellman and Dom in the Lada. Knowing their play had to occur within 23 miles of Khasavyurt to stay under Major Umarov's authority, Jack headed northwest on Highway M29. Isabel scanned a map, searching for a location that fit their needs. Once they passed through Skalswy, Jack had her call the other car. I think we've found our place, he said. Go ahead, Isabel. There's a small town named Endiary, roughly 5 miles outside Khasavyurt. Unless we give Petkin enough time to find an alternate route, it has the only bridge over the Yariksu tributary. Sharp thinking. Dom's voice came over the speaker. No offense, Isabel, none taken. Jack, what makes you so sure Petkin will even show? This has to reek of a setup to him. Maybe it does, but what's his alternative? As far as he knows, he was just talking to Captain Osen. The last thing he needs is one of Medjid's district commanders hunting him for the murder of a Khasavyurt citizen. True enough, Spellman acknowledged, but who's to say he won't just send his friend who loves telescopes? We can't know that. We can only hope Petkin wants to personally ensure this gets done correctly. Let's find somewhere to get settled for the night. Endiary was a quiet village of a few hundred, surrounded by dark farmland and clusters of willow trees. They located a youth hostel on the riverbank that was nearly empty, occupied only by the proprietor and a middle-aged, German-speaking couple who seemed straight out of a different era. The woman handing them their keys barely glanced up from what looked to Jack like a Russian celebrity gossip magazine. Their room was a simple 12-by-12-foot square with 2 sets of bunk beds. Once settled, Jack outlined the plan to Spellman and Dom. We have to be clever about how we arrange this, but not so clever that Petkin doubts it's coming from Osen. It's your decision, Spellman said. You're the only one who's had any contact with Osen. How capable is he? I wouldn't call it a real meeting, but he serves under Umarov, who is plenty sharp. Petkin might believe he has to navigate a few obstacles, Isabel added. Regardless, this is an offer Petkin can't refuse. Leaving Osen as a loose end would be a catastrophe for him and Wellesley. She's right, Jack agreed. You all should take the afternoon and scout the area. Try to think like Petkin. They returned a couple of hours later. Isabel went straight to the rattling, avocado green mini-fridge, which lacked a proper handle, and pulled out some sandwiches Jack had managed to get from a nearby cafe. The area south of the highway is no good, Dom reported, his sandwich in one hand as he spread their map on the floor. Too many hills and not enough reliable roads. It would take him hours to reach the next river crossing and loop back toward Khasavyurt. The terrain north of here offers some alternatives, Spellman noted. Between our position and Bavtugay to the east, there are a couple of routes he could use to get into Khasavyurt. They'd only add about 40 minutes to his drive. Then we need to choose a location between here and Bavtugay, Jack stated, and pick a time that pressures him into a decision, Isabel added. Their hope was that this combination would keep Petchkin on the main highway, driving him right into their trap. "Jack, what's with this specific 23-mile mark from Khasavyurt?" Dom asked. "Seems like a strange, precise distance. I'm betting Major Umarov is very particular about his jurisdictional boundaries. We're going to deliver Petchkin to him. Hell, he'll be released before dinner." Spellman grumbled. "I don't think so. From Umarov's perspective, Petchkin is involved in Dobromir Steven's death. Umarov operates by the book, and it happened in his city. Unless Moscow is prepared to use force to extract him, Petchkin will be in a cell at least until the coup attempt is finished." Jack glanced at his watch. "Time to get Gavin up." Right on time, just after 6 the next morning, Gavin's call came. "He says he's coming." "How did he sound?" Jack asked, immediately realizing how pointless the question was. "It was a text message, Jack, so he sounded like typed words. I laid it on thick, told him I was terrified and needed cash to get out of Dagestan." "How much did you ask for?" "The average Interior Ministry officer makes around $4,000 a year. I asked for 2,000. Petchkin didn't even hesitate. Of course he didn't. Jack thought it was money he never intended to hand over. I told him 11 a.m. at the main market square in Khasavyurt. I'll update you. Jack ended the call. "He's on the move," he told the group. Assuming Petchkin left immediately after Gavin's message, and knowing the drive from Makhachkala to Khasavyurt was at least 3 hours, Jack and the others waited until 8:30 before moving to their positions. If Petchkin followed his usual patterns, he'd want to reach the Khasavyurt market well before 11. Outside, the air was crisp, near 40 degrees, but the sky was clear. The rising sun was already burning through the fog that clung to the fields, and the tall grass along the roadside glistened with dew. At Highway M29, they split up. Jack and Isabel headed east toward Bavtugay, while Spellman and Dom went west through Andiri itself toward the Uriksu Bridge. When Jack reached the main intersection in Bavtugay, he turned left and began driving, passing mile after mile of farmland to kill time until they found the branch road Dom had pointed out on the map. Beside the stop sign, a Cyrillic sign indicated Khasavyurt with a left arrow in 24 km. Jack executed a U-turn and headed back toward Bavtugay. As he approached the M29 intersection, he pulled onto the shoulder. "What's the matter?" Isabel asked. "This setup doesn't feel right. We're leaving him too many options. The traffic is heavier than I expected, too. We don't know what he's driving, and if we miss him, we're finished. Let me see the map." She handed it over, and Jack spread it across the steering wheel, his finger tracing the roads around Khasavyurt. A map is not the territory, he reminded himself. He should have done more reconnaissance. Seeing roads, turnoffs, and villages on paper was nothing like seeing them with your own eyes. He needed a way to further minimize the chance of Petchkin taking the northern route into the city. His finger stopped there, right there, he said, tapping the map. He called Gavin, contact Petchkin, and changed the meeting location. "To where, Arkabash?" "It's a village roughly a mile south of the Uriksu Bridge. Tell Petchkin to text you when he arrives. What if he asks why the change?" Isabel offered. "Osen has a vacation cottage down there. Say you feel safer meeting near a familiar place. He'd be more comfortable in a familiar spot, right?" "Yeah, tell him that." "All right, hang on," Gavin returned a moment later. "He says, that's fine." Jack ended the call, then dialed Spellman and Dom to inform them of the new plan. Over the speaker, he heard the rustle of a map being unfolded. "Okay, we see it," Dom said. "He must be feeling pretty good about his support to agree to a place like that. A skilled marksman can turn a home field advantage into a liability in a heartbeat." "Jack, I don't like these last-minute changes," Spellman voiced his concern. "Neither do I, but this guy has me on edge." "Well, any more adjustments and he'll get spooked and call it off. I know get positioned on Arkabash Road, and we'll take your spot at the bridge. What's it look like?" "Looks like a small service drive or something on the right." "We're on our way." 10 o'clock came and went, then 11. Jack called Gavin. Text him. Tell him he's late and ask why. Sound anxious. Use a lot of caps and exclamation points. Gavin responded, "Okay, it's sent, waiting." Jack heard the chime of an incoming text. "All right. Petchkin says he's running behind. There was an accident east of Baftigay. He promises he's coming. 20 more minutes tops. He's stalling," Isabel said after Jack hung up. She was proven correct just minutes later. Through the sparse line of trees to their left, Jack watched a silver Kia Sorento cross the bridge and begin to slow. Its left turn signal blinked on. "Everything's fine, Oleg," Jack muttered under his breath. "Just keep moving." "Do you think he can see us?" "We'll find out in a moment." The Sorento turned onto Arkabash Road and vanished down a gentle dip. Jack called Dom. "Let's switch to the headsets." Once all three were connected on the portable radios, Jack told Isabel, "Stay put." He climbed out and jogged across the road until he could peer over the rise. The Sorrento's taillights were jostling as the SUV navigated the muddy path. To the right, the river's churning waters brushed against the bank. To the left, a short, grassy incline, the Sorrento's brake lights glowed, and it rolled to a stop. Jack hurried back to the Opel. "Dom, you've got one heading your way. Silver Sorrento, copy that. We're set up around the second bend a few hundred yards down. He won't spot us until he's right on top of us. Any sign of his overwatch? Not yet." "Wait, this might be him," Isabel said, tapping the window. A second vehicle, a black Nissan sedan, appeared on the bridge. It slowed, made the turn, and disappeared from view just as the Sorrento had. Jack got out again and dashed across the road. The Nissan had stopped behind the Sorrento. Its driver emerged, leaned back into the car, and came out with a canvas rifle case. He slung it over his shoulder and began trudging up the grassy slope. Jack returned to the Opel and relayed the sighting to Dom. "Is there any high ground near you?" Jack asked. "Yeah, a hill off to our right. That's where he's headed. Get to him before he gets settled. Both of you. What about just block the road with your Lada, then move, no gunfire, unless it's absolutely necessary." "On it." Jack turned to Isabel. The guns, she reached for the duffel bag in the back seat, placing it on the floorboard between her feet. She handed Jack one of the Rugers, which he wedged between his seat and the center console. He started the Opel, shifted into gear, and pulled across the road. With no way of knowing how long it would take Petchkin's sniper to reach the hill overlooking Dom and Spellman's Lada, Jack had no choice but to trigger the trap early. Petchkin was almost certainly armed, but if he and Isabel could neutralize him swiftly enough, he wouldn't have time to alert his marksman. A sudden sharp memory flashed in Jack's mind, a similar ambush in a dusty Texas canyon years ago, where hesitation had cost a friend dearly. He pushed the thought aside. "Dom, we're moving in." "Roger." Jack waited until the Opel's wheels bumped over the shoulder and the front end tipped down the opposite slope, then slammed the accelerator to the floor. His timing was off. The Opel's front bumper dug into the incline, plowing into the soft earth and splattering the windshield with a thick coat of mud. Isabel's skull thumped the ceiling, and she let out a sharp cry. "I'm fine, really." The Opel's tires gripped and then dropped into a deep rut, swinging the front end toward the rushing river. Jack lifted his foot from the accelerator, gently turned the wheel to the left, and guided the car back to the middle of the muddy track. He switched on the wipers. As the glass cleared, he spotted the brake lights of Petchkin's Sorrento, now several hundred yards ahead, flash briefly before a spray of muck shot from its back tires. The SUV vanished around the bend. Jack pressed down on the gas, wrestling with the steering as the Opel swayed violently. Isabel looked out her window at the churning water. "That looks pretty deep, Jack. Tell me about it," he answered, his jaw tight. "Dom, what's your position? We're heading north. No visual. We believe he's in the tall grass up ahead." Jack hoped the sniper wasn't already lining up a shot. "Just keep him contained if that's all you can manage." They neared the corner. Jack let off the gas, angled the car toward the embankment until the tall grass was swiping against his window, then lightly hit the brakes. The Opal's rear slid toward the river's edge. Jack cranked the wheel left, stomped on the gas, and the car's tail whipped back into the center of the road. Through his headset, Dom's voice crackled. "Matt, he's on your right, coming toward you. I've got eyes on him. Flank him." "I'll keep him occupied. Look out," Isabel yelled. Jack caught a glimpse of red brake lights and the Sorrento's bumper filling their windshield. He wrenched the wheel and the Opal grated along the side of the SUV, which veered left, pinning them against the slope. Dirt and grass spattered the glass. Jack felt his side lift as the Opal's tires were forced sideways up the incline. Crushed between the vehicles, Isabel's side mirror ripped off. Her window bulged inward, then crazed into a web, showering her face with glass shards. The arcs she'd been holding slid from her lap, landing between Jack's feet. He glanced over and saw blood streaking her cheek. "Are you?" "I don't know," she cried out. "I can't see from my right eye." "Enough of this," Jack muttered. He reached over, pulled Isabel down across his lap, then raised the Ruger and fired 4 shots through her shattered window into the Sorrento's door. He turned the wheel, jamming the Opal's front end against the SUV to create a few inches of space, then slammed the brake. The Sorrento lurched forward. The Opal settled back onto all 4 tires. Jack saw the Sorrento's brake lights flicker, then its nose swung left as Petchkin tried to force them back against the slope. Jack floored the accelerator, spun the wheel right, and rammed the Opal's front into the Sorrento's rear panel, shoving it sideways a few feet. The slick mud took over. The Sorrento went into a spin. As its hood rotated to face them, the Opal scraped down its side. Jack saw water appear outside his window. The Opal tilted and the tires slipped over the bank. The hood plunged into the river. Water surged over the windshield and poured through Isabel's broken window, flooding her lap. She screamed, her vision blurred with blood, and she began scrambling toward the opening. "No!" Jack shouted. "Not that way!" The current would sweep her away instantly. He clamped his hand on her forearm and yanked her against him. Her window was now angled down, completely submerged. Isabel slipped back and disappeared under the surface. He lost his grip on her arm. Her hands flailed toward him. He grabbed her wrist, hauled her back into the air, then pressed her hand to his belt. "Hold on tight." Jack groped between his legs until his fingers found the air-X. He lifted it and aimed the barrel at his own window. He shut his eyes and turned his face aside, then squeezed the trigger. The window exploded outward. "Just hold on to me and climb," he yelled. "I can't see a thing. Climb!" Jack's window was now facing straight up. Through the opening, he saw nothing but clear blue sky. Muddy water rushed through the open door, flooding the Opal's cabin. Jack braced his left hand on the doorframe, planted his right foot against the dashboard, and pushed with all his strength. His head broke the surface of the water. Still clutching the air-Ox, he hooked an elbow over the frame and hauled his upper body free. He felt Isabel's fingers gripping his waist, her nails digging in. Up on the road, the Sorrento had skidded to a halt at a crooked angle. The driver's door flew open. Oleg Petchkin staggered out, a revolver in his fist. He slipped in the mud and went down hard. His left leg was soaked with dark blood. One of the Ruger's rounds had found its mark. Petchkin shoved himself up to his knees, his eyes locked on Jack. He raised the gun. In that surreal instant, it struck Jack that this was his first face-to-face meeting with the man, and Petchkin was already aiming for his skull. Some introduction, Jack thought grimly. Using the arcs as a brace against the window frame, Jack pivoted the barrel toward Petchkin and fired. The 3-round burst missed, chewing into the Sorrento's rear panel instead. Petchkin's revolver kicked. The Opal's side mirror disintegrated. Another shot from Petchkin smacked into the doorframe. Jack adjusted his aim a fraction, thumbed the selector to full auto, and squeezed the trigger. The bullets tracked laterally across the SUV, blowing out windows and ripping through sheet metal until they found Petchkin, cutting a diagonal line from his collarbone down through his ribs. Already lifeless, he toppled backward into the muck, his legs folding awkwardly beneath him. Jack shouted into his headset, "We need backup now." "Where are you?" Over the roof of the Sorrento, Jack saw Dom and Spellman's vehicle screech to a stop at the crest of the slope. The Opel might have been sparse on comforts and looks, but its safety glass was top-notch. While Isabel's face was crisscrossed with cuts, they were all shallow. The windshield had fractured into pieces no larger than silver dollars. After Jack washed the dried blood from her cheeks and brow, he could see her eyes were unharmed. She wasn't crying, but her gaze was empty, fixed on the ground. Jack recognized that hollow stare. He'd worn it himself more than once. He slipped an arm around her shoulders. Together they watched as Dom and Spellman first loaded Petchkin's body into the Sorrento, then added the sniper they'd eliminated on the hillside. The weapons went in next. They put the SUV in neutral and pushed it into the river, where it was swiftly swallowed by the churning current. Whether Isabel's numbness came from relief, an adrenaline crash, pure shock, or a brutal cocktail of all three, Jack didn't judge her. His own heart was hammering against his ribs, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He tried to tell himself they would have escaped the car regardless, but he knew it was a lie. They had come within inches of dying. If Petchkin's bullets hadn't finished them, the river surely would have. "You rushed the trap," he chastised himself. Or better yet, why had he even pursued Petchkin directly? What real advantage would capturing the man have given them? Did he honestly expect Petchkin to crack under pressure and hand over some magical password that would make Wellesley surrender? If anything, eliminating his Russian counterpart would only make the SIS officer more paranoid and cautious. He'd tried to be too clever, and it had nearly gotten Isabel, Dom, and Spellman killed. Arrogance, Jack, pure arrogance. A colder, simpler solution flashed in his mind. He should have just lured Petchkin to a secluded spot outside Makachkala and put 2 rounds in him. The vividness of the thought sent a chill down his spine. It would have been so straightforward, alarmingly easy to carry out. Should a similar situation ever arise again, be careful, Jack. The world he operated in was all shades of gray, a place where people often confuse the capability to do something with it being the right thing to do. Dom and Spellman approached. "The guy's Nissan was clean," Spellman reported. "It's a rental. The weapons have no serial numbers." He handed Jack 2 cell phones. "These were on them. Maybe we'll get lucky." "Maybe we can use those somehow," he suggested. "Let's head back. Makachkala. I messed up, John." Jack confessed over the phone. "I broke the cardinal rule. Keep it simple. It happens to everyone," Clark replied. Once they'd done their best to clean up the scene, the 4 of them piled into Dom's Lada and returned to Makachkala. They discovered Seth alone at the conference table. Medjid, his guards, and staff were nowhere in sight. No updates. Seth had reported as Spellman joined him, while Isabel and Jack retreated to their suite. Isabel went straight to bed, and Jack made his call home. "John, I nearly got everyone killed, and I mean that literally. It's pure chance Isabel is breathing." "What was I even thinking?" "That's for you to figure out." "How am I supposed to do that?" "Learn from it, and cut yourself some slack. You made a decision, it went sideways, and you own it. Isn't that just a polite way of saying, 'It's my fault, call it whatever you like, I don't care, but stop playing word games with yourself'?" "Seriously, Jack, did you really believe you'd sail through this job without a serious scare?" Jack thought about it. "Yeah, I guess I did." "Then you were fooling yourself. You need to cut that out right now before things heat up over there." "I'm thinking of sending Isabel back to Tehran." Clark let out a short laugh. "Good luck with that. From what you've said, you'd have an easier time nailing jelly to a wall." "Don't insult her, Jack. She's a grown woman. If she chooses to stay, don't argue. Besides, She doesn't sound like dead weight. They spoke a few minutes more before Jack had Clark pass him to Gavin, who inquired, "How did it go with Petchkin?" "Not great. He's dead. We have his phone." Now we'll find out which of Medjid's guards has flipped, Jack thought. The notion gave him a chill he likely wouldn't have felt half a day earlier. Even taking Anton and Vasim off guard wouldn't be without risk. They'd need to pick the moment and location wisely. Jack said goodbye and hung up. He quietly entered the bedroom and lay down beside Isabel. She shifted, moving closer until her body was against his. "I need you to stop, Jack," she whispered. "Stop what? You're replaying it in your mind, again and again. It was too close. I'm sorry, Isabel." Saying the words aloud made them feel even more insufficient. Isabel reached over, took his hand, and guided his fingers to her cheek. "They're only scratches, Jack. They'll fade. It could have been so much worse. That's precisely what I'm saying." "I got overconfident," he admitted. "With operators like Petchkin and Wellesley, you can't just wing it. Then consider it a lesson learned and forgive yourself." "Funny, I just got similar advice from someone else. I heard you talking on the phone. Was that him?" Jack nodded. "John, and what else did he tell you?" She asked, "That I'm a fool and you should return to Tehran." She gave his chest a light tap. "Liar. He said if I tried to send you home you'd refuse, so don't waste my breath." I think there was a colorful phrase about the impossibility of the task in there, too. This John is a very wise man. "Sorry, Jack, but I'm staying with you until this is finished." They slept until Jack's watch alarm buzzed at 6:30. Then they walked into the main room. Medjid had returned and was seated at the conference table with Seth and Spellman. An assortment of hot dishes and bowls was spread before them. "Jack, we were just about to wake you," Medjid called. "Come, join us." They took their seats. Isabel served a plate for Jack, then one for herself. "My goodness, Isabel, what happened to your face?" Medjid asked. "Just a minor mishap. I can call my... I'm perfectly fine, really. Jack makes a decent nurse." "Jack's a solid guy," Seth said. He meant it, Jack could tell. "You could do a lot worse, Isabel. He's a keeper." Isabel smiled at him. "Thanks, Seth," Jack replied. Medjid let out a low laugh. Jack dressed as a nurse. Now that's an image I'd pay to see. "You and me both," Spellman chimed in. "But keep dreaming. It's never happening. Speaking of, where are Anton and Vasim tonight?" "I gave them the evening off. They haven't had a moment to themselves in weeks." Jack and Spellman shared a look. The CIA officer gave a slight nod. "When do they return tomorrow morning?" Seth let out a long breath, pushing his plate away slightly. "This is strange, isn't it? Sitting here having a nice dinner, knowing everything is about to go sideways. Enjoy the eye while the eye watches you, Seth." "Come again?" "It's an old Avar saying. We're in the calm center of the storm right now. Savor this quiet before the other side of the hurricane hits. We've pushed our enemies back for the moment, and an old friend of mine is safe. Tonight is for peace." "Well put," Jack said. A thought struck him, prompted by a sudden pang of guilt. "Actually, do you mind if I invite someone else? It doesn't feel right, him being alone." He pictured Dom in that dismal motel room, probably staring at another unappetizing sandwich. "As long as it's not another gift like the one from Bamlag." "Absolutely," Medjid said with a grin. "I'll call down to the garage and let security know to expect a guest." Dom showed up half an hour later. He paused in the doorway of the suite, his eyes scanning the spacious room before landing on Jack. "Okay, you blew my cover for this," he said, a mock stern expression on his face. "I suppose I can let it slide." Jack guided him to the table and introduced him to Medjid, who rose and shook Dom's hand warmly. "Please, join us. Let me guess, Italian, maybe Greek? So, Domenico or Domenicos?" "First one's right on the money. And how do you know?" Medjid stopped himself, waving a hand. "Never mind, I don't even know who Jack really is, so why spoil the mystery? Where has he been stashing you, Dom? In a roach motel where the bugs could qualify as small pets. Don't listen to him, Jack said, feigning offense. He's exaggerating. Dom, you will stay here tonight, Medzid declared. Jack and Isabel can share a room, won't you? He added, with a knowing half-smile. Of course, Isabel replied smoothly. To his own surprise, Jack felt a wave of tension leave his shoulders. It took him a second to identify the feeling. As utterly bizarre as it was, this collection of people had formed a kind of unit, not a family exactly, but a makeshift, slightly dysfunctional team bound by a deadly serious goal. For just these few hours, however, he could let that go. The looming coup, Wellesley, Petchkin, all of it would still be there tomorrow. Enjoy the eye while the eye watches you. They talked, ate, and the room filled with laughter. Seth seemed more like his old self, though Jack could detect a faint shadow of sorrow behind his friend's smile. He wondered if Seth even noticed it himself. Who could blame him? His father had been labeled a traitor, discarded, and hunted by the very institution he'd devoted his life to until it ended with a gun. And he'd hidden all of it from his son. Given that Seth was holding himself together remarkably well, especially considering the monumental task he and Spellman were attempting here. Jack's silent fear was that his friend was quietly coming apart at the seams, following a path he'd seen before. Mejid's voice brought him back. Jack, Matt tells me Petchkin managed to slip away from us again. Across the table, Spellman caught Jack's eye and gave a subtle, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Something like that, Jack said. Listen, I hate to bring down the mood. My mood is bulletproof, Jack. Please, continue. What's the status with Captain Salko? At a standstill. He is not talking, but I never expected he would. As for his ERF unit, I have confined them all to barracks. They were informed Salko was arrested for corruption and that his actions have, unfortunately, tainted their reputation by association. My people are conducting individual interviews with every single soldier. Seth leaned forward. I'm not sure that will yield much. My interviewers are highly skilled, Mejid replied, his tone shifting from convivial to firm and pragmatic. They know which questions to ask. If Salko had accomplices, we will find them. Those who are cleared of any involvement will receive a personal visit from me and my gratitude. It's a simple principle, the stick first, then the carrot. I understand how to lead my men by morning. We'll have the problem sorted out. They shared a meal and conversation for another hour before Dom glanced at his watch, made his excuses, and motioned for Jack and Matt to step away. I'm going downtown. Zoya Vetokina is working through the night. The Department of Culture is launching a new exhibit tomorrow. Be prepared to move if I call, understood, Jack replied. Isabel as well. She and Zoya share a strong resemblance. Dom's call came at 10 o'clock. Had to improvise with a coat hanger on her car door. But I have the key card and the permit. I'm en route to Chirpoy now. We'll meet you there, Jack answered. He, Isabel, and Spellman took Seth's Suburban to Dom's observation point. As they pulled over, Dom emerged from the Lada and slid into the back seat beside Spellman. He passed the keycard and permit over the seat to Isabel, who was behind the wheel. What's the procedure? She asked. Just swipe and drive through the gate. Has no camera or guard. Does it matter that we're not in Zoya's vehicle? Unlikely. We'll soon find out. Sounds straightforward enough, Isabel said. Keep your heads down, gentlemen. Jack lowered himself to the floorboard as Isabel circled the block, then turned into the driveway. She lowered her window, swiped the card, and proceeded forward. There's a door opening at the far end, she reported. Just flash that permit at him, Dom instructed. If he doesn't give a wave and retreat inside, or if he comes back out looking for trouble, let us know. Seriously? He's joking, Jack clarified. Isabel extended the permit out the window. He's waving. He's going back inside. The door is shut, Jack said. Zoya's spot is the 6th one on the right. Isabel pulled into the space, shifted into park, And cut the engine. Next step, act as Zoya would. Once you open the door, take a quick scan of the area. If it's clear, we'll follow you in. Isabel opened her door and stepped out. From across the parking lot, a man's voice called out, "Hey there, beautiful!" Isabel whispered urgently. "Jack, it's one of the guards. He's just saying hello. I know a friendly greeting." This is a come-on. "He's walking over here. Just say, 'Sorry, I have to go.' Then point to your phone, lift it to your ear, and head for your door." She followed the instruction, and the guard responded with an agreeable, "All right, okay." "He's heading back into the apartment building," Isabel whispered. "The coast is clear. Come on." The three men exited the Suburban's passenger side and entered Zoya's apartment. Isabel locked the door behind them. "What a creep," she muttered. "What exactly did I say to him?" "Trust me, you're better off not knowing," Dom said with a slight smirk. "Quiet now." She moved into the kitchen and flicked on the overhead light. Zoya Vetochkina's apartment was compact, a mere 300 square feet, comprising a bedroom, bathroom, a front room, and a small kitchen. The white walls and sparse furniture looked like they'd been rejected from a thrift store clearance sale, hardly the aesthetic. A Department of Culture official would select for herself, Jack mused. She was probably just enduring the place until her own home was fully fumigated. "Do we know which apartment belongs to Wellesley?" Isabel asked. "Let's figure it out," Jack said, pulling out his phone. He dialed Petkin's number and pressed send. He wasn't entirely confident the ruse would work. Depending on Wellesley's call forwarding setup, incoming calls might be silent. "It's ringing." He placed a finger to his lips and gestured for the others to fan out. Stationed in the room's four corners, they all listened intently. Jack held up one finger, then two, then three. Dom raised his hand and pointed toward the ceiling. "Second floor, I can hear an old-fashioned telephone ring." Jack ended the call. "Let's switch to headsets." He, Dom, and Spellman put on their communication sets. "Dom, you and Isabel hold position here. If one of the guards appears, give a shout." Jack cautiously peered out the front door. The path was clear. With Spellman close behind, he walked down the sidewalk to the stairwell and ascended to the second floor. "Dom, make the call again," Jack instructed. Jack sent the message and moved along the balcony, his fingers trailing the railing until he reached the middle. He paused, turning back to glance at Spellman. Both men stood still, listening. A distant, rhythmic bring reached Jack's ears. He tilted his head, attempting to pinpoint the source. The sound repeated. Spellman moved forward, palm cupped, as he passed each apartment door. He halted beside Unit 206, flashed Jack a quick thumbs up, and then pressed his ear to the wood. Another affirmative gesture followed. "All right," Spellman murmured. "Time to see if Gavin's little toy actually works." Jack crouched by the door and retrieved from his pocket a small circuit board about the size of a thumb, secured with tape to a 9-volt battery. Protruding from its edge was a brass plug. His finger traced the lock's underside until he found the slot. Then he inserted the device. The lock's indicator began flashing a steady red. Remembering Gavin's instructions, Jack waited. The light shifted to amber. Then the flashing accelerated. No alarm triggered. He withdrew the plug and inserted it once more. This time, the light glowed a solid green, accompanied by the distinct click of the deadbolt retracting. "I need to tell our tech guys about this gadget," Spellman whispered with a grin. "Could save the taxpayer a fortune." Jack pushed the door open and they slipped inside. "Dom, we're in," he said quietly into his comms. "Copy that? All clear out here." An immediate icy chill washed over Jack. A wall-mounted air conditioner above the window was blasting cold air into the space. Though the apartment's footprint matched Zoya's, the interior was a stark contrast. The walls had been roughly stripped down to the studs, with only fragments of drywall still clinging to the 2x4s. Dominating the room was a large circular table. At its center sat a stacked pyramid of 6 computer towers, each connected to an LCD monitor. The swirling, multicolored screensavers danced across the barren walls, casting long, shifting shadows. A thick bundle of cables, coaxial, standard phone lines, and several unfamiliar types hung from the ceiling, secured with zip ties. Jack scanned for connecting cables between the towers, but saw none. "Sure has the feel of a command post, doesn't it?" Spellman whispered. Jack gave a silent nod. "Start documenting everything." He took a seat in front of one of the monitors, pulled on a pair of gloves, and tapped the keyboard to wake the screen. An administrator login prompt appeared. "Expected," Jack muttered. He dialed Gavin, putting the call on speaker, and described the setup. "What's the operating system?" "Windows Vista." "Perfect. Don't sweat the password. We can't brute force it from there. Any USB ports?" Jack checked the tower behind his monitor. "Yes, but they're physically locked optical drive. Clear and accessible." "Okay, let's hope these guys think small. Grab that CD I sent you, the one labeled Poodle Crack. Hold the computer's power button until it shuts down completely, then power it back up. The moment you hear the startup chime, insert the disk and tell me what you see." Jack followed the steps, back at the admin login. "All right, do it again, but this time hold the left mouse button to eject that disk. Then insert the one called Widgeon Rescue and report back." The screen flickered and the login page vanished, replaced by a stark black background with white block text. "I'm at a command line," Jack reported. Gavin's triumphant laugh crackled over the speaker. "Ha! You'd be amazed how many people, even supposedly careful operators, forget to lock down their boot sequence. Now, type in those commands I gave you. Tell me if you get any yes responses." Jack entered the strings. "All negative good means no keyloggers are running. Do that check on every drive before you start poking around in the files." Jack ended the call. "Matt, get started on the next one." They focused on organizing folders by size, then files by extension and encryption status. It was tedious, methodical work. On the first 4 systems, aside from the standard pre-installed software and directories, they found absolutely nothing of interest. The room felt less like a nerve center and more like a very cold, very expensive decoy. A sudden sharp memory flashed in Jack's mind. A similar empty server room in Baltimore years ago, a whole operation built on a foundation of digital smoke and mirrors. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. The chill in the air wasn't just from the AC anymore. Jack couldn't be certain they hadn't overlooked something, but without the ability to duplicate every hard drive for Gavin's analysis, their only option was to press forward. Spellman suggested, "I might be able to locate Anton and Vasim. We could visit them and use Petchkin's phone to expose the traitor." "It's a solid idea, but Medjid has to be present for the confrontation. Besides, there's a chance both their phones could light up," Jack countered, already feeling the familiar tension coiling in his shoulders. At the 5th terminal, neither of their usual tools granted access. A reboot and the insertion of Gavin's final disk, ominously named Gong Show Atoll, finally did the trick. Spellman rose and peered over Jack's shoulder. "Getting somewhere. Looks like it," Jack murmured, his gaze darting across the directory listings. Spellman pointed at the screen. "That one. Try that." Jack opened the file labeled Kibany Borisoglebsk to reveal a single page of text. It contained 34 nearly uniform lines of cryptic data. HEPO 538 GZT 703971 MILD 4759623 milnitons, ZOR 6 38 GTZ 703408 462 milnits 4759419 87 milnits and Gaxi 438 GTZ 702170 47 milnits 4758546.44 milnitons. Spellman leaned closer, his voice a hushed whisper. "What in the world is this mess?" Jack shook his head. "Your guess is as good as mine." He immediately called Gavin. You have to take a look at this network settings. Give me your IP, Gavin instructed. Jack complied, listening to the frantic clatter of keys from thousands of miles away as Gavin established a remote link. There's a mountain of data here, Jack. Cloning it all would take a week. I'll just pull the choicest bits. Perfect. Talk soon. No sooner had he ended the call than Dom's voice crackled in his earpiece, tense and low. We've got a situation downstairs. Someone's at the door, probably Isabel's admirer from the other night. In the background, Jack could make out the soft, persistent tapping of a finger on wood and a man's voice, smooth and insistent. Vodka, Krasavica, vodka, beautiful. Jack's mind raced, stretching his command of Russian to its limit. Tell her to slap the door, yell Ukhodi, then Otchet, followed by Mirdam, relayed the instructions. A moment later, Jack heard Isabel's sharp, angry shout, Izvanite, Izvanite. Excuse me, excuse me. He's leaving, Dom reported. She wants to know what she just told him. To go away? Or she'd report him to the mayor's office. Spellman chuckled dryly. You also implied they were married. Smooth move. Jack shrugged. Dom, we're wrapping up here. We'll meet you at the vehicle. Makachkala. Following morning, after Medjid finished his breakfast and prepared to leave for the ministry, the team gathered around the conference table. Jack reviewed the plan one final time, the weight of their previous close call with Petchkin, a silent specter in the room. I don't anticipate trouble, but plan for it anyway. Medjid will likely try to downplay whatever we show him. We can't allow that. He needs to be fully focused now with the coup so close. Any questions? Seth shifted in his seat. I really hope your theory is wrong. If it is, then our problems are far worse than a single mole, Jack replied flatly. Having already cleared Seth, Spellman, and Medjid of the betrayal in Kasavyurt, his suspicions had narrowed to Anton and Vasim. The question was, which one? The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Medjid entered the hallway from his suite, followed by his assistant Albina, straightening his tie. Good morning, all. I am on my way, Rebaz. We need to talk now. I am very late, Jack. Can this wait? It cannot. Anton and Vasim need to hear this as well. Medjid's expression darkened. I do not like your tone. What is happening? Just call them in and I'll explain everything. With a resigned sigh, Medjid moved to the apartment door. Dom casually drifted toward the windows, while Spellman positioned himself against the wall a few feet from the entrance. Isabel remained seated at the table, close enough to reach Albina if needed. Medjid stepped aside, and Anton and Vasim walked into the room. Jack, what's going on here? This better be important. It's about Petchkin. Right on schedule. Isabel, who had been holding Petchkin's phone concealed behind her, pressed send. Medjid frowned. What about him? A phone began to chime. Excuse me, Minister, Anton said, reaching inside his jacket. Medjid turned back to Jack. Have you located him? Not yet, but we just discovered who he's been collaborating with. Isabel raised the cell phone. That's Oleg Petchkin calling you right now, Anton. Jack stated. Anton looked at the device in his hand, then shook his head. I have no idea who that is. I don't know that number. Show the minister your phone. Anton glared at Jack, his expression hardening. This is a setup. What's your angle? I said, show him your phone, Jack insisted, his voice low. Do it now? Anton, what is he saying? This is wrong, Minister. He's deceiving you. My loyalty has never wavered. He's trying to poison you against me. You have to trust me. Anton started to slide the phone back into his pocket. Move! Rebaz! Spellman yelled. He surged forward toward Medjid. Vasim stumbled backward out of his path, then grabbed at Spellman's arm. Spellman tried to wrench free, still reaching for the minister, startled. Anton retreated. His hand emerged from his jacket, clutching a pistol. Drop it, Jack shouted. In his peripheral vision, he saw Dom in motion. his own Ruger clearing its holster as he shifted to get a clear line of fire past Medzid. Anton swung his gun toward Spellman and fired. The round grazed the side of Spellman's neck. He staggered. Vasim threw an arm around Spellman's shoulders, and they both crashed through the doorway onto the floor. Jack heard Isabel's gasp, a sharp intake of breath. He drew his Ruger, centering the muzzle on Anton's torso. "Don't." Anton pivoted toward him, the gun coming around. Jack fired. The bullet impacted Anton's chest, knocking him back a step, but his weapon remained raised. Jack fired a second time, a fraction of a second before Dom's shot struck Anton in the throat. Jack's round hit lower in the abdomen. Anton collapsed. Jack rushed forward and kicked the gun from his limp hand. Beyond the doorway, Spellman and Vasim were tangled, Vasim trying to shove the CIA man off him to get to his friend. "Anton, can you hear me?" "Vasim, stop. You don't understand. Get off me." Silence. Medjid's voice cut through the room. "All of you be quiet." Vasim went still. Spellman rolled off him and got to his feet, offering a hand. Vasim ignored it, pushing himself up. He stared at Anton's body, his face pale. "Matt, you're hit," Jack said. "Your neck," Spellman touched the wet, stinging line. "Ah, damn it." "Jack," Isabel called, her voice thin with shock. "It's Albina." He turned. She was crouched beside Medjid's assistant. The woman lay still, a single bullet wound beneath her left eye. "Oh, no, 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 this can't be," Medjid mumbled, retreating until the back of the couch stopped him. He sank down heavily. His gaze was distant, unseeing. "What has happened? What just happened here?" "Someone explain this to me." Jack bent down, reached into Anton's coat, and pulled out the phone. He tossed it to Medjid. "Check the recent calls. The last one is from Pechkin." "Isabel, show him." She walked over and handed Medjid the second phone. The minister scrutinized both screens, his hands trembling slightly. "This can't be right. Are you certain?" "We're certain," Dom answered. Medjid looked to Seth, who gave a grim nod. "Pechkin was killed yesterday near Kasavyurt." "That's his phone. I'm sorry, Rebaz." "Truly," Anton called Pechkin right after Isabel and I left you in Buynaksk, Jack added. Pechkin then called Captain Osin and ordered the raid on Dobromir's house. Dobromir was executed. He would have done the same to us if we'd been there. But why? Wellesley and Pechkin hired Dobromir to kidnap Aminat. They couldn't risk him talking to us, Anton and I. We've worked side by side for nearly a decade. I cannot believe he would be involved in something like this. His motivation was the same as Salko's when he took Koikov. He believed you were betraying your country. "I am no traitor." "We know that," Jack said, "but they were convinced otherwise, and there may be more people around you who share that belief. You need to see this clearly, Rebaz. This is the second attempt to derail you, first with your daughter and now this. The pattern is undeniable. The situation in Makakala is going to turn violent, and people will lose their lives. You have to accept that reality. If you can't, then we should stop now." "That was severe, Jack," Seth said quietly, once they were alone at the conference table. Medjid had withdrawn to his private rooms. He didn't need to be spoken to like that. Vasim had summoned the other daytime security personnel, his expression somber and distant. They were carefully covering the bodies of Anton and Albina with sheets. The carpet was stained a deep crimson where Albina had fallen. Isabel had retrieved the bullet from Anton's weapon, embedded in the wall behind them. "Perhaps it was harsh," Jack replied, "but he needed to hear the truth. I learned a difficult lesson yesterday, and he's learned one today. His third, if you count what happened with Aminat and Koikov. Wellesley isn't going to stop. If anything, he'll come at us harder now that we've disrupted his plans. We're not calling anything off, that's certain, and it wasn't your call to make." "I know." Dom nodded in agreement. "Jack's correct, Medjid, has to fully grasp what he's committed to. Do you honestly believe he doesn't understand the stakes? You've known him the longest. What's your take? Seth considered this. If it wasn't clear before, it is now. Spellman voiced his agreement, but Isabel seemed less convinced. I wonder if he's truly considered what failure would mean for his family. What becomes of his wife and Amanat if this collapses? He's thought of nothing else, Seth assured her. They're being relocated out of the capital in 2 days. The interior minister in Azerbaijan has offered them sanctuary. That's a relief. Vassim approached the table and handed Spellman a clean cloth. You'll need stitches for that cut. I can take you to the minister's physician later. Appreciate it. You told the truth about Anton? This wasn't a setup. Jack shook his head. It wasn't, and we never wanted it to end this way. Did Pechkin say anything before he died? Anything that might explain why Anton betrayed us? Could he have been coerced? It's possible, Isabel answered softly. We may never know the full story. We are truly sorry, Vassim. We know you were close. Yes, for many years, but he was the traitor, not the minister. You mentioned Pechkin had a partner still at large, Raymond Wellesley. I hope you find him, and I hope you make him pay. We intend to. Makhachkala. The following afternoon, Gavin's call came through. He had spent over 14 hours meticulously analyzing the data cloned from Wellesley's computer. John and Jerry are also on the line. Are you in a secure location, Jack? Jerry asked. I'm with Isabel. That's acceptable. You must be cautious with this information, Clark stated, his tone grave. Gavin has uncovered something significant. It could alter everything and not for the better. Now you've got me concerned. What did you find? Gavin's voice was focused. I've still got a lot of the drive to process, but our immediate worry is that text document you discovered, the one with the number sequences. Do you have it handy? Jack pulled up the screenshot on his phone. The first line read, HEPO 538 GZT 703971 million 4759623 millinetons. I'm looking at it now. Don't blame yourself for missing it. I did too at first. The characters before the first decimal might be a site code, but the numbers that follow are UTM coordinates, Gavin explained, referring to the Universal Transverse Mercator System. Jack was familiar with UTM. It was more precise than traditional latitude and longitude, and a customized version was used by the U.S. military. I see it now, Jack said. The formatting is unusual. The designation 38GZT indicated the specific UTM grid zone 1 of 60, that segment the globe. The remaining digits provided the precise easting and northing coordinates within that zone, a numeric signature pointing to a single exact spot on the map. Have you managed to plot those locations yet? Only the initial 6, Gavin answered. They're all addresses in Makhachkala, a flat on Penza Street, a residence over on Ion, and what looks like a storage facility near the docks. The digital maps for that city are either years out of date or so crammed with Cyrillic script. It's slowing us down. We're aware, Isabel said. We've moved to physical maps. They're the only reliable ones left. Do any of those street names ring a bell for you, Jack? Jerry inquired. No. And frankly, I'm hoping they don't. What's that supposed to mean? Clark asked. Think about it, Jack replied. A core part of Seth's strategy relies on social media, which needs the internet. The first move Volodin and Nabiev will make is to cut off every service provider in the nation. Seth's counter is a network of satellite internet hubs scattered through the city. I don't have their locations, but if these coordinates are pointing to them, then we're in serious trouble. A catastrophe in the making, Jack thought to himself. If that's true, why wouldn't they just raid those addresses and dismantle the hubs? Gavin questioned. Because it's not sufficient for the coup to simply fail, Clark explained. The world needs to see it collapse under its own weight, without Volodin appearing to crush it directly. That tracks? "What did you uncover about the document's firm name?" Jack asked, glancing at his phone. "Kibany Borisoglepsk." "Both are Russian locations," Gavin confirmed. "Kibany is a mountain range on the Kola Peninsula. Borisoglepsk is a town in the Voronezh region, and it's also an airbase that hosts Su-25 Frogfoot and Su-24 Fencer aircraft. Those are ground attack planes and bombers," Clark noted. "Volodin deployed both types in Ukraine and Crimea." "What in the world is happening here?" Jerry exclaimed. "Those two spots are thousands of miles from Makakala, roughly 1,700 and 800 miles away, respectively," Gavin supplied. "And Russia has air bases much closer to Dagestan than Borisoglepsk," Jack pressed. "Do any of the coordinates correspond to that airbase or the Kibany area?" "Not yet, but I've still got 20 more to process." Clark leaned forward. "Wellesley might be sending Jack and the team on a pointless chase. What option do they have but to investigate every single coordinate and then monitor them until the coup attempt concludes?" "It wouldn't be an issue if we had a small army and a full week to organize," Jack said. "We have neither, John. If your suspicion is correct, then we have to consider everything Jack retrieved from Wellesley's apartment as potentially compromised," Gavin stated. "Even worse, if it's all a diversion, it means Wellesley knew you were coming, Jack." "Don't even suggest that," Jack shot back, a flash of frustration breaking through his usual calm. "I've had enough of this guy's mind games to last forever. If Wellesley is manipulating us, then we might be back at square one. Someone else on our side has flipped." "Who knew you were heading to Shirpoy?" Clark asked. "Practically everyone except Medjid and his inner circle." "Could the late Anton have possibly known?" Jerry wondered. "Am I absolutely certain?" "No, but I'm close to it. Look, we could debate this in circles until we're blue in the face. It doesn't change our situation," John said it. "We have to follow these leads. Gavin, how long until you have them all mapped? About 8 hours? Plus or minus? Jerry, how long has it been since you had lunch with Mary Pat Foley? Jack, buy her a slice of cheesecake and ask if she can retask a satellite or two for us." "Is that all?" "Right now, my best resource is Google Earth, which is fine for finding a cafe, but useless for what we need. Besides, Spellman is reluctant to call Langley and sound the alarm, not when we're this close to the start line. He's already put his neck on the line for Seth, and he's risking getting it cut off." "What does that mean?" "Spellman's superiors don't know Seth is operating from his father's old playbook, and they certainly don't know where he originally got it. I may have neglected to mention that last detail." "Which is what, exactly?" Jerry demanded, his tone sharpening. "Wellesley is the one who fed Seth the manual," Jack admitted. "The man is a master manipulator. He did his research, found a wound he could pour salt into, and did exactly that." A low, grim murmur escaped Clark. "Oh, hell!" Jerry Hendley remained silent for what felt like an eternity. "Jack, if you ever overlook a detail like that again, I'll have you reassigned to a desk job before you can blink. Are we clear?" "Crystal, boss." "Clark believes Wellesley's influence over Seth is gone," Jack stated. "I'm standing by that assessment. You might live to regret that call, maybe. But the fact remains, if Langley catches a whiff of this operation, the entire plan collapses." "Honestly, that doesn't sound like the worst outcome," Jerry replied, his voice heavy. "I'm not certain I want any part of this. You have 1 minute to change my mind. Their strategy is sound, full stop. You're the one who always says to trust the boots on the ground. Our boots are on the ground, and we believe it's feasible. Whether it ultimately works is another story." "You're not selling me, Jack." "Then consider this. Wellesley is almost certainly operating out here against his own government's directives. If we shut this down, aren't we essentially doing the same thing with American policy?" "He's right," Clark added quietly. "Damn it, he is," Jerry muttered, the frustration evident. Jack pressed on. "Like it or not, we're already in this up to our necks." Jerry let out a short, humorless laugh. You know, Jack, I might still sideline you on principle alone, but not today. I'll reach out to Mary Pat. What do you need from me? Priority 1 is satellite surveillance over Borisoglepsk Air Base. We need confirmation on whether those Frogfoot and Fencer aircraft are still parked there. If the coordinates from Wellesley's computer weren't just locations in Makashkala, but were specifically the sites of Seth's satellite internet hubs, then those locations might already be painted as targets for an airstrike. A few minutes later, Seth's voice crackled over the line. "Run those addresses by me again, Jack Penza Street?" Jack consulted his notes and read them aloud. Spellman confirmed. "Yes, those are all hub locations." "Damn it!" Seth shot up from the conference table, his chair slamming into the wall behind him. He began pacing the room, one hand raking through his hair. Jack watched him closely, looking for any sign of composure breaking. The situation had just escalated from serious to catastrophic. Seth stopped, took a deliberate, deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He gave a tight nod and turned back. "All right, let's keep our heads. We don't know anything for certain yet. We wait for Gavin to finish mapping all the coordinates, then we cross-reference them with our list. We're down to 72 hours, Seth," Spellman interjected. "If. I know we're on the clock, so we're not playing what if. Jack, what else was on that computer? Gavin's still digging. Tell him to dig faster. What about the airbase? When do we get eyes on it to see if those planes have been relocated, and if so, where?" "Take a breath, Seth. You're making my head spin." "Right, sorry," he said, managing a strained smile. "Anyone got a spare tranquilizer?" Dom didn't miss a beat. "No pills, but I'd be happy to tase you." "I was joking, Dom. I'm not," Jack stepped in. "Seth, we'll get the intel on Borisoglepsk when it comes. It's out of our control for now." "Fine. We should also consider another visit to Wellesley's place. We might have missed something. In the meantime, we hit the streets. We visit every hub, talk to our contacts, and see if there's been any suspicious activity. If there has, we pull everyone out and relocate. By nightfall, all but one site had been checked. None of the hub managers reported anything unusual. Seth's relief was palpable, but a cold dread was settling in Jack's gut. The full weight of Gavin's discovery was hitting him. Whether surgical or scorched earth airstrikes on those hubs wouldn't just cripple Seth's plan. It would mean they had profoundly misjudged Volodine's determination. It would signal that the man was willing to let the world watch as he labeled unarmed protesters in Makakala as terrorists and executed anyone linked to the insurrection against the nearest wall. Dom arrived at the apartment 30 minutes after the others. "I covered every inch of those docks," he announced. "Either my coordinates are off, or that thing is resting on the harbor floor." The previous locations were precise, Spellman pointed out. "It doesn't seem like Wellesley's style to mess up like that. Gavin's running the numbers again. We'll have his confirmation soon. Speaking of which, where's Rebaz?" "He's spending the night at the official residence with Marta and Aminat. They leave for Baku in the morning." "Good for him," Isabel remarked. "And what about our friend with the impressive anatomy? Where did she wander off to?" Spellman chuckled, and Dom and Jack joined in. "That's a bit harsh, don't you think?" "You're right, my mistake. Misinflated chest. Is that an improvement?" "Definitely." Seth, rolling his eyes, answered, "Nikki has? Let me guess. She dots her eyes with little hearts. Smiley faces. Actually, she's got her own place over in Derbent, and for the record, she's aiming to be an actress or a pop sensation." Isabel finished. "Of course, imagine that. Rabaz truly loves his wife, Isabel. They have a solid marriage. Things just operate differently here. I'm from Iran. I understand different. I'm not judging him, honestly. It's just that he comes across as such an extraordinary person. Seeing something so ordinary in his personal life is a bit of a letdown." "Hold on. Let me grab a dictionary for that vocabulary." "Hush," she shot back. "Nobody's flawless." He'll still be the best leader this region has seen in a century. But fine, if it bothers you that much, I'll have a word with him about Nikki. Maybe he can persuade her to retire the smiley faces. Very amusing. Seth reached over and gently squeezed her forearm. I've missed you, Isabel. Easy there, pal, Jack said with a smirk. Keep your hands to yourself. Sorry. Isabel smiled. It's good to hear you laugh, Seth. It feels good. So does this mean we're back on track? Isabel thought for a moment, her lips pressed together. Not quite yet, but maybe someday. In the meantime, I should probably remove that scorpion from your bedsheets. Funny. Seth paused, looking down at his hands. Listen, everyone, this isn't easy for me to say, but I'm sorry, truly sorry for everything. I never should have. It's all right, Seth, Jack said. He believed Seth's apology was genuine, but he worried that until this operation was over, his friend might still slip back into that ruthless win-at-any-cost mentality that had consumed him for years. No, it's not all right, Seth insisted, not even close. I shouldn't have used you both to draw out Wellesley. I nearly got you killed both at Pardis and at that farmhouse. The truth is, I feel like I've lost my compass. I've done things this past year I never imagined I could. Once this is over, I need to do some serious soul-searching. He gave a dry laugh. Heck, maybe you all could even stage an intervention for me, one of those, hey, Seth, you've been a real jerk gatherings? Both Isabel and Jack laughed. You've got a deal, Jack replied. Makachkala? Jack woke to the soft sound of rain tapping against the bedroom window. He rose and peered through the curtain. It was still dark outside, the streetlights casting shimmering reflections in the rain-soaked puddles. He began to get dressed. Where are you going? Isabel mumbled, still half asleep. To get some coffee. Brilliant idea. He walked into the main room. Seth and Spellman were already at the conference table, a carafe of coffee between them. Newspapers were scattered across the surface, and one of the wall-mounted televisions was tuned to a morning news program, The Sound Off. President Nabiev's image was displayed in a box beside the anchor's head. Spellman glanced up, gave a brief wave, and returned to his paper. Morning, Jack, Seth said. Jack poured himself a cup. What's happening? Matt and I decided to push the story out a day early. What story? It appears President Nabiev has been auctioning off city contracts to the highest bidder and using the kickback money to purchase land near Sulak. Is any of that accurate? Every single word, Spellman confirmed. And it's only going to get worse as the day unfolds, Seth added. It turned out Nabiev hadn't paid a dime for the land. He'd used Dagestan's version of eminent domain to force the owners out. The bribe money was tucked away in a Liechtenstein account, and the real kicker, he was planning to sell the very same land back to the government for 3 times its market value. So this is your spark, Jack said. This is what gets people into the streets. Essentially, Seth replied, Majid will step forward, voice the public's anger and frustration, vow a complete investigation, and tell them they deserve better from their leaders. Then the message will pivot to freedom, national pride, the right to have a voice, you know the drill. By this time tomorrow, the story won't be about some useless swamp in Sulak. It'll be about the future of Dagestan itself. Seth laid it all out with such casual detachment that Jack found himself questioning his friend's sincerity. Was this a genuine belief, or just clever propaganda? Red meat for a crowd he'd helped prepare. Jack hoped it was the former. But if it wasn't, what then? The whole ends justify the means philosophy had never sat right with him. Yet he was painfully aware the real world wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. When the stakes are sky high, do any methods become acceptable? Who even gets to draw that line? Is morality something you can adjust on a sliding scale? These kinds of questions made Jack profoundly grateful he had zero political aspirations. Then again, his father hadn't either, and look where that got him. Jack's phone buzzed with a text from Gavin, have in Ivo. He poured Isabel a fresh cup of coffee, and she joined them at the table. Jack called Gavin and put him on speaker. "We're all here. Same on our end." Jerry's voice came through. "The BBC is already running stories about President Nabiev." "Is that your handiwork, Seth?" "He did it to himself, really," Spellman answered. "The story was bound to leak eventually. We just helped the timeline along a little." "His time is up," Jack cut in. "What do you have for us, Gavin?" "We're still waiting on the satellite imagery," Clark said. "Our contact is on it, but getting the bird retasked is a bit more of a headache these days." "Who's this contact?" Spellman asked, then immediately waved his hand. "Never mind. I don't want to know. As for the UTM coordinates," Gavin announced, "I've got them all plotted. All but 5 are inside the city. I'm sending a Dropbox link to everyone right now." Seth and Spellman huddled around Spellman's laptop, cross-referencing the coordinates with their known hub sites. "Jack," Gavin continued, "I think the Chirpoy apartment, Wellesley's place, just went dark. I planted a keylogger on the main rig after you left. About an hour ago, there was a surge of activity, a burst of emails, their landline forwarder dumping a backlog of calls like someone sent a digital bug-out signal. Or a go signal, Isabel suggested. "That fits better," Clark agreed. "Anyway, right after that, all 6 of their computers hit the apartment's broadband for maybe 40 seconds. And then, poof, everything went offline. I managed to grab some of the residual outbound traffic before the curtain fell. I'll see what I can dig out of it." "Wellesley's packed up and moved," Clark concluded. "He knows the Nabiev story means we've started our play. The real question is, where did he go?" said Jerry. "And what's his first counterpunch going to be?" Jack thought silently. "They're all here," Seth said, his voice tight. "Every single one of our hubs pinpointed to the square meter." "How in the world did they get this? How many are there?" Jack asked. 26. Jack opened Isabel's MacBook and clicked Gavin's Dropbox link. A detailed, full-color overhead map of Makachkala filled the screen. Dotted with red pins labeled with UTM coordinates, Isabel and Dom looked over his shoulder as he zoomed and panned across the digital landscape. "There are 32 locations total, but only 26 are hubs," Isabel observed, her brow furrowed. "What are these other 6? Do you have any assets there?" "No," Spellman said flatly. "Did you ever operate from any of those spots?" Seth shook his head. 4 of them are out in the Tarkitau foothills, west of the city. The 5th spot is the one you missed at the harbor, Dom. Yeah, I noticed. It's right where I checked initially. What's the 6th one? It's somewhere downtown, a building I don't know. Then these 6 are either errors or deliberate distractions, Isabel stated. She studied the screen intently before asking, "Jack, can you pull up the coordinates list beside the map?" On it. He displayed the list in a split-screen view with the map. She moved her finger across the screen, aligning each location with its corresponding numbers. "This is odd. Take a look." She rotated the laptop for the group. The 6 extra locations have coordinate discrepancies. She pointed out the lines in question. HEPO 538 GZT. 703971 Miri Miti 475962 and 3 Miri and Gaxi 438 GZT 73971 Miri 475962 and 3 Miri and GFO 938 GZT 703971 Miri 475962 and 3 Miri and OL8 38 GZT 703971 Miri 475962 and 3 Miri and VIMA 138 GZT 703971 Miri 8 475962 and 3 Miriam. "Am not following," said Seth. "What's different? Look at HEPO 5. See the double decimal points after the prefix? The first 4 entries have that same notation. The next one, BIMA 1, your harbor location DOM uses a single decimal, and HEVU 9 has double commas instead. Just input mistakes, typos." Seth dismissed. "It doesn't signify anything." "I'm not so sure." "Think what you want, it still doesn't solve the main puzzle. How on earth did Wellesley discover the hubs? Who else has full knowledge of them? Jack asked. Everyone. Just us in this room. Matt and I were meticulous about compartmentalization. Sure, each hub operator knows their own assignment, but they aren't aware of the others. Certainly not how many exist or where they're located. Do you run system checks on them? Roughly once a week, Spellman answered, but it's just a quick blind burst transmission that lasts 2 seconds tops. Dom asked, "How have you been managing all the records?" "Nothing is networked. If that's your concern, it's all physical handoffs between me and Seth using encrypted flash drives. I always keep mine secured." "Same here," Seth affirmed. "When we visit the hubs, we never use a fixed schedule or the same route, and we're extremely careful about surveillance. Our operational security is tight." "Then I don't have an answer for you," Jack replied. "The reality is, right now, how Wellesley found out is less important than what he intends to do with that information. We need information on those aircraft." Spellman insisted. The team divided their tasks. Spellman and Dom headed downtown to locate the unidentified building, while Jack and Isabel took one of Medjid's Suburbans toward the Tarki Tau foothills. By the time they reached the outskirts of Makachkala, rain was pouring down in relentless sheets, hammering the windshield as the wipers fought a losing battle. Turning off the paved road onto a gravel path, Jack engaged the four-wheel drive. The route narrowed and began to climb through a series of sharp switchbacks, ascending the northern face of the escarpment, eventually leveling out onto a maintenance road that traced a ridge northward, offering a commanding view of the city. Trees lining the road thrashed in the wind, their branches clawing at the Suburban's roof like skeletal fingers. Through gaps in the foliage, Jack caught fleeting glimpses of the city's streetlights glowing weakly in the dismal gloom. Far in the distance, the Caspian Sea was swallowed by a thick bank of fog. "These aren't hills, they're proper mountains," Isabel remarked, her voice tinged with a sudden, unexpected sarcasm. "Honestly, what genius picks a remote ridge in a downpour for a secret meeting? How far does this road even go?" "We started at the southern tip, so roughly 6 miles ahead." "Which location is first? Hepo 5. They had concluded the alphanumeric prefixes in the UTM data were essentially random placeholders. The building Dom and Spellman were investigating was Hevu 9. It should be about half a mile up on our right. They crept forward at little more than a walking pace as the gravel beneath the tires grew increasingly saturated. Just ahead, on the right side. Jack brought the vehicle to a halt. Isabel lowered her window, letting in a rush of damp, cold air. The steady drumming of rain filled the car. Just off the shoulder of the road, a stark rectangle of bare earth stretched out, roughly the size of a tractor trailer devoid of any trees. Its far edge offered a sweeping, misty view of the city below. "Those tree stumps look recent," Isabel observed. "Wait here." Jack tugged up his poncho hood, stepped out into the downpour, and moved into the clearing. The churned mud was scarred with deep bulldozer tracks, now partially filled with rainwater. He made a slow circuit of the perimeter, searching for any clue to the site's purpose, but found nothing but mud and severed roots. Returning to their vehicle, he shrugged. "Well, it's just an empty lot. It's something more than that," Isabel countered. "We just need to figure out what it is." They pressed on to check the other locations, Gaxi 4, Gefo 9, and Jole 8, discovering each one was a carbon copy of the first. Freshly cleared patches of land, all positioned along the ridge with commanding views of Makashkala. They were spaced at almost perfect 1-mile intervals along the crest. "I'm officially done trying to remember these ridiculous code names," Jack declared. "My head's too cluttered already." "What if we just call them the Ridge sites?" Isabel suggested. "Sounds perfect to me." Jack's phone buzzed. He answered on speaker. "Dom, what have you got?" "Not much. We checked Hevu 9. We're not using those names anymore." Isabel interjected. "Thank goodness anyway. It's a 2-story brick place on Lena Road. Looks like an old schoolhouse." There's a realtor's sign out front. The doors are chained, and the windows are covered with plywood. Should we go in and take a look?" "Hold off," Jack said. "Check out the realtor first. We're heading back to the docks to give them another look. We'll meet you at the apartment later." Feeling a growing sense of irritation, Jack and Isabel spent the next hour cruising slowly up and down the service road, half expecting to see someone suspicious lurking near the ridge clearings. They saw no one. Giving up, they drove back down into Makachkala. Despite the persistent rain, the city felt oddly energized. Streets and sidewalks were crowded with cars and people. Cafes and eateries were full to bursting. Jack noticed a subtle but palpable tension in the air, visible in the quick, animated gestures and the way people huddled close in conversation. Isabel glanced at him. "Do you sense it?" "Absolutely." Seth and Spellman's story about President Nebiyev's corruption was clearly starting to take root. Back at the Tortoredo apartment, they found Minister Medjid on the sofa, speaking in low tones with Yana, an assistant he had promoted following Albina's tragic death. The minister looked up and gave them a sharp, brief nod. "He's switched into battle mode," Jack murmured to Isabel. "Can't say I blame him." Medjid waved them over. "I wanted to thank you for your words yesterday, Jack. You were correct. I was not paying attention. That has changed."
"Good," Isabel asked.
"Marta and Aminat. They are safe in Baku. No matter what unfolds here in the next few days, they will be protected. I only pray they will have a home to return to." A faint, weary smile touched his lips. "Aminat asked me to give you a message." "What is it?" Direct quote. "You had better be taking your antibiotics, mister." Jack couldn't help but grin. "Tell her I am. No infections, I promise." Dom and Spellman arrived shortly after, and the group gathered around the table to share their findings. "Where's Seth?" Jack asked. "Out driving, getting a feel for the city's mood," Spellman replied. "Medjid's publicity campaign launches later today. We go live in 48 hours. "What did you find up in the hills?" Jack described the series of cleared sites. "How recent was the work?" Dom asked. "I'd say no more than a few weeks old." "Those are very precise distances between sites," Spellman noted, rubbing his chin. "That's not random. I'll see if I can find any permits or planned construction projects for that area. As for the Lena Road building, we contacted the realtor. She claims it's already been leased. She just forgot to update the sign. The new tenant, whose name she wouldn't give, is supposed to take possession this week." "We know who it is," Isabel said flatly. "Wellesley, Matt, call Gavin with the details. Breaking into a realtor's database might be a nice, quiet change for him. What about the docks?" "The docks are officially driving me crazy," Dom grumbled. "That's the update. Their UTM signal was coming from right in the middle of the water, roughly 100 feet from the shore." Jack chuckled, shaking his head. Maybe these guys brought a mini-submarine, he mused. His friend was still locked in a digital duel with Baima 1. "Go on, give him hell." Isabel looked between them. "So what's the plan now?" "We wait," Jack replied. Until they could actually lay eyes on the Borisoglepsk, they were stuck in a frustrating holding pattern. The day stretched on. Back in Makachkala, Minister Medjid was executing their media strategy flawlessly, hopping from one radio studio to the next television channel. He was a constant presence, never off the air for more than 20 minutes, his voice and image reaching a citizenry that was growing more attentive by the hour. The interviewers, maintaining the cooperative tone set after the Almec story fell apart, tossed him gentle questions. Medjid, with Seth's guidance from their frequent phone check-ins, skillfully transformed each one into a concise, powerful speech. He hammered home the core messages: dignity, self-determination, trust, and national pride, and with each appearance the rhetoric grew subtly sharper, more urgent. His final television spot that evening was a masterclass. "My fellow Dagestanis," he began, his expression grave yet earnest, "like all of you, I am deeply troubled by the reports concerning President Nabiev. We must, of course, allow the investigation to proceed. But the silence from the presidential office is both disappointing and alarming. Now, more than ever, we must remember we are one people, whether Avar or Sakur, Muslim or Orthodox, wealthy or struggling, we are all Dagestani's heirs to a proud and ancient heritage. My feelings today are mixed. I am heartened by the hope I see in your eyes as I walk our city's streets. Yet I'm also saddened, because I feel I could have done more to shield you from the corruption that stains our nation. You deserve better. Let me be clear. Your resolve has reignited my own. I share your dream for a better life, for your children, and for the generations that will follow. While the choice of path is yours alone, I believe the coming days will be remembered as a turning point, a moment of collective pride. Tonight, as you rest, ask yourselves what kind of future you want for Dagestan. Remember, when we stand united, anything is possible. Thank you. I am and always will be a proud Dagestani. Good night. Spellman clicked off the TV with the remote. A heavy silence settled over the room for a moment before Seth finally let out a low breath. If that doesn't get people into the streets, he murmured, then absolutely nothing will. Makachkala greeted the next morning with clear skies. The rain had finally moved out, pushing west over the Tarki Tau range and leaving behind sunshine and fluffy clouds. The improved weather felt like a gift, removing one more barrier for potential supporters. There's always a segment of the population, Seth knew, that considers rain a perfectly valid reason to stay home, no matter how passionate the cause. Medjid was out the door at dawn, diving back into the city. He moved through the waking streets, shaking hands with commuters waiting for buses, chatting with shop owners rolling up their security gates, listening to concerns and offering reassurances. His team had selected locations for impromptu press conferences, and at each one the crowds were larger and more reluctant to leave than the last. Soon, key intersections were clogged, and entire streets became impassable. Traffic police from the Interior Ministry had no choice but to start rerouting vehicles. Then the signs began to appear, hand-painted banners draped on government building facades. Just as Seth had anticipated, the initial messages were simple echoes of Medzid's themes: hope, pride, unity. The gathering outside the Parliament building swelled, and the signs there grew more direct. Slogans like "Choose Freedom," "Stand Together," and "The Future is Ours" bobbed above the crowd, a public answer to the minister's nightly question. Seth's people were on the ground, cameras rolling, capturing every second. Clips were already hitting social media, tagged with phrases like Dagestan's call for change and a peaceful plea for progress. Brief, hopeful interviews with young protesters were circulating widely. Local news outlets, from papers to radio stations, began slotting these pieces into their broadcasts, replacing regular advertisements. By midday, international correspondents from networks like the BBC were touching down at Makachkala's airport. They were swiftly processed by border officials and provided with guides and transportation. Medjid, moving through a growing crowd, gave impromptu press conferences surrounded by a forest of microphones. People pressed in, hoping for a moment of contact, a handshake or an encouraging pat on the shoulder. The energy was becoming palpable. From their spot on the sofa, Jack, Dom, and Isabel observed as Seth and Spellman moved restlessly through the conference space, voices low in their headsets. A team of Interior Ministry personnel was packed around the table, working phones and passing notes. All 3 wall-mounted televisions were on. Seth suddenly pulled off his headset. "It's live, Channel 15. Quiet, everyone?" A staffer unmuted the center screen. A blonde anchor with a severe look was mid-sentence. Reports continue to suggest President Nabiev has departed the capital following the serious allegations related to the Sulak property transaction. A source indicates a previously scheduled visit to a new processing plant in Buynaksk. is underway. Attempts by our producers to reach the president's office for clarification have so far been unsuccessful. We now go live to the parliament where assembly numbers are swelling. Okay, that's enough, Seth said, and the sound cut off. He approached the couch. Thoughts like clockwork? You catch how they're avoiding his title? Just Nabiev around here. That's a deliberate snub, like calling him that guy. Subtle, Jack remarked. And in the wake of the allegations was a nice, ominous touch. Wasn't us, Seth replied. Channel 15's never been a fan. They're running with it. Isabel asked, Is the factory trip real? Mostly he toured it yesterday. The part about his press secretary is creatively framed. The truth will leak that the visit was a last-minute addition. He's probably racing back right now, and you can bet a crowd and a bank of cameras will be waiting at the city line. With a little luck, his motorcade might even startle a pigeon. He held up a hand. A joke, mostly. I mean, an accident wouldn't hurt us, but we're not in the business of throwing people under limousines. How charitable of you, Isabel said, her tone dry. I'm a giver, Seth shrugged. What's next? Dom leaned forward. What's the next play? Nabiev will go on air to deny everything, but he'll be shouting into a hurricane. Medjid's visibility is skyrocketing by the hour. Nabiev won't close the gap, and the questions thrown at him will be merciless. We'll keep feeding pieces of the Sulak story throughout the day. Then we light the fuse tonight. What fuse? The fact that some Sulak residents were forcibly removed. One, an older gentleman, suffered a heart attack during the eviction. And yes, it's verified. We have two of them, an elderly farmer and his wife, scheduled to speak right before Medzid's final address. Tonight we're hitting every mark. Tomorrow we pour on the fuel. Oh, and have your bags packed by 7. We're relocating to the main command post. Seth started back toward his team, then paused. Any word from Gavin? Not yet. Jack, Seth said, his tone turning grave. We need to know by dawn if Volodin is scrambling bombers. We'll have 100,000 souls in the streets by 9 a.m. I won't lead them into a massacre. As Seth walked away, Jack called Gavin. The answer came quickly. Still nothing. Mary Pat's keyhole satellite is due for a retasking, but it'll likely be another 8 hours before it's positioned over Borisoglepsk. What's the status on the old schoolhouse downtown? I accessed the realtor's system without any issues. The building is currently leased by an entity named Pacific Alliance Group. Something feels off about it, but I haven't pinned down what yet. By the way, Jerry and John want to speak with you. I'm transferring the call now. After a brief pause, Jerry Hendley's voice came through. Jack, both CNN and MSNBC are covering the Dagestan situation, the protests, and the Nabiev scandal. They're leading with it every hour, and the news ticker is running non-stop. They probably have reporters en route to your location as well. It seems Seth actually knows what he's doing. It's perfect fodder for the media, Jack responded. You've got scandal, corruption, and a glimmer of hope, all mixed with street-level tension that could boil over at any moment. Is that a real possibility? Jerry asked. Anything's possible. But Medzid is managing a delicate balance. The streets are packed, but there haven't been any reports of violence. It helps that Medzid's police are keeping their distance. We haven't heard anything from Volodin on this end. Has he made a statement yet? Not yet, Clark replied, but it's probably coming soon. His tone will tell us everything. Dom added, whether he's going with the internal collapse narrative or the crush them underfoot approach. Exactly. What we don't know is whether the Russian garrison troops stationed near the border will turn toward Makhachkala. If that happens, Medzid faces a hard choice: order the crowds to disperse or gamble that the garrison won't move in swinging batons. Does Seth have any early warning systems in place? I assume so, Jack said. I'll verify. He's more concerned about the frogfoots and fencers. We're running tight on satellite coverage as it is. It's on the way, Jerry assured him. Jack ended the call, stood up, paced briefly, then sat back down, spinning his phone in his hand. Let's get moving. Where to? Isabel asked, back to Sheerpoy Road. I want to find out why Wellesley's network went offline. Dom chimed in. I'll gladly skip lunch if that jerk is waiting for us when we walk in. With Isabel driving, they left the Torturedo's garage and passed by the Ministry of the Interior building a few blocks away. The street was unusually calm, except for a few dozen people walking along the sidewalk, some chanting Medjid, Medjid, and others holding signs with his official MOI portrait. They're campaigning for him, Dom observed from the back seat. Nice signage, Isabel remarked with a smile. Surprisingly polished for everyday folks in Makachkala, Seth is certainly covering all his bases. She executed a U-turn and headed north toward Wellesley's apartment. 4 times in the mile between the MOI building and Sheerpoy Road, police redirected them around intersections crowded with protesters. Through the Suburban's partly open windows, Jack could hear amplified voices cutting through the noise. Isabel turned onto the road they had used for surveillance and pulled over. She lowered her window so Jack could scan the complex with binoculars. Everything looks quiet. I don't see Zoya's car. After their previous intrusion, they had decided to risk keeping the woman's key card and permit. If she had reported them missing, they would find out soon enough. Any sign of that unsettling vodka guy? Isabel asked. None. He's probably glued to his peephole, longing for your return, Dom teased. Cut it out. You shattered the man's heart, Isabel. Jack interjected. Enough, you two? Let's head in and see what we find. Nothing occurred. Isabel drove through the gate, flashed the permit at the guard, a different man, not the vodka enthusiast, and parked in Zoya's spot. They waited until he retreated into the apartment building, then hurried to the stairwell and climbed to the 2nd floor. Jack knelt by the door and pulled out Gavin's DevPulse lockbuster. Dom drew his Ruger and gave a sharp nod. Jack released the lock and moved aside, letting Dom slip through the doorway first. Clear, Dom whispered. Jack and Isabel followed him inside. The apartment was empty, stripped of everything except a tangle of cables hanging over a bare table. Jack, look at this, Isabel said, gesturing toward a yellow sticky note on the tabletop. Jack picked it up. Better luck next time, Jack. I must say, I rather enjoyed your little performance as Dobromir. Such a pity to hear his beloved is no longer with us. Your handiwork, I presume? Son of a bitch, Jack muttered. He handed the note to Dom and Isabel. She shook her head. Seth was right. The man's arrogance is unbelievable. And he's a ghost, Dom added. Jack's mind raced. Where was Raymond Wellesley now? The SIS operative wouldn't have simply gone home. He'd have established a new command post somewhere in the city, ready for the coup. He would have seen through Medjid's media campaign and the Nabiev Sulak scandal, recognizing them as Seth's opening salvos. But had Wellesley abandoned this apartment because he knew they'd breached it, or was the move part of his original plan? The mocking note hinted at the former, but with Wellesley, nothing was certain. What does this mean for us? Isabel asked. What about the coordinates? Are they just a decoy? They can't be, Dom insisted. The Internet hub coordinates checked out. Those clearings you spotted on the ridge are real, and that suspicious schoolhouse is definitely something. Jack nodded. Right. The ridge sites are at least 3 weeks old, which means they were set up before Wellesley even knew I was in the picture. The man's clever, but he's not psychic. It has to be the schoolhouse, Dom said. Where better to hide a nerve center than right in downtown Makakala, in the thick of everything? Agreed. So when would Wellesley make his move, and what would it look like? Makakala. Late that afternoon, as Medzid was finishing his interviews and his team prepared to relocate to the command center ahead of Seth's planned farmer couple revelation, Jerry Hendley called. We have the keyhole imagery back. All Frogfoot and Fencer aircraft are accounted for at Borisoglepsk. Thank God, Seth breathed. Don't celebrate just yet, Jerry replied. John explained it to them. All right, listen up, Clark's voice came through. This gets technical, so stay with me. Kibini and Borisoglepsk are locations in Russia, yes. But they're also the names associated with an electronic warfare system. Jack leaned back and dragged a hand through his hair. Damn it! EW, Isabel asked. Electronic warfare, Clark clarified. It uses directed energy to disrupt equipment, communications, radar, TV signals, basically anything operating on the electromagnetic spectrum. Depending on the weapon's power, you can jam it or fry it completely. Like satellite internet, Spellman cut in, and cell towers. Exactly. Those are relatively easy targets. Your internet hubs are tougher. That's why Wellesley has them all mapped. They're lined up for EW strikes. This is impossible, Seth snapped. It can't be done. Ahmadinejad tried something similar back in '09 and failed. Yeah, well, he didn't have what Volodin has. Remember the USS Donald Cook? No, said Dom. It's an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, state-of-the-art warship with the latest Aegis system, Tomahawks, rim surface-to-air missiles. In the spring of 2014, it entered the Black Sea to keep Volodin distracted from Ukraine and Crimea. 2 days later, a Russian Su-24 Fencer buzzed the Cook. They never saw it coming, the ship's Aegis radar, fire control, communications, and data networks all went dead. The vessel was blind, deaf, and defenseless. The Fencer made 12 more passes, and the Cook couldn't do a thing. Clark added that Fencer was equipped with an EW pod called Kibini. A single plane did all that? Isabel asked, incredulous. Yes, in a matter of seconds. Kibini is one component of a larger system named Borisoglepsk-2, which also includes a module called Jitel. The word is, this system is built to target and disable satellites and GPS networks. Seth responded, so a single aircraft flies over Makhachkala and our entire hub network collapses? Is that really possible? Jack tried to calm him. Take it easy, Seth. Take it easy. How about you? Seth caught himself, exhaling sharply. Sorry, Jack. Clark stepped in. To answer your question, no, one plane won't be enough. The Fencer took out the Cook because it was a single, isolated target. What you have here is a distributed web, much harder to neutralize all at once. Isabel pressed. Explain what that means. Gavin offered. We're speculating, but Wellesley likely doesn't understand the full sophistication of your hubs. He probably assumes that after the first pass, you'll start relocating them, cycling power, maybe shifting frequencies. Systems like the Kibini and Jitel can't hit what they can't detect. Jack picked up the thread, which means unless Volodin sends a dozen planes on continuous sorties, the real threat won't come from the air. It'll be ground-based, mobile units on trucks. Exactly, Spellman added. Those sites along the ridge from that elevation, they'd have a clean line of sight across the whole city. Clark nodded. Partly true. You've got 26 hubs spread out. From what we understand about Borisoglepsk systems, they're better at destruction than detection. They usually work alongside dedicated tracking platforms. Jack asked, how big are we talking? For the hunter units, large, our best guess is they deploy something called a krasuka, roughly the size of an articulated semi-truck. Bulky, armored with a foldable parabolic dish mounted on the rear. Spellman noted. That sounds about the same size as the clearings you found. Jack, you said the sites are spaced about a mile apart? Roughly, yes. Gavin did the math. Makhachkala covers around 180 square miles, so that spacing would fit. Seth cut in, frustration edging his voice. Fantastic! Let's just find these bastards and take them out. Tell us how, Clark replied. Disabling them isn't the hard part. The challenge is locating them and then getting close. Remember, these are $8 million vehicles packed with Russia's most advanced tech. They don't travel without serious security. Think a light platoon per vehicle, about a dozen heavily armed soldiers each, maybe 50 men total. Spellman shook his head. We don't have the firepower for a direct fight. Jerry turned to Jack. When were you last on the ridge? Yesterday. There's no way Wellesley would risk moving Caucasus through the city, not with crowded streets and security cameras everywhere. If they're not already on the ridge, they're staged somewhere nearby. Spellman agreed. Wellesley wouldn't wait until the last minute to bring them into the country. They're probably tucked away within quick driving distance. Either way, we need to reach them before they fortify their positions. Isabel voiced a concern. But isn't that putting all our focus in one place, John? You mentioned these Caucasus need separate tracking platforms. What would one of those look like? Smaller, more mobile, and they'd only need one. My guess is a covert SPN-9. It's a modified radar jammer built on a BTR armored personnel carrier frame. You could hide it in a standard garage. Gavin added. Keep in mind, though, it would need to be stationed away from the Caucasus. Better triangulation data means tighter, more powerful directed energy. With 26 hubs to eliminate, they'll want precision, not guesswork, Dom murmured. Bima 1, Jerry looked puzzled. Say again, Jack explained. That's one of the UTM prefix codes from Wellesley's computer. Dom double-checked. The location is in the harbor. John, could they place a covert on a ship? Easily. It wouldn't even need to be visible. As darkness settled, the team divided once more. Jack and Wisabel returning to the ridge, Spellman and Dom heading for the harbor, Seth, Medjid, and the rest of the team from the apartment squeezed into a Suburban for the quick trip to the Ministry of the Interior. The streets were so packed with traffic that Jack and Isabel found their journey to the city's edge took double the usual time. Once they began ascending the winding ridge road, Jack switched off his headlights at the top, relying on the dim yellow fog lamps to navigate the rough gravel path. They parked in the first open area and stepped out, sweeping their flashlight beams across the dirt. Tire marks here, Jack called out. Isabel added. And footprints over this way. They traced the prints to where the clearing met the trees, finding the tracks ended at a trunk scarred with fresh, deep cuts. Climbing gear did that, Jack noted. Tilting their lights upward, they spotted a metal hook embedded in the bark. What is that thing? Isabel whispered. A mounting point. We should search for more. After a thorough sweep, they regrouped. I counted 8, Isabel said. Jack shook his head. I saw 6, my guess. They're prepping to hang camouflage netting. The next 3 sites revealed identical signs of recent activity. Tire ruts, boot prints, and hooks screwed into trees along the edges. As Jack executed a 3-point turn in the final clearing to head back, Isabel suddenly said, Wait! Pull over! He stopped, and they both got out, pushing through the undergrowth to a thick tree. Beside it stood a steel pole anchored in a wide concrete base. On the ground lay a heavy coil of chain, its links as large as Jack's clenched fist. This is new, Isabel stated. Jack crossed the road and found a matching post. Someone was constructing a roadblock. We should take the chain, Isabel suggested. That's at least 500 pounds, Isabel. We need to go now. On the descent, Isabel pointed through the windshield. Did you catch that? Jack pulled to the shoulder. Below them, the lights of Makachkala were winking out in deliberate spreading blocks, moving from south to north. Jack's phone vibrated. It was Spellman. Jack, what's your position? On the Ridge Road, we see it. The city's going dark. The port area, too. Try to get down here. As he spoke, the lights began reigniting in sequence, flooding back across the urban grid until everything was restored. Meet us at the docks. We might have a lead on our way, Jack replied, ending the call. Isabel looked at him, bewildered. What was that? A warning shot, he said flatly. An hour later, they rolled into the harbor parking lot. Spellman waved them over from the sidewalk near the piers. Well, that confirms Nabiev knows how to throw the master switch. Spellman remarked, a hint of grim amusement in his tone. If he thinks that'll scare anyone off, he's in for a rude awakening. Did you two catch that radio interview with the farmers from Sulak? No, Isabel answered. They were brilliant. You could practically picture Nabiev's thugs forcing them out with nothing but the shirts on their backs. I doubt it went down exactly like that, but the story will stick. For families who've lived on the same land for generations, the idea of being ripped from your ancestral home cuts deep. Nabiev's lost touch with that reality. Then someone needs to refresh his memory, Isabel replied. Well put. Come on. Dom's waiting. Spellman guided them along the curving waterfront walkway to the docks, then up a flight of stairs to the harbormaster's office, closed and dimly lit by a single wall lamp over a plexiglass-covered board. Dom was leaning nearby. Enjoy the light show? He asked. Isabel nodded. Could it have just been a grid failure? No, that was intentional, Spellman said. We anticipated this. Tomorrow he'll likely kill the power again, this time for good, and then cut the city's internet. We'll let him enjoy his little victory for a bit before we flip our own hubs on. What do you have, Dom? Jack asked. A smug grin spread across his friend's face. Dom rapped his knuckles against the plexiglass window. That's the Igarka. She's a 70-foot front-loading hauler registered out of Astrakhan. Scheduled to dock tomorrow morning at Pier 4, mooring 12. Care to guess where that is? Right above the Baima 1 facility, Isabel replied. Exactly. Matter of fact, she's already in the harbor, just sitting at anchor. He gestured out into the dark water. Jack could make out the ship's masthead light blinking steadily in the distance. They drove back toward the city center. The streets had grown quieter, though they were still dotted with the hardcore protesters bedding down for the night in tents and collapsible chairs. Jack spotted the occasional glow of a charcoal grill or the cool blue light of an LED lantern. For these people, he thought, this was still an exciting escapade. If Medjid had been brutally honest in his speech, if he'd told them that some might not survive what was coming, would their enthusiasm hold so firm? Concepts like freedom and self-rule were powerful, noble aims, but right now they were just ideas in people's heads. Aside from enduring a little rain, these protesters hadn't yet tasted the real suffering that so often accompanies a fight for independence. Even if this coup managed to stay bloodless and Medjid turned out to be the leader they dreamed of, tearing away from the Russian Federation would guarantee years of struggle, instability, and an economy as delicate as tissue paper. Stalin was universally despised, yet for decades after his death, thousands of Russians secretly wished for his return simply because he made the trains punctual. How many Dagestanis might someday find themselves looking back with a twisted nostalgia for the brutal efficiency of Valery Volodin? Following Seth's earlier directions, Jack stopped the Suburban at the wrought iron gate behind the Ministry of the Interior building and gave their names to the guard. Once through, with Spellman and Dom following in their own vehicle, they found parking spots near a rear entrance where Seth was waiting. Any progress? A little, Jack said. Seth guided them down a tiled hallway to an elevator, which carried them up to the top floor. When the doors slid open, Jack was met with a cacophony of overlapping conversations and ringing telephones. They trailed Seth toward a set of imposing oak doors adorned with the MOI's yellow eagle crest. A stern oil painting of Medjid watched them from the wall above. Beyond the doors lay an expansive office space with deep burgundy carpet and dark wood paneling covered in historical paintings, most, Jack assumed, depicting pivotal battles or the founding of old settlements. Wall sconces provided a soft, ambient light. The center of the room was arranged into 4 separate lounge areas with couches, leather club chairs, and coffee tables. The whole place felt to Jack like the lobby of an upscale hotel. Medjid burst from a side office, striding quickly while scanning a file, with Yana and Vasim hurrying behind him. As he passed the group, he glanced up briefly. Everyone all right? Good. Make yourselves comfortable. Seth will get you situated. Then he vanished into another office, the door snapping shut. Yana, get the ERF watch officer on the line now. Isabel leaned close to Jack and whispered, "He's all business tonight." "The main event is getting close," Jack murmured back. Seth gave them a quick stationary briefing, pointing out various doors and labeling their purposes: communications room, sleeping quarters, kitchen, conference rooms 1 and 2. "Give me 5 minutes and I'll meet you all in conference room 2. The phone lines in here are secure, so feel free to use them." Seth exited through the main doors, the sound of his footsteps fading down the corridor. "Feels a bit like a bunker in here," Dom observed, turning to Spellman. "Matt, you and Seth holding out on us? Do you know something we don't?" Spellman shook his head. "Just a standard precaution, in case we've miscalculated Volodine's next move. If we've misread Volodine, a fancy gate and some thick doors aren't going to save us." "It won't come to that," Spellman said firmly. Jack interrupted. "I need to check in with home." They walked down the hall and located the conference room. Jack picked up the secure phone and dialed the campus. Jerry, John, and Gavin were all present, as had become the norm whenever he called these days. Jack updated them on the situation. "The Igarka, out of Astrakhan," Gavin echoed, committing it to memory. "Understood. Checking her registry should be straightforward." "Unless we're dealing with a specialized micro-Chemzarmax," Clark interjected. "Any standard cargo ship could easily handle a Gvant system. The fact she's a ramp loader is telling. Using a crane to hoist a 15-ton armored vehicle is a tricky proposition. Another point to consider, just because the Igarka is assigned a pier doesn't guarantee she'll actually dock." Dom looked puzzled. "Explain." "In many ports, you pay for a mooring to secure an anchorage spot. Some vessels use one, some use both, depending on their purpose." "How far out was she?" "Maybe a quarter mile, no more," Jack replied. "That's close enough. If there's a Gvant on board, it can conduct surveillance right from the anchorage." "Honestly, if I were there and a couple decades younger, I'd consider a nighttime swim to get a closer look. As it is, you all might have to handle that yourselves." Jerry shifted the topic. "Jack, did you check with Seth about the outlying military posts?" "I did. He doesn't have any assets in position there. He's working on it, but his resources are stretched thin. Medjid's are too." Spellman nodded. "It's a risk we had to accept, Jerry." "We understand the calculation," Jerry countered. "But if Volodin decides to actively intervene, those garrisons will be the first to mobilize. You'd get maybe 10 hours warning before 12,000 soldiers are at your door. Troops who've spent the last 2 years fighting insurgents in Chechnya and Georgia," John Clark added gravely. "We know the numbers and the risks. If it comes to a confrontation, Medjid will stand down before allowing violence." "That's his decision," Jerry said. "Just make absolutely certain you have an exit strategy. 4 Americans and an Iranian in Medjid's inner circle. Volodin would probably reopen a certain infamous prison camp just for you, then forget where he put the key." A persistent buzzing against his cheek pulled Jack from sleep. He groaned, forced his eyes open, and groped around until his fingers closed on his vibrating phone. The screen glowed with Isabel's name. He glanced at the empty space beside him. "Where are you?" he answered, his voice thick. "In conference room 2. Rouse the others and get in here?" A few minutes later, Jack, Seth, Dom, and Spellman filed into the room, still rubbing sleep from their eyes. Isabel pointed to a fresh carafe on the table. "Kofi's hot. Are we going to be up long enough to need it?" Jack asked, squinting at the wall clock reading 11:20 p.m. A sudden, sharp memory of a missed birthday back home flashed through his mind, a bittersweet reminder of the life this mission had interrupted. "That depends," Isabel replied, "on whether you want to locate Wellesley's Krasuka systems." That snapped everyone to attention. They took seats as Spellman poured the coffee. "I couldn't sleep." Isabel explained, so I did some more digging through Petchkin's phone records. He was diligent about clearing his history, but he missed one call. About an hour before he arrived in Caucasus, he contacted a local Makachkala number. "I just called it and got an answering machine." She paused, a satisfied smile playing on her lips, clearly enjoying the suspense. "Oh, for crying out loud," Dom pleaded. "Don't leave us hanging." The number is registered to a branch office of Hamra Engineering. Seth leaned forward. "Where, Agachol? Where on earth is that?" Dom asked. Spellman answered. "Roughly 3 miles from here on the far side of the Tarki Tau Ridge. You have got to be kidding me." Isabel shook her head. According to Hamra's primary website, it's listed as the Agachol Logistics Center. "Sounds like a fancy title for a storage warehouse complex," Seth clarified. Jack looked at him. "You weren't aware of this place?" "No, my focus was entirely on the main railway lines." "Well, Petchkin clearly knew about it," Spellman stated. "Isabel, what about the route from Agachol to here? Is there a road that leads up to the ridge?" "Yes. It runs right up the northern slope, connects to the maintenance road, and passes by those clearings." A grin spread across Jack's face. "Isabel, I could kiss you." "You absolutely will," she replied without missing a beat. "Later? What's our next move with this?" Seth asked. "Well, assuming I haven't been let go from my previous position, I should still have access to get us inside," Seth replied. Agashul. As evening settled, heavy dark clouds gathered above the city. By the time Jack and the team left the Interior Ministry parking lot, a steady rain had begun. Following Isabel's guidance, Jack drove south along the coastal route before merging onto the Yargog M29 highway. The road curved out of the urban sprawl and into a slender valley nestled against the sheltered side of the Tarki Tau foothills. After crossing 2 bridges over rushing rivers, they arrived in Agachol. The village was mostly dark, with only a handful of lit windows visible from the main road. "This feels like a strange spot for a logistics hub," Isabel observed. Seth mentioned the Parsabad Artesian project was operating on a tight budget for a time. Land was definitely cheaper outside Makachkala. In the rearview mirror, the headlights of Seth's Suburban flashed. Jack pulled onto the shoulder and lowered his window as Seth pulled up alongside. "I'll lead from here," Seth called out. "The warehouse is on the left at the town's northern edge. Let's switch to the comms." Seth drove ahead and Jack followed. Minutes later, they passed the facility. It was unmistakable. 2 massive hangar-like buildings with rolling garage doors connected by a smaller tin-roofed walkway. Like the surrounding village, the complex was completely dark. "Is this place even operational?" Jack asked Isabel. "The parking lot is empty." The website didn't specify. "It certainly doesn't look active," she answered. Seth's voice came over the headset. "We're going in, Jack. Drive past me, then pull over ahead and wait. Copy that." Seth slowed the Suburban, killed the headlights, and turned off the road toward the gate. Leaning out, he punched a code into the keypad. The gate began to slide open. "Still on the payroll, it seems," Seth remarked. "Hold position. We'll do a quick loop of the lot and see if anyone notices." Jack and Isabel watched as the Suburban vanished around the corner of the southern warehouse. When it reappeared on the other side, Seth reported, "All clear, Jack." "No movement. The gate code is 77426. Jack executed a U-turn, entered the code at the gate, and drove to where Seth was now parked in front of a glass-doored alcove at the breezeway entrance. Jack and Isabel got out and joined the others at the back of Seth's vehicle. Dom distributed the Ruger pistols, then the ARX rifles. Jack gave Isabel a rapid tutorial on the assault rifle's functions. He sincerely hoped none of them would need to use the weapons. If the Krasukas were here, their security details were likely nearby. 50 against 5 were impossible odds. "What's the plan, Seth?" Dom asked. "Jack's call," Seth replied. "All I know is the entry code." Jack mentally weighed the options and opted for simplicity. He walked to the front door and waited while Seth input his code on the keypad. A soft buzz signaled the lock disengaging. With Jack and Dom taking point, The group moved into a broad concrete corridor. The only light came from the doors behind them and a softly humming soda machine beside a potted fake palm tree. 4 office doors lined the walls, 2 on each side. Midway down, 2 hallways branched off, one leading to the south warehouse, the other to the north. Jack gestured left. Dom led them down the hallway to a steel door. He tested the knob and gave a thumbs up. Pushing the door open, a crack revealed only darkness. Jack nodded, and Dom slipped through, followed by the others with Jack taking the rear. There, arranged in a staggered line across the center of the vast hangar, sat 4 Krasukas, each painted in a deep forest green camouflage pattern. Clark hadn't been exaggerating. These were absolute beasts. Their design leaving no doubt they were sophisticated military hardware. A faint metallic scent hung in the cool air, a silent testament to their dormant power. The sides of the vehicles were studded with boxy pods Jack took for electronic warfare components. Tucked against the roof was a wide parabolic dish for directing energy. At the rear of each machine, a ramp was folded up like a drawbridge. Each Krasuka was draped in a heavy green canvas tarp, secured with ratchet straps. From a distance, they might pass as ordinary semi-trucks, though a closer look would give them away. Spellman nodded. "Good work, Isabel. You spotted the needle in the haystack." "Thanks," Jack signaled the team with a twirling finger. They spread out, swept the warehouse interior, and regrouped. "Clear," Dom whispered. Jack studied the Krasukas. Part of him had doubted they would actually be here. Now that they were staring at them, the next step was unclear. Destroying or even disabling the vehicles seemed impossible. Their armored shells, reinforced tires, and battle-ready systems left no obvious weakness. Jack felt a surge of frustration. "So, what's the plan?" Seth asked. "Slash the tires, dump sugar in the tanks, call President Volodin, and tattle that his toys are out past curfew." Dom let out a low chuckle. "You're on a roll, Seth." Jack approached the nearest Krasuka, stepped onto the running board, and tried the door. It was unlocked. He leaned inside, then jumped back down. "No keys. Something this fancy, you'd think it'd have push-button start," Seth muttered. "Seriously, Jack, what's going through your head?" From the corridor came the sound of boots on concrete. A man's voice hummed tunelessly. "Take cover," Jack whispered. They pressed against the wall beside the door hinge. Jack drew his Ruger. The footsteps halted. There was a jingle of coins, then the thump of a soda can dropping from a vending machine. A door slammed shut a moment later. "One access road," Isabel whispered. "That's the only route up to the ridge." "She's right," Spellman said. "Block that, and we block them." Jack knew only something drastic like blowing a crater in the asphalt would truly seal it. But every minute they could stall the Krasukas was another minute Seth's satellite hubs could broadcast. "Let's move," Jack said. He led them back through the main hall and out to the Suburbans. Half a mile down the highway, he pulled over. He and Isabel walked to the other vehicle. "Seth, when does everything go live?" Seth checked his watch. 6 hours. Our first email and text blast hits at 8 a.m. The initial protest groups should be gathering by 9. If Seth's projections held, Makatkala's streets would swell from crowded to overflowing, especially around government buildings and President Nabiyev's residence. Nabiyev would order internet blackouts. In response, Seth would power up the satellite hubs. Wellesley wouldn't be caught off guard. He and Petchkin had spent over a year refining their counter-coup strategy. These Krasukas would need to be on the ridge and operational before sunrise. "Dom, you're with me. Grab all the gear, Seth. You, Matt, and Isabel head back to the city. Persuade Medjid to send us some of his emergency response force troops. Use threats, bribes, whatever it takes." Isabel's voice was tight. "Jack, I thought we agreed never to have this discussion again." "This isn't a discussion, Isabel." "Then why are you doing this?" He had half hoped she would simply accept the order. He wasn't sure how to answer. Why was he doing this? It wasn't that he doubted her capability or that she hadn't earned her spot on this makeshift team. She absolutely had. The obvious unspoken reason sat heavy in his gut. He didn't want her hurt. The thought left him cold. He didn't want Dom, Matt, or Seth hurt either, but this felt different and he couldn't pretend otherwise. He understood the reason, of course, but he refused to dwell on it. Not now, he couldn't afford to. Matt, pull her along if you need to. On it. Jack, wait, don't. Jack turned and strode back to the Suburban. We're running out of daylight, Jack, Dom said, but we're close. While Agachol was roughly the same distance from the ridge road as Makachkala, the back route up the steep slope had taken well over an hour to navigate. The roads were sharper, the switchbacks more frequent, and the weather was rapidly turning worse. A single day of sunshine after the last downpour had done nothing to firm up the gravel tracks, which now ran with miniature streams of rainwater. It forced the Suburban to a crawl at times, though Jack suspected the heavy-duty tires and roaring diesel engines of the Caucasus would chew through the incline without much trouble. They came around the final curve before the maintenance road entrance. His headlights glinted off something dull and metallic. He slammed the brakes, the vehicle skidding to a halt. A heavy barrier chain was raised, its thick links sagging between two steel posts, completely blocking their path. They climbed out. The wind was fiercer up here, whipping the rain against their ponchos with such force it felt like being pelted with gravel. A cold dampness crept up Jack's legs. He fought back a shudder. Jack, take a look at this. Dom swept his flashlight beam over the nearest post, padlocked, and it's a monster. We'd need serious firepower to crack it. They stepped over the chain and moved into the first clearing. Jack aimed his light upward. 30 feet above, a camouflage net hung slack between the trees. They don't miss a trick, Dom muttered. Jack's phone buzzed. He hunched under his hood, bending low to shield it from the wind. Go ahead, Seth. What's the situation? We're back at the safe house. Isabel is furious. She'll cool off. She's inventing new curses, I swear. Forget that. Tell me about the RF. We could use backup up here. Medjid said no. He's apologetic, but he can't spare a single officer. Damn it, Seth. Jack, it's worse. Volodine has ordered the border garrisons to move. They'll be here by nightfall. So there it was, the answer they'd been dreading. Volodine had no intention of letting Dagestan slip away. The emergency response force would be hopelessly outmatched. Jack knew. 12,000 seasoned Russian troops against a few hundred of Medjid's police. With luck, they might buy enough time for Seth and Medjid to evacuate civilians from the streets. What about the city's own garrison, still holed up in their barracks? The commander won't answer Medjid's calls. Best case, they stay neutral. Worst case, we get an extra 4,000 soldiers marching through Makachkala. If that happens, document everything. Activate the broadcast hubs. Already in motion, Jack. We sent the email blast about 30 minutes ago. Another wave of protesters should be joining the crowd at the Parliament building soon. Whether we can actually show the world depends on you and Dom. I won't power up the transmission hubs until I know those Caucasus won't fry them. We'll handle it. If you can spare Matt, send him down to the docks. See if he can do anything about the Agarka. Consider it done. Seth, I need you to get Isabel out of the country. Plane, boat, car, whatever it takes. She won't leave. Make her. I'll try, Jack. Try harder. Jack ended the call. He looked over and saw Dom leaning against the open passenger door, binoculars pressed to his eyes. Dom, they're coming up the slope, Jack. All 4 vehicles, we have 30 minutes tops. So we either turn back, try to round up some ERF guys, which isn't happening, or we dig in and fight, Dom said, his tone shifting from grim resolve to something almost sarcastic. What's it gonna be? A heroic last stand or a dignified retreat? There's no ERF coming. Jack replied, filling him in on Seth's report. Everything's falling apart down in the city. I say we stay. Fine by me, partner. Let's give them a proper welcome. What's our next move? We're going to have to say goodbye to the Suburban." Jack laid out his idea, moving quickly. He smashed the vehicle's dome light and turned it around to face downhill. Dom located a hefty rock and wedged it against a rear tire. They unloaded their weapons and ammo, stashing everything in the trees beyond the chain barrier before taking stock. 4 ARX rifles, 2 Ruger pistols, and 220 rounds. "We need the full metal jackets," Jack stated. Dom inspected a Ruger magazine. "These are hollow points." He then checked an ARX mag. "Got it. Steel core rounds." "Wait a second," Jack said. He paced along the road, sweeping his flashlight beam across the wet ground. The rain intensified, lashing the trees and sending leaves skittering around his boots. He bent down, selected a flat, slate-like stone, and brought it back. "Try this." Dom shouldered the ARX and fired. A bright spark shot from the rock surface. "That'll do," Dom confirmed. They then focused on the Suburban. Using the combination jack and crowbar, they gutted the interior, shredding the seat covers, carpet, and headliner. They piled all the torn fabric into the front seat. "Looks like a cougar had a really bad day in here," Dom remarked. "Good. Where are they?" Dom snatched the binoculars from the dash and peered down the winding road. About halfway, the switchbacks are slowing them, maybe 15 minutes out. Jack checked his watch, 3:45 a.m. They had roughly an hour until sunrise. That was good. The darkness could be their ally. He reached into the driver's seat, tore free a large section of the seat cover, and stuffed it into the cargo area along with strips of headliner. He placed the flat rock at the base of the pile. "What are the chances this actually works?" Dom asked. "Depends on your definition of works," Jack replied with a tight smile. "It'll burn, no question. Whether it buys us anything is the real gamble. We need to rig the steering wheel." "I'm on it. You keep an eye on our company." Jack took the binoculars and tracked the approaching vehicles until he spotted the narrow headlights of the lead Krasuka. The 3 following trucks were strung out at roughly 50-foot intervals, a spacing that might just help their cause. 10 minutes, Jack called out. After Jack straightened the Suburban's wheels to aim directly down the road, Dom used a length of wiring ripped from under the dash to lash the steering wheel in place. "Let's scout the ground," Jack said. They vaulted the chain and split up, each pushing through the dense underbrush for several minutes before reconvening. "I found some decent trees on my side, but not a lot of space to move," Dom reported. "Same here. If we can stop them and force them out of their trucks, they'll have to advance right up the middle with zero cover." "And if we don't stop them," Dom countered, "they'll roll right over us." We haven't discussed the GTFO option. He was referring to the get-the-fuck-out contingency. Then we run like hell. "You know the old saying about being chased by a bear, right?" "Not really." Dom's grin was visible in the gloom. "You don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than the guy running next to you." "Go to hell, Dom." "Love you too, brother." A low, growing rumble of diesel engines echoed up the mountain. "Time for the fuel," Jack said. He drove the crowbar into the gas tank, piercing it. Gasoline gushed out, splashing onto the ground and mingling with the rainwater streaming downhill. The sharp, oily stench filled the air. Dom began handing him soaked interior fabric, and Jack packed it into the back seat. "Headlights coming around the bend," Dom said, his movements becoming more urgent as he fed more material. Jack fought the instinct to look up. The growl of the diesel engine swelled, closing in. The earth shuddered under Jack's boots. They worked feverishly, dousing every scrap of fabric they could find until it was soaked and reeking of fuel. With a final shove, Jack crammed a piece of torn upholstery into the gas tank's opening. Down the slope, the lead armored vehicle was closing fast, its heavy treaded tires spitting mud and gravel, its high beams carved through the mist, creeping steadily toward the front bumper of their abandoned Suburban. Jack yanked the driver's door open, fired up the engine, and knocked the gear shift into neutral. The SUV rocked forward over the chocks, then settled back. He sprinted to the rear where Dom was waiting. Dom passed him 2 compact rifles and a handgun in a quick-draw holster, which Jack secured on his belt. He slung one rifle across his front and the other over a shoulder. "Going for the full desperado look, I see," Dom called out, a tight grin on his face. "What's your guess? 60 yards to impact." "Close enough," Dom shot back. Time to light the candle. Dom dropped to a knee, wrenched the blocking stone free, and the Suburban began its slow, gravity-fed journey. They both turned, vaulted the safety chain, and scrambled to take cover on opposite sides of the narrow mountain road. The vehicle had barely traveled the length of a pickup truck when its front tires hit a washout. The nose lurched dangerously toward the cliff edge, tires scrabbling at the soft shoulder before catching again and swinging back to center. It began to accelerate. "Now, Jack! Do it now!" Dom's voice cut through the tension. Jack shouldered his weapon, the scope's view a chaotic bounce of green light and shadow. He settled the glowing reticle on the piled, fuel-soaked rags in the cargo hold and squeezed. The shot went wide. He fired again. "Another miss. Focus, you idiot," he cursed inwardly. "You're shooting high. Drop it an inch," Dom yelled. 100 feet down, the lead Caucasus screeched to a sudden halt. Jack heard the grind of gears shifting into reverse. A chorus of angry horns blared from the convoy behind it. Jack adjusted his grip, flicked the selector to a 3-round burst, steadied his breathing, and fired. A spark flashed inside the SUV's darkened interior. With a deep, hungry whump, the makeshift incendiary erupted into a fireball, instantly swallowing the rear seats and licking at the ceiling. Flames roared from the partially open windows, growing into a swirling vortex of heat and light as the rolling Suburban sucked in fresh oxygen. The lead vehicle was still reversing in a panic. Behind it, the second truck swerved hard toward the opposite shoulder in a desperate evasion attempt. As they slid past each other in a clumsy dance, the left side wheels of the swerving Caucasus dropped over the edge. The vehicle groaned in protest, tilting onto 2 wheels before beginning a slow, catastrophic roll onto its side. Now a comet on wheels, the fully engulfed Suburban slammed into the front grille of the reversing lead vehicle. The armored push bar crumpled the Suburban's hood like foil. A torrent of fire geysered from the SUV's windows, washing over the Caucasus' windshield, cascading over its roof and down its armored flanks. The second truck, now on its side, teetered for a heart-stopping second before its momentum took over. It began a tumbling, grinding descent down the steep incline, a cacophony of revving engine and shattering glass, its headlights carving wild spirals in the dark. Jack heard sharp, guttural shouts, crisp commands in Russian. There was no fear in those voices. Only cold efficiency figures emerged, scrambling up past the burning wreckage of the first vehicle, weaving through the flames and firing their weapons from the waist. 1, 2, 4, then 8 men charged past the inferno and up the hill toward their position. "Well, so much for stunning them into submission," Dom shouted from behind a thick pine across the road, his tone now edged with a grim, almost sarcastic acceptance of their worsening odds. Jack lined up his sights on the point man and fired. The soldier crumpled. Dom opened up with controlled bursts, dropping 2 more. The remaining attackers instantly fanned out, hitting the dirt and returning fire with terrifying precision. Jack heard the sharp crack of a round passing close to his ear. Then another, bullets thudded into the tree trunk sheltering him and kicked up dirt at his feet. 4 more soldiers joined the fray, and the team began advancing with professional alternating bounds, 2 providing covering fire. While the other 2 rushed forward, they were a mere 30 yards away and getting closer by the second. A cold clarity washed over Jack. These weren't just soldiers. They were a precise, disciplined machine, and they were hunting to kill. It took them under a minute to shake off the shock of the ambush and launch their counterattack. Jack knew from the start that he and Dom stood no real chance of winning this fight. Their only goal was to buy another few minutes before the soldiers closed in for hand-to-hand combat, assuming they lived that long. From farther down the road, the high-revving growl of a diesel engine cut through the chaos. Headlights flared, and a third Krasuka vehicle bulled its way through the fire, grinding against the first one and shoving it aside as it climbed the slope. More troops poured around its flank, weapons blazing. Dom yelled, "Jack, we gotta go now! Right behind you! Let's make 'em duck first!" In unison, they leaned out from behind the trees, braced their rifles against the trunks, and unleashed a blistering full-auto barrage. The advancing soldiers scattered for cover. Without another word, Jack and Dom spun and sprinted into the darkness. 12 minutes later, Jack veered left off the trail, stumbled over a rise, and lost his footing in the slick mud. He slid downhill, grabbing at branches until he jerked to a sudden stop. Dom, close behind, tried to jump over him but came up short, landing hard on his back and cracking his head against Jack's chest. Gasping, Dom rolled over and began crawling. Jack followed until his palms scraped against pavement. Then he stopped. Heart hammering, ears ringing with the rush of his own blood. Where were they? He made out white lines on the asphalt, a parking lot, completely empty. Near the entrance stood a green and white sign bearing a pine tree emblem. Some kind of nature preserve or hiking area, Jack figured. Dom wheezed. "You see them?" "What? Say again? Are they still on us?" Jack pushed up to his knees and scanned their surroundings, trying to orient himself. He looked back the way they'd come. Dawn was creeping in. The wind had settled, but the sky remained heavy with gray clouds. Through the drizzle, he could just make out the ridge road winding up the distant slope. No headlights in sight. Somewhere up there, the two Krasukas they hadn't managed to stop were likely powering up. "No, we're clear," Jack said. "Not entirely sure where we are, though." "We're off that cursed ridge. Good enough for me. How many did we get? Men or machines?" "The Krasukas. 2, the one that went over the edge and the lead vehicle. That first one might still run, but there's no way they're dragging it up that hill now." 50%. "Not too shabby," Dom replied. "You hit, everything hurts. How far did we just run? At least 2 miles. I've never moved that fast in my life." Jack stood up, his legs feeling like jelly. He helped Dom to his feet, then patted his pockets until he found his phone. Battery, 15%. He tried Isabel, no answer. Then Seth and Spellman, same result. He dialed the main switchboard for the Ministry of the Interior and got a busy signal. Cell towers were clearly down, either locally disabled or fried by the Krasuka's emissions. Finally, he got through to the campus and briefed John and Jerry on the situation. Jerry said, "We can't confirm cell status, but the entire internet in Dagestan went dark about an hour ago. Nothing's getting in or out. Nabiev and Volodin must have shut down the ISPs. Probably the power grid, too. Seth won't risk bringing his hubs online with those Krasukas still active." "Well, you sure as hell can't go back up that ridge, Jack. You need to track down the Agarka," Clark advised. Jack ended the call. He turned to Dom. "We have to find a way back. We need to know what's happening out there. Whatever it is, it's not good," Dom said, gesturing eastward. The skyline of Makachkala was shrouded in thick, churning black smoke. They followed a narrow canyon road into a rural neighborhood, then turned west and began weaving their way toward the city proper. Before long, the acrid stench of burning rubber filled the air. Tires, Jack guessed, and a lot of them, Jack's mind turned to Seth's demonstrators, questioning whether their peaceful stance had shifted toward violence. The outer district seemed ordinary, perhaps unusually hushed, with no sign of protesters. Yet as they moved toward the city's core, the crowds grew. First scattered groups, then dozens gathered on corners, and finally hundreds filling the crossroads. The chanting and songs from yesterday were absent, replaced by a mood Jack couldn't quite define. A sense of defeat, anxiety, eyes followed their progress. He felt stares burning into his back. "Jack," Dom murmured. "Our weapons." They concealed their rifles under their ponchos and pressed on. Eventually, they reached Ahmet Road, a main artery running north to south. Traffic was dense, vehicles nearly touching bumpers, but the usual chorus of horns was eerily absent. Black smoke hung in the sky toward the northern part of the city. "Every car is heading south," Dom observed. Jack wasn't certain whether to take that as encouragement or alarm. Seth's strategy had focused the protests in Makhachkala's northern sector, where government buildings were concentrated. This southbound flow suggested the plan was unfolding, and also that regular citizens wanted distance from the turmoil. "They've heard the border troops are coming," Dom added. "Most likely." People loved the idea of liberty, but not the risk of being beaten or shot. Jack pulled out his phone and tried Isabel and the others again, getting no response. The Ministry of Interior lines were still jammed. "Where to?" Dom asked. Jack clung to the hope that the communications breakdown was just a glitch and that his team was still secure in Medjid's command center. "The docks," he said. "Maybe Matt made it there." "Maybe he's already sent the Igarka to the bottom," Dom replied. Jack shot him a look. "What, Jack?" "A guy can dream, can't he?" They continued on foot until reaching Gamedova, where they managed to flag down a taxi. The driver agreed to take them to the port for 3 times the usual fare. They accepted. Unsurprisingly, the docks were also gripped by an odd stillness. About 2/3 of the boats that had been moored here on Jack's last visit were gone. They headed for the harbormaster's shack. Matt Spellman was seated on the ground, his back to the wall, eyes shut. As they neared, he opened one eye and said, "Hey, fellas, been keeping busy?" Jack and Dom chuckled. "A bit of this, a bit of that," Dom answered. "We only nailed 2 of the Krasukas. Doesn't matter now." Spellman rose to his feet and they shook hands. "You look terrible, Matt," Dom said, nodding at Spellman's face. The CIA officer's left eye was nearly swollen shut, his lower lip split. "I walked into an ambush on the way. Phone got destroyed. I've been trying to reach the ministry," Jack said. "Yeah, when I left, Medjid was moving everyone to the basement. Things were getting pretty wild." Jack's heart sank. "Why the relocation?" "Isabel's fine, Jack. Don't panic. Rebaz is just being cautious. Overnight, we started getting reports of gangs moving through the government district, breaking heads, looting shops, torching cars, and filming all of it, I'm sure," Jack said. Volodin and Nabiev's initial plays had been cutting the internet and the power. Flooding the streets with agitators was Wellesley's signature. Until Seth's hub network was operational, the only images reaching the outside world wouldn't show a peaceful organic uprising, they'd show violence and bedlam. Why support a nation whose citizens seemed eager to tear each other apart? The world would watch, of course, and news channels would replay the footage until the next bloody spectacle came along, and then Dagestan would fade from memory. Medjid's dispatching his police to track them down, but he has to be careful, Spellman said. Footage of cops in riot gear swinging batons would hand Wellesley exactly the propaganda he wants, Jack replied. Seth should have activated the hubs sooner. Now he's scrambling to recover, Spellman explained. You didn't get the update? No, I suppose you were out of the loop. After your conversation with Seth, Medjid persuaded him to shift gears. He argued that if the global audience remained blind to their actual mission here, Volodin would steamroll them without a second thought. So Seth activated the initial network broadcast and powered up the relay stations. Within 5 minutes of them going live, the Krasuka systems began obliterating the signals. We lost half our capacity before we even understood the attack. We never imagined the countermeasures would be that swift. Medjid commanded Seth to shut everything down. Jack, picture it, 5,000 citizens with 5,000 smartphones gathered outside the Capitol building with no path to share their footage with the world. The whole movement is unraveling before it even truly began. We still have the remaining relays operational, Jack countered. Is the Igarka still stationary? Affirmative. While most other vessels fled toward the seawall, she held her position. She did swing on her anchor chain, however. Her stern is now facing the shoreline, contrary to the current, so the covert system has an unobstructed line of sight to the city. Jack realized. "Let's get a visual," Dom said. They trailed Spellman down to the docks. The fog grew so dense that Jack felt weightless, adrift in a gray void. They reached the pier's edge. Spellman passed him a set of binoculars. "She's crept closer since you last spotted her. Look roughly to the 2 o'clock position. If the haze clears even slightly, you might just catch her mast light." "I see it," Jack confirmed. "What's the estimated arrival time for the border reinforcements?" "The latest intel says 5 hours. If those internet relays weren't broadcasting by then, Volodin could flatten Makachkala, and not one piece of live evidence would challenge his narrative." Jack stated, "We need to locate a vessel we can commandeer." Surprisingly, they encountered little difficulty in finding an ideal boat, a stout, 28-foot utility craft with functioning radar and a sealed forward cabin that was not only unlocked, but had the keys waiting in the ignition. As Jack fired up the engines, Dom and Spellman released the mooring lines, leaped onto the aft deck, and entered the cabin. Jack admitted, "Just to be clear, my strategy is fairly thin at the moment, so speak up if you have a better idea." "Let's hear what you've got," Spellman said. "We pull alongside the Igarka, board her, neutralize anyone who aims a weapon at us, and then shove the covert unit into the sea." "Sounds acceptable to me." "Agreed," said Dom. "Now, how about activating that radar?" Using a rough bearing from where they'd last glimpsed the Igarka's mast light, Jack guided the boat away from the dock and aimed the bow into the harbor. Instantly, the fog swallowed the cabin, reducing the bow to a faint, ghostly outline ahead. "She should be dead ahead," Spellman said. Dom, hunched over the small radar screen on the console, reported, "I have a contact, but it's moving away. 200 yards off the starboard bow and gaining speed." "Any other traffic out here?" "Plenty behind us in the harbor basin. But out here, it's just us and this one. Why would she be moving?" Spellman wondered aloud. The answer struck Jack, Wellesley. The Krasuka teams would have reported the ambush. It's not a huge leap for him to deduce it was us, and to figure out our objective. Jack shoved the throttle forward, and the boat lunged ahead. Yet, gradually and steadily, the Igarka widened the gap until, after 10 minutes, she vanished from Dom's scope. My last bearing placed her at about 130 degrees, heading south along the coastline. Jack adjusted the wheel until the compass settled on 130. "She has to stop eventually," Spellman reasoned. "Any farther south and the covert will lose its triangulation capability for the Krasukas, unless they've already offloaded the device ashore and we missed it." "Not possible on my watch," Spellman insisted. "She never left her anchorage." They pressed on. "I have a contact again," Dom announced a short while later. "Dead ahead, maybe half a mile." "Still underway?" "Yeah, but Jack, she's swinging to starboard, making for the shoreline." "She's losing speed." Spellman started yanking open the overhead cabinets, then the drawers under the console. "Where are they?" He unfolded a nautical chart. "Dom, what's her position?" Dom pointed at the radar screen. Spellman held the chart beside it, turning it until a familiar coastal feature lined up. "She's aiming for the Ekel Inlet," he announced. Jack asked, "Where does that go? Into a reservoir 100 yards inland." "It's a leisure boating zone, Docs. Can we get a vehicle in there?" "Let me picture it." "Yeah, Nasrudinova Street runs north from there, straight toward the city center." "Dom, I'm blind out here. You'll have to talk me in on it." Dom pressed his face closer to the radar. "Hold your course. All right, begin a gentle turn to starboard. Keep coming around until your compass reads 223. Then hold her steady." Jack complied, his gaze flicking between the spinning compass card and the fogged windshield. The mist was starting to lift. Vague, angular forms became visible off the bow, gradually sharpening into the silhouettes of structures. As the compass settled on 223, Jack centered the wheel. "Lights ahead," he reported, "both port and starboard. Those are the channel markers for the inlet," Spellman confirmed. Jack pulled back on the throttle until their speed dropped to 8 knots. "Keep her just like that, Jack. This passage looks awfully skinny. Not more than 40 feet wide, I'd estimate," Spellman added. "A tight squeeze for a ship the Agarka's size," Dom called out. "She's right in front of us, about 100 yards and still slowing down." Gray, shadowy shapes slid past the windows as they entered the narrow inlet. "Almost clear," Dom murmured. "Agarka's speed is dropping further." "Give her room, Jack," Spellman warned. Jack reduced throttle again. 6 knots. "We're through the mouth," Dom said. "Agarka's 50 yards ahead." Jack idled the engines, letting their momentum carry them forward. Through the haze, a pair of headlights flashed twice, then repeated the signal. Somewhere unseen in the fog, the Agarka's diesels roared briefly before dying away, replaced by the gritty sound of steel grating on a sandy bottom. Jack turned to Dom. "Get Matt one of the rifles. Same rules as last time. Anyone holding a weapon is a target. No weapon. They better be flat on the deck. Clear." Both Dom and Spellman nodded. "I'm going to put us alongside fast, so brace yourselves. Once we're stopped, get on board and start securing the deck. Dom, you take the high ground. Matt and I will push forward along the main deck." Jack shoved the throttle forward, and the boat surged ahead. "Come right a little," Dom directed. "A bit more. Good. 50 feet. 40. Now ease left. Not that much. We should see her any." A massive black shape materialized directly in front of the windshield. "Davitt," Jack realized a moment before shouting, "Down!" Spellman and Dom dropped flat, Jack a heartbeat behind them. The Agarka's boat davit smashed through the cabin, exploding the windshield and shearing the roof open like a can opener. Dom shoved the cabin door open and scrambled out, with Spellman and Jack right behind him. Jack rose, looking to his right. The steel flank of the Agarka loomed a few feet above. Jack planted a foot on their own gunwale, leaped, caught the Agarka's rail, and hauled himself aboard. He brought his rifle to his shoulder, scanning the deck. Nothing stirred. Dom and Spellman climbed up and crouched beside him. "Dom, go!" Dom sprinted to a ladder fixed to the aft superstructure and began climbing, swallowed by the fog. "Ready?" Jack asked. "Ready." He and Spellman advanced toward the bow, Jack on the starboard side, Spellman to port. As Jack passed the first hatchway, it burst open, slamming him sideways into the safety rail. Jack whirled, his rifle coming up. A man stood in the doorway, empty-handed. "Get back inside," Jack yelled. He kicked the hatch shut with his boot and moved on. From above came the muffled pop-pop of Dom's rifle, followed by his shout, "You two on the deck." "Now, Jack, get to the bow. You're clear." Jack dashed past the superstructure's leading edge, racing across the forecastle until he reached the bow railing. Peering down, he spotted the bulky shape of a flatbed truck's cab. "Dom, you and Matt sweep below decks," he called over his shoulder. On it came the reply. Jack swung his legs over the rail, hung for a moment, and dropped onto the sand. With his ARCs raised, he charged toward the truck, just as it began reversing, tires churning up grit. Through the windshield, a single driver sat behind the wheel. Jack aimed, cut the engine. The driver paid no heed, backing steadily into the fog until the cab vanished. Jack sprinted forward, and as the cab reappeared through the mist, he fired a single round into the passenger side window. The truck jerked to a halt. "Engine off!" "Hands out the window now." The man obeyed. Jack ordered him down from the cab and onto his stomach. Dom arrived moments later. "Clear it," Jack instructed. Dom was back in under 10 seconds. No one else. They found Spellman waiting on the sand near the Agarka's bow. "3 crew total," he reported, terrified but unharmed. "I've got them locked in the chart room. Doubt they know anything about the covert." Jack nudged the truck driver forward. Add him to the group. We'll have some of Medjid's earth pick them up." As Spellman led the man away, Dom asked, "What's next?" Jack rubbed his forehead. "Anyone know how to sink a ship, Makakala?" With every block they traveled toward the Ministry of the Interior building, Jack's sense of dread deepened. The streets were unnervingly deserted. Shops and restaurants stood closed. Abandoned buses and cars littered the intersections. It felt to Jack like the entire government district had been turned into some vast post-apocalyptic film set. The rain clouds had started to fracture, allowing sporadic beams of sunlight to warm the still damp streets, which now shimmered with a faint, almost ghostly fog. Just another cinematic touch, Jack thought bitterly. Residents who hadn't fled to the southern neighborhoods were now hidden behind locked doors, curtains drawn tight save for a narrow gap to watch the empty streets. Volodin's order to move border garrison troops into Makhachkala hadn't been broadcast on radio or television. Those, along with the internet and power grid, had been shut down at dawn. The news had spread by whispers, just like the protesters' crushing realization that no one outside the city was watching, or even knew that Dagestanis were trying to take their first fragile steps toward independence. Jack parked the truck at the curb by the MOI's rear entrance, and they got out. A guard waved them through the gate, and they took the elevator up to Medjid's offices. Inside, Jack found Seth slumped in a club chair, head in his hands. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" Jack demanded. Seth looked up, dazed. "What? The Cavant is at the bottom of the Ekel Reservoir without it? Staying ahead of those two Krasukas should be straightforward." "It's too late, Jack. Medzid won't send people back into the streets with border troops rolling in. It's over." "It's not over. Get him in here." "Fine. I'll be right back." Jack started to ask, "Hey, where's Evil?" When he saw her step out of a nearby hallway, she stopped and stared at him, arms crossed, eyes glistening. Jack walked over. "I'm sorry." He pulled her into an embrace. "I just couldn't risk." "I know it's okay," she whispered. "Jack, you need to listen to me, all right?" Her voice was low and urgent. "Just keep hugging me." "Okay," he replied, holding her close. There was something about Anton's expression when you accused him of betraying Medjid. He looked genuinely stunned, devastated. This morning, I decided to check his phone. The only other number in the call history besides Pechkin's was saved under Mamochka. When Jack dialed it, a woman's voice answered with, "Vasim, where have you been?" The truth hit Jack like a physical blow. It was Vasim who had secretly switched phones with Anton, not the other way around. Vasim was Petkin's asset, not Anton. A cold dread settled in Jack's chest. He had killed an innocent man. In his mind, he replayed the confrontation, realizing Anton had never actually aimed his weapon at Medjid. He'd drawn it reflexively when Spellman rushed him. The most haunting thought was that Anton might have died believing Raybaz Medjid despised him. "How did Vasim know we were closing in on one of them?" Jack asked urgently. "No time for that now," came the reply. "You have to reach Rebaz and—" Jack Medjid's voice cut through the room. "Dom, Matt," keeping his voice low, Jack instructed Isabel, "Find Dom or Matt and tell them everything. I'll work on separating Medjid from Vasim. Stay clear of the firing lines," she whispered back. "Be careful, Jack, before moving away." He turned to see Minister Medjid walking toward him across the carpet, Vasim trailing 2 steps behind and to his left, with Seth on the minister's right. Jack shook Medjid's offered hand. Rebaz from his periphery, he noticed Isabel had reached Dom's side. A glance confirmed it. Dom gave a subtle wink. "Glad to see you all back safely," Medjid said. "Seth mentioned you needed to speak with me. If this is about mobilizing people again—" "It's not that. Let's step into your office. I'll explain there." "We can talk here, Jack. My office is occupied, and frankly, I could use a respite from the chaos. All right, let's sit down then." Jack gestured toward the seating area. Suddenly, Seth blurted out, "Dom, what are you doing?" Dom, who had been subtly positioning himself behind Jack for a clean line of fire on Vasim, halted. "What do you mean? Why is your gun drawn?" Medjid turned. Dom. Jack never took his eyes off Vasim. Instead of moving to shield his principal, Vasim was staring intently at Dom. His gaze darted to Jack, then to Medjid. Vasim's hand flashed inside his coat. "Raybaz, get down!" Jack shouted, bringing up his Ruger. Vasim shifted sideways, using Medjid's body as cover. Seth yelled, "Jack, what the hell is?" Then he finally noticed the gun in Vasim's hand. "Hey, what are you?" "Move, Seth," Dom roared for Jack. Time warped into a bizarre slow-motion blur, a disjointed sequence he observed from a strange distance. He ducked, leaned to the side, and fired a round past Medjid's leg. The bullet struck Vasim in the thigh. To Jack's left, Dom was trying to acquire a shot, but Seth was also turning, his expression one of stunned confusion. Vasim raised his pistol, aiming directly at Medjid. "No!" Seth shouted. He threw himself forward. The gunshot echoed. Seth seemed to hang in mid-stride for an instant before his body shuddered. He dropped to his knees, then crumpled onto his side. Jack was already in motion. He shoved Medjid clear, raised the Ruger, and put a bullet into Vasim's throat, followed by another into his chest, as Vasim collapsed against the paneled wall. A woman's scream pierced the air. Jack stood frozen, the Ruger still extended, his vision tunneled, sounds fading in and out. "Seth is dead. Seth is dead." He felt the certainty in his core. "Jack," it was Spellman's voice, close now. "Jack, let me have that. Let it go." Spellman gently pried the pistol from his grip. Dom stepped forward, checked Vasim for a pulse, then glanced at Spellman and shook his head. He started toward Seth's body, curled almost fatally on the floor. "Leave him be," Jack murmured. Dom stopped, gave a slight nod, and moved aside. Jack stepped around Medjid, who was struggling to sit up, the sleeve of his white shirt now vividly stained with blood. "See to him," Jack ordered, his voice hollow. He kept walking until he reached Seth. Kneeling, he placed a hand on his friend's side. Seth's body felt unnaturally flat, emptied of the vital, irrepressible energy that had made him who he was. Jack leaned forward, resting his forehead against Seth's shoulder and closing his eyes tightly. After a long moment, he opened them again. The room buzzed with movement, voices calling out, people hurrying past, phones ringing. He gathered Seth's body into his arms and lifted him from the floor. "Jack," Isabel murmured beside him, her hand gentle on his arm. "Let's take him to our room. Come with me." She guided him down the hall and pushed open the bedroom door. After sweeping a pillow aside and smoothing the blanket, she said softly, "Here, lay him here." Jack placed Seth down. His friend's eyes were open and vacant. The front of his shirt was soaked in dark blood. Just below his chin was a neat, round entry wound, with a larger exit hole at the base of his neck. Vasim's bullet had torn through the soft tissue of Seth's throat and shattered his spine just beneath the brainstem. Some faint spark of life might have lingered, but it was hopeless. Seth was already gone. Jack felt Isabel's arms wrap around his waist, her head pressing against his back. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I wish I could do something. Is Rebaz all right?" Jack asked. "The doctor's with him now. It looks serious. He was hit in the chest. Dom thinks the bullet passed through Seth first." Jack gave a slow nod. "I don't know what to do, Isabel. I know. He asked me for help," Jack said, his voice hollow. "You did help him." "No," Jack replied. "I didn't." Later, he drifted into the main room. Dom and Spellman were seated on the sofa, leaning close in quiet conversation. Jack sank into one of the armchairs across from them. Neither offered condolences. None were needed. "Rebaz?" Jack asked. "Bullet caught his right lung. It's a sucking chest wound, Spellman explained. We got a seal on it fast, but the lung had already collapsed. We'll know more within the hour. He's asking for you. Why? He didn't say. Dom answered. It's finished, Jack stated flatly. We're going home. Medjid can't lead any revolution from a hospital bed, not with troops flooding the streets. That's his call to make, Spellman countered. Jack shrugged, a weary gesture. I need to find Raymond Wellesley. Well, Medjid must be thinking the same thing, Dom said. Yana told me that while we were chasing the Igarka, Medjid sent a couple of ERF guys to the schoolhouse on Lena Road. They found computers, monitors, cables, the same setup we saw at the Chairpoy apartment. Nothing left but a melted heap. They identified traces of white phosphorus. Spellman added, We assume once Wellesley saw the protest hubs being disabled by the Krasukas, the crowds dispersing, and Volodin mobilizing the border garrisons, he decided his work was done. He was right. Jack, I can see it in your eyes, Dom said, his tone knowing, I know what you're planning. No, you don't. It's a fresh wound, a terrible time to be making big decisions. From where I'm standing, it's the easiest decision I've ever made. Medjid's doctor entered. Are you Jack? Yes. The minister wants to see you. Follow me. He led Jack out into the tiled hallway. They rode the elevator down to the basement and passed through a white door marked with a red cross. Medjid lay on a hospital bed, an IV line in his arm. A monitor beeped quietly behind him. His face was pale, his eyes deeply shadowed. A clear square bandage was taped to his chest, revealing a jagged wound beneath. The dressing pulsed slightly with each of Medjid's strained breaths. Jack, he said, thank you for coming. I'm sorry about Seth. I feel responsible. I'm the one who got it wrong. I took out Anton instead of Vasim. A forgivable mistake. Seth loved you like a brother, you know. Even before we met, I felt I knew you. He spoke of you so often. He was a good man. Jack only nodded. How are you feeling, Lucky? My doctor says Seth saved me if he hadn't. Slowed the bullet down. Yes, I would be dead. I need surgery to repair the lung. I told the doctor he can do whatever is necessary, but not just yet, Jack. I understand your need to find Wellesley. I can assist you with that, but I require your help first. Don't misinterpret this. I'm not making a deal. I will help you find him regardless of your answer. Go on, Jack replied. Soon I'm getting out of this bed to meet with the commander of the Makakala garrison. He's promised his support, but there's still one final piece we need to handle. It's finished, Rebaz. If you're fortunate, you'll walk away from this with your life. If you do, step back from the public eye, wait a few years, and then see which way the wind is blowing. So live to fight another day. Or take Amanat and your wife and relocate somewhere sunny and quiet. There won't be another day, Jack. Seth and I spent the last 3 years building this plan. The strategy is solid, the tactics are precise, our networks and infrastructure remain mostly operational. Most importantly, the people of Dagestan are still out there, and they're yearning for freedom. All we've lost is the element of surprise and a few of our satellite communication hubs. And Seth. Yes, and Seth. Believe me. I'm not trying to minimize his loss, but Matt understands the plan as thoroughly as Seth did. He would want us to move forward. Stop, Jack said. Don't use his memory like that. He believed in this cause, and that hasn't changed. I truly believe that. Jack sank into the chair beside the bed. He rubbed his eyes, then pushed his hands through his hair. The exhaustion was bone deep. Rebaz, I can't figure out if you're a genuine visionary or completely deluded. Medjid offered a faint smile, mostly the former, with just a hint of the latter. Will you help me? Why do you need me? You have the entire Ministry of the Interior at your command. Let's look at the facts. My closest bodyguards are dead. One of them a traitor who set up the other. The head of my emergency response force was also a traitor, and Seth is gone. Then there's you, a man who risked his life to save my daughter, a stranger to him. I trust you, and I trust Isabel and Dom and Matt. They look to you for direction. I need people like the four of you beside me if I'm to have any chance of pulling this off. Besides, do you really want to miss the final act? Whatever the outcome may be. Jack considered it. You'll help me find Wellesley? You give me your word. Medjid nodded. Yes, whether you help me or not. All right. What's the plan? To buy my country some breathing room. Vayton. Only later would Jack come to fully appreciate how brilliantly Medjid's gamble had been designed. At that moment, he was struggling to focus on anything beyond the simple act of moving forward. Seth is gone. Jack kept thinking. The phrase echoed in his mind at odd intervals, as if triggered by some hidden clock. Seth is dead. The twisting, rugged valley west of Vatan that Medjid had selected to intercept the approaching border garrison was not only perfect terrain for a smaller force to defend against a larger one. Medjid had also told Jack it was the site of one of Dagestan's most legendary clashes, the Battle of Lemis Nok, where 600 warriors from the Avar, Kumyk, and Sakur tribes had united to drive back invading forces centuries ago. After securing the local garrison commander's pledge that morning, Medjid needed just one call to set the 4,000-strong force in motion, marching northeast out of the city toward Vatan. By the time the Ural truck carrying Medjid, Jack, Isabel, Dom, and Spellman arrived at the canyon's entrance, the troops were already in place. They stood at attention, formed into 8 blocks of 500 men each. A human wall stretching from one cliff face to the other, completely blocking the canyon's mouth. Not a single soldier carried a weapon. It was a striking sight, Jack thought, but utterly futile on a modern battlefield. Of course, Medjid knew that. So did the city's garrison commander, and probably every one of those 4,000 men. If the military vehicles now approaching this road decided to open fire, hundreds would be cut down in minutes. The air was thick with tension, and Jack noticed a few of the younger soldiers shifting nervously, their eyes fixed on the distant dust cloud announcing the convoy's arrival. Clad in his official Ministry of the Interior police uniform, Medjid descended from the truck with his physician's assistants and began walking up the road. He moved steadily through the assembled ranks of his own forces, his gaze fixed forward. Jack observed no hint of discomfort on his face, a remarkable display of fortitude considering the man's condition. In the truck, the doctor had confided that Medjid's lung was operating at barely 50%, and the full extent of any internal bleeding remained unknown until surgery. Jack and the rest trailed behind until Medjid reached the front of the formation. He paused to exchange a crisp salute with the garrison commander before advancing another 20 feet to stand alone in the center of the roadway. A glance at his watch told Jack it was 5:20. Earlier reconnaissance from one of Medjid's emergency response forces had placed the lead elements of the approaching border garrison just 3 miles distant. The vibration in the ground beneath his feet was the first sign, escalating into a deep rumble as the initial armored personnel carriers rounded the bend 300 yards up the road. Turning to Isabel, Jack started, "If this turns into a shooting match, I need you too." "You are hopelessly stubborn, Jack," she interrupted, her tone a blend of exasperation and affection as she squeezed his hand. Some things, it seemed, would never change. Confronted by Medjid's blockade, the lead APC shifted left, allowing the following vehicles to fan out until 4 of them formed a broad line across the asphalt. In a synchronized, menacing ballet, their 30mm cannons pivoted to target Medjid's men. The vehicles halted 100 yards out. After a tense minute, a Gaz Tiger, Russia's answer to the Humvee, rumbled past the APCs on the shoulder before swinging into the road's center. The diesel engine's growl echoed off the canyon walls as it closed the distance, finally rolling to a stop 30 feet from Medjid. A man in camouflage coveralls and a maroon beret stepped from the passenger seat and approached. "Good morning, Minister Medjid," he said, offering a salute. Medjid returned the gesture. Colonel Lobanov, may I inquire as to the purpose of this? Minister, why is the road into the city blocked? The city is calm, Colonel. Your presence is unnecessary. My orders state otherwise. My orders come from the people of Makhachkala, Medjid countered. Then, shifting tack, he asked, You are an Avar Muslim, are you not? I beg your pardon? When Medjid repeated the question, Lobanov gave a curt nod. I am. I am Avar as well, though Russian Orthodox. Our garrison commander here is of Lak and Chechen heritage. His wife is Azerbaijani. A faint, almost ironic smile touched Medjid's lips. Isn't it amusing, Colonel? Moscow paints us as a monolith of chaos, yet here we stand a tapestry. 13 ethnicities call Dagestan home. We all speak Russian and a jumble of other tongues besides. We share each other's foods, understand the nuances of weddings and funerals, respect the holy days of different faiths. We are Russians, yes, but we are Avars, Laks, Chechens, Sakars first. What you have been dispatched to crush is not some violent mob. The only scars on Makhachkala were put there by covert teams sent by President Volodyn. The violence reported to you was staged by outsiders, not by those who call these streets home. Medjid's voice grew sharper, edged with a bitterness that had been absent before. Earlier today, I was shot by my own chief bodyguard, a man on Moscow's payroll. He also murdered 2 of my closest friends. Another, Sergeant Pavel Koikov, a comrade from my earliest days in the police, was kidnapped from his home. This, too, was done at Moscow's command, and 3 days ago I was accused of burning 62 fellow Dagestanis alive in a mosque at Almac back in 1999. Lobanov's stance shifted almost imperceptibly. I know of Almac. My father spoke of you. I read the reports. You eliminated terrorists. Terrorists who had executed 9 Russian soldiers, Medjid affirmed, the memory hardening his features, and Moscow's agents took Sergeant Koikov and tried to silence him forever, terrified he would finally tell the truth about what really happened at Almac. My daughter was taken, Colonel, snatched right from her medical school campus. You recall Aminat. You shook her hand at my birthday celebration 4 years ago. I remember her. They vowed to mail her back to us in pieces. Minister, I am deeply sorry for your pain, but my instructions are clear. Instructions from who? Moscow? The very people who authorized the horrors I just described. My hands are tied. You have authority. Medjid fired back. You're the military governor here. Your life is here, Colonel. Your wife, your 2 boys. Dagestan is your home. You're Russian, you're Dagestani, you're Avar, and you're Muslim. You live and work alongside people who share those identities and those who don't. These are the people Moscow labels as militants. That's the narrative they're feeding you. What's your own truth? Minister, what exactly are you asking? Turn your convoy around. Go back to the border posts and report that Makhachkala is peaceful. Medjid offered a thin, weary smile. If you hear rumors to the contrary later, call me. You can come see the calm for yourself. Lobanov studied Medjid's face for a long, silent moment, then simply shook his head with a resigned smile. Good day, Minister Medjid. Safe travels, Colonel. Epilogue, Baku. Azerbaijan. Jack wasn't certain it fit the textbook definition of irony, but Raymond Wellesley's relentless drive to sabotage the coup, a mirror of Seth's own desperation to see it through, ultimately sealed the cis man's fate. That Wellesley had chosen the Four Seasons Baku as his hideaway after fleeing Makhachkala made Jack ponder if there wasn't some odd cosmic joke at play after all. I adore it when a scheme falls perfectly into place, Isabel remarked, taking a slow sip of her espresso. I'll relax when I see him walk out of that elevator, Jack replied. Their spot in the hotel lobby gave them an unobstructed view of the elevator banks. Jack found himself hoping that wherever Seth Gregory had vanished to, he was watching this moment unfold, especially since Seth's petty theft of the coup's operating budget had provided the crucial final piece. It was almost funny how that single act of spite had become the definitive stroke against Wellesley. Having poured so much of his own resources into thwarting the coup, Wellesley had dipped into his personal and decidedly murky operational funds. Gavin Byery and Matt Spellman, working with a recuperating minister Medjid from his hospital bed and a cooperative official in Azerbaijan's interior ministry, had infiltrated Pacific Alliance Group, the shell company Wellesley used to lease his command post in Makhachkala. From there, the connections unraveled swiftly. Through Pacific Alliance Group, Wellesley had not only hired the Igarka to transport the covert system, but had also personally paid the owner of the flatbed truck tasked with moving it to another PAG-leased facility. Finally, those same funds had rented the isolated cabin near Keshar-e-Sofla, the very spot at the end of that lonely dirt road where Isabel had intercepted Jack's captors. Talk about a lack of imagination. At Jerry Hendley's urging, Mary Pat Foley had presented this compiled evidence to the head of British Secret Intelligence, who, as luck would have it, had already launched a quiet investigation into Wellesley's questionable financial dealings. While Gavin and the team hadn't yet found a direct money trail to Russian intelligence, Jack was confident it would surface. For men like Raymond Wellesley, arrogant pride always outweighs any pretense of principle. "Are we absolutely sure we can't just shoot him?" Isabel asked, her tone shifting from contemplative to bitterly sarcastic. "It would be terribly efficient, and the view from here is ideal." Jack gave a slight smile. "As appealing as that sounds, I can't. My boss is already watching me closely." "There he is," Isabel said quietly, her gaze fixed on the elevators. Raymond Wellesley, dressed in khaki pants and a light blue button-down shirt with a leather briefcase slung over his shoulder, looked every bit the traveling executive, not a spy who might be fleeing. Gavin had tracked the beginning of Wellesley's journey, but where he was headed remained unknown. Still, unless they'd overlooked something, the SIS officer seemed to believe he was in the clear. Wellesley walked briskly past them, pushed through the hotel's revolving doors, and headed straight for a waiting black limousine. The driver opened the rear door for him, closed it, then circled to the front. Jack's phone buzzed with a text. "Rennie, when you are!" Jack and Isabel rose from their seats and exited the lobby. Jack opened the limousine's rear door and leaned inside. "Good morning, Raymond." Wellesley's face lost all color. "Jack, what in the world? Do you mind if we join you, Isabel? Go ahead." Isabel slid into the cabin and took the seat facing Wellesley. Jack followed, shutting the door behind him. "Are you armed?" Jack asked. Wellesley appeared to have collected himself. The initial shock was gone, replaced by that familiar smug half-smile Jack had come to know. "No, Jack, I'm not carrying a weapon." "That's good, because our driver is." "I see. So what's the plan? A drive out to some remote field, a bullet, and a shallow grave?" "It worked well enough for Oleg Pechkin, more or less." "Who?" Isabel spoke up. "You know Mr. Wellesley?" "Seth had you pegged. He said your arrogance would be your downfall." "Ah. How is Seth, by the way?" "Dead," Jack replied, though his body is already on its way home, he thought. He and Isabel would make it back to Virginia in time for the funeral. "A shame. I rather liked Seth. He reminded me of a younger, brasher, and considerably less intelligent version of myself. On second thought, he wasn't much like me at all, but I will grant the man had vision." Jack tightened his jaw, keeping his expression neutral. "Things have a way of resolving themselves, Raymond," he said, then raised his voice. "Dom, we're set." "Moving out," Dom replied from the driver's seat. The ride passed in heavy silence, Jack's eyes locked on Wellesley. By the time they pulled up to the charter terminal at Haydar Aliyev International Airport, the SIS man was fidgeting in his seat. Dom drove through a rolling gate, turned right through an open hangar door and into a shadowy space. Through the window, Jack could see a pristine white Gulfstream 650, its air stair deployed. Two fit, broad-shouldered men in dark suits stood at the base of the steps. Wellesley glanced outside. "What game are you playing, Jack?" Isabel answered for him. "This is your aircraft, isn't it?" "It is. This has to be the most poorly executed kidnapping in history. You realize that?" Jack paid no attention. He checked his watch. 8:20 a.m. Raymond, 5 minutes ago, emails and text messages went out to 42,000 citizens in Makachkala. In an hour, they'll be in the streets surrounding every government building. Within 90 minutes, President Nabiev will announce his resignation. In 2 hours, Rebaz Medjid will be on every radio and television station across the country. And in 6 hours, every major news network and social media platform in the world will be broadcasting this coup, live and in full color. Good heavens, Jack. You really are a slow study, aren't you? Volodin will just order the border garrisons back in. He might try. It won't make a difference. Those units will never get within 50 miles of the capital. Medjid and the military governor have reached an understanding. If Volodin intends to send troops into Dagestan, he'll need to airlift them in, a command that's become considerably more complicated recently. What's the complication? In the past day, Volodin's foreign minister has received direct communications from the ambassadors of the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and China. The message in essence was clear. They've tolerated his actions in Crimea, Ukraine, and Estonia. Any further expansion would be pushing their patience too far. That won't intimidate him. Likely not, but he's also a pragmatist. He faces a decision: accept Dagestan's independence and preserve a functional relationship, which I believe Medjid would welcome, along with uninterrupted access to Caspian oil, or invade, suppress another republic seeking freedom, and gamble on the violent backlash from a new generation of Dagestani fighters. He'd also have to contend with the existing insurgent networks in Chechnya and Georgia, not to mention the non-Federation Caspian states, who would certainly favor another independent nation bordering the oil-rich basin. My bet is Volodin will choose the sensible path and keep the oil flowing. That's a massive risk, Jack. The people of Dagestan are prepared to take that chance. Wellesley shook his head with a mournful expression. You have no conception of the chaos you've unleashed. You've essentially turned this entire area into a breeding ground for extremism. Perhaps, Jack responded. If that's the case, we'll confront them wherever they emerge, just as we always have. You lack faith, Raymond. The Western world has no need for Volodin, and it never will. Jack leaned forward and pushed open Wellesley's door. Time to head home, Raymond. Wellesley stepped out, followed by Jack and Isabel, who offered, "Have a safe trip, Mr. Wellesley." The SIS officer gave them a confused look before turning toward the waiting jet. His path was blocked by 2 men in dark suits. The elder of the two stated, "Mr. Raymond Wellesley, you are being detained on suspicion of violating the Official Secrets Act. I beg your pardon. Turn around, please, and hand over your bag." The younger agent placed his hands on Wellesley's shoulders, spinning him around to face Jack and Isabel. As the handcuffs clicked shut, Wellesley's face went utterly blank. "What in God's name is this, Ryan?" "You were sloppy with your finances," Jack replied coolly. "You issued one too many checks from your Pacific Alliance Group account. You utter bastard." With each man gripping one of Wellesley's arms, the 2 SIS officers marched him forcibly to the Gulfstream, up the stairs and through the doorway, which sealed shut moments later. Just before it closed completely, Jack caught the tail end of Wellesley's furious shout. "Complete idiots, don't you realize?" Dom called out. "Anyone interested in breakfast?" "Absolutely," Isabel answered immediately. Dom settled back into the driver's seat. Isabel turned to Jack. "So, have you decided on our destination?" "I'm leaving that entirely to you. I've got 2 full weeks of vacation, and I plan to use every single minute of it." Isabel nodded, pressing her lips together in thought. A slow smile spread across her face. You know, Matt's idea about Tahiti is actually growing on me. Warm sand, clear water. It sounds perfect. Jack returned her smile, a genuine sense of relief washing over him for the first time in days. It sounds perfect to me, too.